Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The curtain was fluttering because of the wind. The guy is sitting on the bed and looking down. Suddenly, his eye widened. He looks out the window and sees a palace. Opening his mouth, he realizes that he got into the game he was playing. We see a game console, because 3 years ago he took over the body of a character from the game. Near the golden guy there is a monster and a girl, because the plot narrated various dangerous events. The bull cut down the trees, and the game was about endless incidents at the academy. The zombies opened their mouths, because even the end of the world had come. We see that one of them started bleeding from the eye, and the story itself was large scale. Chuck raised his finger, because everything was fine and the main character will solve the problems. We see the guy's card, because he is a secondary character and was in a quest for beginners. He walked near the people and was surprised, because everything was realistic, and the history of the world itself repeats the plot of the game. He walked near the girl and decides to look at the main character, who was supposed to become famous. Jack clasps his hands, and the guy passing by him was looking for a spawn point. Opening his mouth, he thinks about the sprite. Putting his hand to his eye, he decides to live for himself. After that, his hand is taken. It was taken by Chuck, who also wanted to live for himself. The guy killed the monster, and there were differences between them. He holds a spear in his hand. After that, he looks at the screen, where there were statistics and did not know what to do with them, and there was also a problem that he never came to this game. Chuck put his hand on his shoulder, because he taught him and told him about the skills. Pointing at himself, he asked to trust. There was a smile on his face, because getting such an assistant was an incredible advantage. An angry dog was running behind him. Jack stands next to him, and was shocked. He created a pentagram and killed the enemy. Turning his head, he asks about the integrity of his friend. We see how he hits the enemy with a spear. He also makes a blow, because there is complete information about the game. He holds a staff in his hand because Jack has statistics and a system. Chuck hit the monster. They sit on the corpses of monsters because they wanted to prevent the end of the world together. Chuck smiles because they wanted to give him something. After that, he takes a bottle and drinks. There are guys standing near them, and there were only men. We see girls because there were various heroines and a dating simulator. The guys approached them, and Jack also preferred not to get involved with girls, inviting them to a party only when necessary, so at some point only men remained in their group. Opening his mouth, Chuck asks why their group only has sweaty and disgusting men. The blade lies on the floor because he should have realized everything at that moment, when the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor died on the way to the opening ceremony. She sits near the bed because she disappeared without a trace. We see different pictures with blood because mysterious disappearances and murders began. He turned his head because the most amazing thing was to see his reaction. Jack just stands and smiles. The guy is holding a bottle and he had a fawn in his mouth, and only now he understands that he should have been doubted. He opened his mouth in surprise. We see Maria's staff and do not know where it came from. His eyes widened because his friend left at night and just decided to follow. He is standing in the corridor, where there were many weapons behind glass. In one of them there was also a sword of another heroine. Nearby there is a steel mace. There was also a book of spells of Lark. After that, he went to another place and we see someone's legs tied with chains. Then we notice that it is a girl in a red liquid. Her face was calm and it was Maria. A man appeared behind, swearing. Putting his hand to his face, he asks what his friend forgot here. Freeing his hand, the main character explains that he initially said something different. They explain to him that the girl is a demon. We see Maria and ask, isn't the blood of an ancient vampire worth it? Turning his head, he is told that he wants to find an effective use for the blood. His eye shines, because he also tasted this blood. We are transported to the past, where he drank a bottle. Jack grabs his face, because he felt sick. He kneels down, and is told that he worked hard to catch her. He spent a whole month in the forest with a trap. Grinning his teeth, he asks why? Jack raises his head and says that it is for the sake of effective progression through the plot. The protagonist was on the floor and he is told that constantly saving people only leads to losses. Besides, he does not kill bastards and continues to save those who cannot even be manipulated without increasing the level of friendship. Opening his mouth, he says that it is much more effective to use them this way and let her listen to him, because he is the best in this game. Sweat pours from his face and he asks how many he killed. His eyes shine and he asks for time to think. Opening his mouth, he says that about 100,000. Chuck bares his teeth, because his friend is not human. Taking him by the clothes, he starts calling him a monster. His eyes were red and he says that he only killed villains and didn't touch ordinary people. We see his chin and asked him again about overwork. Then he takes him by the shoulder and asks why the hell a magician needs a hidden fragment for knights? Smiling near Maria, they ask him why he should suffer from ineffective crap like creating a farm? His eyes shone even more, because they asked that he just decided to find a group to beat him up to amuse his sociopathy? After that, a blow passes near him. The guy hits himself near Maria. There was blood on the glass, as well as on the man himself. Opening his mouth, they tell him that he did it for him and shouldn't talk to him like that. Taking him by the clothes, Jack says that not knowing his place, he just meddles in other people's business and gets hurt. Opening his mouth, we see his teeth. His eyes widened, because he doesn't understand what his friend is talking about. He twitches on the floor and says that they were together for 199 chapters, and now he wants to change everything abruptly? Clenching his fist, Jack says that he got rid of everything that could block the way and all for the sake of their future. Raising his hand, he says that guys are only needed to stare at them and that he truly loves only him. The protagonist hits him on the chin and cries. Stopping a couple of meters from him, he realizes that he is very scared, because there was no girlfriend before. He starts to run away from him. Suddenly, he is held by purple chains. After that, the chains lift him up. They squeeze his body with crosses. Opening his mouth, he asked not to do this. Jack came up to him and said that he wanted to lock him up forever. After that, he smiles. There were tears in his eyes and they tell him that in this fake world, he is the only real one. Opening his mouth, he calls him a sick fool. A purple pentagram appears near the guy, because soon everything will end and there will be only one fight. There was a smile on his face, because he wanted to be with him forever. We see water, because the final stage is launched. The main character is lying on the rocks, because Jack always killed alone and will defeat the boss. He opened his mouth and water was pouring from it. A notification appears, because the player is dead and the test is failed. He is still lying on the rocks and is silent. We see curtains that are fluttering because of the wind. The guy opens his eyes and tries to catch his breath. After that, Chuck gets up and sits on the bed. In the window, he sees a palace, because he went back 3 years ago, to the day when he ended up in the game. The sun was shining on his hand. Then he squeezes them and they tremble. Grinning his teeth, tears come out of him, because he needs to kill Jack. His eyes are red, because he needs to kill the player. Water lashed against the rocks, because during the task of pacifying water monsters, the dam burst, and the river carried away an entire village. We see monsters and also people, because thousands of residents died. Jack smiles, because he liked this tragedy. He opened his mouth, because he laughed. They stand on the mountain and watch, because in countless deaths he saw only an opportunity to monopolize experience. He had black eyes and he says that he will finish off 3 more, and there will be 100,000. The guy is running somewhere, because he can stop his friend. He is standing near the inscription, because all possible enhancements for players are concentrated in the Merkaba Academy. There is a smile on his face, because he entered there and became stronger. The main character runs through the forest, and even if he is not a monster, no one knows how quickly his power will grow, and the entrance ceremony will take place in 5 days. Mushrooms grow on the ground, the hats were yellow. When suddenly, they were abruptly torn off. Jack looks at them and the only way to kill him is to act right now. There was also a training quest, and the carriage was heading to the city, but it broke down right in the middle of the forest teeming with monsters. We see the forest, the moon was shining brightly. The boys killed the rabbit, and were happy that it was all over. Jack holds his head and thanks them. The man holds the lantern and says that they are done. Laura stretched out her hand and was about to take a nap. Suddenly, they turn around because they heard a sound. A log was flying at them. Leon threw the girl away so that it wouldn't hit her. He also jumped back and they weren't hit. Laura opened her mouth and was already pulling out her sword. A second-rank monster appears near them. He puts his hands on the floor and screams. Jack bares his teeth and understands what has started. The monster hit Laura and she started bleeding. He stands in front of the guy and screams. Leon frowns and asks Jack to get into the carriage because it will buy him time. The man flies into it and is told to go. The girl stands near the door and is told that she cannot leave Leon. We see how he was grabbed by the neck. Jack's eyes widened in surprise. His eyes lit up because before he acts, he must make sure if this is the hero who will save the world. We see the shadow of the monster, it had yellow eyes. Holding the sword, he begins to smile because the enemy is huge. He opens his mouth, from which drool was flowing. Emma holds the sword in her hand. She jumps up and hits the enemy. Opening her mouth, she understands that the attack was blocked. She sits down next to her friend. We see Jack's face because he was asked to go back. The girl holds a sword. She was the second daughter of the family, the owner of the Odachi, one of the 6 royal swords. The guy takes the dagger in his hands, because he would also be scared. She looks back and her pupils become larger. After that, she is hit on the shoulder. Chuck looks at this and cannot believe it. He bares his teeth and his pupils become larger. Emma holds her shoulder and asks why he did this. Her eye began to close. He smiles and apologizes, because he was just nervous. The monster opens its mouth and makes sounds. The girl holds her wound and is silent. When suddenly, she is attacked and tries to fight back, because if she dies, the guy will get the Odachi. Jack just watches them fight and thinks that she was poisoned, but does not die quickly. Perhaps she is just an unusual character. The girl jumps away from the monster. Baring her teeth, she tries to calm herself. Closing her eyes, Emma decides to concentrate. Her eyes open and shine. We see her black silhouette. The monster was approaching and screaming. The guy had red eyes and he understands that at this rate he can handle it alone. Taking the dagger in his hands, he did not want to allow this. After that, a weapon flies at her. The girl removes it with her sword. Her eyes are still shining and she understands that last time was not an accident. There was already an enemy near her head. She takes her sword. After that, she hits him on the head. We see that she is trying to finish him off. After that, Emma is lying on the ground. They approached her, and she asks why he did it. Holding her sword in his hand, he is happy, because this is a success and got the odachi. Touching it, Jack says that it can be used with a certain skill, but he will think about it later. We see his head from behind. Turning it, he asks if experience is given for killing a character. Emma just lies on the ground and is silent while they stand in front of her. Tears appear in her eyes. A red smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a bag was thrown at him. He crossed his arms and tried to cough. His pupil became larger. There was yellow paint on Jack's face. Turning around, he asks to show his face. Hares with horns are running towards him. We see yellow mushrooms, because they have reddish pollen. Raising his hand, he bares his teeth, because now he looks tasty for the inhabitants of the forest. Hares pounced on him. Chuck tries to pull the girl away, because she is still alive. He notices a monster near her. He takes a fawn from him with his dagger. His eyes widen sharply. Behind him was Jack, who asked who he was. His hand clenched, and he said that he killed 3 horned rats in a minute, and apparently it was great to wield such a sword. Opening his mouth, he remembers it. The main character clenches his hand and is remembered. Holding the sword in front of him, he asks how he ended up here. Smiling, Chuck says that he can lose his hand if he holds the sword. Looking at the sword, he is surprised. Suddenly, the guy squeezes his hand and wants to hit. He looks in surprise and we see liquid. Closing his eyes, he calls him a fool. Then he makes a cross blow. The main character leaned over, because there is no other choice but to try his best. Then he makes a blow with a dagger. Putting his hands in front of him, the guy understands that the man simply smelled the smell of death. He is still holding the sword. Chuck decides to finish him off with a dagger. He runs straight at him with it. Grinning his teeth, we see that he has beads of sweat. In his other hand, he had another dagger. He strikes him in the shoulder. Jack opens his mouth and screams in pain. Tears came to his eyes. He had another weapon and he wanted to strike with it already. He bares his teeth, seeing another dagger in front of him. Chuck hit the hand, from which blood poured. One looked at the hand, the other right at him. He pressed on him and hit the neck. His hands are shaking, and Jack is bleeding from his mouth. Then he takes the dagger away from him. Sitting on it, he exhales, because he finished off the monster in the bud. We see the guy's card, because he is dead and now the percentage of successful completion of the main plot is calculated. Then the card of the guy himself appears and he is completely analyzed and ultimately the experience of the previous player passes to him. We see his card again, because now he is the successor of the martial arts master. The main character looks at the screen and understands that apparently the statistics window will fall to him. Then he pays attention to something. There was a girl lying behind him. He lifted her up, because she did not see anything. Grinning his teeth, he says that he is probably still dizzy and does not feel the smell, and there is a ringing in his ears. There was a pool of blood nearby, and during training it is difficult to create poison without using the combination window. He begins to take out his belt. Because the wing was in her body and she is in danger, you need to stop the bleeding and give an antidote. The protagonist ties it with a belt, because it stops the bleeding and removes the poison. Looking down, he understands that if Emma bites her tongue, it will be really bad and he needs to give her something in her teeth. He sees Jack on the ground. He looks and just thinks. Chuck gives the girl his hand to bite. Taking off his shirt, he asks her to clench her teeth with all her might and endure. He takes a dagger in his hand, because he does not know why he returned to the past, but the player died at his hands. Chuck removes the dagger from her stomach. He sits on the ground near the forest. Emma closes her eyes and lies down. A fire was lit, and something was being cooked. He turned his head, because he was preparing an antidote. The girl lies on a pillow, and she called him a savior. Taking an object in his hands, he is asked to say a name. He puts a cloth on her, and does not decide to say the name. Sitting next to her, Chuck asks her to stop thinking and rest, and will wake her up as the antidote is ready. He moves the stick on the ground, because it's time to clarify the situation. He had two sides, because while the player is cleaning up all the incidents and accidents in the academy, he becomes a hero and the savior of the world. We see a black ball, because the player must deal with countless villains and the final boss. They are sitting on the corpses of monsters, because the only reason Jack followed the story was the final boss, who must be defeated, otherwise the world will end. The guy is lying on the floor with a dagger in his shoulder. The main character had muscles and was the successor of a martial artist. We see his eyes, because this is some kind of bastard, they could at least properly transfer the player's responsibilities to him. We see the screens, because he did not have access. Sitting with his back to us, he says that he became an additional player, but cannot use any privileges, and initially he was inspired by the sight of the system, but in the end nothing changed. The fire is burning, and he says that with only knowledge of the future it is very difficult to become a worthy replacement for the player, and you need to use something other than the system. Running a finger along the ground, we learn that Chuck has been training hard for 3 years and is no longer an ordinary character. He drew a circle with a symbol. Something begins to happen around him. Smiling, he understands that he was desperately trying to survive. We see a tree, because in a past life, being inclined to magic, he studied only one direction ancient symbols with magical power. There was a pentagram near the man, because this is the source of superhuman strength and the cause of destruction. Biting his finger, Chuck realizes that he is engraving all 3 runes on his body. He begins to draw on his body. Having written the symbols, he does a det. The silhouette of a man runs, because by voluntarily giving an oath, the caster receives additional power from this commandment, and you can promise not to eat chicken or something like that. We also see scales, because it is very easy to adhere to this, therefore the increase in statistics is minimal, so he must give a very demanding oath. Smoke comes from the inscription, and it will follow until the very end. We see a heart near the chains, because Chuck's statistics will increase from completing the quest, and otherwise a fine. He bites his hand again to make a second rune, namely, a limitation. He draws on his second hand. We see different spirits, because everyone here has spiritual perception, and there are also immaterial ghosts and elementals. We observe people who are approached by ghosts, because these creatures only come into contact with each other through mutual knowledge, and then they cannot harm those who are unconscious or do not have spiritual perception. We see a silhouette of a man, because now, since his spiritual perception is at 0, he is completely protected from all such creatures. He draws more symbols, namely the last one in oath. This commandment is directly related to a great risk, because it uses the weight of a promise as a source of power. He closes his eyes, and they did not use this in a past life. Jack smiles near the screens, and he used everything that was in the system. In the end he lost, so there was no point in worrying. Opening his mouth, he says that he will save the world, and this was a warrior's oath. We see a heart in chains and finished with the commandments. His eyes glow red, there were many chains near him. We see her blue eye. The girl is lying in bed and the sun is shining on her. Having gotten up a little, a nurse comes to her, asking about her health. Emma looks surprised and is told that she is in an emergency hospital. We see buildings and she is told that she cannot move. Shaking her head, she asks where her things are. We see a bag on a chair and it belonged to her savior. Picking up the belt, she sees blood on it. Looking the other way, she calls the nurse. Louise runs up confused and asks what she needs. Clenching her hands, she asks about the honey-filled candies. We see a large building, because 3 days after the end of the training quest, there was an entrance ceremony to the academy. Looking in his wallet, he tries to find his student ID. In his hand was a letter, and he did not remember putting it here. Opening the sheet, he reads how proud his mother was of him. Exhaling, he thought when they managed to slip him a letter, and in general he was a talentless child. They are sitting at the table, because when he first got the body, he behaved awkwardly and unusually, but they treated him like a family member. Raising their hands, Chuck began to love. Clenching his hands, he understands that this is the difference between him and Jack. There is a transport in the tunnel. People were standing near the trains and were surprised that there were so many of them. Maria raised her hand and greeted the new students. The protagonist approached her and greeted her. She gave him a potato, because she wanted to treat him. Then they got on the train and left. The girl raised her finger and showed the surroundings, and this area was called the Science Hall, and there the magic students were doing research. The girl closed her eyes. She was a first-class magician and a second-year student at the academy, who was walking forward along a smooth and wide road, blessing everyone. We see Maria, because in the future she will feel the depth of despair and become the final boss of the first arc. The guys began to get out of the train, and they were asked to take one sweet potato each. She waved her hand and wished everyone good luck. The guys entered the building, namely the Freedom Hall. The protagonist noticed that there was space expansion magic at the top. He stands near the guys who did not see anything. The guy just stands while the others were confused. He scratches his ear and thinks that it feels like they've gotten into a training camp. We see shadows of people, because the most effective weapon against demons is superhumans using aura and mana. There was another silhouette of a man, and he greeted everyone. Oliver was holding his neck and saying that he was a professor and responsible for the welcoming ceremony of the freshmen this year. Chuck smiles, because he hasn't seen him for a long time. He was wearing glasses and says that first they will look at their abilities. Everyone gets screens. We see Chuck's screen. Looking at it, he understands that everything is terrible. Oliver puts his hands in his pockets and says that this is their assessment, and let them stand at the number that corresponds to their rank. The main character stood at number 6. Smiling, he wished them luck in the battle. We see white silhouettes. The guys moved, and this year there were many talented freshmen. The girl adjusts her glasses, because there is no point in evaluating the first and second ranks. Let them just wait for the other participants to finish their tests. Emma was number 2. Kate was also number 2. The guy holding onto her shoulder was a mercenary. The red-haired boy was a mage who created golems. Laura was number 1, the only student with such a result. Her eyes were red. Eva was wearing glasses and was surprised that such a first-year student would be admitted. John put his hand to his chin and did not understand if there was any point in checking the 6th rank. The girl was holding a whip, and she says that the chairman wants all students to follow the path of learning. He snaps his fingers and decides to begin. A box appears near the main character. It was a case with weapons. Looking to the side, he is told that during this test, participants are sent into empty space and forced to fight monsters. The countdown began, and the guy opens the case. He takes a sword in his hands. 3 monsters appear in front of him. They have yellow eyes and are of the 5th rank. He throws his hands behind his back and also said that it takes 100 days to master a spear, 1,000 days to master a blade, and 10,000 days to master a sword. He opened his mouth and was surprised. Chuck attacks, because it was not for nothing that he chose a spear. A wolf appears near the monster. He raises his hand and asks for forgiveness. Enemies run to him. They had a long tongue and they screamed. When suddenly, the protagonist killed them. Smiling, he says that he has killed many times. Pulling his weapon straight out of the monster, Chuck said that it took him 12 seconds to kill them. Swinging his spear to the side, the boy said that when he passed this test in his past life, he could not even kill the hounds and flew out. But now everything is different. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the protagonist was going to finish off all the monsters of the next rank, saying that everything was fine, and asked to release new ones. 5 minutes later, Chuck stood there in confusion, because no one had appeared. The boy looked straight ahead in surprise, wondering why no one had appeared and whether the system had failed. At this time, the magic stones showed the events happening to other students. The academy professor was watching all this, and he was very dissatisfied, wondering what they would do next if they couldn't even kill such creatures, and noted that at one time he had dealt with rank 5 monsters in 1 minute and 22 seconds. Then he said that since these guys were like that, there was no point in even looking at rank 6 students, when he suddenly noticed something amazing in the magic ball. Right there, the old man noticed rank 6 Chuck, who was just sitting on the floor and yawning from boredom, and asked what was going on and whether the monsters hadn't appeared. At the same time, the professor of the academy thought that it might be some kind of glitch, and right in front of the protagonist at that very moment the hounds appeared again, and he asked why they again, and not the next rank. Seeing the opponents, Chuck began his battle against them, while the old man walked away from his magic stone, calling him a pathetic idiot. Suddenly noticing something right in front of him, John wondered if the first participant who passed the test had really appeared, and was surprised that he had spent only 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Then the old man looked away, thinking that the 3rd rank would need 2 or 3 minutes, and asked what his charges were doing. At that very moment, the professor of the academy saw the bored boy again and asked what was wrong with him, and why he was in that pose again, realizing that something had broken down and the summoning of monsters was malfunctioning. Immediately after that, his colleague approached him, who looked straight at the magic ball, saying that it couldn't be that something was broken, because in 20 years, Madame Eva's magic had never failed, and he explained that, but this good-for-nothing, who should have already flown out, sits like this, and there is only one conclusion, that summoning monsters does not work. Looking straight at him after hearing this, Sam asked if he personally saw that no one was appearing, and the academy professor gave a negative answer, noting that there was no need for this, to which he replied that he did not see it. Then he said that this was definitely some kind of glitch, and was going to try again, when suddenly those monsters appeared again right in front of the protagonist, which made him very angry, and he said that this was some kind of hell, and asked why the same bastards appeared. Immediately after that, Chuck rushed forward, declaring that they were not training a dog. At that moment, his spears caught up with the dogs and destroyed them in 7.3 seconds. Seeing this, the professor of the academy was extremely dumbfounded. A moment later, they looked towards Professor Oliver, turning to him to take a look, and he asked what was going on. While the man with glasses looked straight ahead with displeasure, his colleague asked what was the shortest time his charges had taken to complete the test, to which he replied that a guy named Edward had completed it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and wondered what the question was about. John looked away in shock after hearing this, and said that there was no need at all, and that this guy must be the son of a hunter, since he handled the spear so well. Immediately after this, a mad boar, a rank 4 monster, appeared right in front of Chuck, and the professor of the academy was about to take a look at it now. Seeing the monster's corpse in the magic ball a moment later, the academy professor was stunned that it had been killed in 3.7 seconds. Then he decided to give the boy a more difficult task and summoned an owl bear, a rank 3 monster, right in front of the boy. The monster delivered its blow with a deft swing of its wing, which the protagonist dodged. With great force, he thrust his spear straight into the monster. Having received damage, The owl bear made a counterattack, which Chuck also dodged. Immediately after that, the boy drew a Ken-S rune with his finger. At that very moment, the huge bird was completely covered in flames. The academy professors, noticing this, were very surprised by the presence of runic magic. Oliver quickly looked to the side and asked about runes. At this time, the huge monster was covered in flames from all sides, and Chuck, watching this, assumed that it seemed to have no particular effect. While swinging his weapon, the boy noted that, however, that was not all. A moment later, he soared into the air, claiming that he had managed to block the view. Striking straight at the monster, the protagonist said that this was quite enough. Sam was watching all this from the observation point, who was very dumbfounded and thought that this guy was definitely unusual, and it was a pity that there were only 3 rank monsters in the test. Looking straight ahead with interest, the old man thought that for the first time in a long time, an interesting student had appeared, and he was already looking forward to his battle with the demonic spirit, while his colleague was just about to arrange it. A moment later, John announced that they would begin the test with a rank 5 demonic spirit, summoning it right in front of Chuck. At this time, the boy looked away menacingly, thinking that they had definitely summoned something else, but he did not see or hear anything. At that moment, a notification about the system appeared right in front of him, about the limitation that he does not perceive spirits, and the protagonist thought that this limitation does not allow him to recognize any such creatures. Realizing this, Chuck closed his eyes, reasoning that this means that they will not be able to contact him either, and wanted to see if everything is as it seems to him. The boy remained in place and counted to 60 in his head. Immediately after that, he smiled widely, realizing that this is true, and it definitely works, but it was still worth checking. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his spear above his head, declaring that he refuses to continue. At the same time, a notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying him of the test with demonic spirits, which was rejected, and with the rest, he was disqualified. In the notification window with the test with monsters, there were values that broke all previous records. Chuck stood right in front of John, smiling as he noted that he had tried hard, and John wondered if this student had really refused. The academy professor, looking straight ahead, was confused as to who this boy was. Immediately after this narration, the story was transferred to the students' results waiting room. Chuck looked at the guys in front of him, who were talking about what rank someone had received, and someone said that it was a 4, and someone else a 3, and was surprised that he had killed an owl bear and a banshee. Edward was standing right in the middle of the crowd, with a big smile on his face. Noticing him, the boy remembered that this guy had looked directly at Jack with displeasure and had started a fight with the player at the very beginning of the story. Immediately after that, the hero had killed him, because he was annoyed, with a dagger thrust straight into his neck. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the protagonist reasoned that although he was an arrogant bully, and at such an age it was normal, but Jack was a crazy bastard. At this time, the surrounding students looked straight at the shy Lewis with disdain, saying that he had calculated rank 5, and it was probably difficult to lose intentionally, so it meant that there were those who could not even defeat shorthounds and ghosts. Looking straight at the guy with glasses, the protagonist thought that in his past life he could not cope with his inferiority complex, and having slandered him and Jack, the latter suffered the same fate as Edward. Suddenly, an unknown person began to speak into the microphone, wishing everyone a good morning. The man stood right on the stage, saying that he was Chairman Kevin, and they entered this academy to become strong. He continued to say that some of them had already succeeded, and some still had a long way to go, while Laura and Emma listened attentively, looking straight ahead. The 3 boys along with the protagonist also listened attentively to the chairman's words, who said that he could not guarantee that they would get what they wanted by studying there, but they hoped that they would be able to find their way, and they wanted to help them take the right first step, and the second would be their responsibility alone. Smiling widely, Kevin declared that this was all, and wished everyone a good day. After listening to the chairman's speech, the students began to disperse. Edward declared that from now on he was a knight of the 3rd rank, and said his name, when he suddenly noticed Lewis sitting to the side. Immediately after that, the bully would walk right up to him and ask him what rank he was, to which he would be told that he was a 5. Standing right above the guy in glasses, the knight would call him pathetic, asking if he couldn't defeat a ghost or a shorthound. Suddenly, Chuck would walk right up to them, putting his hand on Edward's shoulder, greeting the boys while Edward would ask who the hell he was. Pointing directly at the bully's tattoo on his neck, the boy would remark that it was very different and must have been done by a very talented artist, and looked pretty neat up close, and also asked if it was his blood type and that it was so that he could quickly get a transfusion if he was injured, which was impressive preparation. With a wide smile on his face, pointing to his tattoo, the 3rd rank knight stated that he knows something, and frankly, this is his mother's work, because she originally specialized in line work, but at his request she made a tattoo in the old school style. Looking admiringly straight ahead after hearing this, the protagonist said that she was amazing, asked if he had any other tattoos, thinking that he already knew everything. Remembering how he met a woman with his past friend in his previous life, Chuck explained that when Edward disappeared last time, his mother came to the academy. Seeing her crying right in front of Jack, the boy thought that she said that all these tattoos were not made for show, and the mother was just worried about her son, who entered the academy. Realizing that this was the heart of a parent, the protagonist looked at the bully, who showed the tattoo on his arm, explaining that he also had one here, and explained that it was a hovering chariot, symbolizing the Merkaba Academy. Looking straight at the third-rank knight, Chuck said his name and asked what his name was, to which he answered. At that moment, the boy asked what his name was, and Lewis, who heard this, sharply looked away, saying his name. Emma was watching all this from the side. With a wide smile on her face, she said that this guy so naturally saved someone who was being bullied, and admired it. Saying that he seemed like a good person, the girl looked straight at the smiling protagonist. At this time, Chuck watched Lewis, thinking that this is how he made a good impression on him, and apparently, his ability was memorization. A moment later, the boy grinned maliciously, realizing that his free skill book had been found. The protagonist looked like a villain from the side, and Emma, who was watching him, thought that even his smile was cute, and wondered what kind of person he was. The story moves to the huge building of the Merkaba Academy. While Chuck was thinking that most of the amenities there were free, the food in the cafeteria was cheaper than in other places, and they would not be charged for living in the dorms. Coming to the training hall with a huge number of spectator seats, the boy noted that he most recommends this place to the students. Dexterously wielding his spear, the protagonist explained that the reason was simple, and the use of this hall made impossible training possible. Chuck repelled all attacks with his weapon, saying that, for example, battles with spirits that he cannot see. His training was being watched from the side by some students, one of whom told another that this first year was training with spiritual bodies. Maria also passed by and noticed the guys, one of whom stated that such training was usually held in the second semester, and he probably came there because of rumors, and another noted that he heard that countless second years could not catch even a wind-type spiritual body. At that moment, the boy received a blow directly to the head, and the guys who noticed this told him to watch, stating that this is what awaits first years during such training. With a clearly tired look, looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked if this was still too much for him, and Sam, standing right behind him, explained that he was still a newbie. Turning back, Chuck greeted the instructor, who asked why he needed such training, to which he replied to improve his spear skills. Then the old man asked if he was sure he could handle it, and the boy, who had thrown the weapon over his shoulder, answered positively. Looking ahead, the protagonist wondered why this old man had approached him, and whether there had been something wrong during the entrance test. Hearing his answer, Sam looked straight ahead menacingly. Smiling broadly, the instructor said that this was a great attitude, and gave him 10 food coupons. Walking away, the old man asked to find him if he could handle it, and then he would receive praise, and the man watched him with dumbfounded eyes. Sighing with relief, the boy thought that he had already managed to get scared, but in vain, because this man uses food to show his disposition, and this is probably a good sign. Right after that, the protagonist was about to start all over again, and the girl with blue hair continued to watch this silently. A moment later, Chuck began another battle against the spirits. At some point, he was overtaken by an attack. After receiving damage, the boy was knocked to the ground. He was lying on the floor, just looking up. Suddenly, a handkerchief fell right on his face. It belonged to Maria, who came up to him and held out a glass of water, asking the younger one if it was hard for him, and he answered positively. Manipulating the water from the glass with her finger, the student told him that he can rest, because he worked hard enough. Looking at the exhausted protagonist, the blue-haired girl explained that he just needed to get used to it, and one day everything would work out, so he should try again next time. Reaching his hand towards the glass of water, Chuck thought that he did not have any next time, and maybe it was then, 3 years ago. Remembering Jack giving him a helping hand, the boy reasoned that maybe it was with him, and they had the statistics window, potions and skill books from the combination window. Realizing that his ally was no longer there, because he killed him, so now he had to do everything himself, the protagonist sat right on the floor. Handing back the handkerchief and the empty glass, Chuck expressed his gratitude, noting that he could give up at any moment. Realizing for himself that he had to become the strongest, the boy firmly took the spear in his hands. Preparing for the battle against the spirit of the wind, the protagonist thought that first of all he needed to know the limits of his capabilities, and maybe this was too much, but he needed to check what abilities from the past he could use. Immediately after that, holding the spear straight in front of himself, Chuck used an ominous snake strike. Deftly putting the weapon aside, the boy attacked with a wind swing. After making several more moves, the protagonist used a blocking counterattack. Chuck flew into the air and was about to attack with reverse sky rotation. Sending his spear forward, the boy used mountain throw. After finishing using his skills, the protagonist sighed heavily, thinking that he had neither a strong body, nor powerful magic power, nor an aura, and knowing the future was useless in a fight with monsters and geniuses. Immediately after, Chuck tightly gripped the handle of his weapon, thinking that in order to stand up to them, he had to work harder than everyone else, and this was his only advantage. Realizing that those 3 years of life would not let him down, the boy swung his spear using the Serpent of Calamity. Then the protagonist sent his weapon flying with great force. His spear was directed at the wind spirit at high speed. Maria was watching all of this, thinking that he had simply thrown the spear and decided to give up. Suddenly, seeing something right in front of her, the blue-haired girl realized that this throw had a different purpose. Watching Chuck approach the wind spirit with the spear in his hands, she realized that he had allowed himself to be caught. A moment later, the boy was stabbing the elemental with his spear using the slithering snake skill. At that moment, the entire area was illuminated by a blue glow, while a second-year student was watching from the side. Maria stared straight ahead in shock, realizing that common words like strong or outstanding were not suitable to describe this guy, but she had already found the right phrase. Staring straight ahead, the blue-haired girl was in awe. She looked straight at Chuck in the air, thinking that he was simply amazing. A moment later, the student noticed the boy falling from a great height straight to the ground and asked if he was okay. Maria called out to the younger boy while he lay motionless on the floor, thinking that his body was imperfect. Looking at the broken spear lying nearby, the protagonist realized that he had overdone it. Immediately after this, the story moves to the next day at the huge building of the academy. Maria greeted the first years with a wide smile on her face, announcing that today she was introducing them to the premises of the academy. The girl with blue hair talked about the pride of their academy, while Chuck ate potatoes, thinking that first of all he needed to take care of his body in order to fight properly. At this time, the second-year student happily showed everything to her new students, and the boy watching this reasoned that it was necessary to increase your physical capabilities without any elixirs, and only one thing could help with this. Suddenly looking to the side, the protagonist thought about the commandments. He looked straight at Lewis, who was reading a book, and thought that he promised not to ignore the misfortunes of good people. Immediately after this, Chuck walked up to the guy with glasses and hugged him, greeting him, asking if he wanted to eat with him. Approaching him, the boy also mentioned that he wanted to talk a little about grimoires, which surprised Lewis. Visualizing a beautiful book in his head, the protagonist thought that a grimoire, in simple terms, is a book of skills, and by reading what is written in this powerful artifact, one can acquire skills or characteristics. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the library of the Merkaba Academy with a huge number of shelves with books, and Chuck reasoned that it is known for its impressive size, and also serves as a place for storing and passing on knowledge from generation to generation. Thinking that all this was bullshit, and the library was actually a repository of grimoires, the boy and Lewis examined the shelves with books. Looking at the guy with glasses standing behind him, the protagonist noted that if he wanted to hide the tree, he should hide it in the forest, and he declared that he understood everything and the main thing was that he kept his promise. Chuck grinned maliciously, asking him not to worry, because if he fulfilled the conditions, he would receive a grimoire with a characteristic, and thought that Lewis was a real hard worker, an intellectual and a model student. Looking through another book on the shelf, the boy reasoned that he memorizes spells and stores them in his book, and of course, the number does not matter, because he will not be able to use them all. The guy with glasses was dumbfounded that his ally was throwing books right on the floor, while he thought that a low-level max with a small amount of mana would not show good results even with a great theoretical part. Having declared that with the grimoire it would be a completely different story, the protagonist took another book, listing the letters of the alphabet in his head. Seeing another textbook that falls on the floor, Lewis asked him to stop messing around there. At the same moment, he looked dumbfoundedly straight at Chuck, who was standing in front of an open secret door, and could not believe how he found it. The boy immediately followed inside, telling his friend to follow him, and he asked him to wait for him. Walking along the corridor, the guy with glasses noted that it was quite creepy there, when suddenly the protagonist called out to him. The seriousness of his gaze, looking straight at Lewis, Chuck declared that it was time to fulfill the promise, and offered to try his best. Shaking his hand, the guy with glasses agreed to this, asking that he needed his help with the spirits. As Lewis was about to ask what he needed to do, Chuck the boy suddenly slapped him in the face. With an evil smile on his face, the protagonist declared that they would begin now. Chuck looked straight at the one lying on the floor and thought that he came there in the first place to help him, but he also needed to complete a special quest. Suddenly, the boy looked away, thinking that this was not all. Realizing that there was a small problem, the protagonist noticed Jackson's special demonic spirit right in front of him. The protagonist squatted, looking straight ahead, thinking that this quest was actually impossible. Looking ahead in confusion, Chuck wondered how to catch a special spirit, and an unusual one. At that moment, Jackson created purple magic spheres right above his head, sending them to attack. Watching as a huge number of magical attacks approached him, the boy noted that this was also the warlord who ruled the South 800 years ago, and most of the players would die from his attack at the very beginning of the quest. Deftly dodging all the attacks directed at him, the protagonist noted that this did not apply to him. The system window promised that due to the limitation, he did not perceive spirits, while Jackson continued to attack Chuck with his magic. confusedly standing in place. While all the enemy's attacks passed by, the boy concluded that he did not see him either. A moment later, the protagonist turned to Jackson, saying that he apologized, but he could not see him, which greatly stunned the spirit. Holding Lewis directly in his arms, Chuck asked if he could possess this guy. Imagining microbes in his head, the boy reasoned that in this world there are so-called factors that transform ordinary people. Visualizing a monster-like person, the protagonist explained that they were more like demons, vampires, or werewolves. I imagine Jackson standing right in front of a bloody human corpse, Chuck telling me that he once woke up as a vampire and killed his servant. Immediately after that, the man screamed loudly, and the boy explained that his attempt to curb his new instincts had failed miserably. The protagonist visualized people leaving the castle, saying that in the end, he, afraid of harming his wife and daughter, evacuated his family and closed the doors, wanting to avoid a bloodbath. Imagining a beautiful book in his head, Chuck concluded that the Duke used magic to seal himself inside the grimoire, the same one stored in the library. At that moment, a special demonic spirit entered Lewis's body. A moment later, he rushed at high speed straight towards the boy, who, noticing this, said that he simply rushed at him, and probably his vampire instincts led him astray. With his menacing gaze fixed forward, the protagonist mused that he brought Lewis there for another reason. Deftly dodging the vampire's blows, Chuck reasoned that the thing is that a person possessed by this spirit can reveal his physical potential. Hitting his friend right on the head, the boy explained that the model student in Heroic Legends has the lowest strength rating. Stepping on Lewis with his foot, the protagonist mused that it was a pity for this guy, of course, but there was no better way to complete the quest with Jackson, and he could not kill him right now. Continuing to stand right on his friend, Chuck knew that this would end, and he would be able to get high-ranking items, such as Jackson's cloak and the vampire armor. While imagining Jack in his head, the boy thought that he used them, and that these items played a big role in the future events. After which the protagonist smirked, noting that they were different. Then Chuck asked if he was interested in what happened to his wife Louise and daughter Cicely, and the vampire who heard this suddenly froze. Sitting down right in front of him, the boy asked if he wanted to know what kind of life they lived after he sealed himself. Sitting right in front of Lewis, who was possessed by a demonic spirit, the protagonist thought that he told him several stories about how his wife died after leaving the castle, and what a great adventurer his daughter became. Looking straight ahead with a smile on his face, Chuck reasoned that there was a reason why he hated Jack's method in this world, because he was a man who had a family there, and asked what he thought, whether this story satisfied him. Looking straight at the crying vampire, the boy thought that he would like to end the life of this unfortunate soul with dignity. Wiping tears from his eyes, Jackson apologized for attacking him and thanked him for these stories, and the protagonist sitting right in front of him explained that everything was fine and he did not hit him. Then the special demonic spirit said that he wanted to ask something else, when suddenly the narration of the story was transferred by Blood Grimoire, imprisoned in magic balls, when Chuck thought that they had a long conversation before his final departure. Looking straight at the bag of dust, the boy saw a notification from the system that this is the epic ashes of the soul of Jackson's special demonic spirit. Looking at the two beautiful books, the protagonist saw a notification from the system that these are grimoires in which the soul of the special demonic spirit was imprisoned, and they contain abilities and spells that he can obtain after reading. A moment later, the red grimoire began to disappear as the system announced that he had acquired a new ability, and showed a description of the regeneration of a steadfast warrior. Looking away with displeasure, Chuck mused that this ability was that asshole Jack's, and really, he had no idea how strong it was, because the guy wasn't injured. At that moment, the kid noticed that Lewis had woken up, and told him not to try too hard, because he had been possessed by the spirit all this time. Suddenly, the student asked if that was why his jaw should hurt, and the protagonist, hearing this, pretended that it was not his fault, saying that he didn't know, and that was probably how it was supposed to be. Immediately after that, Chuck held out the blue grimoire to him, and told him to shut up and take it, which surprised Lewis greatly. The 5th rank mage held out his hands, asking if it was really possible, and the boy, looking at him, thought about the last reason why he chose him. Watching Lewis, who was reading a book with admiration, the protagonist explained that the reason was that he wanted to see how a hard-working person received a well-deserved reward. At that moment, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying him of the debt that he pledged not to ignore the misfortune of good people, and fulfilling Jackson's debt. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Chuck wondered that he really earned 80 attribute points, and to get that much, he would have to level up 16 times, because for 1 point they usually give 5 points. The boy walked down the hallway, carrying Lewis with him, and reasoned that there was no notification of the promotion, which means that this entire reward is for one quest, and wondered if such an amount compensates for the fact that you can't distribute points yourself, and it's still strange that they gave so many. Immediately after that, the system notified that the duty not to ignore the misfortune of good people was observed, and the bonus of the capital distribution is 2 times more than 40 points, because Chuck did not ignore Jackson's misfortune. Then the narrative of the story moves to the training hall, where there were no people in the stands at all, when suddenly someone called out to the guys, asking if they wanted potatoes. The students did not refuse Maria's offer, who happily distributed food to everyone. A moment later, a girl with blue hair approached the boy, asking that he would again study with spiritual bodies today, to which he gave a positive answer. Hearing this, the second-year girl said with a smile on her face that she believed in the junior and would encourage him. The other students who noticed this were very unhappy, asking how this low-ranking first-year could cope with the spiritual body. They saw that yesterday he failed, so there was no need to encourage him in vain, and this snotty newbie was simply encroaching on Maria's attention. The girl with blue hair, looking straight ahead, asked if this was really so. Then the second-year girl said that she would bet 2 gold coins on the junior succeeding, and a huge number of guys standing right in front of her began to bet on the loss. And Chuck, unhappy with what was happening, asked why they were betting, because he just came to practice. Holding the spear in his hands, the boy thought that it didn't matter, and he just needed to concentrate, and then he could handle it, because he got points for the spirit quest, but he was curious to know how much stronger he had become. Swinging his weapon, he used the sinister snake strike, intending to see the weakest one first. Pointing his spear forward, the protagonist reasoned that last time he won with the sliding snake, the most difficult technique of the snake of calamity, so now, using the weakest one, it would probably be difficult. At that moment, Chuck was greatly surprised when the wind spirits evaporated in an instant. The bettors on his defeat were greatly shocked that he won with one strike, and with such a weak technique. With a huge surprise on his face, looking straight ahead, the boy wondered if this was too much. Suddenly, he turned around, seeing Maria there, asking him that yesterday he needed 3 attacks, but today only 1. Looking at the smiling blue-haired girl, Chuck guessed that she must have been watching him yesterday, but more importantly, how could a mage track the attacks of a disaster snake? And she definitely had incredible vision. Immediately after this, the sophomore handed him a bag, saying that he should take it, because it was his share, which greatly surprised the boy. Looking at the upset male students, Maria explained that thanks to him she earned some money, so she should share, and asked if he really didn't like it. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled broadly, thinking that of course he liked it, because there is no person who doesn't like money. Taking the bag of money, Chuck understood for himself that Maria was just smart, and he wanted her to continue to be like that. Immediately after this, the story moves closer to night. The boy ate potatoes and thought that in his past life he desperately honed his skills, but even so he can barely take the 5th of 6 steps to enlighten it. As the protagonist continued to eat, he thought that he still had a long way to go, but he was making progress with the spear faster than he expected, so he wasn't too worried. Drawing Hagalaz right in front of him, for which he didn't have enough mana, Chuck realized that the problem was in rune magic. As he continued to eat his potatoes, the boy thought that in his past life he hadn't been able to figure this out, because rune magic requires an incredible amount of mana. Walking along the dark corridor of the academy, the protagonist thought that if he only solved this problem, he would surely become stronger than his past self, and he needed to think carefully. Suddenly, Chuck heard an unknown voice, freezing in place. The story continued to take place right in the academy, while the boy thought that it didn't matter how hard he tried to hone his spear skills or master rune magic, because in this place there was already someone he couldn't defeat. Looking away in confusion, the protagonist thought that the only heroine that even Jack couldn't defeat was one of the strongest in the heroic legends of Archon. At that moment, Chuck noticed the celestial Yiksha Laura sitting under a tree reading a book right in front of him, and thought that she was the infamous balance breaker, and wondered what she was doing there. Turning away abruptly, the boy reasoned that she even spoke to him, and he didn't understand why, so he was going to just ignore her and leave, because she was a bomb that couldn't be defused. At that moment, the girl with black hair sitting right under the tree declared that they had been united. Staring forward with a serious look, the nun added that she didn't think that he was the master of this body. Hearing this, Chuck suddenly became worried, not understanding what was happening. Looking straight at her in shock, the boy wondered if she knew that he had taken possession of it. Looking straight at Laura, who was sitting motionless on the ground, Chuck thought that she was a very contradictory creature, namely a living corpse, in whose body there was a soul of a human and a demon, which is why it is said that the eyes of those who are stuck between life and death can see the color of another soul. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy remained silent, thinking that it would be strange if she did not notice anything. Looking straight ahead, the girl with black hair asked how it felt to destroy and absorb the original soul. Folding his arms over his chest, the protagonist replied that he had no idea, which greatly surprised the student. Imagining the true owner of the body and himself in his form, Chuck wondered if they were different people, and if the memories of him were his own, and if so, who was he who graduated from the Kinesiology Boys High School and military service on Earth? Visualizing himself lying on the ground, the boy reasoned that none of this made sense. Then he thought that the nun was different from him because the original soul was still in her body, when suddenly she, looking straight ahead, declared that he was not the true owner. At the same time, Laura added that he was only a thief and a thief of this body, and that it had no right to it, and the protagonist looked straight ahead menacingly, listening to all this. Watching the black-haired girl sitting under a tree, Chuck said that there was a guy in his hometown neighborhood who turned into a green giant when he got angry, and asked if she knew him, because his name was Bruce, and she didn't understand what he was talking about. Pointing his finger straight at his head, the boy explained that the funniest thing was that his personalities, who hated each other, were good at completely different things, which surprised Laura even more. Looking straight at the night sky, the protagonist stated that he was trying to say that it didn't matter whether it was the original soul or the newly formed one, because they both lived and coexisted together. Looking straight ahead, Chuck connected that whether they wanted it or not, they were already born in this body, and birth is not a sin. Listening to all this, the black-haired girl couldn't say a word. After which she suddenly declared that there are those in this world whose birth is already a sin, which left the boy stunned. The protagonist stared straight ahead, thinking that he knew how much this 3-year-old was suffering right now. Then Chuck turned around and walked away, saying goodbye to the nun. Laura stayed where she was, sitting under the tree, and said nothing. Immediately after that, the story shifted to the next day, when the boy was passing by the houses and asking that this was supposed to be the southern part of the academy. Looking at the notice board, the protagonist reasoned that there was a reason why he left the dorms before the birds began singing for the weekend, and that was the quest board. Looking straight ahead, Chuck mused that it contained large and small bounties that would help him level up before the next main quest, making it a necessary item for the player. Looking ahead, the boy thought that, however, his goal was not to level up, so there was no need to dwell on these missions, and he just wanted to check something. The protagonist was very surprised to see Emma next to him, wondering what she was staring at. Watching the girl pick a mission with a puzzled expression, Chuck thought that he now realized that he didn't know much about her, since that bastard Jack had killed her in her past life. Suddenly, the boy called out to her, and the brown-haired girl bowed and greeted him, to which he asked if she really wanted to take a mission on the first weekend, explaining that he didn't think that as a second ranker, she was desperate for results. Standing right in front of him, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor explained that she needed money, and Chuck, looking straight at her, asked if the academy didn't give her a lot of money. Hearing this, Emma tearfully explained that she didn't get anything because her parents had a very high income. The boy looked straight ahead, puzzled, and thought that this was similar to the scholarship system in Korea, where children from rich families were not given financial aid. At that moment, the brown-haired girl's expression sank even more, saying that in addition, their family believed that children should earn their own living, so no matter how much they asked for money, it was useless, and the protagonist, hearing this, understood that it seemed like she was in a difficult situation. Immediately after that, Chuck pointed his finger forward, saying that if they needed money urgently, they should take a closer look at this patrol mission, because it was a very effective option, and the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, hearing this, was very happy. Standing right in front of the mission board, Emma asked the boy if he wanted to go with her, because up to 3 people were accepted, and he replied that he needed to do something else. Immediately after this, the protagonist took the task of catching a little cat and thought that this was his precious weekend, so he would choose the best task, complete it, and earn points. With a sly grin on his face, saying goodbye to his mother and her daughter, Chuck reasoned that the first task would be to find Butterfly, and he would receive little experience for it, as well as money, but his goal was a commandment. Fighting monsters in the sewers, the boy thought that if he saved and returned the kitten, which almost died at the paws of water monsters, he would be able to save the owner from losing his pet and depression. Having returned the kitten to the little girl, the protagonist received notifications from the system as a result, which happened with the observance of duty, and he did not ignore Anna's misfortune, receiving 5 points for this. Seeing this, Chuck laughed sarcastically, realizing that it worked and that he would be able to benefit from even the simplest tasks, while a little girl with tears in her eyes ran away from him, telling her mother that he was weird. Smiling widely, the boy was going to save the boy who was surrounded by bandits. Thinking only about the attribute points, the protagonist also found the ring, scaring those around him. Suddenly taken aback, Chuck said that there was something more important, and he even made a note of it. While the boy was thinking that he had almost forgotten about it anyway, the story moved to the pub. An angry old man in glasses was slamming his fists right on the table, saying that this was not it either. Standing right in front of the broken furniture, he was arguing that he had used more than 10 ingredients, including garlic, carrots, and peppers. Looking straight at the vat in which the vegetables were simmering, the old man in glasses was thinking that, however, the sauce that could make the chicken tasty even after cooling down had not worked. Suddenly, he looked to the side, hearing someone's voice, and asked who it was. Right in the aisle, the old man in glasses noticed an unknown figure who was declaring that corn syrup needed to be added. It was Chuck, who, with a sly grin on his face, was explaining that then the problem would be solved right away. After saying this, the boy was about to leave, the old man watching him in shock, wondering what was wrong with this crazy bastard. Immediately after this, the chef decided to add corn syrup to the sauce, asking who would even add this ingredient, since it would not change anything. A moment later, the surprised exclamations of the old man in glasses could be heard from right inside the tavern, who declared that this taste was just right. Smiling smugly, the protagonist left there, thinking that he had to do this because the local Koreans were having a hard time without Yangnam chicken. Immediately after this, the system notified him of his duty, that he did not ignore the chef's misfortune and received 5 stat points for this. Seeing this, Chuck was very shocked and could not believe that even such desires activate the commandments. Immediately after this, the boy began to laugh maliciously, saying that it couldn't be better, and a person who cooks chicken cannot be bad. He continued to stand in the middle of the street and laugh loudly, while Laura was watching him from the side. The girl with black hair looked straight ahead, noting that he was strange. But suddenly, right behind her, as if from nowhere, Eva appeared, who said that she was there and left her alone, because she was not going to leave the city, but she had to ask permission if she wanted to leave the academy. Hearing this, the nun only turned away. Noticing such a reaction from her student, the sorceress was very surprised. At the same time, memories of Chuck telling her that birth is not a sin appeared in Laura's head. Then she remembered how an unknown person declared that she should not have been born. Thinking about all this, the girl with black hair watched the sunset. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to a dark forest, to a hunting ground. Eva, standing at the podium right in front of the students, was announcing that today they would have to demonstrate their survival skills. Visualizing a map of the area in her head with the paths leading to the house, the academy professor was telling them that if they could reach the cabin in the northern part of the forest, they would pass the test for now. Then the woman with glasses added that they needed to put on the headbands corresponding to their rank, because they could return them at the cabin, while Emma was listening to her attentively. Listening to all this, Louis smirked maliciously, while Eva continued to say that the time spent would affect the number of points awarded for which you can get a prize. At this time, Chuck was looking around, thinking that Laura was nowhere to be seen, and she never participated in practical tasks, when suddenly someone called out to him. Turning to the side, he noticed a brown-haired girl there and asked if she had completed the task, to which she received the answer that she had earned some easy money thanks to him, while he replied that he was glad he could help. A moment later, the boy held out a candy right in her direction, asking if she wanted it, and explained that he had bought the candy for his younger sister, but he himself could not eat it because it was too sweet, and the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, seeing this, asked if it was really a honey bomb and if such a valuable thing could really be eaten. At that moment, Eva waved her whip, drawing the students' attention. When she announced that the test was starting, a magic symbol appeared right above the students' heads. Watching this with a smile on his face, the protagonist thought that he had seen various magicians, but only Madame Eva was capable of creating spatial magic of such a scale, because she was that same great witch after all. A moment later, Chuck found himself in a random place in the forest. Hearing something on the side, the boy turned there and asked if they were already fighting, since the test had just begun. Watching the knights fight each other, the protagonist thought that even skilled people need many attempts to pass the hunting grounds tests, and this is the so-called battle royale, where the player appears at a random point, can score points by getting other people's headbands. Running past the guys who are fighting each other, Chuck thought that they should have fun, and he does not care about them. Releasing red energy from his finger, the boy realized that the most dangerous one there is Emma with a blue headband of the second rank. Directing his magic forward, the protagonist reasoned that since Laura is not participating, if he deals with the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, the rest of the participants will just be free points. Remembering the moment when he shared the candy with the brown-haired girl, Chuck thought that maybe she didn't know, but he had put a tracking rune on that candy. With a crazy grin on his face, the boy explained that thanks to this, they would definitely meet again. Then he continued to walk forward at a rapid pace, laughing loudly, saying Emma's name. At this time, Eva, standing right in front of the chairman, told him that she was also going to the forest, and of course, there were other professors there, but it wouldn't hurt to be on the safe side. Suddenly, the witch looked away in fear, asking where the child was, and whether the chairman did this. With a smile on his face, looking straight at her, Kevin explained that she left on her own, which greatly surprised the academy professor. Immediately after, the chairman gave a positive answer, while at this time, Laura ran forward at a high speed. She was chasing Chuck, while Kevin was about to voice his guess. The nun looked straight ahead menacingly, while the academy chairman declared that something had changed in her heart. The sounds of a fight and shouts that she needed to be caught were heard in the forest. Emma was clearly tired and asked why they were behaving like this, and whether they didn't think it was unfair. Swinging her blade, the brown-haired girl declared that there were many of them, and she was alone. The students lying on the ground, defeated by her, concluded that only her abilities were unfair. Suddenly, a warrior appeared right behind the back of the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, screaming and attacking her, calling her a monster and asking her to pass out already. A moment later, a stone flew at him, throwing him aside, which surprised Emma greatly. Right in front of her, she saw an enraged Chuck and asked if he had just saved her. Immediately after that, the boy said that she was beautiful, and the brown-haired girl who heard this asked him again with admiration in her eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist attacked her with a mad look, repeating that he was talking about her blue armband. Suddenly bursting into tears, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor declared that she believed him, thought that he was a good person who treated her to candy, and Chuck thought that she was a pure physical type knight of the second rank and was not yet able to use her boundary eyes properly, so compared to other second ranks, Emma's individual combat power was quite mediocre. Grinning maliciously, the boy pointed his finger straight ahead, declaring that she could become a good girl who would give him the armband. Looking straight at the brown-haired girl who was taking a fighting stance, the boy reasoned that although she was no match for her truly genius sister, she was still in the top 1% and had easily dealt with the 7 rank 3 and 4 students who had ganged up on her, so the rank 5 knight did not bother her at all. Then the protagonist added that of course, that was 30 seconds ago, while the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor was parrying her opponent's blow, not realizing what was happening to him. Looking straight at the crazy Chuck, Emma thought that he was very strong. Continuing to fight against the boy, the brown-haired girl parried his blows, thinking about close combat, long-range strategy, and that this guy was playing with her, counterattacking and pressing. Holding the hilt of her blade tightly, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor realized that there were gaps between his attacks, and if she just tried to hit them, she would win. A moment later, she lunged forward, screaming loudly. Her blade passed right through the spear and headed for the boy. Noticing this, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, declared that practice had suffered due to her over-reliance on talent. Immediately after this, Chuck used his weapon to deflect the opponent's strike, thinking that he needed to dodge and reflect the incoming attack. Redirecting Emma's attack straight into the ground, the boy explained that he needed to press on the opponent's weapon. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the protagonist finished saying that at the end he needed to make a straight strike. Seeing this, the brown-haired girl was very dumbfounded. After making several movements with the spear, Chuck thought that these 3 foundations combine and become the simplest and most perfect. Lunging forward, the boy explained that this is all a counterattack. Activating the spear's intent, the supreme essence, he struck straight at the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. Chuck used the 6th step, a blocking attack, throwing his opponent back. After receiving damage, Emma was thrown aside. She coughed while looking straight at the ground, and realized that if she hadn't blocked this attack with her aura, it would have been dangerous. Gritting her teeth in dissatisfaction, the brown-haired girl thought that it wasn't about strength or speed, and that his skill level was no joke, not understanding who this person was. Looking straight at Chuck, who was emitting red energy, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor couldn't believe that he was a 5th rank knight. After all, she herself had been defeated by him. At this time, the boy happily held the blue bandage in his hand, saying that he would take care of her. Suddenly, a roar sounded right in the middle of the forest, and a voice said that it was unfair. Hearing this, the protagonist quickly looked away, wondering what that sound was. A moment later, he used his spear to block the blow of a huge blade. Looking straight ahead menacingly, Chuck thought that this smaller one was made of a special iron stone that was 4 times denser than steel, and therefore, if he was attacked like this. At the same time, the huge sword flew to the side, and an unknown voice noted that it was pretty good that he'd blocked it like this. Ethan stood right in front of him, holding his blade in his hand, and explained that he however wanted him to leave this bandage and get lost, addressing the 5th rank. Noticing him, the boy was clearly dissatisfied and thought that it was precisely with him that he did not want to cross paths. Looking at the huge number of defeated enemies in front, the protagonist thought that even having defeated so many opponents, this guy was calm, and there was not a scratch on him. Looking straight at the mercenary controlling the swords, who was menacingly looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that the differences between him and Emma were clearly noticeable. Clutching the blue bandage tightly in his teeth, the boy stated that there was nothing to do, and since this meeting had already taken place, they needed to act. A moment later, the boy began to run away from his opponent, realizing that fighting them was not an option now, so they needed to get out. Seeing this, the guy with gray hair was extremely dumbfounded and did not know what to say. Taking a step forward, Ethan said what was in his teeth. With a menacing look, he asked that there was definitely something blue in his teeth. Destroying everything behind him, the mercenary controlling the swords ran forward, while the protagonist asked what was wrong with these idiots, saying that he thought he did not do things for which he did not get paid. Watching Emma run right after him, Chuck asked why she was doing this, to which he received the answer that he did not want to die and did not yet know where the exit was. Staring straight ahead with a serious gaze, the boy thought that there was no point in fighting and that he only needed to bring the bandage. Suddenly, he noticed something right in front of him, thinking about the hut. In front of him, Eric blocked his way to the house, with the golem standing behind him. The first year who created golems smirked maliciously, saying that if he wanted to pass him, he should give up the bandage. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the brown-haired girl said that it was unfair to block the only steamship, and Chuck, standing next to her, noted that it was very difficult. Looking straight at Eric, who smirked maliciously, he thought that he was in front. Seeing Ethan quickly running forward, the boy thought that he was behind. Cracking his neck, the protagonist realized that, it seemed, trying to avoid a fight with one, he ran into 2 at once, and there was nothing to be done about it. Immediately after this, Chuck got into a fighting stance, and the granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sword, who saw this, wondered if he was really going to fight them and would do it at the same time as Eric and Ethan. Menacingly looking to the side, the boy said that if he cannot avoid a fight, then there is no choice. Realizing that now he only had to accept the fight, the protagonist stood and waited for the two opponents to reach him. Immediately after this narration, the story moves closer to sunset in the mountains, where the test was taking place. Suddenly, there was a knock right at the door, and an unknown voice asked who would be the first to pass. At that moment, Chuck, holding a blue bandage in his hands, said his name, asking if he could take his prize. The examiner, seeing him, smiled widely, saying that he brought as many as 3 blue headbands, which is impressive, and the other just laughed. When he said that he was just lucky, the events of the story returned to the moment when the protagonist defeated his 2 opponents. Emma was dumbfounded by what was happening, watching everything from the side. Remembering how Chuck, deftly wielding his spear, reflected the blades, the brown-haired girl reasoned that he pierced the core of the magical blade before the latter reached its maximum power, and deeply plunged the weapon into the ground so that telekinesis would not help to get it out. Visualizing how the boy dodged the sword that flew straight at the golem, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor reasoned that with minimal movements this guy dodged the swords that he could not block, and redirected them into the stone monster. After imagining the protagonist who was right behind Ethan when the golem was heading towards him, Emma added that he then moved behind the enemy, using him as a shield. Immediately after that, the sword-wielding mercenary began to attack the stone monster, and while he was doing so, Chuck neutralized them by attacking the crystals. Immediately after that, the blow landed right on Eric, and he was defeated. Looking straight at the boy who seemed to be emitting red energy, Emma thought that the reaction speed, judgment, and even the vision of psychological warfare seemed to belong to a person who had fought on the battlefield countless times, but the protagonist figured it all out in an instant. The brown-haired girl looked straight ahead in surprise, realizing that his basics of wielding a spear, experience, and techniques used to overcome weaknesses reminded her of her sister. At that moment, a memory of Chuck smilingly saying that the practice had suffered because of her over-reliance on talent appeared in her mind. Thinking about it, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor sighed in relief. Clenching her hands tightly into fists, she declared that she should try hard too. Ethan clutched the hilt of his blade in his hand, thinking that he had been attacked before he could demonstrate his strength, and did not understand who this person was, because it seemed as if he already knew about his techniques and abilities. At this time, Eric was lying right on the ground, trying to come to his senses. Chuck approached him, looking down, explaining that golems are just big targets for small and strong opponents, and in his place he would find a friend to become a guard, to which he received the answer that he did not have anyone. Lying right on the ground in the wreckage of his golems, the mage explained that he did not have friends, which greatly stunned the boy. After listening to him, the protagonist wished him luck, and Eric, after his defeat, only began to cry, calling his opponent a bastard. All 3 guys were on the battlefield, while the plot explained that on that day, 3 freshmen remembered Chuck in their own way. At this time, the boy was happy, holding 3 blue bandages in his teeth, and humming a song, thinking that now there was one strong participant left in the hunting grounds. Imagining in his head the roots of a tree that rise straight from the ground, he reasoned that this is a druid protected by the forest. Having called the name Kate, the protagonist visualized in his head the image of a girl with green hair who uses a magic circle. While Chuck thought that there were not only participants there, someone created a huge ball of water right above his head. The girl looked forward with a menacing look while the boy explained that the strongest opponent was the great mage of the Merkaba Academy. When he said Maria's name, she smiled widely, enveloping herself in water magic. A moment later, the blue-haired girl directed her attack downwards. Immediately after that, the druid was enveloped in water, and the protagonist reasoned that since the elders took on the role of monsters and helped with the practice, Kate was very unlucky to encounter a second-year student. After their battle, Maria happily approached the green-haired girl, asking if she was the new student and telling her name, and she introduced herself in return, while Chuck announced that this trial at the hunting grounds was over. When he stated that it only seemed that way, the blue-haired girl smirked, saying that she would continue now. Turning around, the second year noticed Laura behind her. The nun was glaring straight ahead as Maria asked her name. Looking straight at Laura, who had the boys she had injured lying next to her, Maria assumed that she must be looking for someone, since all of these people looked very similar. She attacked the sorceress with her black hair, but she quickly dodged. A moment later, the blue-haired girl created a huge block of ice right in front of the nun, saying that she was sorry. Maria grinned sarcastically and stated that she could of course ignore him, having conducted the tests, was now a monster, so she couldn't do the same. Laura looked back with displeasure and said that it was really annoying. Immediately after that, the story moved to a hut in the middle of the forest, from where an unknown voice was flying, saying that there were 117 points in total and there hadn't been such a result for a long time, that this was the beginning, the prize. Then Chuck looked straight at the gold cards of several items that were available to him for this amount of points. With a thoughtful expression on his face, the boy thought that the most valuable item of these was shark bear bile, so he knew something. Pointing directly at the mandrake seed, the protagonist with a smile on his face declared that he was choosing it, and the examiner noted that he had a keen eye, because he chose such an item. Then the man with the mustache, looking straight at Chuck, asked what about the remaining 17 points, and Chuck, hearing this, thought about it. A moment later, the boy with a smile on his face showed the cards of plant nutrients and earplugs, asking for them to be given to him. Having received all the necessary items, the protagonist left the hut, saying that he had stocked up well and never once in all his countless attempts to complete the game did everything go well. He then noted that, in addition, for the first time he saw how these guys also passed the test, until Edward appeared right in front of him, saying that he would take second place and 19 points extra, along with Lewis, noting that he got 15. Noticing them, Chuck smiled widely, saying that they worked very hard together, to which Knight 3 replied that it was easy, and suggests that they also practice a little in the training room later. Hearing this, the boy said that if he had so much strength, he should better help find the golem's core. And Eric, who heard this, suddenly shuddered, turning around. Approaching him directly, the protagonist asked that this was an important thing, and announced that they would help with their search, to which the orange-haired guy explained that everything was fine, and he replied that at such moments one should express gratitude. Sighing happily, Chuck reasoned that he had cooperated with Eric quite a lot in his past life, because the role of tank golems in battles with semi-large monsters is very great, and the test had come to an end in the meantime. While the orange-haired guy happily hugged the red crystal, the plot explained that this was a rank 2 mage who also restores the core. Showing us the rank 2 knight Emma, who is holding her stomach, the plot noted that she is injured. Summarizing with the second rank knight Ethan, who is examining the fragments of his blade, the plot said that he lost his combat power. When Chuck noticed Kate lying unconscious on the ground, the plot stated that the second rank mage was dead. A moment later, the boy was picking her up and thinking that she couldn't be dead, and wondered where the professors were looking at, and was it really important to only be alive and not in a normal state, telling Maria that this girl was too exhausted. At the same time, the protagonist felt a sharp shaking in the forest and asked what was going on. Immediately after that, a large number of animals began to run away. Suddenly, Chuck looked at the druid who was telling Maria to run, which surprised him greatly. Imagining a girl with blue hair in his mind, the boy thought that the innate talent for logical analysis and the blessed reserve of mana belonged to a mage who was bypassed by failures, disappointment and despair, and Maria should become the successor of Professor Eva. Then he looked up at the sky and thought that in the hunting ground she controls the difficulty and helps her juniors grow. While Chuck was thinking that it was all like a game, the second-year girl with an exhausted look said that she needed to analyze. Suddenly, she noticed that Laura jumped right towards her. Seeing this, Maria sent magical ice spikes forward. The girl with black hair broke through them without receiving any damage. Noticing this, the girl with blue hair was very angry and began to cast stronger spells, saying that low-level magic would definitely not help block these attacks and that something more serious would need to be used then. While the nun pushed off a huge ice floe with her foot, the protagonist reasoned that although Maria promised the senior professor not to use offensive magic above the average level, to be honest, she had already used several advanced spells. At that moment, the second-year girl looked straight ahead in surprise, while Chuck thought that in other words, she must have denied it, but it had already happened. When Laura kicked Maria right with her foot, the boy thought that she had already used up most of her power. After receiving damage, the blue-haired girl crashed right into a tree. Then she fell to the ground in front of him, trying to recover from what happened. Putting her trembling hand forward, the second-year girl asked him not to come closer, and the protagonist thought that the thing standing in front of her was either a knight nor a mage, and fighting with it was no longer a game. The black-haired girl was enveloped in red energy, slowly walking forward, while Chuck reasoned that it was just a natural disaster in human form. At that moment, Maria, stretching out her hand forward, used her remaining magical power. The bag screamed in fear. She told him not to come closer. Suddenly, unknown particles appeared in the sky, and someone's voice asked Laura to stop. Immediately after that, Eva appeared out of nowhere, asking Maria if she was okay, and she could not believe that it was the professor. Then the blue-haired girl was about to answer her, dissolving her magic power. After saying that she was okay, the second-year student fell unconscious straight to the ground. The academy professor watched this silently. Looking at the huge number of trees in this forest, Chuck came to the conclusion that several surprises were thrown at her during this test. Slowly walking forward, the boy thought that, firstly, it was a rank 5 knight, that is, he who received the most points and became the first to pass. Imagining Maria in his head, who was lying on a hospital bed, the protagonist reasoned that, secondly, a battle took place between the most outstanding first-year student and the strongest second-year student. Chuck looked away with displeasure, thinking that it scared him, because he thought that she woke up as a boss. Well, everything seems to be fine now, so the plot should not deviate from the original. Slowly moving towards the exit, the boy thought that he would just think about it later, because he still had about 3 weeks before the end of Maria's awakening, and now he had other things to worry about. Immediately after that, the protagonist went into the forest, looking around, and reasoned that he came to the edge of the forest of the hunting grounds to meet someone. Then he suddenly raised his head up, thinking that first he needed more eye drops. A moment later, Chuck pretended to slip and fall right into the water, saying that he lost his balance and did not know what to do now. When the bottle fell right into the water, the boy screamed that this was a precious seed given to him by his mother, and was very upset. Suddenly, an unknown voice sounded, asking why he was crying so bitterly, and the protagonist who heard it grinned maliciously, thinking that here he was. Looking straight at the old man who appeared in front of him as if out of nowhere, Chuck thought that he was a hidden element whose power could only be used once in the heroic legends of Archon, and this was the god of the golden axe. Imagining in his head a book with an image of this very man in front of whom the guy was sitting, the protagonist reasoned that there was a very famous fairy tale about a woodcutter boy who dropped his iron axe into a lake for everyone, and about a god asking whether the child owned a gold or silver axe, and since the original was about unique weapons, there was no point in throwing low-level items into the lake. Visualizing the inventory with a huge number of different things, Chuck thought that one experienced player started a game with random items, and some of its participants even threw very rare things into the lake. Kneeling right in front of the god, the boy gave a negative answer when he asked if this was his golden seed or the silver one, while he himself was thinking about what kind of reference the developers left, because what kind of crazy person would throw a mandrake seed received for 100 points into the lake? The old man held out an ordinary seed right in front of him, asking what does it mean, is this his? With tears in his eyes, the protagonist gave a positive answer, saying that this is definitely it, and thought that this crazy person is him. Immediately after this, the god said that even after seeing gold and silver, he did not desire them and remained honest, so he appreciated his honesty and gives all three, and the boy who heard this imagined the cards of these seeds in his head. Having said all this, the god hid back in a small lake, saying goodbye to the protagonist, who bowed to him and expressed his gratitude, asking him to take care of himself. A moment later, Chuck laughed with a sarcastic expression, rejoicing at the seeds he had received, and said that the item could now be cloned. Visualizing in his head the cards of the gold and silver mandrake seed, the boy thought that an ordinary seed significantly increased the mana reserve, but the gold and silver ones had completely special effects, and these hidden fragments could only be obtained in this way. Imagining Jack and himself, who were enveloped in different energies, Chuck said that the only problem was that mandrake screamed very loudly, but this was not so important, and in his past life he was suddenly eaten by a gold seed, and he was eaten by a silver one, but now they all belonged only to him. After finishing all his business, the boy was heading back to the academy, thinking that, speaking of the reason why Maria was awakened by the unique rank vampire and the boss of the first arc, it was all about the mission related to the man from the foggy city, and he didn't know exactly how the demonic factor in her body was awakened, but there was still time. Remembering the moment when the 3 second-rank warriors from the first year stood in bewilderment in front of each other after losing to the protagonist, he thought that the reason he showed off in front of the named characters was because no one would fight alongside a weak knight, and innate talent and strength are the first things that would interest such people. Looking straight ahead seriously, Chuck thought that in a week they would already recover, and that's when he would propose creating a team. Bright moonlight was shining through the window of one of the rooms in the academy, while the boy was wondering how much time was left until the awakening of the boss of the first arc of Heroic Legends, Archon. At this time, Maria, illuminated by the moonlight, rose from her bed, and the protagonist reasoned that it would be a unique rank vampire, which would be held in 3 weeks. Suddenly, the woman in glasses, noticing Maria's awakening, woke up. Sharply jumping up from her seat, she asked if she was okay and how her neck was, explaining that it was the first year who had to restrain herself, because she was limited to low-level magic. The girl with blue hair did not move at all and said nothing, while Chuck thought that if he could prepare well, gain trust and a sufficient number of participants dash. Suddenly looking out one of the large windows of the academy building, the boy realized that then he could easily save this girl from an unhappy fate. At the same moment, the protagonist remembered his battle against Emma, thought that until then he would help her with training dash. Visualizing Ethan menacingly looking forward, Chuck thought that he would hire him to manage the swords. Imagining Kate creating a green magic circle, the boy reasoned that he was telling the druid to participate in his operation. Remembering Eric, behind whom there was a huge golem, the protagonist also concluded that he needed to get close to him in the end. Chuck punched his palm and said that it was perfect, and he just needed to prepare well so that everything would be easy. While the boy was declaring that it would be like that until something unexpected happened, Maria's eyes turned red. At that moment, she looked straight at the girl with glasses, who was very scared. Saying that she was thirsty, the girl with blue hair pounced right on the doctor. Laura put her hand right on the book, and said that it was very boring. Sitting at her workplace with a displeased expression on her face, Eva said that she shouldn't have been sent and if she wanted to learn something, she would personally give her lessons. Then she added that she needed to think about her behavior for now, and the girl with black hair was looking straight out the window, asking what could get out of there and climb over the fence. Suddenly, Chuck appeared out of nowhere right in front of her, saying that he knew she would be there, which surprised her greatly. The boy was hanging upside down on a tree branch, explaining that they had met before, and said his name, asking if she could open the window. Holding a box of cake, the protagonist said that he chose it at random, but she had to take it, and he did not want to come empty-handed, so he grabbed it, and the nun watched him in surprise. Having opened the window, she pointed her finger right at him, concluding that visiting this place is prohibited by the rules of the academy, and Chuck said that he was just sitting in a tree, did not understand what was there, because, apparently, Madame Eva was not there at the moment. Imagining the image of the woman with glasses in his head, the boy thought that he came just in case, but Laura didn't have a scratch, and was she really locked up and forbidden to receive visitors because of what happened at the hunting grounds, and keeping a person locked up like this for more than 4 days, even if she is a special demi-human, so he understands Madame Eva's concern. At that moment, Laura said that she was not just absent, but the professor had been gone for more than 4 days, while the protagonist, who heard this, suddenly twitched in surprise and broke a tree branch. Immediately after that, he began to fall down, asking that she had never visited her during this time, to which he received a positive answer. Then the roar of the fall and the sounds of pain swept through the area. The system notification window notified about the activation of the Resilient Warrior's regeneration. The black-haired girl looked down in surprise while the protagonist said that he was in pain and would see her later and buy her more food then. A moment later, Chuck ran ahead at a great speed, reasoning that Madame Eva had left the most dangerous person in the Merkaba Academy behind, so something unusual was happening. At this time, the blue-robed sorceress flew ahead, asking if he had found her, while Oliver, running next to her, explained that he was going to comb the area. A boy also ran past them, reasoning that these were 2 former guardians, a professor of the magic faculty and a professor of the night faculty, and seeing how these 2 moved, everything immediately became clear. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the gray-haired man asked Chuck what was going on and explained that his request to visit was denied. Showing him a sandwich and a drink, the boy explained that this was not what he came for, and asked if he was a guard from the 3rd group, explaining that Madame Eva had asked him to pass on some food and drink. Taking these things from the protagonist, the knight stated that the madam really did take good care of the inferiors while he was standing right in front of him, mused that his request to visit Maria had been denied, and that Isabel, who was next to her, had disappeared. At that moment, the guard began to eat the sandwich, and Chuck mused that the fact that a guard was introduced to the infirmary in the first place was already strange, and the more they thought about it, the more correct his suspicion seemed. Suddenly, the man with gray hair felt sick and hunched over, and the boy who saw this asked what happened and whether he really had a stomach ache, explaining that, in his opinion, the restroom was that way. Running away from him, the knight asked him to guard the door for a while, because he had to go away, and the protagonist waved his hand, wishing him a safe journey, and declared that she would never come in. With a clearly worried expression on his face, Chuck hoped that he was wrong, and there was still a whole month, and now it was too early. He took the fabric with his hand. The boy really wanted his suspicions to be false. Pulling off the blanket, the protagonist saw a girl lying on the bed, thinking that it was a senior student Maria. Suddenly, his expression changed to surprise, because he realized that in the place where Maria should be, the missing Isabel was lying. Seeing the bite mark on her neck, Chuck reasoned that he no longer had any doubts, and this is what the professor was trying to hide. Looking straight ahead with a frightened expression on his face, the boy thought that Maria had awakened as the first boss, a vampire. Standing right in front of the girl lying in bed, the protagonist realized that this had happened 3 weeks earlier than it should have. While imagining the humans in front of the monsters, Chuck thought that defeating the boss of the first arc would require 3 phases, and the first would require dealing with a wave of monsters, which would be easy enough. When the system announced Phase 2, he visualized the girl using red magic, and thought that magic circles would help contain them. When imagining the humans protecting everything with a barrier, he thought that after gaining an advantage, he would need to deal some damage. When the system announced Phase 3, Chuck visualized magical dragons heading towards the humans, and thought that what would follow would be a battle with a powerful enemy rampaging through the realm of blood. When imagining a vampire girl glaring menacingly straight ahead, he thought that after completing Phase 3, another final phase would activate, and that there would be a key ending mechanic. Visualizing the images of the 3 strongest freshmen, the protagonist understood that even without the player, having collected all the named characters and together, it would not be so difficult to get to the 3rd phase. Immediately after this, Chuck remembered these same characters who had lost their main weapon, and reasoned that Emma was wounded because of him. Ethan had lost his combat power, he was to blame for something, and Eric was restoring the core of Galamo, which was also his fault. Clutching his head in despair, the boy understood that all the named characters were incapable of combat because of him, and now they had come to an end. Remembering an unknown image visible through the smoke, the protagonist reasoned that in the original, after one meeting in a foggy city, Maria attacks her roommate and goes into a rage. Imagining Jack standing at the head of the strongest freshman in front of a huge house, Chuck reasoned that in his past life after it happened, they were waiting under the dorm where Maria and Isabel were to quickly deal with everything. Visualizing the girl, the boy thought that his friend had intentionally put Maria down back then. Remembering how he attacked Emma with his spear, the protagonist understood that, however, everything had turned into a complete mess because of him, and she must have shattered bones. Imagining himself approaching Eric after defeating him, Chuck thought that the home's core had been destroyed, so it was useless, so to speak. At the same time, the boy thought of Laura, thinking that of course he was counting her, but it was unknown how the situation would change if she joined them. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to the corner of the training hall, where an unknown voice says that this is some kind of mercenary recruitment committee, and the difficulty is extreme, so they need to find someone and take him alive. With his serious gaze forward, Ethan asked if he was crazy, and explained that mercenaries have a rule not to engage in a fight they can't win, and he also broke his sword, so there were only 2 left, when suddenly he received an offer to do it for 20 gold. Showing the soul dust card in his hand, Chuck stated that if he does not trust him, then he should just take this as collateral, and it has 100% pure composition, without impurity. Seeing this, the mercenary controlling the blades suddenly changed, declaring that he was a desirable employer. At the same time, the system announced that he was joining his group, to which the boy responded positively. The story then moves to the library, where someone is leafing through a book with magical runes. Looking straight at the protagonist standing in front of her, Kate asks how he knew about it, because she thought that all the records disappeared when the forest burned down, and he answers that he read about it in a book once, and asks that she uses Agam and came there in search of him. Abruptly closing the book in his hands, Chuck declares that if she helps him, he will teach her everything. Looking warily straight ahead, the girl with green hair asks what she needs to do. A moment later, the system notifies that she has joined his group, and the boy happily reacts to this. Suddenly the story moves to the cafeteria where Chuck, sitting in front of Edward and Lewis, explains that he is looking for a group, and it is hard, low-paying, and very dangerous, and they may die if they face a particularly powerful demon, but if they succeed, they will receive honor and glory. Hearing this, the boys stare straight ahead seriously, saying nothing in response, and the boy who noticed this thought that this was too much for them. A moment later, the boys smirked sarcastically, saying that it sounded romantic, and they would definitely do it. Seeing their reaction, the protagonist was glad that they were obsessed with romance. Walking forward through the dark forest with the boys he called with him, Chuck thought that in order to survive the first phase, they met the minimum requirements, and this is the best they can do for now. At that moment, the boy remembered Jack, looking straight ahead emotionlessly, saying that after that she cried and hid in the forest, it was very difficult to find her, because who would have thought that such a strong person would express a tunnel in the forest and hide there for a whole month. Staring forward with a serious look, the protagonist thought that he said that Maria was hiding in the forest, and there is only one forest in the Merkaba Academy. The story's narration was transferred to the hunting grounds on a dark night, when suddenly someone asked if she was really here, and this was a senior student Maria. Continuing to follow Chuck straight, Ethan turned to the employer, asking that he understood the goal, but how would they find her, to which he received the answer that it would take a couple of years, and they just need to ask, so there is no need to worry. Then he asked if it was true, and Kate, who was looking straight ahead in shock after hearing this, asked how much he knew. A moment later, the girl with green hair struck her staff right on the ground. Having enveloped everything around with her green magic, the druid addressed the spirits, asking them to lead them to her. Watching this, Lewis was delighted, and Edward, grinning maliciously, said that a bunch of spirits appeared, while the protagonist thought that, judging by their reaction, countless spirits responded to Kate's call. Puzzled, looking to the side, Chuck thought that, of course, he did not see anything, and asked if they found Maria. At that moment, the guys looked straight at the boy in shock, trying to say something, and he asked why they were looking like that and where she was. As soon as they said that there was someone behind him, the protagonist repelled the monster's attack with his spear. With a deft swing of his weapon, Chuck destroyed the monster, asking why so suddenly. Seeing a huge number of monsters that were furiously moving forward, the mercenary controlling the blades told his employer that enemies were approaching from the front, and Lewis and Edward asked if the senior Maria had really become a monster, to which they received a negative answer. At that moment, the guy with glasses took out his grimoire and began to use magic. Taking hold of his mace, the third-rank knight rushed forward, asking how a rabbit dared to attack a hunter, and stated that it was perfect for warming up. Heading straight towards him, Chuck told Edward not to rush forward, because they would surround him. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy ordered to take 3 steps back and not to break away, but gradually reduce their number, and also told Lewis to cover the rear, to which he agreed. Immediately after that, the protagonist rushed forward, declaring that Kate should stay with Lewis, and to Ethan that he does not need to explain anything, and he should just not go too far. The mercenary who controls the blades destroyed the monsters, watching Chuck, and thought that he was not confused even by the sudden attack, and he gives the right commands and distributes support, And also this guy is not only strong, but also an experienced leader and strategist, leading the group correctly. The boy deftly handled his spear, while Ethan noted that he was just like a commander, and thought only that the knight of the 5th rank, and there was no point in this, because assigning such a rank is a big mistake. Sharply turning back, Edward asked Kate, who used magic, that he thought that Maria was there, but in the end she was not, and this is an endless wave of monsters, to which she replied that the spirits told her so. Then the question was raised whether Senior Maria was controlling them, and Louis, who continued to use his magic with the grimoire, explained that such monsters never move in such groups, and they seemed more ferocious than normal individuals. While destroying another monster, the boy explained that Maria was not a puppeteer or anything like that, she could not control these monsters so easily, and even if it were possible, she would not control them so unreasonably. When the boys dealt with all the enemies, Ethan asked what it was then and why they were being attacked, when suddenly the protagonist said that there was something else. With his head slightly down, Chuck explained that the monsters were attacking according to their tents, and perhaps a situation had accidentally arisen that made them forget about their usual tents. When he added that it was something that they simply could not resist, all the other members of his group were very scared. At that moment, Maria appeared right in front of them in the form of a vampire, and the boy said that that was why they had to run. Noticing the enemy, the protagonist said to prepare for battle and gave the order to Louis and Kate to go to the rear, and they immediately obeyed his order, jumping back, saying that there was no peace for a minute with him, and asking if this would work. Immediately after that, Chuck ordered Ethan and Edward to take a step back again, because they were in support, and they were preparing their weapons for battle, and the first one, that it seemed like he had a plan, so trust him, and the second one was wondering whose move should be made. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy concluded that he himself would be in front. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying him of the 3rd commandment, that he would save the world, and the current target was Maria, so stamina was increased by 50%. A moment later, the system notification window showed Chuck's stats with added bonuses. Tightly gripping the handle of his spear, the boy thought that this was Maria's fate, and the impact that she would have on this world. The buffs he received must not be based on the one-time event of the first arc, but on the impact on the world that it would have in the future. When the system within the commandment about saving the world showed a hint to take the first step towards saving the world and stop Maria. Having agreed to this, the protagonist together with his allies were fully prepared for the upcoming battle, saying that they would definitely do it. The system notification window notified about the commandment about saving the world, that it was necessary to take the first step towards saving the world and stop Maria. Suddenly, a system error appeared right in front of Chuck, which stated that there was a contradiction with the first commandment, that he undertakes not to ignore the misfortune of good people. While the vampire girl was emitting a huge amount of dark energy around herself, moving forward, the system notified that the scenario had been updated. At the same moment, the system window changed its color and announced that it was necessary to save Maria. The girl with blue hair was crying, making incomprehensible sounds. Seeing this, Kate was very shocked, noticing that she was crying, and Ethan, who was standing right next to her, concluded that this did not change anything, and they had to subdue the demon. Immediately after that, he pointed his huge blade straight at the vampire. A moment later, the mercenary who controlled the swords was very surprised. Seeing how his sword was stopped by an unknown red barrier, the guy with white hair said in surprise that his heavy iron sword was blocked. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, Louis explained that this sphere was a familiar born from the blood of a vampire, and who would have thought that a recently awakened vampire could immediately create such a sphere. Menacingly looking to the side, the boy noted that there was no need to be afraid, and this was only a newborn who could not normally receive Maria's blood and mana, so for now he was only able to block attacks. With a serious expression, looking straight at him, Ethan declared that the familiar covered the greatest need of the mages, that is, the need for protection, and this is a serious problem, and the protagonist, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, declared that everything was fine. At the same moment, the vampire sharply directed the blood attack forward, telling his opponents to disappear, and Chuck, noticing this, said that a long-range attack in the area was approaching. Then he called out to Kate, and she, touching directly to the ground, activated the magic circle, saying that she knows everything. Pouring her mana directly into the ground, the girl with green hair explained that she knows little about other places, but now they are in the forest. Immediately after that, she declared that this is her stage, and right in front of the guys, out of nowhere, tree roots appeared, blocking the attack, while the system announced that this is rapid growth and protection of spirits. At the same moment, the blood attacks caught up with the wall of trees. Using all her strength, the druid tried to hold them. Watching this, Edward was very scared, asking what if the defense fails, and the guy with glasses standing behind him asked not to say such a thing. Kate used her magic, putting her hand straight in front of her, and thought that she had already lost half of her mana from the reserve, and after the test at the hunting grounds, her mana heart was pulsating. While she was thinking that she should endure, Chuck made a cut on the wall of trees and asked that she had already reached her limit. The druid thought that everything was because this man gave her a ridiculous promise, and the protagonist standing right in front of her asked her to hold on a little longer, because in just 5 moves they would switch. The girl with green hair, tensing up greatly, asked if he would keep his word, to which he replied that of course it was possible. While he was thinking that all this was connected with the current Maria, she, in the form of a vampire, continued to use her blood attacks. Again imagining humans against monsters, Chuck mused that the boss fight was divided into 4 phases, and in the first, the surrounding monsters would attack the player. Visualizing a vampire girl using her magic, the boy reasoned that in the second, Maria would appear in person once the monsters were defeated, and that he would need to complete all the stages after the second phase to get to the final mechanic of the boss. Imagining Maria staring straight ahead with her mouth wide open, the protagonist understood that in other words, she had not used her full power until this point. While he realized that everything was the same as it was in the game and his past life, the blood attacks continued to destroy the wall of trees. Chuck quickly turned around and turned to Lewis, saying that he would leave before Kate, since he could only use a few low-level spells, and Lewis, upon hearing this, asked if he had really calculated this too. Standing at the head of his team, the boy announced that he had worked hard, and as soon as the druid joined him, they should immediately go as far away as they could, and the guy with glasses said that he understood everything and began to run away. Looking straight at the cracks that appeared on the wall of trees, the protagonist thought that there had been many large-scale attacks so far, but they were not very powerful, and the real problem was something else. Thinking that everything was in the alchemical magic that followed these attacks, Chuck saw how red magic crystals appeared right on their cover. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy realized that it was approaching. When the entire wall of trees was covered in red crystals, the system notified that this was alchemical freezing magic. At that moment, they began to explode, destroying all cover. The guys, seeing this, were very scared, screaming that it was crumbling. Kate was reading a spell that the earth that feeds trees and grasses, gods and bugs, dust and ashes that allow to keep the world filled, while sweat was running down her face from fatigue. At the same moment, a crown of branches appeared right on the druid's head, and she herself began to use special runes available only to her kind. Suddenly, the earth around began to crack, and Chuck, who saw this, realized that they were reacting. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy thought that although he was the one who engraved the words, only a pure-blooded druid would be able to activate them. Then trees began to break out of the ground. The protagonist, watching all this, thought that there was a similarity with runes, but in fact this is an ancient text with its own system and methods that belong to another time of antiquity, and secret writings that can only be obtained by passing the line with Kate, during which she becomes the sage of the forest. While Edward and Ethan stared ahead in fear, Chuck reasoned that these were forest sages, protectors of nature, writings on a 1,000-year-old monument that belonged to a clan that was greatly loved by the spirits. At that very moment, a huge wooden golem appeared right above the boys, and they asked what it was, and the system announced that it was a wicker man, a giant willow doll. Dumbfounded, the green-haired girl could not believe that it had actually been summoned, and the boy who looked at her thought that it was unfair, of course, to help her with the summoning, but in this situation there was simply no other way. A moment later, the protagonist pointed his finger directly at Edward, telling him that among the monsters there was still a living owl bear and they needed to throw it to the wicker man, and he asked that there really was still a living monster out there. After some time, the third-rank knight said with delight that he was right, it turns out, and this bear is still alive, and Chuck, smiling happily, hearing this, thought that he had prepared all this, although they must not have noticed while they were fighting. Then the boy shouted to hurry up and throw it already, and Edward, who heard this, immediately obeyed the order, throwing it straight at the golem of the monster. A moment later, the huge owl bear landed right on the willow giant. At that moment, the wooden golem incinerated it and absorbed it inside itself, and the third-rank knight standing below was very surprised by this. Bright yellow flames penetrated straight into the wicker man's chest, and Chuck, watching this, thought that while the victim was burning inside him, this magic weapon like a golem can move. At that moment, attacks from the blood began to hit the huge golem. He was given the order to attack. Immediately after that, he swung his hand sharply, destroying the magic heading towards him. At the same time, Kate suddenly grabbed her chest and began to writhe in pain, and the boy who saw this thought that this was too much for her, and at this rate of events, it would be difficult for her to hold out for even a minute. Suddenly turning around and looking in her direction, the protagonist asked her not to give up, because if she stopped controlling him, then they would all die, and she replied that she knew it. At that moment, the wicker man approached the vampire girl directly. Noticing him, Maria immediately sent forward a huge number of blood spears. Watching how the second-year girl's attacks hit the wooden golem right away, the guys asked if this was normal, and Chuck replied that there was no need to worry. The two guys watched everything that was happening in amazement, while the boy thought that the wicker man was not a living being, but a structure, and it would not break if a couple of holes appeared in its body. If you think logically, in the fight between ice and fire, the winner is obvious. Looking straight at the bloody spear, which was rapidly moving forward, the protagonist realized that he had thought so before. Suddenly, this very weapon pierced the wooden golem. Watching this in fear, Chuck thought that all this was until the Wicker Man's fire went out. At that moment, a huge wooden golem fell right next to the guys. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction after everything that happened, the boy thought that common sense was turned upside down and crumbling before his eyes. Looking straight at the reincarnated Maria, the organist reasoned that this was a special level of difficulty. At that moment, Kate fell to the ground, writhing in pain, and received an order to retreat, which surprised her greatly. When she wanted to object, Chuck, with an emotionless expression on his face, explained that her presence there would not change anything. Realizing this, the girl with green hair began to run away, and Edward, spreading his arms to the sides, asked if they could handle it themselves. Slowly raising the blade of his spear up, Chuck asked if they understood what it meant that she used all her long-range attacks. A moment later, the boy with a crazy expression on his face rushed to attack, declaring that it was time to deal with her. Frightened, looking straight at him, the third-rank knight asked him to wait for them. Noticing the approach of the opponents, the vampire girl sent her bloody spears forward. The three guys fought their way through her attacks, continuing to move forward. Using his blade, Ethan activated the communication transmission. Activating direct acceleration, he sent the heavy sword straight into the red sphere, which was protected by a barrier. Looking straight ahead with a menacing expression, the mercenary controlling the blades noticed that it was very strong. At the same time, Edward soared into the air right above his head. A moment later, he was striking directly at the barrier with his mace. Watching this with joy, Chuck thought that this was a special attack of increasing destruction, and the power of the attacks he encountered was accumulating, and this was a very useful thing. Smiling widely after the attack, the third-rank knight said that he had finally broken through the defense, when suddenly someone shouted at him not to relax. Immediately after that, the system announced that Phase 3 had been activated, and Maria's eyes turned red. Then everything around the vampire girl was covered in blood, and the system announced that this was the Kingdom of Blood. Right in the middle of the forest, a space immersed in black and red energy appeared. The blade and mace lay directly on the ground. Chuck held on with all his might while his allies lay unconscious behind him. With his head slightly lowered, the boy thought that when the blood sphere collapsed, it would activate a trap that they were now stuck in. The protagonist looked straight at Maria, who had summoned a huge blood wolf. Chuck sighed heavily, realizing that he had never even thought that he would be the last one left, and how to explain it. By the third phase there usually needed to be at least 3. Immediately after that, the boy declared that it didn't really matter, because the result would be the same, and enveloped himself in blue energy. A red moon shone right in the sky, while Maria thought that a person was able to distinguish cattle from people. The story took place right in one of the wings of the academy, while the girl with blue hair continued to reason that it was natural for a person to squint and cover their eyes when they saw the desperate struggle of cattle that did not want to die. Opening her eyes, the sophomore saw a blurry image of the ceiling, thinking about the strange air currents. She opened her eyes, thinking about the chill running from her spine to her toes, which contrasted with the sensations burning her throat. Suddenly, Maria looked sharply to the side. There she saw a girl who was dumbfoundedly calling her name, and thought that the neck of an unknown person was very attractive. At that moment, the girl suddenly pounced right on her friend, realizing that she had bitten her. At this time, Isabel was crying, and the sophomore reasoned that her fangs so naturally, as if they had always been there, tore the skin and reached the vessels, and then the cattle shook absent-mindedly. Continuing to bite her friend right on the neck, Maria thought that it was either because of fear of the butcher or furious resistance, she did not know, but it did not matter so much, because she did not even feel the need to close her eyes or cover them. Isabel was shaking all over while her friend was doing these terrible things to her, and the girl herself thought that the sounds of painful groans were sweeter and more beautiful than a melody played on the piano, and the warm blood rushing into her mouth irrigated her throat, flowed through it, and warmed the cooled skin. After some time, Maria was sitting upright on the bed, splashed with blood, and felt how her blood vessels dilated again. Looking straight at the blood stains on the sheet, the girl thought that Isabel's groans and the creaking of the bed had stopped. Gripping her face, the sophomore realized that all that was left was the pulsating heart that was spreading throughout her entire body, and the delicious smell of blood was choking her to the point of disgust. Removing her hands from her face, Maria saw her friend lying on the floor and thought that she had finally realized that her body, which seemed to be filled with life force, now seemed to be collapsing, and there was no cattle there. Looking straight at the moon shining brightly in the night sky, the girl realized that she had committed a crime, which turned out to be the murder of a friend. With tears in her eyes, the sophomore reasoned that she had taken the life of some animal, and, in fact, even worse. Immediately after that, Maria ran into the forest and, realizing that she had mistaken a person for cattle, grabbed her starving stomach. Thinking that in the end she had simply run away, the girl continued to go deeper into the forest. Looking straight at Chuck, who was standing right in front of her releasing his blue energy, the second year realized that she had been hiding until the boy came for her. At that moment, a huge blood wolf appeared right in front of the boy, screaming loudly. Suddenly it puffed out its cheeks, as if it was about to spit something out. A moment later, blood spikes were directed from its mouth straight towards the protagonist. Calling him a fucking dog, Chuck swung his spear using the fourth strike of the 6 steps technique. Asking how dare he bite people, the boy walked straight towards the blood wolf and activated the reverse heaven rotation skill. Noticing the enemy approaching, the monster grabbed its chest. Sharply waving its hand, it summoned 2 blood dogs. Looking at this with a malicious grin on its face, the protagonist noticed that he really was some kind of dog. A moment later, Chuck would slide right under the hounds, passing them. The handle of his spear was tightly gripped in his hand, and the boy would use the 5th step of the 6-step technique. Once he was right behind the hounds, the protagonist would use a mountain throw, throwing his weapon right at them. After completing the attack, Chuck would take his spear back, hopefully as some sort of salute. Looking back menacingly, the boy noted that it was nothing compared to his screams at the beginning, and wondered if there was anything else. Staring straight ahead furiously after hearing what he had heard, the blood wolf was clearly very displeased. In that moment, he instantly appeared right in front of his opponents. Looking around warily, Chuck could not believe that he had disappeared, and realized that he was moving so fast that he was simply invisible. Realizing this, the boy grinned maliciously, asking that maybe he should teach this dog a lesson. While he was saying that 100 steps were not needed to win, because something else was more important, the monster moved forward at incredible speed. When the protagonist said that it was important to find the enemy's weak points in 1 step, he sharply dodged the blood wolf's attacks. With a wide smile on his face, Chuck concluded that he did not have a chance, because he had shown him everything in advance. At that moment, a sudden light flashed as the boy used the Serpent of Calamity. A moment later, the protagonist attacked his opponent with a spear, as if releasing the snake, using the ascending serpentine breakthrough of the poison dragon to the sky. After this attack, the black and red sphere in the middle of the forest began to crack. In an instant, it was destroyed, disintegrating into small fragments. Chuck was there, watching the dome collapse right before his eyes. Everything around was covered in small red particles. The blood wolf was lying right on the ground, grunting in pain. It tried to raise its paw with its last strength, and the boy who saw this asked that he would really protect his creator until the very end. With his spear right from the ground, the protagonist asked if this was really his sin, and asked him to just wait. Then he looked menacingly to the side, declaring that he would definitely save his mother. At that moment, Chuck looked straight at Maria as a vampire, thinking that the final phase would now begin. Immediately after that, the girl suddenly jumped up, and the boy who saw this thought that as soon as it begins, Maria puts one of the group members in a critical condition. A moment later, the classmate appeared in the sky right in front of the brightly shining moon. Adjusting his shirt, Chuck thought that this is why he won't be able to cope alone. When the vampire girl appeared right in front of him, about to attack, the boy reasoned that usually, in order to save the victim, all the members of the group stick together in order to stop her, if necessary. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist realized that no one would help him now. Then the second-year girl bit right into his throat, and the system notified that the boss was sucking blood, and Maria's stamina and mana were restored. The vampire girl sat right on top of the protagonist, and drank blood from his neck, and he wondered if this is what it felt like to be deprived of life. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, Chuck decided that everything was fine and he could endure it. The boy thought that he had some skill and he should be able to do it someday, and the system notified that the regeneration of a steadfast warrior was activated, and as long as he, like a warrior who had not lost his fighting spirit, retained an incredible will, his body would be restored. Gritting his teeth from the pain, the protagonist understood that he was only giving back. Remembering how Maria shared potatoes with him with a smile on her face, Chuck thought that he was giving back what this kind little girl said to everyone while sharing food, holding out her small palms. Putting his hand right on the vampire girl's head, the boy reasoned that he should help since he was an adult. Hugging her, the protagonist told her not to rush, or she would choke. After some time, Maria stopped drinking his blood. Having finished doing this, the girl looked straight ahead with tears in her eyes. At that very moment, a memory appeared in Chuck's head, how Jackson sat right on his knees in front of the man he had killed, and thought that after waking up, he took the life of his servant, drinking his blood to the last drop, and even the military leader, whose name remained in history, could not resist the desire to drink blood. Visualizing Maria drinking blood from a monster, the boy reasoned that Jack spent only a month to catch her, and she drank only the blood of monsters, which, like seawater, only fueled her thirst. Remembering how he saw her in the reservoir in his friend's secret basement, the protagonist understood that she had not yet killed people and had overcome her thirst and desire to drink blood thanks to her inhuman willpower. Looking at the night sky, Chuck realized that this was unnecessary for the boss, who would only have a bad ending, and therefore there must be another outcome. At the same time, Maria's tears fell directly onto his neck, and she called him little one, while he reasoned that at least he wanted to believe it. The girl began to cry and asked for forgiveness, and the protagonist, looking straight at her, thought that it did not matter how many times she crossed the line and whether she was a first-level mage, and that the fact that she was a vampire was an insignificant problem. Looking straight ahead with kind eyes, Chuck thought that maybe he, too, looked at this little girl as just a character, but the teachings of his mentor from this world turned him into a completely different person. At that moment, he remembered the woman holding the spear in her hands, which said that she was an adult, and therefore it was her duty to protect him, and reasoned that the character he looked down on, reading for the NPC, protected him, calling him a child. As Maria continued to cry, sitting on top of the boy, he realized that as her heir and student, who saw the last moments of the teacher, and also understood and absorbed her teachings, it would be good if he showed himself from a slightly more mature side. With a smile on his face, looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked Jack to just watch, because his path would be different from his. At the same time, the system notified about the end of the quest with Maria of S-rank difficulty and gave out certain rewards. The narrative of the story is transferred to a spatial prison, which was created by Professor Eva, a master of spatial magic, and looks like a medieval castle, when someone unknown says that it looks incredibly delicious. Maria holds a potato in her hands with joy on her face, saying that she missed it very much. For a moment, she was very scared by the appearance of the youngest, when he appeared right in front of her cage with a smile on his face and wished her good morning. Looking sharply at the woman with glasses standing behind him, Chuck asked if he could come in. She asked if nothing would happen to him for sure, to which he replied that he trusted her. While the girl with blue hair tried to cough, the boy entered her cage and asked her to eat more slowly, because he would choke, and asked who serves boiled potatoes without water. The protagonist looked warily straight at his friend. He then said that he thought that her taste preferences would change, but to his surprise she enjoyed potatoes, and asked if she really liked them that much, and the second year, hearing this, smiled widely, explaining that potatoes are always delicious and have an amazing taste, no matter how they are prepared. Opening her eyes, Maria became very embarrassed, seeing Chuck very close to her, who asked if this was really true. Immediately after this, the girl with blue hair began to hit him, asking him to move away from her, because she smelled bad now, and the boy blocked her blows, asking if she was really acting like this after everything that happened, and when she bit his neck, he was not very washed either. Having finished her attack on her friend, the second year sat down right in front of the bars, and the protagonist sighed with relief, noting that she did not stink that much. Suddenly, Maria said that she was scared, and Chuck, looking straight ahead, apologized. The girl with blue hair, lowering her head down, explained that the girl, Laura, was quite scary, and she thought that she was really going to die, so she was so scared that she couldn't cope, just like him. Without saying anything in response, the boy lowered his eyes down and thought that he met the girl with black hair and awakened something in her, made her change her mind and participate in the practice on the hunters. Imagining in his head the nuns' battles from the second year, the protagonist thought that Laura accidentally met Maria during practice, and in order to fight the first-level mage, she used her real power, which provoked Maria, and the vampire inside her awakened. Imagining Chuck destroying the wind spirit during his training, the blue-haired girl asked how he was able to get up, why he didn't give up, just like that time with the spirit bodies, because everyone laughed at him, saying that he couldn't do it, but in the end he did it. When she added that he was really cool, the boy, a little embarrassed, explained that it wasn't that impressive. Then he said that he liked happy endings, and the second-year girl, hearing this, smiled a little. Sitting right on the bed, the protagonist was telling about how good guys are rewarded and bad guys are punished, and something like that, obvious, but touching and instructive stories. Remembering the image of the friendly Maria, who waved her hand at him, Chuck declared that she was a good person, nice and sweet. Awkwardly scratching his cheek, the boy concluded that he liked good endings, if they were possible. Then the protagonist explained that he was trying to say that he wanted her to be happy, and Maria, hearing this, suddenly blushed with embarrassment. Continuing to sit right next to the cage, the girl with blue hair asked the youngest to leave, because she needed to wash up and finish her potatoes, and he, looking straight at her, said that he had just arrived, but so be it. With a wide smile on his face, Chuck waved to his girlfriend, saying that they would see each other again. When he told her before the meeting, the second year smiled widely and mentally thanked him for comforting her. Maria continued to sit upright in her cage, thinking that she herself was not sure if she had the right to be happy. The boy slowly walked along the red carpet, arguing that Maria was isolated only temporarily, and after what happened, of course, it would be difficult to immediately return to normal life, but he believed that this isolation would soon end. Imagining in his head the image of Laura sitting under a tree and reading a book, the protagonist reasoned that since one representative of the half-humans attends the academy without any problems. Continuing to slowly walk along the corridor of the academy, Chuck thought that many people would not feel any threat from the fact that Maria is a half-human. Suddenly, someone called out to the boy, and he sharply looked away. It was Kevin, who asked with a smile on his face if he would spare a minute of his time, and the protagonist asked again that it was really the chairman. Continuing to smile widely, the chairman of the academy explained that they were meeting in person for the first time, and asked how he felt, and Chuck, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, explained that everything was fine, and asked what he wanted. At that very moment, Kevin said that it was about punishing Maria, and the boy who heard this suddenly became frightened, asked again about it. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he could not even imagine that they were deciding to punish her, and was there really no happy ending? Spreading his arms out to the sides, Chuck asked the chairman to wait, because he could explain everything, and he declared that everything was fine and the decision about her punishment had already been made. Hearing this, the boy still asked to listen to him as the one who fought with her, and asked who makes decisions about punishment so quickly, until Kevin's expression completely changed. With a clearly frightened expression on his face, Chuck tried to say something about the seniors and Maria, when suddenly the chairman of the academy said that this was what he expected. With a wide smile on his face, Kevin explained that there was no need to worry and there was no punishment, which greatly surprised the boy. Looking straight at the stunned protagonist, the chairman of the academy said that he also did not consider Maria dangerous, so he wanted to personally see the reaction of one of those who entered into battle with her, and now he had no doubts about the decision made. Looking kindly straight ahead, Kevin stated that there was no need to worry, because the isolation would soon end, and first they needed to confirm the stability of her condition. Then the man would add that, of course, he had heard the stories of the other students, but he was interested in hearing everything in detail, and everything was fine, so it would be okay to use simple words, after which he would ask if he would tell him what had happened, and Chuck, who had heard this, would breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately after this, the boy, spreading his arms out to the sides, would say that Maria was not dangerous and that this little girl was not a monster, and he would think that he was not sure how much the chairman had believed him, but his message had been clear and open. After listening to the student, Kevin, with a thoughtful expression on his face, said that now everything was clear to him, and thanked him for telling him, and now they would have to make an official statement in connection with this, but of course, they would not be able to reveal everything. The academy chairman also added that in any case, now that he had heard all the details, it was time to do his job, and Chuck, who was standing right in front of him, was suddenly surprised. A moment later, Kevin bowed deeply and thanked the boy, and the latter, seeing this, took a step back, asking what the problem was. While Professor Eva adjusted her glasses, the academy chairman explained that he was grateful for helping them prevent the danger caused by the inexperience and arrogance of adults, and was very grateful to him and asked for forgiveness, so if there was anything he needed, he would do his best to repay him. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled slightly, reasoning that Kevin acted very honorably for the academy chairman, and this man always acknowledged his weaknesses and tried to take on as much responsibility as possible. At the same time, an image of a woman with a spear appeared in Chuck's mind, which said that although she had experienced countless failures, he had never been part of them. Immediately after that, the boy thought with a smile on his face, wait, remembering the words spoken to him in his past life, he believed in his goodwill and asked him not to bow his head. When he added that this was his request, the academy chairman suddenly smiled. At this time, Maria was sitting on her bed and thinking about something. The memory of Chuck hugging her and telling her to slow down or she would choke would float through her mind, and she would think that the hand that stroked her back was gentle, and the skin it touched was warm. Then the girl with blue hair imagined herself stopping sucking the boy's blood, and him telling her that everything was fine and all was well, while she thought that her common sense, which had floated away, was pushed aside by the waves of surging emotions and finally reached the shore. Through her bitter tears, the sophomore thought that then the cold-blooded beast let her go, and humanity returned once again. Remembering how she cried after everything that happened and said that she was so sorry, Maria thought that the only thing she repeated over and over again was an apology. Still lying in her bed, the blue-haired girl clutched her head, wondering what right she had to ask for forgiveness and whether Isabel was okay, because she was one of those people who loved others more than anything in the world, and because of this, the feeling of guilt was eating away at her. The sophomore was surrounded by purple magic, and the plot explained to us that this was why the girl did not resist Madame Eva's magic at all, who imprisoned her, but simply resigned herself and locked herself behind iron bars. Showing the moment of Maria's confusion when Chuck came to her, the plot told us that at that moment she pretended that everything was okay, but in fact, she was exhausted. Visualizing the vampire girl who used her dark magic, the plot also explained that she was a beast, monsters and demons, an enemy of people who from time to time thirsted for their blood. Then the plot showed us the events when the boy, awkwardly scratching his cheek, explained that he really wanted Maria to be happy, and explained that one phrase of his sent all her worries and doubts flying. The girl with blue hair remained in her bed and cried, while we are told that more than ever before, these words rang with honesty, because she remembered the selflessness of this boy and how he sacrificed his body to save the monster. She thought about that transitional moment, about sincere goodwill and self-sacrifice, looking straight at the small window in her prison. Maria lay down right on the bed, thinking about the youngest, and the plot explained that then she realized that part of her life will forever be immortalized in memory. Chuck suddenly heard someone discussing some rumors. The academy student, looking straight at his friend, said that it was the senior student of the magic faculty, Maria's best student, and the latter asked if it was really that same senior potato, while the boy was thinking that a week had passed since that incident. Then the protagonist came to the cooking class, which was equipped with all the necessary items for cooking, and reasoned that even though a little chaos had begun because of the bastards who were against Maria being left in the academy, it quickly died down, because the academy had long been obediently attended by the half-human Laura. Suddenly, someone asked if she was still isolated, and heard that the senior did not attend classes, so it was really dangerous, and the protagonist, who looked away after hearing what he heard, wondered if they were really discussing this even after a week. The girl with blue hair slowly walked along the corridor of the academy, while Chuck explained that Maria's isolation had officially been lifted. The students were asking her if she was okay, because they had heard that it had become special, and so they were expressing their congratulations, and the second year was looking around, thinking that she was not there. Looking straight at the guys, Maria was looking for Isabel, who was still not there. The girl with blue hair was sitting on her bed, thinking that she was probably afraid of her and hated her, while the plot explained that this did not mean that she herself was ready to break free. Immediately after that, the second year remembered the moment when she bit her friend, and thought that even she would not want to have a friend who bit off a piece of her, and did not want to interfere with Isabel and the others. Very upset after thinking about everything, Maria lowered her gaze downwards. Looking straight at the bag of blood, the girl with blue hair decided that she must disappear from this academy. Suddenly she heard a knock on the door and, turning sharply to the side, asked who was there. Thinking who could have come at such a time, the second-year girl approached the door and opened it. At that very moment, Isabel jumped right on her and started hugging her. With tears in her eyes, the girl with glasses asked how her friend was feeling, which surprised her greatly. Waving her arms, Maria asked why she was there, and Isabel asked that she really wasn't allowed to come, to which she received the answer that nothing of the sort, and that it was simply surprising, until the girl with glasses asked that she really didn't want to see her, and the girl with blue hair said that it was not like that at all. Suddenly, the second-year girl asked if she was afraid of her, and Isabel, looking straight ahead in surprise, did not understand anything. A moment later, the girl with glasses smiled and apologized, explaining that she had seen everything before she passed out. At the same time, Isabel remembered the expression on Maria's face, who was crying while covering her mouth, and explained that she had seen her face after the bite, and she did not know what to do, and was tormented by guilt. Bringing her hand to the blue-haired girl's face, her friend declared that no matter what happened, she would still consider her friend, so the past was not important. Leaning her forehead against the second-year girl's, Isabel declared that she wanted her to think of her as a friend, and asked if she understood her. Hearing her friend's words, Maria began to cry and expressed her gratitude, saying that she thought she would hate her, and the girl with glasses wondered if she had really been suffering there all alone all this time. Then Isabel concluded with a wide smile on her face that, to be honest, she had been feeling well for a long time, but the hospital had told her not to go out for a while, so she couldn't come even when her isolation was lifted, and if it weren't for that junior year who had secretly brought her here, then nothing would have happened. After which she asked where he had gone, because there had just been a tall guy behind her, and the blue-haired girl, looking straight ahead in surprise, thought that it was the junior. At this time, Chuck was walking straight down the academy corridor, thinking that a girl like Maria could be trusted, and she wouldn't break down because of such an incident. At the same time, the blue-haired girl covered her face in embarrassment, which stunned her friend, and thought that now everything was clear, and he had helped her this time too. Looking straight ahead, the second year was thinking specifically about the junior Chuck. Looking straight up at the sky on this beautiful day, the boy thought that this is how the first part of the story ended, with a happy ending for everyone, and this was not the case in his past life. Looking straight at Professor Eva and Kevin, who were standing with smiles on their faces, the protagonist thought that, of course, several unforeseen circumstances arose, and not everything went according to plan, but that is precisely why he likes the outcome much more. Being right next to the academy dormitories, Chuck realized that even without the player, the world does not stand still, and even if you do not follow the plan, there are still better endings. With a wide smile on his face, the boy thought that this moment helped mark the beginning of a new world. The spectators were located in the stands. The hero said that his schedule mainly consists of classes, lunch, training, dinner, more training, and it is quite dull. The guy held a weapon in his hands and reasoned that he must become stronger. Given the impending events, he needs to do this as quickly as possible. The hero waved his stick, activating magic. He used the Serpent of Calamity, Ascending Serpent Heaven, Poison Dragon Breakthrough. Chuck turned his gaze, hearing someone exclaim. The girl stood in front of him, smiling, saying that it was amazing, and that he was working hard today too. The guy made a remark, saying that she was acting as if nothing had happened. Maria said that it was great, and that he should be fed properly for his hard work, saying that she had prepared a little, but let him help himself. There was a lot of food in front of him. The guy said that it was a lot, and all of it was potatoes. The hero looked at the dinner and said that he was hungry as hell, so he would eat it with gratitude. The girl smiled and wished him a pleasant appetite. The hero stretched out his hand. Something flowed out from under the bandage. Maria looked in surprise, thinking that it was blood. The guy, while eating, asked what was wrong, if there was something on his face. The girl turned around and, closing her eyes, screamed. She thought about seeing blood and drooled. The hero asked if she was drinking blood now. The girl put the bag next to her, saying that here it is. Chuck asked if it was any different from the blood of a living person. Maria sat in front of him and told him that there was some difference, freshness, taste, adding that his blood would be especially tasty, and that is why it seems so strange. The hero picked up, saying that it is similar to the difference between organic products and those treated with pesticides, right? Maria explained that it is like the difference between fresh meat and frozen. Chuck chewed his food and asked if this means that she is doomed to eat frozen meat for the rest of her days. Maria raised her finger and listened questioningly to what he thought. It would be okay if she drank fresh sometimes. The hero explained that it was his blood. The girl opened her mouth and screamed, asking what he was talking about. The guy smiled mockingly and said that he was regenerating anyway, so if he got tired of the bags, he could always find him. He asked if she wanted someone else. Maria, turning away, screamed that he shouldn't say such things, and she would refuse because she didn't want to burden him. The girl, hysterical, held out some dishes and screamed that in any case. Chuck looked closely and asked if it was blood. Maria explained that it could be nauseating and disgusting, but it would be very useful for his body. Vampire blood is considered one of the greatest magical ingredients. The hero grabbed the bottle and started drinking it. The girl noticed that it was very embarrassing that he was drinking it right in front of her. Notifications popped up that he had used a rank 2 life elixir, which had a special ingredient. His aura rank had been raised by 1 level, and the maximum volume had been increased by 500, and that 10 skill points had been distributed evenly. Maria wondered if it was delicious. The hero flared up with magic while sitting on the floor, and thought that it definitely wasn't, but he had definitely become stronger than in his past life. The guy smiled and said that it was cool, driving away in his head that now he needed to start the next scenario. Someone was moving their legs, walking. The girl was walking down the street. It was Emma, a direct descendant of the famous Arden family and a knight of the 2nd rank. It was said that this girl's life had changed a lot compared to the past. The girl clenched her fists. The plot was about how after she felt an insurmountable wall between her and the 5th rank knight she met at the hunting grounds, she realized that she needed to work harder and develop her skills. She looked down and giggled, smiling. Emma held candies in her hand and ate them with pleasure, talking about the many honey bombs. The plot explained that, of course, until recently. The girl was eagerly choosing which outfit to take, saying that she wanted to wear them all. It was said that Emma was lazy by nature, did not feel much anxiety about swordplay and lacked the desire to improve, because this girl was a terrible student with a genius talent who constantly gets unsatisfactory marks. The girl held the outfits in her hands and was happy, thinking about how here she didn't have to swing a sword 10,000 times a day, pass tests during basic exercises, or duel with sweaty and cruel fighting brothers and sisters, and most importantly, that she didn't have a sister here. Emma jumped around the store, talking about how much she enjoyed such moments. The guy looked at what was happening and asked about what kind. The girl turned around, recognizing Chuck in him. The hero crossed his arms and noted that she was not hanging out at training these days. Emma replied that she had so many things to do lately and tasks, and she also had to go on missions. The guy smiled, pointing at himself, and said that he knew something that would bring her a whole bunch of money, asked if she wanted to join the group. Emma asked the hero again. The girl clenched her fist and cried with anger, wondering why he continued to pursue her. The plot narrated that at some point it became difficult for Emma to be around Chuck. Scattered dresses and candies lay around the heroine. It was said that her lazy habit of trusting only her talent would easily be revealed to this man, and that very true face of a genius swordswoman who has a 2nd rank knight certificate and is the granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sword. Emma was thinking that first of all, this man's methods were too harsh, and he kept talking about the basics. The guy was standing behind her and talking about the basics. The girl looked ahead in horror and thought about whether it was normal at such an age to learn cool techniques. Chuck raised his finger up and said that there were 2 gold coins for 2 groups. The difficulty was rank 2. The girl opened her mouth and asked again about the 2 gold coins. She was thinking about how many clothes and honey bombs she could buy for such a lot of money. The hero smiled and asked if she wanted to go. Emma agreed. The guy said that it was great and explained that they were leaving in the middle of next week, reminding her not to forget to get ready. The girl replied that it was okay, she understood everything. The hero said that today he was planning to go on a short-term mission for 20 silver coins, and offered to do it together. A street with small houses was depicted. The heroine asked again about the coins and agreed. Chuck smirked and thought that she just needed the money. It was easy, and that would be enough for the script. The hero looked away and thought that he wasn't sure, but something was supposed to happen today. A town with a well was shown. The plot told that Emma always liked patrol missions. She just followed a certain route and checked if there were any problems. Scary monsters stuck out their tongues, and it was said that the monsters that approached the town were maximum 4th or 5th rank, although occasionally mid-level monsters appeared, but the likelihood of this was extremely small. Emma stood over the corpses of monsters and exclaimed that they were done with everything here, and he should take the claws and skin to sell them later. The plot told that there was not much to do there, But you can earn some money. Emma liked this business because it was easy, and besides. The armored guys ran up to her and exclaimed that she was simply amazing, noted that there were a dozen monsters there. But she instantly defeated them all. Emma closed her eyes and said that it was nonsense. The young men said that who else could say that an owl bear is nonsense. The girl smiled blissfully when she heard that nothing less was expected from a knight from the famous Arden family. The men looked down at her and discussed that her sister had already reached the highest level at this age, that they finally had an heir to the genius swordsman of the Arden family, that Libby Arden was the greatest genius of this generation and the second daughter in comparison to her. They said that she was an illegitimate child and her blood relationship with them was initially low. Emma waved her hand, smiling, and thought about how her family looked down on her, but she didn't think she was that bad. The hero pulled the spear out of the body and told her that there was an owl bear. The girl turned around, saying that she could easily deal with it. The guy remarked that it was amazing. The night sky. Emma said that the patrol was over and now, it was said that today was easy, fun and safe. Something glowed green in the sky. The plot told that some changes had not yet occurred. The character said that this was a signal from the previous patrol group. There was a nest of monsters of at least the second rank. The girl replied that she did not see anything. The young man looked up and explained that the signal could only be seen with special glasses that they wear. It was like a secret code. He told everyone to move out. Emma cried because she couldn't leave work in time. The story told that some patrols can end without killing a single monster, but upon receiving a special signal, the patrolman is obliged to take part in the raid. The crowd of guys was happy that the granddaughter of a genius swordsman was with them. The hero smiled and said that he was right. The monster screamed. Looking up, it was told about a nest of second-rank monsters found by the previous patrol group, and it was a gathering of wolves around one Beowulf. It was said that they were talking about the monster that Emma defeated, even being poisoned. The monster was cut with several blows. It was said that this time they were able to win without much effort, but the girl prepared for a fight with the Black Rider. She looked at him in surprise, recognizing someone. In front of her was an evil spirit sitting on a horse. They were blazing with magic. It was a Dullahan monster of the first rank. Emma reached for her sword and wondered why it was there, thinking that she had no other choice. She pulled the weapon out of its holster. The girl swung it twice, using the Arden-style territory separation. Emma looked ahead questioningly. The monster was twisting from side to side. The girl wondered what kind of moves it had, if it was a mollusk. Emma screamed when it grabbed her, wrapping her in a claw. The Dullahan held her in front of him, and she thought that he was fast and experienced. After all, it was a first-rank monster, and so. Emma screamed in helplessness for Chuck to help her. It was about the warrior's pride, something that the girl lacked. The young men ran up and told her that he was fighting another monster. Emma screamed that why was he not there when he was so needed. She gritted her teeth as she looked at the bright light. The girl closed her eyes in fear. Skulls were flying around her. She lay tangled and moaning, next to the corpse of the monster. Emma raised her head and thanked for the help. She noticed the blood dripping from the blade and thought that she had seen this sword somewhere. She was told that she was still as weak, lazy and self-confident as before. Emma looked in front of her and the plot told about the eldest daughter of the Arden family and perhaps the future heir, the greatest swordswoman of our generation, who will continue the path of the Emperor of the Sword. In front of her stood the girl and she exclaimed about her sister. It was Libby Arden. The girl looked in front of her, and it was said that this was Emma's older sister. Libby asked her what state she was in. The girl sighed in confusion. The older sister looked at her and asked why she didn't retreat when she saw the Dullahan and didn't analyze her enemy properly, and most importantly. Libby noted that she stupidly drew her sword, wondering who she was so sloppily copying. Emma fell to her knees and began to apologize. The sister told her to stop, adding that the result of her actions was entirely her responsibility, and a few words did not end it. The guy extended his hand to the other, asking if he was okay. He answered that everything was fine. Libby stood next to her and said that her random actions endangered the soldiers who trusted and followed her. The girl said that she understood. The sister exclaimed about her shoulders. Emma straightened up, clenching her teeth. Libby held the sword on her shoulder and said that the swordsmen of the Arden family should always be confident in themselves. The girl, lowering her head, agreeing. The hero swung his spear and thought about being caught. Libby looked away. Chuck thought that he was keeping an eye on Emma, pretending to be busy. The hero approached the sister, and she spoke about her being a divine sword, the greatest disciple, and also the first master of the sword pavilion, Libby. The boy bowed and said that he was a disciple of the 8 trigrams spear, Chuck, a friend of Emma, and that he was glad to meet her. Libby looked closely and asked him again about what he said, that a friend. The hero thought that he knew what she wanted to say. He looked down and thought about how he could not reveal his skill with the spear, because there were only a few people who used this art. The characters of woman and man were shown, and it was said that besides him, there were only 2. Libby turned away and said it was okay if he didn't want to talk about it. The hero replied that they had dealt with all the monsters in the area. It was reported that the elite troops of the Arden family were made up of knights of the second rank, also known as the 5 swords. 5 girls were depicted, embodying swords. Jenny asked if they should chase the scattered monsters. It was said that they were all the same rank as Emma or higher. The sister put her hands on her waist and said that there was no need to chase them, they needed to go back. The girls bowed their heads and said that they obeyed. Libby said that Emma was coming with them. The girl turned and looked with surprised eyes. Warriors with swords were depicted. The plot told about how swordsmen love to travel in groups. Those who are usually called the swordsman faction are partly a kind of gangster organization. An army of soldiers was shown. It was said that they follow their leaders, unite in groups and often consider themselves a clan. 60 years ago, the swordsman Garen began a new era of swordsmanship. The house was lit. It was the Arden family's Merkaba pavilion. It was said that when the current head of the family began to spread the idea of martial arts schools, the Arden swordsmen became a famous family of masters and representatives of the continent. The girl held out her pipe and asked for a light. Someone replied that he would do it now, calling her the pavilion master. The story spoke of the steadfast spirit of their unique command. Discipline and gangster tendencies still persist today. Libby smoked her pipe with her legs crossed and people sat in front of her with their heads bowed. The girl sat on her knees with her head bowed, talking about how she was a disciple of the main family and a second-rank swordswoman, Emma, greeting the first pavilion master. The soldiers looked indignant. One of them wondered what was going on. Even if she was the greatest disciple of the main family, why was she forcing another disciple to kneel? Libby was looking at the paper and talking about patrol missions, protecting merchants, raiding fourth-tier monsters, saying it was absurd, wondering who the assistant at the cafe was. Emma was sitting on her knees and talking about how it was a mission where you have to wear a uniform and hand out flyers. Sister asked if her friend did that. She said it was her. Emma blushed, closing her eyes, and said she just thought the uniform was cute. Libby looked at her with a serious look, listening to how she was so cute. Sister exhaled smoke and said how pathetic Emma was. The girl's eyes widened, listening to how who would have thought that she would use her protector certificate, received as a favor, for something like this. Was she trying to tarnish the Arden family name? Emma remembered how the soldiers were happy to see her, listening to the question of whether she only encountered low-level monsters on all these missions, and whether she wanted to be known as a hero after completing such raids. The girl looked down intently. She remembered Garen Arden and chased away in her mind the fact that she could not escape her essence. Emma sat on her knees with her head bowed silently. The girl approached the carriage in the night forest. Behind Libby stood the girls, who discussed that the younger sister looked healthy, and it seemed that she had gained a little weight. The sister crossed her arms and clarified who knew that boy. The girls reasoned that the boy was Chuck. In her memories, he swung a spear. The ladies said that he was only a 5th-rank knight. Libby smoked a pipe and said that it couldn't be. Was the Merkaba Academy ranking test really that unreliable? The hero was spinning in front of the monsters and it was said that his gaze was on Emma from the beginning to the end of the fight. The monsters did not occupy even 20% of his attention. And this is not just some experience, and not the level of his practice. It was a hunch and obsession that can only be achieved by honing your skills in real conditions. The sister looked in front of her and thought about his mastery of the spear. That at first glance it looked simple, but someone who has reached the heights of the Arden style can definitely see the truth. Chuck's silhouette with a spear was depicted. Libby smiled and thought that the meeting was short, but she was very pleased with his friend. If only this boy stayed next to her younger sister. She said that she received a request from the academy. Libby admired the night sky and said that she would definitely be able to see him. There was some food on the tablecloth and it was said that every time Maria, who was nicknamed the senior with the potatoes, came, she brought a lot of things. The girl said that it was potato pie. She added ground lamb inside and baked it, said to eat it when he was hungry. Chuck tilted his head and indicated that it was ground lamb. Maria smiled and asked if he got it, said that it was fresh meat that arrived this morning. Professor Eva asked her to help with the slaughter of cattle, so she practiced. The guy, trying the food, released tears. Closing his eyes, he chased in his head about how while she was living a sad life as a vampire, eating frozen meat, it was so delicious and he was touched. Maria was interested in whether it was delicious or not. She laughed, raising her finger up, said that next time she would bring beef, asking if he liked oxtails. Chuck looked at her and said that he liked it very much. Thanking her, Maria exclaimed with a question, whether he meant oxtails. The girl blushed and said that next time she would try to bring them one way or another. She said that he had rather large hands. They were rough and covered with scars, the hands of a worker. They were so tough and manly. He held her hand when someone called out to her. Maria ran towards Isabel, waving her arms and asking if she had eaten. Isabel opened her mouth and said that she had just. The girl interrupted her, answering that she had not done anything, saying goodbye to Chuck. The guy chewed his food, looking after her, thinking about the fact that it seemed that he did not know something about children at this age. He looked at the set table and thought about how he never got a date in his past life because of Jack's interference. He could have a relationship, but one bastard ruined everything. Chuck wondered when he would have all this. There was a picture of this guy. The hero reasoned that his current platonic relationships were very different from the past. The guy read at the table, sitting with Kate, thinking about how sometimes Kate brings rare and precious mushrooms from the forest, Then they go to the library and begin their lessons on learning the Agam alphabet. The hero and Ethan sit on a pile of defeated wolves, and Chuck runs through his head that Ethan also comes to him quite often. For him, he is not really a friend, more like a useful colleague, and when there are difficult missions with good pay, he invites him to join. The children screamed in fear. He said that he usually hangs out with other students. Chuck gritted his teeth, turning around, asking what was wrong, if there was a monster there. The girl stood in front of him and talked about food and a promise. The hero looked at her and thought about how it was Laura. He supposed she was some kind of monster, but what did food and a promise mean? The guy remembered hanging upside down, claiming he would buy her something later, thinking about how it was a month ago and how good her memory was. The students ran away and the hero told them that he wouldn't be able to hang out with the two of them today. One of them, running away, said that he remembered that he hadn't done his assignment. There was a building under the scorching sun. Chuck said that she looked like a stray cat, so he decided to bring her here, asking if she liked fish. Laura put the fish in her mouth. The hero screamed, asking if she was crazy, and how strong her throat was. The girl watched him sadly. The guy said it was disrespectful to the food. She said you just need to chew and eat. The hero smirked, saying that soon she wouldn't be able to say that anymore. Chuck handed over the fish and rice and asked her how she liked it. It looked more appetizing now, didn't it? And instead of just eating, let her look at it with her own eyes and smell it. Laura watched attentively, listening to show respect for the food. The girl repeated about respect. Chuck leaned on his arm and watched her eat, asking her to eat even more slowly. The hero looked away and thought about how the weapons production was almost finished and a little early, but soon the second arc would begin. The building against the cloudy sky. It was about her entry. The guy shouted furiously about not studying at all. The plot was about midterm exams. Lewis hugged the book and asked Edward about the point of sweating 10 minutes before the exam, since he told him to study in advance. He noted that he should have scolded him more. Another student replied that he should have listened more. Edward asked Chuck if he had prepared. The hero laughed and said that he did not need to. They asked him what he was going to do. The guy grinned and ran it through his head, apologizing that he was different from them, and was taking this exam not for the first time, so let the first rank await him. The teacher announced to all the students that the exam was starting, and asked them to turn over the sheets of paper in front of them. Chuck smiled, looking at the sheet of paper, and announced that he was starting. Everything around the guy went dark as he read the problem. When he finished reading, the guy turned white. He was thinking that this was the end and what it meant. Edward stretched and asked if the exam was over. Lewis turned around and said that he knew it would happen to him, Edward, and asked Chuck. The hero said something about knights. The guy sat with a sheet of paper, his eyes closed, and talked about how it was enough to be able to write your name. He was told that his answer sheet was empty, and that even someone had 1 or 2 answers before falling asleep. The hero buried his face in his sheet of paper and thought that in his past life he had never studied, but only constantly studied expert skills, and not the knowledge of this world. Chuck squeezed the sheet of paper in anger and thought that everything was fine. What kind of written test was there? Because there were a lot of ways to fix everything. The crowd in the conference room was filled with shouts for the first years to brace themselves, and someone was shouting that he had spent money on his monthly accommodation. Chuck stood with his spear in his hands and thought about how the house exam was one of the easiest events in the game, and it was a golden chance to improve his grades from the written test. The hero looked ahead and thought about how such exams were conducted by professors from the night house or temporary instructors invited from outside. That 15 students on the team had to meet them and show their abilities, receiving an assessment from the professor. Chuck grinned angrily and thought about how, since he was originally a 5th-ranked knight, the level of the professor assigned to him would be low, and he would get an extra point if he could defeat the instructor, that he didn't know who the examiner would be. But he apologized in advance. He would win and close the show with the written exam. The guys jumped up from their seats asking questions. The hero wondered why they were reacting like that, who their instructor was. He crossed his arms when he heard whether he had chewed well. Libby stood in front of him and said that they had met again. Chuck looked at her in surprise and wondered why she was here. A large hall with people was shown and they were talking about the group practical exam of first-year students. They announced that they were to meet the guests specially invited to this test, the elite from the Arden family. The 5 swords were introduced. The girls stood looking around. They discussed that they would not try too hard, because they were just students. It was said to beware of the guy who controlled the swords, he was strong. The crowd ran towards them screaming. Ethan looked after them and reasoned that even though the 5 swords were of the 2nd rank, they had him and Emma on their side. The guy was thinking about the chances of winning. The girls headed towards them. They prepared themselves using the Arden sword formation style, activating the 5 swords combination technique. The energy flew towards the students. They flew apart from the blow. Ethan watched as people screamed as they were blown away. He reasoned that the chances of winning were not that high. Against many enemies, the enemy first decided to block the view. Experience was visible, how they acted, relying on it. The guy raised his hand up and thought about being allowed to first provide a proper view. Milia from the 5 attacked him from behind. The young man deflected her attack with his hand, asking if they decided to act unexpectedly. Emma turned around and called out to Ethan when one of the five flew to attack. The girl managed to block Jenny's blow. Looking into her eyes, the attacker said that she was her opponent. Emma asked again if she was aiming at her. Jenny tripped her and said that there were about 15 students here, but 6 of them were more than enough. Emma flew screaming to the ground. The opponent noted that the young lady's position was unstable. Jenny slashed her sword near the girl's head. The spectators shouted in delight, which was expected from the 5 swords, the elite of the Arden family. The girls fought, hearing screams about how fast it was, and requests to do something. It was said that everyone was falling one after another, except for those 2. Emma and Ethan repelled the attacks, attacking with a large number of flying swords. It was reported that from the outside it seemed so, but the reality is completely different. Ethan extended his palm forward and summoned the sword of the fire spirit, a heavy iron sword. It was said that the experience of the boy resisted the 5 swordsmen. The story was about the dust clearing and Milia being defeated by the magic swords. She was flying down, noting that 2 against 5 was too much. It was said that Ethan would soon celebrate his victory. It was said that Emma was on the other side. The swords were sending sparks as the girls fought. Jenny was pressuring Emma, saying that she needed to practice more, wondering which of them was the contender for the right to inherit with such and such skills. The opponent in the fight pressed herself to Emma's face and said that in the current situation she should not even bother and graduate from the academy, because it would be better to drop everything and get a proper education at home. The girl forcefully repelled Jenny's onslaught and shouted that she was not going to do such a thing. Emma looked ahead and it was said about a watchful look, and eyes opened to inspect the territory. The heroine fell to her knees from the blow, and the adversary ran around and noted that it was worth staying focused until the very end. Emma thought that she still could not see anything. Jenny put her sword on her shoulder and said that she still had a long way to go. The plot said that this was true, because in the original everything was different. Libby looked at the heroes and was asked how it happened that she became an examiner. The sister waved her sword and said that it was time to begin, and that they could consider that they would gain experience in a battle with a great special rank. The heroes watched her. Questions were heard from the crowd, from misunderstanding. Great special rank. The monster in the form of a girl was shown, and it was said about a monster capable of dealing with an entire army alone, and a catastrophe that even dozens of guards could not cope with. The hero watched with a frown. The plot was about how most people would never encounter such a monster, and no one would believe it if they told about meeting him. The monster girl looked forward. It was said that it was a completely different story when it came to this girl. The older sister waved a weapon, and it was said that Libby was one of those who can face a special rank. She was a monster among monsters. The girl lifted everything around her into the air. Chuck watched as people flew apart, asking for help. He said to just look at this house. Edward panicked, screaming about how he was almost killed and asking a question about whether this examiner was too carried away, and why the hell she was fighting so seriously against the students. The hero sat to the side and answered that he gives a tooth. She still gives them a big break, although she could have finished everything in 10 seconds. Chuck was pointing and wondering what he was holding. The young man picked him up by the scruff of the neck and said that it was Lewis. He thought he would die if he left him there, so he took him with him. The hero assumed he was already passed out. Edward kept telling Chuck not to pass out because he wasn't sure he could carry something that heavy. The boy didn't have time to finish speaking before he was thrown forward by the explosion. The hero was screaming at him in a panic. Chuck turned his head when he heard Libby saying that they were all too weak to learn anything from her. He was hiding behind a barrier when the girl told him to come out since they were alone. The hero came out from behind the rock and raised his hands, asking if he could just give up. Libby replied that he should give up if he wanted a low grade, adding that he wouldn't do that. The girl looked down and spoke, because he would not want to miss a rare opportunity to fight against such a force. The guy smiled and thought about how even a kilometer away it would be clear who she was. The characters stood back to back. Chuck remembered that in a past life he and Libby were comrades and fought side by side countless times. The girl watched him train. The guy thought that the master taught him how to handle a spear, and Libby the first fighting techniques. But by the end of the past life he was not fit to hold a candle to her. The hero stood in a stance smiling and reasoned that this was a wall that he would have to break through someday, and considering that he was going to take the place of the player, he needed to become stronger than Libby Arden. The girl swung her sword and screamed when she saw the hero. The opponents met face to face with their swords crossed. Chuck blocked the examiner's blows again and again. He stabbed her with a spear, but she dodged. Libby attacked the hero, but he blocked the blow at his head. Magic shook everything around. From the swings of the girl's sword, the guy reflected the attacks. There was talk around about who this guy was, that he was a 5th rank knight. People wondered if a 5th rank freshman could actually hold his own against Libby. The guy gritted his teeth in tension. The onlookers wondered how that was possible. Chuck opened his mouth wide as he screamed. The hero leaned on his knees and sighed. The girl remarked that it was sad that he had run out of energy. Libby put away her sword in thought. The guy wondered if she had put away her sword. Did that mean that the work he had done was satisfactory? He looked at her carefully and realized that of course that was simply impossible. This was territory separation. It was said that it foreshadowed the mighty sword emperor's most powerful technique. The girl's eyes flashed with magic. She said that she would see how he would stand up to it, and asked him to show her a worthy response with his spear skill. Killing intent was activated. Waves of interference scattered around Libby. The hero watched with concern. The students opened their mouths in shock and wondered what was happening and if it was too dangerous. The teachers jumped up from their seats, and one of them, pointing a finger, shouted for her to stop, asking if she was trying to kill the student, talking about stopping the test. Sam looked surprised and shouted for everything to stop now. Ardent style, first slice was activated. The eye was split in half, false territory division was used. The plot told about the world freezing, but the ghostly reflection of Libby Arden continues its movement across the frozen world. The girl raised her weapon very slowly. The hero thought about how her sword moved as if in slow motion. The guy moved towards her, thinking about how he was pushing his spear at full speed against Libby's sword, which for him was like a transparent crystal. The spear froze in place. Chuck cursed, realizing that the spear was not moving, and that this world did not allow him to move. He clenched his teeth, looking at her, thinking that he was only allowing himself to watch his immobility. The hero remembered the battle with the red monster and thought that at the moment with Maria, everything was just a coincidence. The guy wondered if he was still able to control the territory. A thin beam of light flashed in his eye, and he understood that he had to make any, not necessarily a perfect one. When their blades approached each other slowly, he continued the thought that just one step forward. The blade of the spear turned red. The hero quickly looked at her. Their weapons met, creating a large blast wave. Clouds of dust and dirt flew up into the air. Sam and the others gaped in shock. Libby held the sharp blade of the sword in front of him and spoke of knowledge rather than instinct, of feeling omnipotent, as if he were the center of the world. The girl narrowed her eyes and declared that she had finally gotten her answer. The hero stood with his hand outstretched, hearing the territory. Libby declared that it was time to end. He stared silently at his cut spear and listened as the girl spoke of her advice to use a better spear, as his equipment was far inferior to his skill level. Libby glanced to the side. Her sister sat there shaking. She wondered about Emmy. The girl turned her head and said that the test was not particularly important, and noted that he had accepted the challenge by asking if he was trying to show the territory. Chuck smiled when he heard the question about what he also knew about Emmy's talent, thought about the fact that it was true, and that he had lost the battle, but achieved his goal. Libby looked at him and said that she had some work in the city, so she would stay for a while, let him not be impudent and not interfere, since his desire did not matter, because nothing would change. Chuck watched the leaving girl, who said that she would crush Emmy with her own hands. The guy's eyes were shining with anger. He thought about the fact that after today's show of the territory, he swears, nothing will go according to her plan. Chuck stands behind the girl and she says that he will crush Emma with his own hands. He smiles slyly and thinks that after today's show of the territory, he swears that nothing will go according to her plan. Someone states that as a result of the unanimous decision of the teachers, Chuck is awarded the highest marks and maximum bonus points for the practical test. People are indignant about why he has the highest marks against Emma, and he fought alone and who the hell he is. A man looks at him with displeasure, saying that it makes no sense, because how could he even stand up to her one-on-one? And another asks if he is really a 5th-rank knight. Sam wonders about this student, because he is definitely the one who tried to catch spiritual bodies. Someone holds up sunglasses and thinks that it makes no sense, because how could he even? In the background, Oliver asks if he uses his techniques. In the background, the emblem, a voice narrates that a few days later, even before Emma gave him advice, he already felt the need for a better weapon. The pumped-up guy asks him who he is and that the academy without hesitation presents him with such precious and rare ingredients, and clarifies how he learned the secret techniques of his family. To which Chuck asks him not to worry about it, and thinks that he managed to do a lot in his past life. He is too lazy to explain such things to a person. He reaches out to something and says that the acquisition of such ingredients requires at least several hundred gold coins, and there are no players who want to pay for all this in cash, and usually everything needs to be created using the rewards that the player can get for completing stories and quests. Chuck looks at the man in shock and the voice continues that, however, he has special soul dust, a 2nd-rank runestone and a 1st-rank silver stone at his disposal, as well as full support from the chairman. The guy looks at him with satisfaction and says that only a small number of excellent weapons can be created on the territory of the academy, and this is one of them. He sees a spear and a notification from the system that in front of him is a legendary class weapon, specifically a silver spear of a knight from the Kingdom of Shadows. The child watches in horror while someone notices that the blood has not stopped, and wonders why this happened because the wound was not fatal at all. Emma, against the backdrop of a corpse, remembers how she first got into a real battle, how she chopped up 5th-rank monsters there and grimaced when she watched the victim's guts fall out and the blood flow out. The girl fell off her feet, while she continues that the smell of human blood was very different from this one. Even when she first smelled it, she already understood everything. She looks at the weapon in horror and realizes what happened, while she remembers that the smell of human blood is a suffocating aroma. The girl sees her reflection in the bloody blade and continues that this aroma was the agony of a dying life. As an adult, she looks at herself in a clean blade. She closes her eyes and notes that she will have to work again today, while the system sends her a task. Emma notes that anything would be better than that urgent mission to find a bloodthirsty killer from a foggy city, which also required a bachelor's permit and a consultation with a professor, because she does not like dangerous things. Emma looks at her clothes, thinking about what was the main reason she chose a mission related to Beowulf's. She thinks about the silhouette of a man and wonders where her savior is now. Emma turns around when someone asks if the knight in front of him is a 5th-rank knight, and asks him to try as a porter. In the second, she is indignant that he has to pick up after the brats at such a young age. Chuck waves his hand at her and notes that the meeting is unexpected, to which she greets him in return. He looks around and a voice states that the reaction of the other participants is not very good because of the quota system. The Guardian Association is obliged to allow students to participate, but they probably did not expect a 5th rank like Chuck to appear. He shakes the girl's hands and remarks that it's a relief because Emma is with him. He rolls his eyes and thinks that they can't tell him anything in front of the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, and asks them to stop staring because they've probably burned a hole in the back of his head by now. He puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and asks her how her eyes are, to which she asks again, but immediately realizes and replies that everything is fine, to which he says that she should understand that he didn't ask about that. Emma asks if his sister told him about this, to which he replies positively and thinks that of course her sister didn't tell him anything. The girl looks away sadly while he remarks that she should hurry because her sister is serious, and she really plans to crush her so much that she won't even be able to lift a sword. Emma looks forward and replies that she can simply stop wielding a sword when that happens. He looks into the distance and realizes that he is not sure she will ever do such a thing. Against the background of the forest, someone says that there were several creatures in the nest and about 20 low-growing hounds. Emma looks into the box and says that the capture groups skillfully handled the hounds and they even hunted Beowulf. But gradually the situation took a strange turn. The creatures become aggressive while someone asks what is happening and why there are so many of them around and where they are coming from and what kind of fog is this. The knight asks his colleague where that 5th-rank boy is, to which he receives in response that he does not know and that now is not the time to worry about such things. While the hounds are being killed by someone, the knights note that they are lucky that Lady Emma is doing well. Against the background of the hounds, screams are heard from where they are all coming from and that monsters and ghosts have mixed into one whole, and there should not be so many evil spirits here at all. Emma turns around gloomily, thinking that usually evil spirits are not attracted to places where there are few people, and it seems to be artificially created. There is a black silhouette behind her. She blocks his blow, he asks to save him, and she understands that he is very heavy, therefore this is not a sign, but a real knight. The girl goes on the attack asking why he is attacking them and simply retreats, because she will cut him if he attacks again. Emma turns around to face the second attacker. She flies chest first from a blow to the back. The knight swings at her again. She looks at him in horror. The fair-haired girl is scared. Emma makes 2 precise diagonal cuts. Splashes of someone's blood pass near her head. The knight falls apart right in front of her, and she asks what it is. She looks into a pool of blood and notices that however the smell of human blood is different, and this suffocating aroma was the agony of a dying life. Emma is horrified and realizes that she killed him. The knight attacks from behind. Someone hits him right in the skull and asks why she's just sitting there. Chuck sullenly holds the weapon, saying that these aren't people, and she doesn't understand what Chuck is doing here. The girl asks what he's telling her and asks again if these are people, to which he notes that she's right and that these are ordinary corpses raised with the help of dark magic. He holds the opponent's head while someone thinks that the main event of the opening act of the second arc is the subjugation of the bloodthirsty killer from the foggy city. The guy turns around and continues that in the original, the player's group is pursuing the maniac that Maria missed at the end of the first arc, but if you choose the mission to catch the Beowulfs instead, then during it the player meets the bloodthirsty killer and can fight him. The knights ask Emma if she's okay, to which she draws their attention to something ahead of her. The creature in the cloak shines an eye, to which someone asks in horror what it is. The girl wants to attack, to which Chuck replies that everything is fine and she should prepare to run away, to which she is indignant. Chuck looks at the creature and uses the 6-step technique, specifically the 5th step from there, the mountain throw. The entity in the cloak flew into a tree. Someone shouts that everything happened as expected from Chuck, that he is incredible, and he himself notes that the ghost died in one blow, therefore he is very weak. Chuck looks ahead and thinks that it is obvious that this is not so, because if he dies here, then this is definitely not the boss of the second arc and that based on the characteristics of this creature, he alone will not cope with it. The cloaked creature glows its eye and states that it is impressive that he was able to destroy his doll and that they will finish today and he looks forward to meeting them in the near future, while Chuck realizes that the problem is not in the power or synergy, but in its feature, such as stealth. The creature glows while someone asks what it is and what kind of fog. Chuck frowns and realizes that a crimson haze was used. This is when the health indicator of the undead mage of the source of the fog reaches 0, Then the fog of death automatically appears. The skull of the creature emits a red fog, and he continues that what he destroyed was just a doll and a device that created the fog, that it is just undead who used the corpse of the mage. It glows more intensely under the comment that the real killer will be difficult to catch, because he uses such dolls that help to avoid surveillance, and it is impossible to find who really controls the fog. Chuck runs ahead of everyone and shouts that everyone should follow his example, because don't they think that this fog is dangerous? Someone notices Chuck's spear and asks him if it's okay for him to leave it here, because it's probably expensive, to which he notes that everything is fine. Chuck uses the return rune. The spear flies out of the tree on its own. Emma is stunned that it flew right into his hand, to which he notes that he can just return it like that, while someone admires such an incredible trick. Both turn around at the sound. Charlie is horrified and indignant that he tripped over a root. Chuck and Emma run to him. She asks him to grab her hand, and he thanks her and then asks her to dodge. Emma is perplexed. The girl attacks with a roundhouse, while Chuck notes that this pisses him off. The guy gets angry and yells at Charlie to get up and run and just forget about it and get out of the forest and give him his cape. The guy goes on the attack. Chuck grins and notes that he didn't think he'd do it twice because in his past life he tripped and got caught in the fog himself. Chuck covers his face from the fog and remembers that back then his condition became critical in less than a minute. Now he has the ability to regenerate, so he'll last longer. He remembers the girl and notes that the main problem is her while she's screaming for the monster to get out because she already told him to fuck off. Chuck looks at her and notes that it must be that the blood has been almost completely sucked out of her body, and he assumes that she won't last long. Emma is tied up in a red vice and thinks that all she needs to do to free herself is to cut the red things. The girl is shaking and doesn't understand why she can't cut them because she's not strong enough for it or her position is too bad. The girl is weakening and doesn't understand why. Libby looks at her with displeasure and asks her what condition she's in. Her sword fell to the ground. Emma looks sadly and understands that everything happened because she is weak. The girl's body falls down, while she continues that she is very sorry, because she really wanted to become strong and save someone too. She remembers her savior and thinks that she wanted to become a respected and reliable person in his eyes. She responds to someone's cry. Chuck flies to her rescue. Emma opens her eyes and recognizes the voice. The silhouette is standing in front of her. She looks at him from behind. Chuck reaches out to her, while she realizes that this is the voice of her savior. The guy holds her by the shoulder and asks if she is okay, to which she recognizes who he is. She cannot open both eyes and notes that she will not be able to move from the spot and asks to save her, despite the fact that it seems to her that she will die even like that. Chuck covers her with a cloak and asks her to calm down. He intercepts her hands, saying that random blows will not help here, so she should concentrate and chop properly, to which she does not understand him. The undead are heading towards them and he adds that from now on he will protect her from them and clarifies whether she knows what to do. Emma cries, saying that she does not understand what he wants and that she will not be able to do it due to lack of strength, and that she is dizzy and injured because of the fog, to which he tries to convince her that she can. Chuck looks at her face and continues that among all the swordsmen he knows, she has a noticeable talent, and if she decides to do this, then she will succeed, because she only needs to take one step. The brunette smiles and says that one step will be enough for her. Emma looks at him, stunned. Chuck goes to attack the undead and shouts that he thanks her in advance. The girl stood up, thinking that she will not be able to hold out here for long, and does not understand how a guy with a lower aura rank can cope so easily. Emma grits her teeth and notes that she needs to do as Chuck told her. She reaches for her sheath and notices that she has no choice but to do it now. There are many red hands around her, while she thinks that her grandfather's secret technique that can cut anything will help her, but only to master it she must awaken. She concentrates and uses the eyes of the boundary, despite the fact that it is a cursed ability, but it allows you to forcibly see other people's territories. Emma frowns and continues about falling tears, dripping blood and even overwhelming emotions. All this becomes energy for this one step towards the frozen world. The girl takes a step and remembers Chuck's words that in this situation, just one step will be enough. The girl uses her family's style, the first sword style of her family. The undead were all cut up at once. Chuck watches in shock as she uses her area expansion on the undead. The undead are indignant as she saw it. There are blood spatters and cut down trees all around. Emma stands in a fighting stance as someone yells that the fog has cleared and asks if she is okay and what happened. They look at the head and notice that it is the killer from the foggy city. The guys are indignant that the forest was cut in half and ask how a person could do such a thing, and the second one notes that he has heard of something like this and realizes that this is what the famous Emperor Sword technique looks like. Chuck watches in shock and realizes that he thought she was using the third form of one cut or iron wave, but she can already do such things. Emma happily looks at him and notes that she did it, and she really did it, and he thinks that this is not true and she should stop because she should not be doing this yet. The guy is surprised to hear how the first one asks if she will be the next head of her family, and the second one gives a positive answer, Because since no one except the Emperor himself is able to use the division of territory, and now she can. They shout that Emma is the future of her family and that she is the next heir. Chuck is horrified at his plans and does not understand why they are constantly twisted like this. An article about the death of the killer from the Foggy City appeared in the newspaper with the news. An article about Emma, about her family, about the inheritance of the throne in her family, the question of whether the heir will change. The girl tears these newspapers with displeasure. She hands it to another and asks to get rid of it. The brunette looks into the mug with displeasure. Against the background of the blonde, she continues that the well-known family of swordsmen carries out activities within the sword faction and acts according to the logic of power, and under the overwhelming charisma of Herman they were waiting for the arrival of the sword, who will become his heir. Against the backdrop of the sword emperor, the voice continues that the division of territory exists depending on the stage of the path of the heart, in an area unknown to most in the world of martial arts, and the head of the family himself has long waited for the moment when the one who will continue his path will appear. Libby is tired from training, while the voice says that she trained and spent a lot of blood and sweat, and the calluses on her hands are evidence of the life she leads. But even she, who is called the genius of her generation, could not satisfy the sword emperor. The sisters participate in sparring. Emma, horrified, tries to catch her breath, while the story is about her younger sister, who only once held a sword against her sister in a friendly duel, and that she is generally an illegitimate child of the head of the family, whom he brought from outside. Libby angrily attacks and notes that she never considered this girl her rival. She knocks the weapon out of her opponent's hands. The sword is reflected in her sister's eyes. Libby is perplexed. Blood splashes in different directions. Someone screams that the bleeding won't stop, and someone asks if it was a fatal wound. Libby bleeds out in horror, saying that she didn't see it. Emma attacks and points out that she couldn't have seen it because when she came to, she was already cut. She stands alone while the voice says that it wasn't about speed, but something else, territory. Libby holds her wound while the voice comments that territory is the deepest path of martial arts, and Emma took a step into that space. Libby looks up and doesn't understand how this even happened, because she is a very small and lazy child. The girl is shocked while the voice talks about it. Emma stands with the sword and asks her to wait until she finally understands what her grandfather was telling her. She looks at her sister and continues that the twisted nature that mortals cannot understand is a demon's sword or a demon talent. The Emperor of the Sword places his hand on her head, saying that he also appoints her as a candidate for the successor, and the voice says that Emma has overcome everyone's denial and become the main candidate for the successor. Emma looks at Libby, saying that she is holding a sword for the first time, and her sister thinks that the memories of stroking are the question of her half-sister, who grew up under the complete neglect of her father. The older sister looks sadly and understands that these memories remain somewhere far away. Someone calls out to her. The girl asks if everything is okay with her, and she asks herself why they are worried about her. Libby gets up from her chair and asks them not to worry with thoughts that she also wanted her sister to enter the territory. She remembers her sister, and continues that if she saw this sword again, then maybe she would be able to reach there. The brunette gives the order to prepare a test of the sword. The plot moves to a building with a tower while someone asks when she will recover, to which he receives in response that she was not told, but if he uses potions, he will be a cucumber in a day or two. Chuck stands next to her bed while she asks if he wants a honey bomb, to which he asks again about the candy and notices her carelessness. The brunette looks thoughtfully and asks about dividing the territory, how she was able to do it, because even if she can see the territories with the eyes of the border, this does not mean that she will be able to use this technique right away. The girl is embarrassed and replies that he believed that she would succeed. Chuck tensely hears that she understands that if she tries, she can do anything, to which he himself replies that she really is a genius who ignores any effort. Someone knocks on the door, saying that he also wants to visit her. Maria shouts that it is her and asks if Chuck is okay. Chuck realizes that it is a senior named Maria, to which she greets him and says that she is a second-year student in the magic department, and Emma says that she is a first-year student in the night department. The brunette points at her and asks if she came to visit her, to which she receives a positive answer. His finger is almost on her face, and she notes that she was worried about him. Maria angrily asks if they are close, to which the guy asks again what the question was about and that her sudden behavior scares her. Someone is knocking on the window. The girl leans down and asks for food, specifically raw fish. Chuck looks at Maria and notes that she is uncomfortable because of Laura, although he can understand that everyone would find such behavior unpleasant, even if it were not Laura. The blue-haired girl asks again about the food, whether he ate with her, and he thinks that perhaps she is uncomfortable because of this. Chuck asks her with a smile not to worry, because he will not prepare a wonderful meal for her either, to which she did not understand. The guy rubs his chin and thinks that this is an unexpected gathering of incredibly star participants, and with such people you can do a lot. Chuck turns to Emma and says that since rumors about her division of territory have spread, Libby will most likely come soon with a sword test and asks if she is confident in herself, to which she asks again about the test itself. The voice explains that the sword test is a tradition of swordsmen, which was used by a 5th level master and was intended to test the master of the sword pavilion, who is responsible for the family faction. Such was the description itself. But a lot of time has passed since then, and the test is now used to legally get rid of competitors. The girl cries and notes that if she fights her sister, she will die, and notes that she is not sure, because to begin with, she cannot even beat 5 swords. Chuck looks ahead and says that he has a good method, to which she asks which one, to which he offers to tell her under one condition. Nevertheless, she unconditionally agrees. The guy closes his eyes and says that if he ever goes to deal with monsters or train in the gym from now on, she will have to go without complaint and thus essentially become a permanent member of his group. The girls are perplexed while she swears allegiance to him and asks for help, and he agrees and takes her loyalty as a vow. Chuck covers his face with his hands and says that he is like Chuck through the hardships of this time. The girl walks down the street, and he continues that he is with all the truths that he called through his body throughout his life. Someone throws a spear right in front of her face. Someone walks towards her while she asks who he is. The man looks at her and replies that he is her rival. Laura holds a knife while she recognizes her as Laura, while she replies that she is a master of the knife style. The girl reaches for the weapon and is perplexed about the knife style, asking why she is acting like this. Laura calmly looks and explains that someone told her that he would buy her sushi if she caught it. There is a battle against the moon. Brunette Ka blocks the blows, asking what it means, because what is he doing? Chuck says that he is a master of the Guan Dao style and says that he needs to strike before he is struck. He goes on the attack with crazy eyes and asks permission to study with an outstanding master of the wave sword, because this is the truth of life. Chuck smiles until his entire squad appears, including him. Laura with knives, that she is a master of the knife style. Ethan frowns and notes that he is a master of the flying sword style. Maria cries and it is stated that she is a master of alchemical magic. Emma attacks with a sword while she is stated as the main master. All 5 of them defeated the Emma family squad, the 5 swords. The girl with the bun asks why he did it. Chuck looks at her contentedly, and notes that this is so that they can get followers, and this will not prevent them from raising their status. Chuck looks at the newspapers about their squad and explains that they are currently just adhering to an offensive attack. In the background, Herman, someone says that in the orders of their family there is a process called the test of the sword, and this is the so-called exam to choose the head of the clan, who answers all the questions. But everyone understands that this is just a legal option to get rid of a competitor. Chuck crossed his fingers while the voice notes that he proclaimed that he would change the order. In the wake of the defeat of the 5 swords, he decided to create his own dojo, and the trial by combat and subsequent victory of the newcomers over the 5 swords says something. The sisters prepare for sparring, while the voice notes that in the end, all this was for the sake of the duel between Emma and Libby. Emma turns around and notes that if she wins, she will officially declare it, because her sister's power will not be able to affect her for some time, the registration fee, buying an abandoned dojo and hiring Mr. Ethan and everything else. The younger one gives a thumbs up and continues that all of the above easily fell on Maria's shoulders, and if she later receives a reward for the killer from the Foggy City, she will be able to repay her for everything, probably. Libby looks at her and notes that an interesting situation has arisen. The brunette angrily says that her sister is stupid, and if she wanted to run away, she should have done it as soon as she saw her, and suggests that the upcoming duel was not her idea either, while Emma is scared by her menace. Libby notes that judging by her reaction, she can tell that this is all the work of her comrade, to which he reminds that Emma wanted to tell her something. Emma looks down and wonders if she can even win and calls her sister by her official nickname. Libby looks on with displeasure, while the younger one thinks about her older sister and says that she is the new martial artist of their family, and asks to have a friendly sparring with her. The brunette closes her eyes and agrees to a friendly sparring and clarifies one thing with her. Emma frowns, while she clarifies that training swords and any methods of treatment, except for emergency ones, will be prohibited, to which she replies that she knows it. As the sisters' battle begins, a voice says that their family's supreme-style master Libby and second-rank swordswoman Emma are standing opposite each other, and it's finally time to put an end to the sisters' feud. Maria frowns and thinks that her older sister is so strong that even if she turns into a vampire and uses all her power, she is not sure she can defeat her. The blue-haired girl asks if she will be okay, to which Chuck replies that he believes she can handle it. Maria smiles and replies that it is good. If she thinks so, then it will be so, while the system notifies that Maria's trust level in Chuck is at its maximum and remains unchanged. Libby hands him something. Chuck catches the bag and asks what it is, because even for the renovation of the hall there is too much, to which she gives a negative answer. She goes on the attack, saying that it is for a complete reconstruction. Emma grits her teeth and blocks the attack. A wall flies away behind Chuck. He and Maria are taken aback by the fact that she sawed off half of the building with one blow. The sisters look at each other. Emma closes her eyes and thinks that she has always admired her sister, and when she still had a passion for swords, her sister was her idol. She remembers how people came into the hall and said that Libby returned after defeating a first-rank monster, a minotaur, that she was only 15, and she had already achieved such success, and that even the Sword Emperor himself expressed his respect to her, and she thinks that her sister was like a hero from a fairy tale, a hero like their Sword Emperor, whom she had heard about since she was young. While she herself was a child whose mother died in childbirth, and whose father considered his daughter a shame born of his own mistakes. Little Emma greets her sister and congratulates her on her victory. Libby pats her head, telling her that she has grown up. Emma remembers the man in the pool of blood, the day she first pointed her sword at a man. The girl bursts into tears and realizes that everything changed then. Libby attacks sullenly. Emma opens her eyes and thinks that she should first step back, then to the side. The older one looks at her stunned and realizes that she is using a reverse defense. The younger one strikes, thinking that everything is textbook, because even though she can boast only a standard level of skill, she clearly could not expect such a lunge. The older one counterattacks. Emma tries to slow down, to which the second one notes that her legs are still just as fast. Emma frowns and thinks that she needs to maintain her speed, then get out of her line of sight and strike at the shortest distance from her. The girl disappears. Libby senses her behind her, while she uses a forward thrust, third form, thunder. The older one turns around. She almost left her sister without a nose. Emma lets out a battle cry. Libby doesn't understand what's going on. The younger one goes to hug her, and the older one realizes that the fight has gone hand to hand. The brunette knocks her down. She calls her sister by name, and goes on the attack. Libby kicks her and calls her an idiot. The brunette swings and asks if she thought she could defeat her with simple tricks. The sister blocks the blow. The younger one uses the older one's technique against her. She looks at the sword and notes that everything is going as Chuck said, then she does too. Emma uses a combination strike. Libby frowns and says that she was able to carry out such a counterattack right from her knees, and she clearly shows her that she does not want to lose with such tricks. The older one kicks again, screaming that her skill is still not enough. Emma grits her teeth. Libby goes on the attack from above. The younger one blocks. The blonde counterattacks. The brunette blocks. Emma lets out a battle cry, while the second one realizes that she is getting closer and closer to her. Libby sees the light in her eyes and realizes that this is not the case, and that she is now looking straight at her target. The brunette recognizes this moment with a smile. The older one looks at her sister and notes that this is exactly how she wanted to see her, her true nature, which she so diligently denied despite her talent. Emma tries to catch her breath. She looks at her sister with displeasure. Libby looks back and thinks that she realized that the key to victory is just one single blow, and not the sum of 10, and she accepts her challenge. The brunette prepares an attack and urges her sister to follow her example. Emma frowns. The sisters run at each other, while one thinks that the other has been chasing her all this time. The brunette strikes and remembers her sister's cry that today was her first lesson with the sword. Little Emma smiles and says that someday she wants to be an outstanding swordsman like her. Emma attacks with the support of Chuck. Libby is taken aback. Their blades met. A bright flash. The division of the territory passed along the entire body of the sister. Maria is horrified by what is happening. She asks in surprise if this is the end. Chuck sees a standing man and notices who is the winner in the fight. He looks at the silhouette. Libby dropped the sword. Maria joyfully shouts that Emma won. Chuck smiles and thinks that the only strong point of the younger in comparison with the elder is her division of the territory, and, accordingly, victory or defeat in this fight should be determined only in the use of this technique, and therefore he ordered her to only dodge, run away, and stall for time. Chuck remembers himself in a past life and notes that he managed to study her habits, behavior patterns, and so on there, in order to win the only victory in the battle. He looks at the brunette and thinks that everything happened as he thought, that during the battle only one thing was cut. This is the enemy's sword. Emma looks at herself and does not believe that she defeated her sister. Libby gets up and asks herself what she lacked, maybe tempering. She stands up and continues that from now on neither she nor her subordinates will interfere in their affairs, to which Emma asks her to stop. The younger sister asks her to wait. Chuck points out that she must be scared, because she was weaker in every way and defeated her family's top sword master. The sisters stand and stare, until he realizes that considering the level of judgment the older one will face after this, the younger one's fear of her reaction to turning away from her is natural. Libby frowns over her shoulder. She reaches out to her. Emma is stunned, until Chuck says that all her fears were in vain. Chuck remembers how he met Libby in his past life, that it happened much earlier than the incident with Maria. Then he was very surprised by such a deviation from the script. He remembers that then she was looking for the bastard who took her sister's life. But these searches were unsuccessful, because Jack killed them. Chuck remembers Libby at his sister's grave and notes that on the 3rd anniversary of Emma's death, he had a chance to talk to the brunette, who was still looking for the culprit, and then he told her that she comes there every anniversary to read a prayer. The brunette looks after her with the words that he previously thought that she did not like her younger sister, to which she answered that he was right. Chuck hears that she considered her a lazy and frivolous bore, but there is one but. Libby looks at the grave with the words that accept her, There is no one who could free her from bitterness and resentment. The brunette smiles and the guy understands that the older one will never turn away from her. Even if the latter gets around her, the older one will smile secretly and root for her. Libby strokes her sister's head and says that she has grown so much. Chuck crossed his arms over his chest and understands that the brunette he remembers is exactly like that. Emma is crying. The system notifies that Libby has lost and that Emma gets an average or a rank, a boost to mana, points and an understanding of the territory. Against the background of the building, someone says that he is afraid of battles, and the second one notes that he knows this, while the first one adds that despite this, there are still moments when he smiles during the battle, but that is why she always avoided battles. Emma looks down and continues that she thinks that this is not her, because she was afraid to face her sister and therefore did not take everything as seriously as others and looked for only easy ways, to which the guy notes that everyone does that. She is sad, saying that she won the battle and will now be perceived as the successor of the family. They will also keep her sister and her followers, but running away from it like this. Emma hugs her knees and says that she understands that her connection with her sister will really be broken, to which she receives a negative answer. Chuck looks at the apple and says that their connection will not be broken. The brunette continues to clean and answers that he assumes that they will distance themselves a little and the relationship between them can become awkward. However, a connection is not something that can be broken so easily. Emma listens that no matter what, they are still sisters. Chuck remembers that as a child, someone called him a good boy and explains that as a child, all he did was get hit on the head by bullies. He remembers himself saying that it was not this that tormented him, but the fact that he never dared to fight back, and for this he was terribly angry at himself. Emma gapes as he continues that she is a much stronger person than he was at the time, and he wants her to always be confident. Chuck looks at her, as she calls him a strange man. Emma looks at him and says that they are the same age and she does not understand why he acts as if he is older, to which he asks again if he seems older than his years, to which he receives in response that he is much older, something like maturity after going through all the difficulties that comes from him, and he himself thinks that this is all because he has lived 14 years more than she and is at least in his 30s. And if you take into account the character's own memories, then he is already well over 50. Emma thanks him with a smile, to which he does not understand why. She stretches and explains that she thanks him for that time and for what happened in the forest. The girl remembers the act of rescue and notes that it was he who saved her then in the forest. Chuck asks how she knew, to which she replies that it was by her voice, waist, and a little bit of intuition, to which he notes that he didn't expect such a display of intelligence from her. Chuck crosses his arms over his chest and says that since she already knew everything, she should forget about it, to which she retorts that she owes him a huge debt and if he wants something, he should just tell her. Chuck extends his hand and asks her to be his friend. The guy clarifies what's wrong, maybe she doesn't want to which she was confused, but shook his hand saying that she hasn't had a boyfriend yet, so she thinks it would be great to have a boyfriend, that is, a boyfriend's friend. Chuck smiles and hopes that they will get along. Emma looks embarrassed and replies that she is also glad that she has such a reliable friend like him. Chuck remembers what happened and thinks about punishment for villains and a bright future for good people. Libby strokes her sister's head. Chuck looks at the apples and thinks that he hopes this child will have a better choice. Candles are smoldering on the chandelier. Isabel looks out from behind the wall, says hello and notes that she has recently had something to think about. She calls out to Maria. The guy hands her a vial of blood and asks her to accept it, or rather his feelings. He hands her his blood. Isabel looks with disgust while he continues that if she wants, she can, to which she receives in response that everything is fine and that she regularly receives packages from the professor, and her friend notes that his words will put Maria in an awkward position, because such things happen every day, so it does not matter, but something worries her. Chuck calls out to her and says that classes are over. The blue-haired girl turned around embarrassedly. She looks at Chuck and Isabel thinks that he is Chuck who has been hanging around her friend a lot lately. He is a knight of the 5th rank, but it does not matter. The girl with glasses looks after them and notices that this guy fights on par with Emma, which means that he is special, so it worries her. Maria sheepishly takes the blood offered to her. Someone hits his head on the door. Isabel realizes that they closed the door, eavesdrops and asks what they are doing there together. Chuck remembered that he had previously offered her something and asks if she thought about it, and she does not understand what kind of offer. Chuck sits and continues that this land, which he bought the last time he registered his seal, since everything was destroyed, then for now there is a restructuring. He is going to build a hotel, to which she asks again and receives a positive answer with an explanation that why shouldn't she invest in his project, because the profit is guaranteed to triple, he is sure of it. Isabel sullenly hears the words about investments and profit and is perplexed by the fact that he is trying to do business with Maria and asks who he is. The plot moves to the training room, where Emma asks if they also have training today, to which she receives the answer that it is basic physical training. Isabel peeks while Emma notes that he is diligent, and he replies that the basics are important in everything. The girl with a smile declares that she will also go with him, and Isabel wonders who this is, and then realizes that it is the second daughter of a family of swordsmen. Chuck holds out a card saying that she has tried a lot of things, and they say that the food there is delicious, to which she recognizes the Holy Panda, the best restaurant. Isabel is perplexed by the restaurant, because this place is the best for dates, and this freak just flirted with her friend. She raises her hand. Emma turns around and asks if he heard anything, to which he receives a negative answer and asks how much money she has saved. Isabel crawls on the floor and is angry that he is trying to seduce two girls at the same time, and even starts talking about money. The plot moves to the next day on the restaurant street. Chuck asks if the sushi is tasty, to which he receives a positive answer. The guy clarifies if she has money, because there is a good option for investment, while the bespectacled girl gets angry and finishes her thoughts. She frowns and realizes that he is an incredible swindler. The car drives along the road, while someone clarifies that the costs of corporate registration, dojo renovation costs, hiring instructors for mercenaries, tax processing, etc. In the battle with Libby he spent 97 gold, and in Korean won it will be about 100 million won. Security stands near the car, and Chuck continues that all this was covered by the vampire, for which he should be grateful, because he never thought that he could be lent 100 gold, and where do wizards get so much money? He remembers Libby that she gave him 50 gold to build a new dojo. Chuck thinks about the killer from the Foggy City, that he and Emma also got a reward, and together it would amount to 109 gold coins, and what surprised him was that Laura also had a lot of money. He thinks about Ethan and the others. The first one had a huge fortune. Chuck sits. A bird flew by, while Chuck says that so he collected 550 gold coins and with them he bought land and now it is a plot on the outskirts of the city, in the wilderness. But in the second semester there will be a festival of friendly exchange with the Academy of the Eastern Continent, and this is the peak season for the hotel business. Tourists from all over the continent flock there, and he will receive hundreds of gold coins and will be able to get everything back in 2 weeks. Chuck flashes his teeth and continues that he is a time traveler from another world, and that this is how he should use information about the future. Chuck in dark glasses suggests that they just wait, and then he will take possession of all the money in this world. The plot moves to a carved building. The blonde man says that the position of the Catholic Church, the royal family, the magic tower, and the association in relation to their academy is not particularly pleasing. Kevin stands up and says that he does not think that this is an unsolvable problem, to which the man in the hat replies that the council supports his actions, and she believes that everyone should be given a chance. Kevin looks at her and notes that he will not be there for some time, to which he receives in response that she can do it instead of him, and the chairman of the academy retorts that in other places he would still give in to her, but isn't the Catholic Church an unpleasant place for her? The academy chairman leaves, saying that she should take care of everything while he is gone, and if something happens, she can use the emergency communication, to which she asks him to be careful. The girl adjusts her glasses. The man in the hat reads a document about experiments on the regenerative power of a vampire, which are prohibited, and a permit for the construction of a third dormitory is under consideration. She reads the papers and wonders what comes next. The woman in the hat reads with displeasure, and asks what Chuck is up to again. Frowning, the girl asked what he is up to again. Holding an application for land for collecting mandrake, she asked again. A view opened up to the west of the academy, and she heard that mandrake was being collected in such a place. Crouching down, the hero asked her what she knew about the mandrake, to which the girl replied that well, it screams loudly when it gets out of the ground, to which he said that everything is correct, so you need to be careful not to damage your eardrums, good ear protection is a must, and it is better to have an open space around. Grinning, the protagonist asked if she was ready, to which Emma replied that she was ready. Chuck held the plant in his hands. An idea came to mind that the mandrake cannot be collected alone. You need a person who will hold the flower and pull it out with the roots, as well as an assistant who will cut off the roots and stems. If you do not cut them, the mandrake will continue to scream. This is the 4th time he himself collects the mandrake, the last time they collaborated with Jack. Lowering his head, the hero said that he is a little nervous, to which the girl asked what he said. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he screamed. Whatever. The monster made a sound. Chuck lifted the plant up. He looked away and screamed. Now let her show him her sword skills. The girl looked at him in amazement, thinking that this fool hadn't put on her headphones properly. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he thought. Damn, since that's how it turned out, he'll try to cope alone, thinking that he's the only one who can scream. The protagonist smiled widely. The plant flew up. Chuck raised his hand up. The stem fell off the mandrake. The protagonist frowned. He turned around and screamed. Let her get up, he brought her with him, and there was no use. To which Emma asked if he'd gotten enough sleep. The protagonist looked away and thought that he was going to end it today, but it seemed like she was going to faint again. Chuck turned around, hearing the greeting, to which he thought that there should have been signs saying no entry, so who dared? The girl smirked, and he asked that she hadn't been told that an experiment would be conducted here today. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that it was so noisy that she jumped out to look. An open window appeared. The thought occurred to her that she jumped from there. After all, this is the 12th floor. The girl closed her eyes. Putting her hands behind her back, she asked what they were doing here together, to which the hero replied that he had told her last time that he was going to organize the collection of mandrakes. Rushing forward, Maria asked what the others were also going to pull out, to which the protagonist replied that yes, but since his comrade was injured, he plans to collect mandrakes another time. Chuck looked at her in surprise, hearing that she would just do it, to which he said that he should wait. It would be difficult to do if he was not a knight. Holding the plant in her hands, the girl said that the color was so unusual, silver, to which the hero thought that he was too late. She had already pulled it out. If you hear the cry of a silver mandrake without any protection, you can lose your life. The plant looked forward. Grinning, Maria said that she has a mandrake farm at home. She pulls out about 30 of these a year, and then asked how he liked it. It was easier than he thought, really. Standing in front of the plant, she added that they were going to make a decoction, then she could make a stew. While she waited, she would get food. It would be good if she found rabbit meat and potatoes. Looking down, the hero asked what he should do, to which he was told that he could do nothing. Grinning, Maria said that she would do everything herself. The protagonist closed his eyes and said, well, it's better for him. Well, he had a thought, what a bummer. A plant appeared. It was said that there are 2 ways to use mandrake. One of them is the traditional way of using the root. The girl was sitting near the cauldron. The thought came that the second way with maximum efficiency is to make a decoction. You need to add 28 ingredients, including reed root, Actinidia polygamum, goji berry root, deer antlers. You will have to cook all this for more than 10 hours. The drink was poured into the bowl. The thought came that if you do everything like this, the mandrake decoction will be ready. They will ask if it is strange. No, because it is a Korean game. Maria closed her eyes and said that it is ready. All that remains is to wait, and then asked what he is doing, to which the hero replied that he was bored of waiting. The girl asked with wide eyes that these were runes. Yes, to which the protagonist said yes, and she added that she did not understand the meaning, but she had seen them in a culture lesson. Chuck looked down, hearing that where did he learn this? Now runes are like a dead language, to which he replied that his teacher taught him. The girl held a weapon in her hands. It was said that only a year ago he studied runes and spearmanship under her guidance. She left behind unhidden runes and primordial ones. He had mastered the approach to the first, but the second were slightly different. A glow appeared around the man. The thought arose that because they could not be used, just knowing the spelling, the primordial rune after passing it to another person is carved on his body. This is a power that only one person can use. The monster thrust the weapon into the girl. The thought arose that one of the goals of the final boss in the game is to get this primordial rune. The teacher tried to pass it on to him, but died earlier. The monster's eyes lit up. Lowering her head, Maria asked what kind of person his teacher was. Since he knew so much about runes, he must have worked in a magic tower before, to which the hero replied that she was just an ordinary person. The girl stood still. The thought appeared that a person who did everything in his power. Lowering her gaze, Maria said that it seemed that she was a dear person to him. Smirking, the girl asked what kind of potatoes there would be, to which the protagonist replied that he had not had lunch, and she added that she had taken some with her. Archie held the basket in his teeth, to which the hero asked that so it was he, Archie. Raising his gaze, the protagonist said that he saw that she had tamed him well, to which the girl replied that it was all thanks to him. After all, he had already shared blood several times. Thanks to him, he now officially served her. The pet stuck out his tongue. It was heard that even though he didn't speak, it seemed that the more she looked at him, the cuter he was. Chuck grinned and asked that if he was created with blood, then more than half of this friend's body was his blood, then wasn't he his father? To which Maria replied that she hadn't thought about it. Standing behind the hero, the girl asked that she didn't want to play with him. The pet smiled. It was heard that he wanted to play. He wasn't even a real dog. They started playing. It was said that the 1-year-old puppy of the vampire breed was very active, and he had to bring himself to the limit. The food was boiling in a cauldron. It was heard that it turned out well. Looking at Maria, Emma asked why the gentleman was so exhausted, to which Maria replied that he was playing with Archie. A notification appeared. He drank a mandrake decoction. Looking at the message, the hero said that now he also has decent characteristics. Looking away, the protagonist said that they should also drink a cup. In any case, if he drinks it repeatedly, there will still be no effect, to which the girl asked if it was possible. The thought arose that since mandrake is a powerful plant, the effect from it can only be achieved once. The rest will be prepared for Kate and Lewis. The plant appeared. It was said that now only the silver mandrake remained. Chuck gritted his teeth, and thought that this guy needs to be chewed up by the roots. A notification appeared that he consumed the silver mandrake. An aura core was created. The hero smiled and thought that the aura core is the storage of the knight's aura. He already has a core, although to get at least one, the aura must be at its peak. In addition, if his aura rank becomes higher, he can get another core. Clenching his fist, he said that he had an aura core, to which he was asked if this was true. The girl looked surprised, hearing that the silver mandrake is quite effective, to which she replied that he should try the golden one quickly. He thinks it is even better, to which the protagonist said that it is too early, he will rip it out later. Chuck lowered his head, hearing that good medicine shouldn't be overdone either. If you eat it all at once, you might get sick, to which he thought, well, that's also true, but he has a different goal. A globe appeared, and someone turned to Chuck. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he thought that this student's rank needed to be reviewed. People were sitting at the table. It was heard that Chuck, he was a first year, rank 5. Judging by the data, his characteristics were low. Why should they review this student's rank? They probably didn't see the first year midterm. Gritting his teeth, Oliver said that Chuck managed to hold out against her for about 3 minutes, to which he was asked what he was talking about. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that she probably gave in to him. Would she try her best on the midterms for children? Looking down, the instructor said that she gave in. Looking straight ahead, he added that among the professors who were there then, those who thought that she had given in to Chuck. People looked at him silently. It was heard that it seemed that they had not. The guy opened his eyes wide and said that, however, a rank increase due to passing the midterm exam is not much, even if there is no doubt in his abilities. If he does not have good results or achievements, they cannot promote him in rank. Such are the rules. Sam looked down and said that then they will entrust the establishment of the association ranks. He thinks it will be enough to re-evaluate the rank on the condition of issuing an official document of the guardian. To which he was told that but it must be outside the student's curriculum. Looking away, the girl said that the initiator of this topic was the professor, and the man asked that he would take this matter upon himself. Looking straight ahead, the man said that this is what he hoped for. Oliver crossed his arms, hearing what was decided with Chuck then. Frowning, he thought that in terms of characteristics, even the 5th rank would be a luxury for him, but the sparring he showed with her was truly amazing, plus this mastery of the spear. The hero's eyes lit up. A thought appeared that no matter how you look at it, this was definitely that person's technique. Oliver adjusted his glasses and thought that it seemed like he needed to take a look at him once. Smiling, Emma said hello. Sitting down on a chair, she said that they had the same classes today, she could sit next to him, to which the hero replied that she had already sat down, so why ask? The guy looked at her. It seemed that only this place was Edward's. Getting up, Emma said that she would sit in another place, to which the guy replied that he should sit. It seemed that he turned out to be a gentleman. Looking at him, the protagonist asked why he was suddenly staring at him. A thought appeared that he was asking because he did not know. Maria smiled. The thought arose that the most famous in the academy. The girl stretched out her hand forward. It was said that she was a scary, but sweet girl, a demon, and now also the granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sword. The guy closed his eyes. The thought arose that he was jealous. But who was he to film his personal dating simulator in life? Edward lay down on the desk and thought about his youth, why there were so many empty seats around him, and the girl asked what happened. Grinning, Oliver asked that they were ready. Let them forget. No need to prepare for the lesson. Walking forward, he added that everyone should quickly sit down in their seats. As was said in the last lesson, from today they would conduct group work. Sitting at the desk, the girl said that she did not want assignments in groups. It was heard that they should not do such a displeased expression on her face. The instructor lowered his head and said that he would explain the group assignment before starting. Since they were studying at the Knight's faculty, he would not ask them to solve complex mathematical problems or grow mysterious plants like at the magic faculty. He snapped his finger sharply. The man extended his hand forward and said that now let them look at this paper. The hero frowned when he heard the topic of the group assignment. The man held a weapon in his hands. It was heard that the technique of wielding a spear, out of the blue. Emma grinned and said that the technique of wielding a spear, that's lucky for him, to which the protagonist thought what the heck, in the past the topic was the technique of fist fighting. The man lowered his head and it was said that he was a fighter who could control the distance and dash using his shadow, a first-class knight from the Northern Golden Eagle Academy, famous for the magic runes engraved on his gloves. Chuck smiled widely. The thought occurred to him that this man had suddenly made the topic of spearmanship. He quickly guessed. Looking at the man, the hero thought that he wanted to test him. Stretching his hand forward, Oliver said that for this task, each group would choose any spearmanship technique and study it. They would also have time to demonstrate the techniques of the chosen technique in turn. Raising his hand up, the guy asked that but aren't students using spears at a very advantageous position? To which the teacher replied that when assigning grades, he would take this into account, up to receiving additional points or raising the standards of evaluation. A glass with chopsticks appeared. It was heard that they would be divided into groups of 4 people. The groups would be chosen by lot. The students walked forward. The thought occurred that a group task designed to promote and evaluate cooperation between students. This is how an exemplary answer sounds. The students were sitting on the hero's back. It was said that but the reality is that the most diligent and responsible students are the losers. A cruel game called Let Him Carry Everything on Himself. The correspondence about the meeting place appeared. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that the group, consisting of an incomprehensibly busy idiot, a guy who wants to go at someone else's expense, and a guy whose relative died, 4 years in physical education and 3 more at the academy surrounded him only with such people. Grinning, he added that however, Sitting at the desk, the protagonist thought that this time everything was different. The guy raised his eyebrows. The thought arose that Edward was a knight of the 3rd rank, his physical skills are quite high, and he is good at assessing the situation, and also quickly does what he is told. The girl's eyes widened. A thought appeared that there is no need to talk about Emma, a genius swordsman, and her physical abilities are good. If she puts in enough effort, she will learn quickly. Laura looked down. It was said that the last member of the group is her. Her demeanor is certainly not the best, but she is one of those who works hard. It is nice to see how well she is concentrating on lessons now. Smiling, the hero thought that who would have thought that he would end up in the same group with such athletic and diligent guys, and then said that he booked a hall for their team. They will go in 3 hours, and for now they will start with a quick training session on theory. The room appeared. A thought arose that this is what he was thinking about then. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that they had been going to this training hall for about 2 months, to which the protagonist replied that they had, and he added that the walls and floor here were made of high-density shock-absorbing material, right? And Chuck replied that yes, they were very expensive. Standing next to the hero, Edward asked that it was possible to break them. The girl looked at him in fear, and the thought appeared that with one blow. Laura looked down. It was said that she was crazy. He put her as an opponent for Emma so that they could practice their spear skills a little, and she smashed everything here to smithereens. Let them just look at her expression. She doesn't even understand what she's guilty of. The students flew out of the room, and the thought appeared that naturally, they were kicked out of the training hall. They heard what and where they should train now. The church appeared, and it was heard that, they will reflect on their misdeeds during the execution of this group task. Sitting on a bench, the hero said that they should not be shy to express their opinions. Emma closed her eyes and said that she should forgive him for yesterday. She couldn't control her powers, to which she was told that no, she did well. After all, there was some benefit from the fact that she had been watching his training all this time, to which she replied that his ability to wield a spear was so perfect that one could feel like a real spearman, even just repeating his movements. Edward closed his eyes and said that he was not yet confident in handling a long weapon, nor in this rotation of the heavens or whatever it was called. He had no idea how to do this unique rotation. He didn't even know what to do, to which the protagonist replied that he was doing well too. Even if he mastered only the technique of the 8 mothers, he would already have more ways to wield a mace in reserve. Looking to the side, the hero asked what he thought. The girl looked down and said that she should eat. The thought occurred that perhaps, because the various religions of the earth were organized and included in the game, there was a similar culture here. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that she was here as a volunteer, to which Laura replied that the service on weekends was mandatory. The thought occurred that Laura was forced to participate in this. Chuck grinned and asked that she was a nun of the Protestant church, to which she replied that it was not of her own free will. The glasses were on the table. It was heard that nevertheless, let her read the Bible. There is something to learn from people who called themselves saints. In the Catholic churches there are many old-fashioned fundamental principles, but in the Protestant churches there are also many similar teachings. Smiling, the hero said that, for example, about love, let him love himself and love his neighbor as himself. Let them love each other. Smiling, Emma said that she thought it was a very good commandment. Love is important. The girl looked away, hearing that in any case, maybe she knew the reason for yesterday's failure. The students looked in amazement, hearing that the reason was their weakness. Closing her eyes, Laura said that they were weak. One only had to use a little force against them, as they would break. Even training would not help them. The weak would remain weak, and the strong would remain strong. Standing up, the hero said that her words made sense. Looking at the girl, he added that only the truly strong have the right to say such things, to which Laura asked again. Frowning, the protagonist asked what they would bet. A minute. He would put her on her knees in a minute. If he succeeded, then she would pay for dinner. Looking down, the girl said that it was fine, but if she won, she did not need a reward, because she would definitely break something in the process. Standing still, Chuck said that this place was suitable. The guy looked at him in amazement, hearing that they would start on Edward's signal, to which he asked how they ended up in this situation, and Emma added that she didn't have to say. Stretching his hand forward, the young man asked that they were ready then. The girl's eyes lit up. The protagonist frowned. Chuck rushed forward and thought that he was using secret and first-class techniques from the very beginning. The hero struck sharply. Laura frowned, thinking that she had taken this blow as if nothing had happened, as expected, justifying her name. The protagonist struck sharply. Looking down, he exclaimed. Swinging, the girl said that she could handle him with her bare hands. Smiling, the girl said that by the way, she warned that destroying things was her specialty. She began to strike sharply. Jumping aside, Chuck asked what was wrong with her, why he couldn't hit. Gritting his teeth, Laura said that she was annoying. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he should dodge. Swinging, the girl said that if he didn't want to die. A glow appeared around the hero. The thought arose that if he hit, he would spend at least a month in the hospital. As Laura advised, he should dodge. A bright light appeared. It was said that he would try to block. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly and thought that although he succeeded in defending, he seemed to have pulled a muscle. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought that he had not dodged. She frowned. The hero stopped next to her. It was heard that when he managed to get behind her, he was so cool. Smiling, the protagonist said that he saw that she was on her knees. Looking to the side, Laura said that they would fight again, to which Chuck replied that no, they would not, he won, why should he fight again? Frowning, the girl said that she said they will fight again. Smiling, the hero said that he can even hear how she is shaking with anger. Laura looked furiously, hearing laughter. The protagonist looked at the sheet. It was said that in a few days, although it did not last long, but the students' rebellion was suppressed, he thought, now he can slowly teach them how to handle a spear and prepare for the presentation. Looking at the note, the hero thought that it was a lie, why would she hurt? Gritting his teeth, the protagonist added that so how, well, then he has no choice but to use a secret trick. A view of the building opened up, a greeting was heard. Grinning, Chuck said that he should try. The girl frowned, hearing that only in return, when he eats her, will she stop hurting. The food was on the table. It was heard that it was hard for her to refuse, really. Looking down, Laura said that she was no longer sick, to which the hero replied that he believed. Sitting at the table, the protagonist asked what he knew, how he thought, how long it took chefs to prepare one dish, to which the girl replied that she thought less than 30 minutes, and he added that 10 years. The dish was shown. It was heard that from finding good ingredients to preparing and cooking them, they say that usually chefs need 10 years to present their dishes to guests. The hero grinned, hearing what he wanted to say by this, to which he replied that it took him 3 years, mastering a martial art that could bring him to his knees. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that the fish she loved so much and his martial art were similar, just as a dish begins with choosing ingredients, and a martial art with raising a fist correctly. Chuck held the spear in his hands. It was heard that everything starts with a small one. Laura looked at him silently. Closing his eyes, the hero asked that in any case they had made up, yes. Suddenly she hit him, to which he added that this. The girl was eating fish. It was heard that a notebook, and what was in it, the pose and principles of the spear technique, this was the research that he asked to conduct. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist asked that she did everything, well, cute, to which Laura replied that she should take her hand away. The building appeared. The thought arose that Emma and Edward were also diligently practicing their spear skills, and thanks to Laura they did not need to worry about data research. This was quite enough to prepare for the presentation of the group task. Time flew by unnoticed. Mid-May came. The students stood in front of the instructor. The thought arose that the first group presenting their work, the order of presentations was sequential. The first was the group that went before them. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that well, then they will begin the presentation of group tasks. The guy frowned and said that he was the leader of the first team, Philip. Today they will tell them about the technique. The spearman suddenly exclaimed, to which Edward said that everyone was quite well prepared, to which the protagonist replied that they really were. Standing in front of the student, Oliver said that it was not bad, to which the student thanked him. Philip looked surprised, hearing that well, then he will now try to break through their line, to which he asked again. Lightning flew around his hands. It was said that the honorary graduate of the Northern Guard Academy, the Golden Eagle, a former first-rank knight of the Kingdom of Ellis. Gritting his teeth, the man said that if they hold out for 10 seconds, he would give them the highest score for this task. It was said that this is the real beginning of the presentation of the group task. The girl asked again in surprise, hearing that let her try to resist him. The man threw the notebook up. He rushed towards the student. Oliver was walking forward. Edward shouted with his eyes wide open that he was very fast, to which the hero thought that he was really trying. Holding the notebook in his hands, the instructor said that he liked his choice of technique. They lacked a little training. The students were lying on the floor, and Oliver said that, well, somehow they passed. Their grade was B. There are objections. The spearmen were walking forward. It was heard that well, then the second group to the exit. Well, and how can they resist the professor? They can just attack him now. Closing his eyes, the guy shouted that they have a northern special technique, like 9 flying dragons. Rushing forward, Oliver said that the technique was overly pretentiously presented, and also not studied properly. The hero smiled, hearing that the next group, let the captain come forward, to which he replied that great, they will begin. Standing in front of the instructor, he said that they would show him the 8 trigram spear technique, to which Oliver replied that they should show him then. Gritting his teeth, Edward said that he was blocking, and the thought occurred to him that he would repel incoming attacks. Frowning, the girl thought that she would destroy the enemy's weapon. Raising the weapon up, Laura thought that she would strike a defenseless enemy. Clenching his fist, Chuck thought that they had done just fine. Laura had tried harder than anyone else. Looking at the notebook, the man said that it was impressive. Everything was done so simply, but at the same time it contained great ideas, and then they would begin preparing for practice. The hero turned around, hearing that no, it would be enough if only student Chuck fought him, to which he asked again. Standing in front of him, Oliver said that they would practice together with Chuck, and then asked if there were any objections. The protagonist smiled and thought that this was his goal from the beginning, and then said no objections. Looking straight ahead, the man said great, then they will begin. A glow appeared around the man. He swung his fist. Chuck looked down and thought that the right hook came from a position that was perfect for a follow-up, which is unique to boxing techniques. In such a situation, of course, they usually block from the right side. The man stopped abruptly. A thought occurred to him that Oliver's body was moving not with the right leg, but with the left. Besides, he knows. The hero parried the blow. The man looked in bewilderment and thought how. Smiling broadly, the guy said that the professor's movements were different from those he used during the battle with them. Incredible speed. To which the student asked again, what the? The man struck. It was heard that this guy with the 5th rank, what came over him? The protagonist parried the blow. They swung at each other. It was heard that he calmly confronted Professor Oliver. Frowning, the instructor thought that as he thought, his skills are not at the level of the student, let him show. The man swung his fist. The thought arose that himself, not such simple movements. The hero looked to the side. The thought arose that the very technique of wielding a spear. The protagonist grinned slightly. The instructor struck him. The guy opened his eyes in amazement. The students froze in surprise. Gray smoke dissipated in the air. The fist stopped in front of Chuck. The man froze in front of him. Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked why he was just standing there. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that time had run out. The man frowned. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that it was probably suspicious. People were fighting among themselves. The thought arose that all this time he had been using his right hand, and in every possible way showed that he was right-handed. The hero parried the blow. It was said that however his answer showed that he had known about the left leading hand from the beginning. The man turned around. A thought appeared. What could this mean? So he now thinks, yes. Lowering his head, Oliver said, 3 seconds. Standing still, he added that when it comes to secret techniques, they often blindly follow only the flashy ones, but in truth, such basic techniques can be called secret. Turning around, the instructor said, no, more precisely, 3 seconds. The hero raised his hand up, hearing that he gives them an A+. Raising his spear up, the protagonist asked how are they? To which the man added that and also, can he talk to them alone? Looking straight ahead, the professor said that they should not feel too burdensome. This is just a one-on-one consultation. Sitting in front of the hero, he asked that he is definitely a 5th rank knight, to which Chuck responded approvingly. Putting his hands on the papers, Oliver said that he himself probably knows that their skills greatly exceed this rank, to which the hero replied that he is not bad. Lowering his head, the man thought that however, he cannot catch demonic spirits, since he cannot see them without certain conditions, and therefore he cannot cope even with ghosts of the 5th rank. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that recently the professors of the Knight's faculty gathered together to discuss the students. The main topic was that his rank requires revision. Sitting at the table, the professor said that he will be given several missions, and with the help of them his rank will be changed. Probably the maximum allowable mission level is semi-first. He has something to show, so such an unconventional method was chosen. Putting his hand to his face, Chuck thought that semi-first level, there is nothing wrong with increasing the rank. First of all, they will pay a lot of money, and he can choose the mission himself, any one he wants. The lock opened. The thought arose that if he were a player, this was also a privilege that could not be obtained until the 2nd year. Closing his eyes, the hero asked that it was good. He agreed to reassess what he would need to do, to which Oliver replied that he would complete the mission to destroy the monster and the demonic spirit of the 1st rank semi, of course, alone. The protagonist crossed his arms, hearing that there were currently 4 missions to subjugate the 1st rank semi in the Guardian Association, just need to deal with both monsters and demonic spirits, to which he thought that in the end they were telling him to deal with 2 types of creatures, but why at such an inopportune time? Looking straight ahead, the man said that let him choose then. The forest appeared. It was heard that he was just in time. Walking forward, the hero said that although it was gloomy for a good man, to which the man replied that it was not that gloomy. When he was young, he broke through the fog to the nest of monsters, and the protagonist said that it would be nice if he told the story of his adventure along the way. Sam put his hand to his face and said that he could not help but tell him about his stay in the West. The monster's eyes lit up. It was heard that the first prey was a 2-headed ogre, a monster of the 1st rank, discovered in the mountains to the west of the city. It is slow, but quite dangerous. He chose it himself. But isn't a 2-headed ogre usually 1st rank? Why was it determined as a monster of the 1st rank? This guy is not an adult, so the rank drop is natural. They also hear that he breeds hunting dogs, including hounds. Looking to the side, the hero said that in other words, an open attack is not even worth thinking about. Looking up, Sam said that being a guardian requires more than just strength. The instructor watching would evaluate all his actions. The mountains to the west of the city appeared, a cave where a 2-headed ogre lives. The man put his hands behind his back. The thought occurred to him that old Sam and the people associated with the association, who came as backup just in case, would not help him. If a really dangerous situation arose, they would certainly intervene, but at that moment his test would fail. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that he should report his analysis. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that looking at the surroundings, he sees many tracks of an ogre walking with long hounds. the existence seems certain, to which the instructor asked how many longhounds there are, and he answered that there are 3. There were tracks on the ground. It was heard that while there were tracks of 2 four-legged animals next to the ogre's tracks, it was because one of them was female and pregnant. Chuck ducked, hearing that it seemed he already knew the answer. Let him try to explain, to which he replied that in addition to this, there were tracks of animals that were dragged. This meant that the prey was not eaten on the spot, but dragged away. Sam grinned, hearing that neither ogres nor hounds had any idea about storing food, which meant that there was someone who could not move, so they had to get food, for a pregnant female, for example, to which he replied that it was impressive. The monster stood in the middle of the forest. It was heard that well, how is he going to hunt a 2-headed ogre, which is a level 1 semi-monster, and longhounds, level 3 monsters? First you need to separate the ogre and the hounds. Chuck lowered his head and said that the reason they were dangerous was because they were wild animals. He was going to use a powerful weapon given to humans, to which the man asked again. The hero's eyes lit up and he said that he would use his head. It was thought that for them, of course, it was bad, but he was a professional at this. A castle appeared. It was said that despite the fact that humans were increasing their power, continuing to cultivate the world and moving forward, there was still a threat to them. The monster's eyes were shining brightly. It was thought that demonic creatures were majestically declaring themselves. The monster raised its leg. It was thought that the ruler of this forest was also one of them. The ogre looked straight ahead. It was said that for the 2-headed ogre, who rules like a tyrant in an almost deserted place, this forest is his own kingdom. The monster screamed loudly. It was thought that the hounds noticed the strange incident. An empty nest appeared. It was said that she was not there. The female, who had recently given birth and was moving with difficulty, was nowhere to be seen. The hound barked loudly. They looked at the pit. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought arose that the attacker had taken the female with him. The ogre held a weapon in his hands. It was said that realizing that the female of the pack and the cubs had been kidnapped, they were expressing their purely animal rage. The anger released by the ruler of the forest and his minions made the whole forest tremble. The hounds raised their paws up and shouted. The thought arose that 2 males, intoxicated with anger, were urging each other on with discordant cries. They had to pursue him. They had to save the female. A bright glow appeared. It was said that the hounds were running on the scent of the female, and the ogre was following them. The female's scent was getting stronger, as was the scent of the kidnapper. The hound ran forward. The thought arose that as always there was nothing in the forest that could frighten them. Now the stupid attacker would pay for disturbing the rulers of the forest. The monster was tied up. They saw a whining female lying on the ground. The male checks the safety of his partner, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The monster's legs were tied up. It was said that, and when the moment of release and escape was approaching, suddenly a blow flew at the monsters. A log rushed towards them. It hit the beast. The log hit a tree. The ropes suddenly broke. Logs flew at the monster. The beast looked at him in fear. The thought arose that this was no longer a chase. The hound ran forward. It was said that a flight for survival had begun. A clearing appeared. There were no trees. It was safe there. The beast suddenly stopped. The thought arose that they exhaled, having reached the clearing. The monster looked in amazement. The beast stood still. A powerful explosion flared up. The ogre stood still. He looked at the burning hound. The monster clenched his teeth tightly. The thought arose that the ogre had lost his faithful followers. The creature's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that the roar of an angry monster was covering the forest. The cable suddenly broke. The rope almost broke. Flames flared up around the creature. The ogre looked furiously. It was said that the traps could not even touch him. The creature's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that this image was the image of the ruler of the forest. But he did not know something. The hero stood in front of him. The thought appeared that the hunt was starting now. The forest appeared. It was said that the 2-headed ogre, the ruler of this forest, was also an excellent hunter. The monster gritted his teeth. The thought appeared that the first head, which had good eyesight, and the second, with a keen sense of smell, worked together to avenge the hounds. Finding traces of prey is not so difficult. The tracks appeared. The thought appeared that on the contrary, there were so many tracks that it was even funny. This guy was not able to hide them, as well as his scent, and the loyal dogs of the ruler lost to such an idiot. The monster was sitting on the ground. It was said that, but contrary to expectations on the first day, the ogre was unable to track down his prey. The ogre looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that there were definitely tracks, and although he searched stubbornly, for some reason he could not find them. It seemed that he was almost at the goal, but all to no avail. The creature lowered his gaze. It was said that during the rule, organized by the saddened ogre, a rune appeared. The thought arose that the same idiot had attacked. The ogre looked up. It was an attack that would have been impossible to react to if one of the heads had not woken up. When hail began to fall from the sky, the second head woke up. The monster waved his weapon and shouted. The fragments lay on the ground. Only a few small hailstones fell on the ogre. Otherwise this attack was meaningless. The creature looked furiously. It was said that there were many such blows. When the ogre tried to sleep, hail began to fall on him. The forest was engulfed in flames. If he tried to ignore it, not attaching much importance, After several times a fiery stone flew in, burning everything in the area. Early in the morning he rushed in pursuit and made a mess in the adjacent territory. The monster walked straight. The thought arose that but nevertheless the prey left only inaccurate tracks, never showing itself. This had already passed 3 days. Scars appeared on his leg. The ogre looked fearfully. He realized who was being hunted. Realizing that he himself was now the prey, the ogre began to feel only grief and anger. Suddenly his gaze froze. The hero closed his eyes and said that so much effort to catch him alone would soon be over. The monster looked at him furiously. Suddenly he rushed forward. The protagonist frowned. Chuck swung his hand. The hero took a step forward. Suddenly he jumped up. The protagonist swung his weapon. The ogre looked at him furiously. The thought occurred to him that the moment he landed, he would finish off this small body with a 2-meter birch club. Smiling, Chuck used the skill Mountain Destruction. His eyes lit up brightly. A blow flew at the monster. The beam pierced him through. The ogre gritted his teeth and exclaimed. The hero swung his hand at him. The protagonist struck with his hand. It pierced the monster through. The ogre froze in amazement. The creature flew to the side. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck said that for, and he filled the aura core to the brim. The hero yawned and added that there was not even a chance to use it. The blue sky appeared. It was heard that the ogre was dealt with. I wonder how Maria is doing. A window appeared in the room, and someone asked how much she trusted him. Smiling, the girl said that she was even ready to believe him if he said that you can make kimchi from potatoes, to which the protagonist replied that but you can really make kimchi from potatoes. Maria looked in amazement, hearing that in any case, since she trusted him, until what point could she be with him, to which she asked again. Waving her arms, the girl shouted that until the end, she would follow him until the very end. This was too much, to which the hero replied that he had a plan, and without her this plan would not be realized, to which she added that like this, without her, then nothing would work out. Looking straight ahead, Maria heard that he was now going to explain. From tomorrow he and Emma. Standing in front of the hero, she asked that this was their plan with him. Why did the name of another girl suddenly appear? To which the protagonist asked again. Things and blood appeared. Water poured from the shower. It was said that although she had a rich youth as a veteran guard and a special vampire, but she was also a simple girl in her prime. Chuck chose words that could easily be misunderstood, and they were enough to shake the girl. With wide eyes, the girl said that everything was worse than she thought. Maria washed herself in the shower. The thought arose that the guy was always present at the scene before something happened, making a plan and preparing a response, even when he saved her or helped Emma, not to say that she did not appreciate the selfless activity of the boy. The girl closed her eyes and thought that but damn, what does he know and how much? It is impossible not to ask these questions, but a girl in love is completely blind, and again she decides to listen to the request of this guy. The view of the building opened up, despite the fact that there are many different books in the academy. The reason why wizards want to become professors of the academy is because of the experiment building on the west side of the academy grounds. The entrance to the office appeared. It was said that it was because the best ingredients that wizards dream of are available here. It was heard that what a cool boar. Standing in front of the monster, the girl asked that they also saw it in the textbook. It is a wild boar that swallowed an entire iron mine, and ate the original drawings that were carved in the depths of the mine. Looking straight ahead, Oliver asked that this research is about the alpha characteristics of special monsters, right? To which the instructor replied that she plans to write a dissertation on the unique alpha energy of special demonic entities, and their influence on lower-level creatures. The girl smirked when she heard that all he had to do was engrave runes on this special rank monster, to which she replied that yes, that was right. It was good that he existed. In their day rune mages had died out even among wizards. Frowning, the man said that it was not for nothing that they say that runes are now like a dead language, and in practice they are difficult to use. Oliver raised his finger up. It was heard that unless he was a knight like him, possessing enormous magical power. Looking to the side, the man asked who was there, and the instructor said that as far as he knew, there was another special rank monster in their academy. She did not think that a special rank vampire would volunteer to help in the experiment. It was impolite to call him that. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind and she said that everything was fine. It was said that it was a meeting of 2 special species. Smirking, Maria said that yes, and he did not say anything like that. A glow appeared around the girl. The thought arose that this was the first meeting of the boss of the first arc of the boss of the second arc. A house appeared. It was said that the mission with the ghost house, in the original it was a simple mission that could be chosen around the second semester. Things flew into the air. The idea arose that in order to subdue the first-rank demonic spirit of the ghost house, it was necessary to avoid its attacks with all kinds of furniture in the house, to destroy the magic circle of the demonic spirit hidden in the basement due to the extremely difficult level that did not match its simplicity. For gamers, the ghost house was a kind of test to prove that he was a true gamer. The man's eyes lit up, and the hero thought that he usually could not perceive spirits. But this time was an exception. Like a spirit possessing a magic tool in the training room, this spirit possessed the house. The protagonist walked straight and thought that this meant that physical force could be used. It could not be ignored. Swinging, He shouted that they dodged the attack in a jump, and with a spear, cut off the stem and the upper core of the root in one jump. Chuck smiled and shouted that if he rushed forward holding the spear in front, the window on the terrace would break and glass shards would fly. Raising the weapon up, he added that they needed to dodge them and slip inside through the door. The hero ran through the house, saying that now, once inside, break the clock on the right at the top by hitting it 3 times in a jump, break the nails sticking out from under the stairs. They don't need to go up. They will go down if you step on the carpet in the center of the room. People looked in amazement. The signs on the rune lit up. It was heard that there was no more flying furniture. He didn't even blink an eye. How did he do it? Who is he anyway? And now they activate the magic of the runes that he engraved earlier. Walking forward, the protagonist said that well, everything will just burn to the ground, so he leaves the house. Putting his hand to his face, he added that real men don't turn around when an explosion happens. That's all there was to it. 30 seconds filmed. The man's eyes widened as he said that even 2 second-rank wizards definitely couldn't do anything about it. But how could he? And Chuck thought that this was once the last strategy of the legendary streamer who dominated the vastness of the Korean internet broadcasting industry. Standing in front of him, Sam said that he congratulated him. Smiling, he added that to tell the truth, he could say that he had already become a knight of almost the first rank. There was a port city called Sar nearby. There was a restaurant there that he knew, so they would have lunch. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked that Sar City was a sashimi restaurant, and then thought that at the same time, this was the place where it was. The reason why he decided to subdue the demonic spirit in this area was also hidden there. Walking forward, Sam asked what so he knows. He does not like raw fish, to which the hero replied that he likes sashimi, to which he added that great, then he will introduce him to a wonderful restaurant. The protagonist looked away. The pet was standing behind a tree. A thought arose that great, he follows him. Mountains appeared. It was said that 88 years ago the polar region of the northern continent, a cold land, but numerous natural resources were developed here. This is a mountain range in which there were so many mines that it was called the Iron Mountain. The miners looked in surprise. They witnessed an incredible sight. The eyes of the beast lit up. It was said that a huge boar greedily devoured iron ore. It absorbed literally everything, the devilish boar of the Dingle Peninsula. People looked at him in fear, then they discovered him for the first time. The girl rushed forward and thought what and why she overslept today. It seems that it is on the 4th floor of the building for experiments. Emma frowned and added that she couldn't be late. It was a task that Mr. Chuck had assigned her. Standing behind Maria, she turned to him, to which Maria replied that she had scared her. Smirking, Emma said that she was sorry. It seemed that she had been too carried away by the experiment. It was very important, to which Maria replied that it was nothing special, she just decided to try something while resting. Raising her finger up, she added that but why she had called her. Archie said that she wanted to see her, to which the girl replied that Chuck had asked her to explain something around this time. Her eyes widened, she asked again. Holding the bottle in her hands, Maria asked that she didn't want to drink it first, to which the girl asked that it was an elixir, and she added that if you think about it. Emma drank the elixir and said that if it was good for health, then she was all for it, to which Maria replied that it was hot. Let her drink it slowly, she had to make sure it was safe, to which Emma asked what she had just said. The girl looked at her in amazement, and asked what it was. Clenching her fists, the student said that it was delicious, like the taste of home, so much so that it even felt that way. Grinning, Maria said that the taste had been checked, the safety had been confirmed, and the toxicity had been noted. Standing in front of her, the girl asked what, by the way, and what had Mr. Chuck asked her to explain to her, to which she replied that she would tell her now. Emma looked at him in surprise, hearing that he had asked to tell her about what was about to happen, to which she asked what and what. Running through the crowd, the girl said that they should let her pass. She rushed forward and thought that the devil boar, the king of the Iron Mountain, was sealed in the building for experiments, did not know why Mr. Chuck called her, but she must hurry there quickly. The underground 4th floor appeared. It was heard that he was thinking about the difference between special rank demonic creatures and other monsters below them. Standing in front of the teachers, Maria asked what she meant by strength, said that strength is a natural passive of a special rank, but one of the most powerful characteristics is the power of control. Oliver crossed his arms and thought that she called Maria. Amanda raised her finger up and said that they say that some demonic creatures emit energy different from others. In theory they are called alpha individuals. These are those who are stronger than their fellows, monsters who give orders. The monsters looked at each other. It was heard that it is easy for them, but their control does not reach other creatures. Looking straight, Maria said that she can. Raising her eyebrows, she added that giving orders to all low-ranking demonic creatures, for example, to which she was answered that for sure, she had experience. The girl sat next to the monster. She remembered how she escaped to the hunting grounds. It was a time when, mad with thirst, she manipulated the forest monsters, forcing them to give blood. Putting her hand to her face, Maria said that but the professor, when thinking about it, cannot call it control. Then instead of mind control, she only took advantage of their fears. Crossing his arms, Oliver said that in many ways it is related to the family she belongs to, demonic creatures are divided into 3 types, right? And Amanda added that monsters and spirits and people, these 3 categories are simple, but the influence of the alpha characteristic on them will also be different. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked what it meant then. She could easily give orders to other demonic people, to which Amanda replied that research was still needed in this area, but they said it was impossible, since demonic people had intelligence higher than humans. It seemed like control didn't work on them. Looking away, the girl asked, well, enough theory, let's try it in practice a little, let them take out the test subjects. The people were standing near the cages. Looking at them, Amanda said that the key point of this experiment was to see how far the alpha characteristics of special monsters could be manifested. If they could freely control these alpha characteristics, theoretically, humanity could control most monsters and spirits. Maria froze in amazement, and thought that this was a larger-scale experiment than she expected. For a wizard it was truly frightening. If successful, humanity would be able to prevent the danger of demonic creatures in advance. Smiling, the girl asked that, by the way, she managed to make a delicious elixir. She recently asked to tell how to do it, to which Maria replied that thanks to her it turned out delicious, and Amanda said that she was glad that she could. Looking at the cage, the girl heard that then first they would try to control the experimental subjects, to which she responded approvingly. Opening her eyes wide, she said that to the exit. The boar looked at her furiously. The animals began to leave the cages. Stretching her hand forward, Maria stopped them. Looking down, she said that, and now? The boars lay on their sides. Hearing that, what are they? She told them to lie down. Looking to the side, the girl said that they were not listening to her, to which Amanda replied that they faced communication limitations due to the differences between demonic people and monsters. Low-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand her orders. Looking straight ahead, Oliver heard that they would see how it would be with the same animal. Let him release the king, to which he replied that he understood. Stretching his hand forward, he said that using the unlocking rune, for starters. The monster screamed furiously. It was heard that he would only get rid of the first seal. Standing behind the girl, Amanda screamed that he would activate the pressure of the first, third and seventh seals, strengthen the chains of the fourth and sixth seals. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. The boar raised its head and growled. Maria shuddered in fear and screamed that it should stop. The girl looked away. Putting her hand to her face, Amanda said that it was because they were from the same boar family. He lost control so easily. To which Maria replied that, but it was good that at this level he was quite easy to suppress. A blow flew across the wall. It was heard that there was an emergency. The monster A107 escaped. Frowning, the instructor shouted, "What is it really?" The snake was crawling on the floor. The monster suddenly rushed forward. Maria used the blood spear skill. Stretching her hand forward, she shouted that it was incredibly fast. The girl looked straight ahead. It was heard that they should save their strength. Suddenly, a blow flew at the monster. Oliver hit it with his hand. A glow appeared around his fist. A powerful explosion flared up. Clenching his fist, the man said that something strange was happening. The room shook, screams were heard. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that it was scary. The monsters were beating against the bars like crazy, trying to get out of the cage. They needed to leave, to which Amanda replied that they should simultaneously activate the pressure of the large monsters and block the magic. First of all, let them reseal the king of the Iron Mountain, begin the sealing process. Gritting her teeth, she added that they may have lost some funds on research, but first they need to ensure security. She can do it. Looking straight ahead, the boy shouted that the second group was on the line. The magic circle was not activated. The boy extended his hand forward and added that the sealing magic circle was also damaged. Oh shit. Amanda gritted her teeth when she heard that someone had damaged the sealing magic circle, to which she asked what he said. The chain suddenly broke. The girl looked in amazement. Her gaze froze in place. The boar's eyes lit up. It was heard that the king of the Iron Mountain had been released. The port city of Sar appeared. People were standing at the port. It was heard that now they would like to have another drink. It would be perfect, and he knows a lot about food. The dishes were on the table. It occurred to me that the reason they were enjoying such a huge feast in broad daylight was because Old Man Sam brought him here to celebrate his promotion to almost first rank. Sitting at the table, the hero asked if he could order a bottle of soju, to which the man replied that he was actually his instructor, and he was a student. Looking down, the protagonist thought that for 3 years of living as Chuck, he had not had the opportunity to drink, since he was considered underage. And why were all the drinking houses so strict about checking documents? This strange world, mixing the Middle Ages and modernity, like a stew, did not allow him to drink. The hero was on his knees. A thought appeared. Is this sadness from the impossibility of going to the establishment of the director who developed the chicken and ordering chicken with beer there familiar to him? They can imagine. He comes from a country with the highest daily alcohol consumption, but he cannot drink it. The man looked surprised, hearing that in the East there is such a saying. Grinning, the hero said that alcohol is something that you learn from adults, and he hopes that he will teach him to drink. Looking at him, Sam thought that he was looking at him with such kind eyes and with such respect. It was not just a desire to drink alcohol, he really sincerely wanted to talk to him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought that he was caught. Chuck looked at him in fear and added, "What the hell, really that sound?" Sitting at the table, he heard, "What the hell, where was the dog barking? Someone brought a dog with them," to which Chuck thought that why now? Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that this should have been his first drink in a long time. The chain suddenly broke. Amanda looked at him in fear. She frowned. The monster's eyes lit up. It was heard that the king of the Iron Mountain was freed. Looking at the girl, Oliver said that, "Damn, we need to stop him," to which she responded approvingly. Maria raised her weapon up. The crystals rushed forward. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought that the crystal knight's spear. Stretching the weapon in front of her, she added that it broke strange. Maria looked at him in amazement and thought that there was no damage. Swinging his fist, Oliver said that she had done a good job anyway, he would finish it. Suddenly, the instructor struck. Frowning, he asked that he did not feel anything. Looking at the monster, the man said that it could not be, he really had no damage. The boar's eyes lit up brightly. Oliver looked at him in surprise and asked what runes, it could not be. The man flew sharply to the side. He crashed into the wall. Amanda frowned and shouted that no, the walls were damaged, the barrier system. The monster broke the bars. Suddenly, the creatures ran out. It was heard that all the monsters locked under the general seal were released. The monsters rushed forward. It was said that all employees should evacuate. The security service was activating all kinds of magic circles. The creatures stood still. It was heard that the ghost golems were activated. The golems were fighting the monsters. It was said that the golem group was activated. The installation of the interception system was completed. Under no circumstances should the monsters be released from the building for the experiment. The creature looked straight ahead. The gray dragon rushed forward. The eyes of the demonic beast lit up. A crowd of monsters ran forward. It was heard that reinforcements were needed. They would not be able to stop high-level monsters without a magic circle. Standing at the control panel, Amanda shouted that no, if they go outside the academy, it allows chain lightning strikes in public areas. The monster rushed forward and shouted. The girl looked at him and exclaimed. The creatures collided with each other. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that the master's vigilance was becoming more and more frightening. Ethan looked away, hearing what he was doing here, to which he replied that he came for a tour. He extended his hand forward and said that he should come here. Flames appeared from the monster's mouth. The young man froze in front of it. Lightning flew around the stones, and the sound of the remnants uniting was heard. The creature's hand appeared. The golem stood in front of the creature. Smiling, the boy said that it was great, good control, it was a success, the formula that this scoundrel gave him worked. Eric sat on the floor and thought about how a few days ago he said that endurance is strength. It was the formula of golem magic that Chuck had given him, forcing him to practice in the training hall. In exchange for the magic formula that he found while reading books in the library, Chuck asked him to come here for a tour today. A blow flew at the golem. It was heard that they were losing, as expected from a first-rank monster. Green lightning flew around the creature. He used the strength and root skill. Kate stretched her arms out to the sides and said, how did this guy know about all this in advance, and how to use it like that? Raising her head, Amanda shouted that the gray dragon was going up to the 3rd floor. She struck the monster. Looking away, the girl asked what he had finished. Standing in the smoke, the instructor thought that the timing was perfect. The dramatic entrance of the students, each of whom was a knight or wizard of the 2nd rank and above. Was there ever a time when she was so grateful to the students? With wide eyes, she asked what reason they were all in the building for experiments. Looking at her, the students answered that they came for a tour. Sitting at the table, the hero thought that the plan made by the boy who was not in the academy, everything was going great. The boar's eyes lit up. A bright glow appeared. It was heard that thank God they first prepared the barrier. As Chuck said, now they will not be able to get into the real world. Suddenly, a blow flew at the monster. The fragments pierced him. The girl looked at him in fear and asked what it was. Frowning, Monica said that he shouldn't relax, because it also belongs to a special rank, like her. The demonic beast screamed. The thought arose that it was more of a monster than a demonic beast, a first-rank monster that has a certain probability of appearing. Looking to the side, the guy said that it was a curse. It destroys everything just with its movements. Let them do something. Frowning, Eric screamed that more reinforcement was needed, to which the girl asked that it really moves. The golem swung its fist. It was said that the cores of the bodies of broken spirit golems were the basis. The connections were created using Chuck's magic formula, as well as the magical power of the druid Kate. The blow flew at the monster. The demonic beast looked at the golem. Standing at the control panel, the guy said that if you follow this formula, let him strengthen the projectile on his fist, to which Kate asked what he was going to do, and she added that it would explode all 5 absorbed spirit golem cores and spill out a large amount of magical power. The golem struck the monster. Lightning appeared around his hand. The guy raised his hand up and shouted. He pressed the button. The golem abruptly struck the creature. Smiling, Eric shouted that it was excellent. A view of Sar opened up. It was a port city located a few miles from the experiment building. The building appeared. It was said that the reason he chose the haunted house was to come here. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he should wait. He said that he also had something to do. Grinning, he added that he was a student at the academy and not from around here. He could not attend mass on the weekend because of work. Could he use the prayer room? To which the girl replied that he was a guard. Of course, let him use it as much as he wanted. The doors of the temple closed. It was heard that they would look. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that if he remembered correctly, it seemed to be a marker. Smiling, he added that due to the current situation, he would like everything to be faster. Looking to the side, Chuck said that as expected, the reaction is what it should be. A glow appeared near him. Looking straight ahead, the monster asked how he knew about this marker. He better answer properly. Biting his lip, the hero thought that he had many questions, but he would not ask them now, the time had not come yet. He grinned and said that he would deal with an urgent matter first. The golem struck sharply. Clenching his fist, Eric shouted that it was great, to which Kate asked what and when he had managed to name it. Emma looked in amazement and asked what it was, the first time she had seen something like this. The monster rushed towards her, and she said that now was not the time to be distracted. The grey dragon opened its mouth. The thought arose that she should confront it alone, and besides. Raising her finger up, Maria said that for sure. Chuck asked her to definitely pass on something to him under no circumstances. Let him never use it. The girl stood in front of the monster. She heard the division of territory. The thought arose that without using this technique. Gritting her teeth, Emma added that Mr. Chuck definitely saw some potential in her, making such a request, but was she really able to? Looking to the side, she asked what that sound was. A bright red sphere appeared. Lightning flew in the air. The girl flew to the side. Maria flew up, and someone addressed her. She fell to the ground. The girl was unconscious and thought that everything was really as Chuck said. The student stood in front of the monster. It was heard that the elder probably would not be able to defeat him. Lightning flew from the rune. It was said that the reason he became such a demonic beast was because he chewed the oldest steel. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought arose that he had 100% resistance against physical attacks. Raising his head up, the monster screamed, and the girl thought that this was the reason why the monster was not killed, but sealed. Before that, taking many heroes to the other world. Holding the weapon in her hands, she said that, but still this is the matter that Chuck entrusted to her. Gritting her teeth, Maria thought that she would not give up. Frowning, Emma turned. The girl lowered her head and thought that she too. She swung the weapon and added that there was nothing left to do but deal with it. Amanda exclaimed in amazement. She held her breath, watching the scene unfold before her eyes. The monster struck sharply. The creature looked angrily. Maria stretched out her hand forward. The room appeared. The thought arose that although Maria was fighting, her opponent was still the devil boar itself. This clash was possible since they were both creatures of a special rank. The professor's eyes widened. It was said that she felt that she was sharing a moment that would one day become a page of history. She could not hide this feeling of fear and interest. The monster rushed towards the girl. Maria clenched her teeth tightly. Shards flew towards the creature. Red lightning appeared in front of it. Standing in front of the creature, the girl exclaimed. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought arose that the hard work of the students did not allow the demonic beasts to leave the experimental building, but everyone felt it. Maria's eyes widened and she thought that she was about to lose. The monster was running forward at a rapid pace. He froze in confusion. The boar looked away. The pet raised his paw. Archie was holding Maria in his arms. Smiling, the girl said that he had finally arrived. The girl flew to the side from the blow. Frowning, she thought that she shouldn't use the division of territory. But then how could she defeat this idiot? What would Chuck do in her place? The demonic beast looked away. Suddenly, he screamed furiously. Holding the weapon in her hands, the student thought that yes, if Chuck were in her place now, there was no other option. Emma swung the weapon. Frowning, she thought that the basics, you need to dodge and pierce, and throw the rest out of your memory. The girl struck the monster. The monster hit the ground. Lowering her head, Emma said what was that? In any case, she did it. She succeeded without using the division of territory. She looked away, hearing that yes, she had worked hard. Grinning, the hero said that they had all done well. Stretching his arms forward, the golem shouted that he had won. He had defeated the monster. Sticking out his tongue, Eric said that he didn't need Chuck, his friends either, as long as the warrior was with him. To which Kate asked that unless you needed friends and Chuck to create a warrior. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that they seemed to have dealt with the king, and where had the grey dragon disappeared to? Only body fluids remained, to which Emma asked that didn't he say that he couldn't come, and Chuck asked that they would first sort out the current situation. What about the devil's boar? With her eyes wide open, the girl said that the elder Maria was still blocking him. She needed to go help her, to which she was asked, that's how. Looking straight ahead, the professor asked what he was planning to do now. He had come all the way to the temple and even taken her along. He must have something in mind, right? To which the protagonist replied that he knew, she just needed to help her catch the devil boar, and she asked what that meant. The blow struck the barrier. It was heard that there were plenty of other monsters here besides him. he shouldn't worry. The boars were standing in front of Maria. It was said that when Chuck explained the plan to Maria, he had one request that had to be fulfilled. The task was to feed the monsters in the experimental building with stones with runic magic engraved on them. Rune fragments appeared. It was thought that under the pretext of eating, many such stones were fed to the monsters. The monsters' eyes lit up. Flames appeared around the creatures. It was said that the plan was to strike by activating the resonance of the runes. Chuck smirked and thought that the resonance activation of the silver spear made of runestone. Something like this is possible with enough time and persistence. Rushing forward, he shouted that they will go, to which Emma responded approvingly. The eyes of the monsters lit up. A thought arose that the mid and high-ranking monsters who survived the resonance attack were forming an army one after another. According to rough estimates, the number is about 30 individuals, and there is even a special rank devil boar in the back. The hero smirked and said that well, there is no need to be too nervous. The guy looked away, hearing that he should join them, to which he replied that he was finally here. Looking straight ahead, Kate heard that they too stopped getting drunk on the taste of victory. Let them come here, to which Eric replied that he doesn't need him, and she said that's enough already, they will go. The gray smoke dispersed in the air. It seemed that all the celebrities of heroic legends had gathered. These were the heroes who would save the world in the future. Maria smiled when she heard that she was fine. Lightning appeared around the students. It was heard that they would try again then. It seemed that the counterattack was starting right now. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the party was going beyond extravagance and excess, but the participants were still not full of confidence, and that was the reason for that. The monster's eyes lit up, and he added that the great demonic beast, the king of the Iron Mountain, with whom they would have to fight, the king of the Iron Mountain reigns, but does not rule, crushes, but does not conquer. The monster looked ahead, the thought appeared, and therefore it destroys everything, and shows no mercy. Frowning, Maria shouted that everyone should split up. The creature lowered its head. It was said that the all-consuming, cruel king was in action. Clenching his fist, the guy shouted that he should attack head-on. Raising his head, Chuck shouted that he could not go for a frontal attack. The golem rushed towards the creature. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouted that he was a strong golem who crushed the king. Green lightning appeared around the golem. A blow flew at the monster. The guy exclaimed in amazement. Frowning, the hero said that he was an idiot. Well, if that's the case, let him take the devil's boar for now, the rest should disperse. The girl extended her staff forward, hearing that he should grow his plants, contain him at all costs, to which she replied that it was easy to say. Kate clenched her teeth tightly. Green roots appeared. They tied the monster tightly. It was heard that this was a success. The beast's eyes lit up. He abruptly tore the roots apart. Eric, opening his eyes wide, asked that this was even real, to which the girl added that where did such strength come from. Rushing forward, the hero said that he should attack from the flank, with 2 magic swords, to which the guy responded approvingly. Ethan extended his hand forward. The thought arose that, as expected from an employer, an ideal strategist who suggests the optimal timing and the best security measures, there was no reason for a mercenary not to follow the instructions. A glow appeared around the swords. It was said that the superweapon, reinforced with the first level of the highest rank magic stone, was given as compensation after the incident with Maria. The swords rushed towards the beast. It seemed that it would not be easy for him to cope with this. The creature's eyes lit up. The swords collided with the monster. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked what the no damage. Looking at the hero, Maria turned to him, to which he replied that yes, he knows, it's time to use Archie. The pet collided with the monster. Archie struck the beast. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that in order to defeat the king of the Iron Mountain, the physical and magical teams must be divided into 2 parts. This is a fairly common move. Runes flew down. It seemed that the primordial, to get to heaven, 8 written characters are needed. The paradise that ceased to exist was transferred to the devil boar through the primordial rune. It gives power to perfect concepts. The beast looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that red fur is absolutely resistant to physical attacks, blue fur is completely resistant to magical attacks, and golden fur is hidden. Frowning, Chuck said that let them hold him back at all costs. If they let him go, let them capture him again. Ethan hits from a medium distance. He and Emma will wait behind. Putting her hand to her face, Maria asked what about her, to which the hero replied that let Archie provide all the attacks. She took the right measures in accordance with his instructions. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist said that they should not think about what to do next. This is a short-term decisive battle. Looking to the side, Chuck said that they will give everything and win. The thought appeared that this person is confident in his victory over the legend. The boar quickly ran forward. The golem suddenly jumped up. Roots appeared around the monster. Its fur appeared. He struck the golem. It was heard that they missed. The beam shot towards the creature. Blows flew at it. The thought arose that it was the same pattern as before. Archie swung his arms and shouted. A blow flew at the beast. Clenching his fist, Eric said that it was done. The blow was deeper than before. This boy's blow was so strong. The pet clenched his teeth tightly. He jumped up. The thought arose that the color of the fur had not changed. The change in fur had stopped. The fur was still the same red. The eyes of the beast lit up. It was said that the deception, changing the color of the fur to a magic-resistant blue, was a trick to attract the most dangerous of them. The pet flew to the side from the blow. The thought arose that the giant rune that destroyed everything that approached it was a destructive light. Archie flew into the wall. Frowning, the protagonist said that they should bring him back, use the bloody spear, to which Maria responded approvingly. Stretching her hand forward, the girl shouted that she should demolish everything in the way. The monster stood still. The spears flew at him. Chuck grinned and said, "Well, let's try it slowly." The hero ran forward quickly. The monster suddenly looked at him in amazement. A glow appeared around the hero, and he asked what and how to prevent this. The protagonist used the mountain throw skill. The creature's eyes lit up. The guy looked at him in fear and said that it was incredible. What was this? To which Kate replied that he had shattered everything with one blow of the spear. Chuck ducked and said that he had managed to escape. He really had good reflexes. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that it was a bloody spear again, to which Maria responded approvingly. Rushing forward, the hero thought that if he changed the color of the fur to blue to prevent the magical attack of the blood spear, he would not be able to prevent its physical attack, and vice versa. If he changed the color of the fur to red to prevent a physical attack, he would not be able to withstand the magical attack of the blood spear. The beast stood still. The thought appeared that so, and now they were attacking at the same time. How would he respond to this? He slightly opened his mouth. The protagonist flew to the side. The girl exclaimed in amazement. The guy opened his eyes wide and screamed. Sitting on the floor, Chuck said that he reflected both attacks. As he thought, he pulled out this card. A glow appeared near the fur. It was said that complete resistance to all types of attacks, namely. A glow appeared around the monster. It was heard that the color was golden. The beast raised its head. It was said that the king was laughing. The corners of its mouth twisted, showing satisfaction. In the end it was always the same, a hidden secret trick, invincibility limited to 5 minutes. The creature rushed forward. The thought appeared that with this power no one would be able to resist the king. It was heard that he was attacking again. Turning his head, the hero shouted that this was already boring. Let everyone run. From now on no attacks would work on him for 5 minutes. Frowning, Ethan said that it was impossible. Looking around, the hero heard that there was nowhere else to run, to which he asked what and when the building had managed to turn into rubble. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that it was really him. The monster's eyes lit up. It was said that the king was laughing. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought that in order to corner fast people, he hit the wall so many times. Swinging his arm, the golem shouted that it was their turn. A glow appeared around the monster, and it seemed that the giant was no match for him. Raising his weapon up, Maria shouted that alchemical magic, bloody ice. The beast rushed forward, and it was said that the little demon's magic was also helpless in front of him now. The monster ran towards the hero, and it seemed that it was now time for the king to escape from prison. The hero stood still and thought that the golden wool, the final phase of the devil boar, the king of the Iron Mountain from the Dingle Peninsula, the invulnerability arc of the second act boss lasting 5 minutes, this shocking sight caused disappointment among many users. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that to tell the truth. Smiling, he thought that there was a secret strategy here. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck heard the seal being released. Emma swung her weapon. The boar looked furiously. She used the skill of the first sword. The monster looked straight ahead. It was said that the chosen opponent was a legend. The girl struck the creature. A bright glow appeared. Emma's eyes widened and she exclaimed. Raising his hands up, the hero said that yes, he does not envy her opponents, to which the girl asked what he was talking about. Let him say if everything is okay, he is going to rampage again, to which the protagonist said no, now it is time. The monster was tied with chains. It was heard that their madam was slowly becoming active. The girl frowned, hearing that she had restored a large magic circle in such a short period of time, which was to be expected from Professor Eva. Smiling, the hero thought that the gold color was a strong ability, but after it ceased to work, the king would not be able to use the primordial rune for some time. Maria frowned and said that she was ready. She raised her hands up. Walking forward, the protagonist shouted that she should somehow restrain him herself, to which the girl thought that he was crazy. Stretching her hands forward, Maria shouted that she would end this. A bright beam appeared. The thought arose that the nightmare of 80 years ago, the warrior killer, the devilish boar of the Dingle Peninsula meets its end and the primordial light emanating from his fallen body. The spearman did not miss. A rune appeared. It was said that the primordial, 8 written characters that lead to paradise, although it is a relic of the sacred era that cannot be destroyed by any force, it often happens that the runestone, which is a vessel, is destroyed, 88 years ago. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought arose that the runestone that one boar of the Dingle Peninsula swallowed. People looked at the monster in fear. The thought arose that gave the bearer a power close to immortality. No one even thought of taking it out. But today even the unsealed beast was subdued. The runestone inside his body broke. A rune appeared. It was said that so where will the primordial rune go, having lost the vessel? A glow appeared around the hand. The thought arose that the answer was simple. wandering aimlessly, it would head to the nearest runestone, where it would calm down. The man walked forward and thought that the goal was achieved. He spent 10 whole years to achieve this, infiltrating the academy and becoming a professor. Looking to the side, the guy shouted that several monsters had escaped. They needed to be stopped. The thought arose that the king of the Iron Mountain, who had fallen at the hands of the academy students, it was a futile end, given his reputation, but he was probably weakened after 80 years of imprisonment. Oliver put his hand to his face and thought that now all he had to do was go through the secret passage, and then slowly leave the academy and the city. Suddenly, the man looked surprised. A blade appeared. It was heard that his brother was doing well. The thought arose that a special rank vampire, Maria, and the one who broke the king of the Iron Mountain, a great demonic creature. Grinning, the protagonist asked Oliver's nephew. It was said that the 5th rank knight, Chuck, stopped him. Looking at the hero, the man asked what nephew, to which Chuck replied that since he is the student of his teacher's student, he is his mentor's brother and like his uncle, let him quickly come and observe the decorum. Looking directly, Oliver asked what uncle really, and then thought that it seemed like he finally learned about his true identity. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that he was using the same spear technique as his teacher. The conclusion he made after looking at him was quite wise. The protagonist parried the blow. The thought occurred to him that as far as he knew, the only spearman who uses 6 steps of the spear to reach infinity is his teacher. When he first saw him use the same, he probably thought that he was that man's student. The man crossed his arms. It was said that the sudden appearance of such a character, Oliver, who had infiltrated here with a mission, must have been immediately suspicious and curious about his identity. The professor frowned and thought that the most stable and safe choice he had made was to ignore him. The hero stood in front of him. The thought came that after he had shown himself well in the exam and the fight with Libby, he had sent him out of the city for a rank reassessment, and completely excluded him from his plans. Oliver smirked. It was said that he himself was going to successfully achieve his goal and leave the city, because he could learn about him later from the teacher or the king. The protagonist smirked, and thought that he probably didn't expect that he would be able to return from such a long journey by performing spatial movement using Professor Eva's marker, and then said that for him, who was just keeping track of time, Maria's participation in Professor Amanda's experiment was good news. Looking straight ahead, he added that he wouldn't be able to leave with the primordial. Gritting his teeth, the professor said that this wasn't the kind of information that was available to the students. No, that couldn't be. Putting on his gloves, the man said that an unknown spearman using the 6-step technique was standing in front of him, and all his plans were in plain sight. Understandable. Taking a fighting stance, he added that he was his enemy. Frowning, the hero thought that although he was known as a famous first-rank knight, this was a lie. The man's eyes lit up, thinking that he was the one who actually unsealed the king of Iron Mountain, the boss of the second act. His hidden evil nature caused a general commotion, and later he would appear with the King of Heaven, the 4th boss. The girl waved her weapon. It was said that his strength was at least on the same level as Libby. If the conditions were right, he would be able to show his potential at a special level. The man stood still. It was heard that due to his meager activity, his arrogance knew no bounds. He thought he was a good opponent for him. Frowning, he said that he would finish him off in no time. Smiling, the hero thought that Oliver's deceptive characteristic, which doubled the number of attacks in places where shadows existed, but he did not choose this battlefield for nothing. The rune of the sun emitted a glow. The man clenched his teeth tightly. Frowning, he exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that it was the natural enemy of the shadow system. He was aware of the weaknesses of his techniques. People walked forward. The thought appeared that shadow-based techniques required the existence of a shadow, just as water magic requires moisture, just as fire magic requires or air. The protagonist ran forward rapidly. Lightning flew in the air. A bright glow appeared. Frowning, Oliver shouted, "Really?" Standing in front of the hero, he asked what was in the vacant lot, to which Chuck replied that it was not easy for him. He engraved the runes of the sun on this vacant lot for 20 days. It was hard, but lately he had a lot of mana. Gritting his teeth, the professor thought that in this abandoned vacant lot with limited access there was a secret passage leading to the basement of the experimental building. He prepared for this battle more than anyone else. Persistent and harsh counterattack prepared only for Oliver, and then said that he was a coward. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he was expecting praise for his level of training, and then thought that the shadow servant, consuming a significant amount of magical power, must be angry that he was blocked only by entry-level runes. Taking a step forward, the man said that his tenacity should be recognized, however. Suddenly, he rushed forward, to which the protagonist thought that 10 meters in an instant. Chuck swung his hand sharply. The hero struck the clone. The man swung his fist at him. Oliver swung his fist sharply. Frowning, the instructor asked that he managed to avoid this attack. The thought appeared that a blow to the blind spot with constant use of energy. He thought he would not be able to avoid it. The hero frowned. He swung his weapon sharply. It was heard that the balance of skills through experience and training is impressive. Brandishing his weapon, the protagonist asked him why he had finally decided to be a professor. to which the man replied that he had been doing so for 10 years, it was a professional habit, and he added that what about his ridiculous, frivolous manner of speaking, he decided to stop, let him continue in the same spirit, to which the man said that he was an arrogant bastard. Looking at the man, Chuck said that no matter what he did, he would meet his death here, to which Oliver replied that it was a pity that they would not be able to determine the winner here. Next time he would definitely finish him off. The hero waved his weapon and thought that he needed to get out of the city urgently, because he still had to avoid the attention of those who thought he was dead. The man raised his finger up. It was said that if he really decided to escape, he could drag Madame Eva into it, who owned the magic of movement. He looked in amazement, hearing that he was challenging him to a duel. Standing in front of the hero, Oliver thought he would just let this happen, and then said that he was not going to answer his challenge. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would have to, because this is the commandment that limits him. A view of the building opened up. A thought appeared, that with high risks and high rewards depending on the conditions, this method could allow one to produce several times more power, the method of the great warriors of the Shadow Paradise. The man looked straight ahead. It was said that for Oliver, who engraved such restrictions on himself, there was no option to refuse the fight. Frowning, he asked, so that's why he came alone? Looking down, Chuck replied that of course, because a duel is a one-on-one fight, and then thought that a duel is honest and sacred, it takes place one-on-one. The hero stood in front of the man. A thought appeared, that because duels conditioned by the restrictions of the commandments are conducted only like this. The man clenched his fist. A thought appeared, that since he came alone, and the duel rune was activated. Looking straight ahead, Oliver thought that he couldn't refuse him a fight, and then introduced himself. The hero introduced himself with a frown. A glow appeared around the man. The protagonist glared at him, and thought that they had to reveal their names. Suddenly, he jumped up. The man rushed forward. They glared at each other. Multiple notifications appeared. A powerful light flashed. The ground cracked. It was thought that this was a street fight between a spearman and a fighter. The hero clenched his teeth. It was said that the fighter was trying to close the distance with the help of the acceleration rune. The protagonist extended his hand forward. He pointed the weapon towards the man. Oliver frowned. It was thought that the spearman did not allow him to do it so easily. Chuck swung the weapon. It was said that the fighter did not miss the moment to raise the spear. The instructor rushed towards him. It was thought that at the same time the distance was reduced. The weapon stuck into the ground. The hero jumped up. It was said that he also foresaw this. The protagonist swung his weapon. The thought came that jumping in close combat only increases the number of loopholes. The fighter strives for the moment of landing. Chuck pointed the weapon at the man. Putting his hand to his face, Oliver thought that he was fast. 7 consecutive blows from the jump to the landing. The man took a step forward. The man ran forward rapidly. The hero frowned and looked to the side. The instructor swung his fist. The blow flew into the protagonist's face. He flew to the side. Oliver swung at him. The man's eyes lit up and he thought that even though blood was spurting from his wounded hand, he couldn't refuse the attack. He needed to close the distance between them. The protagonist looked at him angrily and thought that he was going to endure the shock and attack. Chuck parried his blows. The man used the meteor strike skill. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that the finishing attack, which focused all the power, if he prevented it, it would be his turn again. Frowning, he added that, however, for only a second, a small movement caught his attention. The man relaxed his hand, and the protagonist thought that his fist had unclenched. Oliver grabbed the spear, and the protagonist thought that this bastard, his spear, this attack was fake. A glow appeared on the weapon. The weapon flew to the side. Frowning, the instructor asked what he was going to do now. Striking with his fist, the man said that the spearman who lost his spear. Chuck cried out in pain. He flew to the side. The hero slid along the ground. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he should come here, and then thought that everything was fine if he summoned the spear again. The spear was stuck in a tree. A thought arose, damn, it was stuck so deep that it did not respond to the call. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The man swung his fist. Raising his hand, Chuck said that no matter what weapon he used, the basis was still that he was a warrior. Naturally, a spearman also knew the basics of martial arts. As he struck, he asked what he knew about it. Frowning, the hero said that the basis of a warrior was martial arts. The protagonist struck the man. Looking straight ahead, Oliver said that to tell the truth, he was a little surprised. Chuck looked at him in amazement. Standing in front of him, the man said that his fist fighting skills were not as good as his spear skills, to which the hero thought that there was no damage. The instructor struck him in the liver. Oliver frowned, thinking that Chuck's 8-trigram technique was truly magnificent, but there was something he had overlooked. The man struck. It was said that Chuck only also practiced martial arts in addition to wielding a spear, and Oliver only practiced martial arts. The hero raised his head up. The instructor rushed towards him. Beams appeared around the man's legs. Oliver's eyes lit up and he said that looking at how he only does what he gets hit, it seems to him that his will is broken. Not to worry now, he will finish him. The man swung his fist sharply. A blow flew at the hero. Opening his eyes wide, Oliver thought that it was a spear, but how, he definitely threw it away. Smiling, the protagonist said that he admits he is not an easy opponent, and then thought, is this bastard? Standing in front of the hero, the man thought that he deliberately approached the place where the spear was and led him in this direction. Suddenly Chuck swung his weapon. He tightly clutched the spear in his hands. A blow flew at the man. The instructor flew to the side. He slid along the ground. It was heard that it was impressive, his ability to handle situations when the spear was not nearby, and martial arts did not work. Lowering his head, the man said that everything was close to correct. Looking at the hero, he added that he was definitely at a disadvantage again, to which the hero replied that after he got it so badly, he still played the professor, let him do it at least in moderation. Taking off his glasses, Oliver asked what he was playing the professor, good. Frowning, he said that now he really will finish him off. Symbols appeared on his hand. Marks appeared on the ground. A world appeared where the sun did not exist, an abandoned piece of paradise. Black particles flew around the man. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he erased the shadows with the rune of the sun. It was a good move. Purple flames appeared. It was heard that but with his modest skills he would not be able to erase this shadow. Clones appeared behind Oliver. It was said that this place is accessible only to the great warriors of the Shadow Paradise. Now it is the end for him. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that he will either be torn apart by the demonic beasts of paradise, or die from his fist. Grinning, the protagonist asked that was not a sacred one-on-one fight. The instructor froze in amazement. Holding the plant in his hands, Chuck said that he knew that he would use this trick if he wanted to speed up. The plant screamed loudly. The man flew to the side. The plant opened its mouth wide. It was said that the golden mandrake, the range of the voice is 7 times greater than that of a normal mandrake. The magical properties cannot be blocked by anything. The clones evaporated. The thought arose that even if they are shadow demonic beasts, they will not be able to withstand the roar of the only epic level mandrake in the world. Blood was pouring from the man's ears. It was heard that he was trying to survive with such a pathetic trick. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he should not make him laugh. He already told him. Holding the mandrake in his hands, he added that he would meet his end here anyway. We see a yellow silhouette that was screaming. There was a man near the main character. There were also purple silhouettes. Grinning, they tell him not to make him laugh. He holds the little man in his hand and says that he will meet his end. Oliver holds his ears and is told that the shadow demonic beasts have disappeared, and the mandrake will continue to scream. Smiling, Chuck says that he has the ability to regenerate and pain tolerance. Over time he will get used to it and develop resilience. He opened his mouth and called him a coward. Stretching his hand back, he talks about entering the Shadow Citadel. The silhouettes ran at him, because he cannot think about victory. The main character holds a spear and dodges. After that, he makes a cut on him. They grabbed his hands from behind. He took a spear in his hands and started waving it. There was a man behind him. Oliver made a high-speed strike on him. The guy landed on the wall. He clenched his hand and ran. Grabbing his clothes, the protagonist asks why the enemy will not understand what is being said to him. After that, everything around him begins to glow. Crossing his arms, he notices that his servants are disappearing. An opponent approached him, who says that the fight is one-on-one. He had abs, because the runes of the sun are engraved all over his body and the shadow servant will not be able to interfere. The man's eye widened, because this is tantamount to suicide for him. He makes an attack with a snake of disaster, a snake rushing. Standing not far from him, he asks to stop the tricks and let the victory be determined by pure martial art. Opening his mouth, he asks not to try to save the remaining strength pitifully, and just risk his life. Oliver was covered in blood and he was an enemy for the sake of a fight with whom he must risk everything. He opens his mouth and decides to risk everything he has. He clenched his hands and creates 6 steps of Asura Spearman. The guy's eyes turned red, because from the very beginning it was necessary to show abilities. There was a smile on his face and he could also use this technique, because they have the same roots. After that, the main character runs at him. He had a spear in his hands, which he struck. Suddenly, he is hit in the face. We see how blood flew. His eyes lit up, his hand is clenched. Chuck takes the initiative and hits. His gaze was red. The man bares his teeth and is silent. The spear was covered in blood. He kneels. His hand was covered in blood. There was sweat on his face that was dripping. The main character stands with his arms straightened. The guy widens his eyes and looks. Chuck hit him right in the chest. Closing his eyes, he says that he won. People are covered in blood and they didn't want to close it, because when the main character closes his eyes, he hears people screaming and yelling. There were monsters around the building because innocent people were dying and he also lost many comrades. The protagonist opened his eyes and the 4th king was Oliver. He folded his arms because he was an evil king who wanted to bring hell to this world. He stands next to the body because he cannot commit the same atrocities as before. Chuck crouched down and thought that he did not have it. We see the Stone of Fate. It is one of the 4 secret treasures guarded by the druids. If this fool had this treasure, then the chances of winning would have fallen. Taking the rune in his hands, he is glad that at least it was returned. We see the palace because someone is collecting 8 primordial runes to bring the paradise of shadows to this world. There is a blue silhouette with one glowing eye. Chuck clenches his hand and asks what is important about it. Looking down, he says that he chose the wrong method. Then he lies down on the floor. Opening his mouth, Chuck says that his left eardrum burst when he pulled out the golden mandrake. The right one is also out of order and relied on regeneration, but the runes of the sun burned the torso. We see the bones of a man, because he was pierced in the liver and damaged in the right shoulder blade. A blow to the solar plexus crushed the bones and turned all the organs. Raising his hand, the guy realizes that he can barely move his left arm and legs. His body was completely covered in blood and he was trying to catch his breath. We see the sky with clouds. A notification appeared that he defeated Oliver. Then another one appears, because the distribution of the commandment rewards has begun. He slowly closes his eyes and the clouds are less visible. The screen says that he undertakes not to ignore the misfortunes of good people. A notification popped up that the difficulty is A, and the reward will be equal to points. We see a scroll of the sun. Someone has orange hair. The girl takes him in her arms. The guys look at the professor, because she went to clean everything, although she cried a lot. Emma opens her mouth and says that she has everything. We see the sky, because she carries it on her back and can throw it. They sit on a bench and Chuck thanks her, because it was because of her that he survived. Her eyes widen and they tell her about dividing the territory. Emma hits the enemy, because if it weren't for her, they wouldn't have been able to catch the king of the Iron Mountain. Oliver folds his arms and stands near the people. The guy is digging something with a shovel. Opening her mouth, the girl asks if he was preparing for the fight. Then she checks his temperature and it turns out that she's right. She frowned and said that she was ready to fight him to the end. His eyes suddenly opened. It was evening and she says that the fewer people who get hurt, the better. His mouth was dirty, but he was still a good boy. The sun was shining brightly, and Emma says that he did well. Morning came and we see a building and there they were talking about the main character, because he was hospitalized. The guys were walking down the corridor and they decided to visit him. They were holding snacks in their hands, because he might be lonely. There were girls near him trying to feed him. Chuck, chewing something in his mouth, asked why they bought treats if he was already full. Their faces showed anger. There were sweets on the table. Maria was standing near him and saying that vitamins were dissolving in his body. The guys were crying, because they were jealous of him. Emma had a blush on her face and she offered to play a game. They were smiling, because they had come here for a reason. We see a golden door. A girl with a red hat came to them. The guys turned around, because they were asking what brought her here. Kevin folded his hands behind his back and asked if everything was okay with the student. Chuck stood up a little and greeted him. The sun was shining through the windows and they apologized for having to send their friends away, but the matter was confidential. They were standing not far from him and the man said that this could not be easily overlooked. Looking seriously, he said that Professor Oliver was a spy. Kevin stands near the girl and says that he knew about it. Closing his eyes, he is told that Oliver is this man's student. Eve raises her hands and says that he died 80 years ago, and she is told that the 6 steps of the spearmen and the commandments, they should know themselves, because this is what they taught. Taking the whip in her hands, Eve asks that he is a student of one of the men. Putting on slippers, he asks not to be careful, because they are not going to kill anyway and just provided this information not so that they could do anything right now. His eyes are closed, and he is told that the main body is in the main castle, and it is not in a condition to go out into the world. Getting out of bed, Chuck says that Rick is alive, and he has become strong enough and much stronger than before. Kevin looks down, and is told that it is all because they hesitated 80 years ago. Raising his hand, Chuck says that because of the betrayal of the student they trusted, the primordials were scattered all over the world and only 2 were returned. He holds an object in his hand, because he currently owns most of the 4 secret treasures of Danu, including the Stone of Fate. If the coronation takes place, no one will call Rick a usurper. Kevin was given a hand, because he knew what would happen after that. The girl looks at him in surprise, because it is strange that she, with 80 years of experience, did not become the chairman, and her place was taken by a newcomer who appeared suddenly. We see a guy, because he was the chairman 80 years ago. Then we see a man who was in office 50 years ago. At the moment, Kevin and all of them are just bodies made with the help of the rune stone through which Aaron observes the world. Holding the stone in his hands, he asks what he wants to do. Straightening his finger, the protagonist says that they have a common goal. He takes off his shirt, where the commandment was. His eyes are closed, and he is told that he will gladly become their first spear. Kneeling down, he wants to protect the world and can treat him like a dog. We see a person with a spear, because she is an adult and therefore must protect the children first. His face is serious, and he has not forgotten how they sacrificed themselves for him. Kevin opens his mouth and remains silent. We are in a dark room where lanterns are shining. Someone was wearing black heels. The girl is sitting on the throne and says that she is against it. Looking down, she asks if the boy can be trusted. Even Glasses does not know what to answer. There was a girl next to her, and she offers to keep an eye on him, because they are not sure yet. Looking down again, she understands that she cannot take such a risk, because there is a great responsibility. We see the boy's face, because he looked at her with sadness in his eyes. Her hair covered her face and she does not understand what kind of child this is. The room is empty, because a re-evaluation of ranks was carried out. Also, this ceremony had a special meaning. The rank assigned during admission was temporary. The boys are sitting at the tables and eating potatoes, because the growth in one semester this year has become a source of pride for their academy. The girl was handing out potatoes, because Maria gave them to them. We see the guy's face, because he realized that she has a warehouse of potatoes. Raising his hand, he offers her to go. Maria blushes. Her eyes turn red, because despite the fact that the student faced difficult challenges, she still showed a strong will and proved herself, preventing a terrible incident in the experimental building. The boys are standing near the cages, and she helped in the professor's research, and the fact that her mana has increased greatly after becoming a vampire is also a big indicator, so she needs to increase her rank. A monster is standing next to her, because thanks to the fact that she alone confronted the king of the Iron Mountain, the number of victims was significantly less than it could have been. Kevin holds a piece of paper and they say that there is a recommendation from the chairman and will be promoted to a semi-special rank. The boys are crying because the girl has become the youngest holder of this rank in history. They start whispering because everyone knew about the incident with the king of the Iron Mountain, but many details remain behind the curtain, since everything happened within the experimental building. We see a monster with a chain, because the main reason for confidential information, starting from the very existence of the king of the Iron Mountain. Oliver squeezes his hand, because it ends with him. The boys stand and smile. The main character also smiles with all his teeth. Kevin opens his mouth and says that their achievements during the incident in the experimental building will bring a promotion to the semi-first rank. Opening his mouth, he begins to talk about Chuck. We see his back, because with the help of his achievements, he will be promoted. We see the building itself. The boys opened their mouths and did not understand how this was possible. The main character's hands were behind his back, because this is an unofficial assessment awarded for behind-the-scenes work with the Guardian Association. He stands near the dead Oliver, because his skills are good, but they gave him a rank higher than the semi-first, as a guarantee that he will keep quiet about the betrayal. We see the silhouette of a man, because now he can take guards to himself. There is a smile on his face, because in the game he achieved this only in the third year, and even in his previous life he was miraculously lucky in the second. He looks at the guys and his eyes shine red, because now he will take all the specialists who are lower in rank, although the premonition is not good. We see the sky, because they are now on vacation. Ethan raises his hand because he's going to go earn money. Edward points to himself because he's going home. Lewis opens his mouth because he's applying for an internship at the Magic Tower. Kate looks down because she plans to visit other places where druids live and has already contacted some in the west. Eric raises his finger because he's also going west because they're going to break down the old castle and it will be a great opportunity to create a new core. Emma cries because she needs to get back to her family. Chuck opens his mouth and decides not to go home because he used to come home at this time. He stands in an empty house because they decided to go somewhere without him, and it was a waste of time because their letter only arrived 3 days later due to errors at the post office. He looks away and remains silent. Emma blushes and offers to go with her because she's scared to go alone. Looking into the distance, Chuck thinks that she's a stupid character and there were no problems in the game, so nothing serious will happen. Someone raises their hand. Maria ran to them, and he needs to go outside the academy. We see a dark castle, because there is a lot of time until the next plot, and if he does not leave now, there will be no other chance. The train was moving on its own wheels. There were many of them, and there were 2 floors. People were sitting in it and talking. Someone was reading a book. The man had a weapon in his suitcase, and it was still 9 hours to the southern continent through an endless field. His face was serious, and he took out a crossbow. Another had a knife in his hands. Raising the weapon, he orders them to take everything out of their pockets. People are afraid and bare their teeth. Smiling, the man says that he is a knight of the semi-first rank. Someone comes up to them from behind, because this is their carriage. Waving his sword, he does not understand what is happening here. Then he puts the sword to his neck. His mouth became smaller. After this, the enemy is hit on the chin. The enemy broke the ceiling because of the blow. The guys opened their mouths in shock. Maria blushed at this, because the journey to the south had begun. There were books in the gloves and we were in a secret library. He takes a red grimoire in his hand, the regeneration of a steadfast warrior. The man with a beard looks into the distance, because he saw a warrior who was dying. He stands next to a man who is bleeding, because in the middle of a battlefield saturated with the smell of blood, he stood with his guts ripped out, tied by them to a boulder. The man holds a sword and asks if he wants his throat cut. Holding the rune, he asks for water. They give him a hand with water, because it is a sign of respect. He sits on the ground and glows. The protagonist holds a book and is surprised, because it was not bad. Louis comes to him and asks about the castle in the south, because it is intact. Sitting on the floor, he says that he will have a reason to visit it and let him look into the office. Opening his mouth, he says that he will have to find out everything himself and hopes that his abilities and courage are like that warrior. The main character has red eyes, because with them nothing is impossible for him. Then he closes his eyes. A man appears near them, because he did not choose to escape and simply respects the young man. The guy holds a book and they thank him, because he told the story of his wife and daughter. We are at the southern plain. The man smiles and thanks them. The bad guys are taken out of the train, because if it were not for the help of the students, there would be a lot of problems. He is given a bag of money and asked to accept it. A screen appears, because he undertakes not to ignore the misfortunes of good people. Then a second window appears and he is given 2 points. He blushed from the money. They went on and decided to have a bite to eat somewhere. We see a city, because here was the entrance to the southern plains. All the carriages passing this place go to the large southern city of Ref. Maria walked near the people and says that they are there. They came to the Wyvern landing zone. In his past life he had to use this method of transportation several times. We see the inscription, because it is much faster and more convenient than in a carriage, but too expensive. Chuck is surprised, because her family has prepared something else. A bird flies to them and sits on the building. Monsters were flying near the tower. The man holds his ear and says that they are starting to clear the landing site, and the expected time is 10 minutes. Folding his hands, he understands that the princess is on vacation. Turning his head, the guy says that the arrival is soon and means that the meeting with Maria is soon. The bird is still sitting on the building. The wooden door opens. The guys bow to the girl and congratulate her on the holidays. Looking surprised, he asks her how much land they have, because the family is engaged in agriculture. She stands next to him and says that the unit of measurement is not pion and more than 2 million. Smiling, she says that it is all in hectares. Chuck was in complete shock. We see a field and mountains, because it is about 6 billion pion. Turning our heads towards him, we understand that her family is a kind of icon of the South. There were different signs, because they owned a post office, an agricultural cooperative, a professional wrestling association. Removing the curtain, Chuck understands that this is not a joke. They are standing near her mansion. Zach comes up and says that she will inherit everything, because she is the first daughter of the family. Closing her eyes, she says that the guy is one of the youngest. The butler comes up to him and says that from generation to generation, the sons-in-law of the family lived with them and received great support, as well as a place in the family business, and their mistress was nicknamed the Flower of the South for her intelligence and beauty. Maria opens her mouth and they ask her about the castle. Raising his hand, they tell him about the count. Looking into the distance, he thinks that in a past life, someone also owned the castle and it was a merchant from an archipelago on the very outskirts of the south. We see a man. He was nasty and told the guards that until they caught the sea beast, they should not think about coming back. They were on a boat, because he and Jack had to spend a day and a night fighting the monster, and in the end they barely made it to the castle. They were standing not far from each other, and the girl says that she warned her that she would not be alone. There was a blush on her face and she says that Chuck wanted to visit this place, so she talked to the count in advance, and he said that they can come at any time. He is throwing a party on Friday and they will go together. The guy's eyes became much bigger. He started to cry, because this quest could be easily completed. We see the building and Maria suggests going shopping tomorrow, because it is so boring. The next day they were standing near the sign. The guy is carrying things, different shoes and chains. His eyes widen and he hopes that Maria will not make him sign some kind of slave contract. She was blushing and she says that they are there. We see the sign, because she came for the order. Holding the box, she says that it contains the mineral that was used to create Emma's odachi. Chuck picks up an item that he couldn't get before, because even the academy didn't have it. Smiling, he was surprised that she got it. Her face turned red and she says that by using this stone for his spear, he will be able to use it even within the territory. Closing her eyes, she says that this is her last gift and his happiness makes him happier. Smiling, the protagonist thanks her. Night has fallen, the lights are on in the building. They came to a large table where there was a lot of food. People are sitting at it, and the girl calls the boy attractive. Chuck bends down and greets them. He walked on and they wanted to ask him one question. A man with a beard asks if he is a virgin. Putting his hand to his face, he does not understand the question. Maria's mother begins to hit him, because you can't ask such a thing. We see the building and they tell him that a son-in-law must be a virgin. Closing his eyes, he was surprised that he was registered as a son-in-law. He folds his arms and says that his daughter is forbidden and will only marry her father. Maria hits him and asks him to shut up. She pushes him away and asks him to shut up. The girl gets up and says that she has heard about him from writing and really wanted to meet him. Putting her hand on her chest, she thanks him for helping her daughter. Raising his hands, Chuck says that this is too much. Gwen's eyes widen, because they said that Maria deserves happiness. Putting her hand to her lips, she says that when she received the letter, she thought that her daughter looks at everything through rose-colored glasses. The father points his finger and only allows them to hold hands, so they should be grateful. The girls hit him and ask for forgiveness, and the mother approved of him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist is surprised by her family. The next day, we are near the castle. A man came to them and greeted them. Matthew smiles and was glad that they came. Remembering the man's past, he is surprised that he ordered to deal with the sea serpent in order to get into the castle. The red doors are open for them. The guys walk along the red carpet. Chuck smiles, because he was proud of himself. Maria is blushing, and if he hadn't saved her, he wouldn't have seen her like this. The girls are whispering, because there was a lady here. The guy is standing not far from her, because it would not be an exaggeration to say that in the South, the influence of family is absolute. She turned her head, and he suggests enjoying the evening before visiting the office. There is a spear on the sofa, because when the evening is in full swing, they will talk to the count, take their things and go to the office. He is standing with his back to us. Martin kneels and asks to give him the first dance. Everyone raises their hands and asks to give them the first dance with her. She opens her mouth and is surprised. Sweat came down her face and she does not know what to answer. Someone walks along the red carpet. Chuck kneels. The guys are surprised and do not know who it is. He kisses her hand. Making a sweet face, he asks to dance with him. We see a girl in a red dress, because if there is a beautiful lady in front of him, then a gentleman should invite her to dance. She covers her red face. The musicians begin their orchestra. The guys dance and talk. Chuck apologizes if this caused inconvenience. He had a bun on his head and it seemed as if he was turning away from the savior who had been helping him until that moment. His eye was brown. Maria was embarrassed and looked down. He raised his head, because he was embarrassed. Suddenly, she put her foot on his. He restrained himself, because it hurt. Looking down, he realized that it would be better if he led. Leaning against her, Chuck asked her to put her left foot on his and they would dance like that. Her eyes shone and he asked her not to worry about other people's looks. Smiling, he asked her to look at her partner and enjoy the dance. Then they danced and the girl followed his movements. There was a blush on her face, and her eye was trembling. The main character also looked at her, because you need to meet your partner's gaze and find stability. He pressed her to himself, because it makes you laugh. Everyone was making music for the musician as well. They danced and laughed, because they shared a moment like a dream. Men stretched out their hands and asked to spend time with them. Putting her hand on her collarbone, she apologizes because she is tired and wants to rest. Chuck leads her by the hand to take her to the living room. The girl talks and admires that the gentleman is so attentive, although the dance is awkward, but impressive. She stands with her back to us, because she was smiling broadly. The man inserts the key into the keyhole. He takes the spear in his hands and says that there are traces of the previous owner. He takes the history book in his hands. It was gray and in the game it is a clue that the player has to find, usually, giving it to the man, then you complete a side task. Opening it, Chuck thinks that in the past life and in the game they did not ask to look into the office. They sit on the couch, because they cannot find and they could not find clues. With her hands folded, Maria wanted to eat, because she immediately left the hall. There is a blush on her face, because she has thought of something. We see books as she begins to realize how attractive his jawline and collarbone are. She sits on his lap, even though he smells of sweat. She moves closer to his shoulder. Then she bites him. She closes her eyes and asks if it hurts. Chuck opens his mouth and says he doesn't feel anything. His eyes widen as he definitely got it along with the soul dust. We see 2 books where the soul was trapped. She widens her eyes and is asked to summon something. A red monster appears near them. He puts his hand on his chin and asks to disperse the summoning a little so that he can be closer to his astral body in the prematerialization stage. Army just sits and barks. They watch him as the pet disappears. A dark aura appears behind them. He picks up a spear and asks them to get ready. He stands on the ground, wary. He looks serious, realizing that the guy should have warned them earlier. We see the book because the spirit of Savancia was imprisoned in the grimoire. There is a man with red eyes, because suffering from bloodlust and not being able to die, he decided to separate his body and soul. Someone stamped their foot. Chuck looks seriously and is asked a question: how did he come here with the remains of his soul? Jackson holds a sword and asks to answer the question. Standing not far from him, Chuck says that he is his junior. Raising his hand, he says that this time he evaluates him better than in the library. Straightening his hand, he says that his task is to answer. We see a yellow bandage, and it seemed to him that everything was fine. Squeezing his hand, he asks, "Is this not just a gift?" Jackson comes, because he was a military leader who ruled the South 800 years ago. They begin to fight and he was the strongest at all times. The man makes a circular attack and says that he helped his soul find peace and harmony. The protagonist also makes an attack and is told that if his soul had directed him here, he would not have brought a vampire with him. Then he runs at him. Jackson makes an attack and says that he needs a fragment of his soul to connect with this place, so as not to become a monster like the one he brought. Opening his mouth, the guy says that Maria is different and controls himself. The sword was in the ground. Holding his face, Jackson says that for 800 years, in order to get rid of the thirst for blood, he exhausted his soul, emotions, feelings. The protagonist's eyes became wider. His mouth, nose were sewn up, and there was one thing left that haunts. His eyes lit up, because it is the taste of blood. Vampires are unable to resist it. He opens his mouth, because he himself was like that and does not believe what he cannot verify. Holding his face, he speaks about stopping it. His eyes glow again, because the guy is in danger. Grinning his teeth, Chuck thinks that the body of the hero, locked up for a long time because of his hatred of vampires. He holds a weapon in his hands, because if he was the strongest in life, now he is a semi-special rank. His eyes also shined and he uses 6 steps of a spearman, because he will fight with all his might. Chuck runs at him and uses ascending serpent heaven. Jackson was wearing a mask. The snake was flying towards him. Baring his teeth, he began to not understand something. Jackson raises his sword and says that this is the power of heaven and earth. The man makes a purple attack. He got it by killing the dragon, and he used the final stage. Chuck opens his mouth, because he was stronger than a special rank monster. Maria was covered in blood and was called a pathetic monster. He holds a sword in his hand and asks what he expects from living a human life. Then he bites a guy in a formal suit. The girl also bites a man. She sits on the guy's lap, because in the end, she will desire the blood of her lover. Jackson holds his head, because she will kill those dear to her. He has a sword in his hand because he wants to kill. He attacks, but Maria runs away. Opening her mouth, she screams and denies. There was a dog behind the guy. Its eye was red and he realizes it is a trigram. He ties Archie with chains. He also ties his mouth so that he cannot do anything. He takes a sword in his hands and wants to kill him, because the animal is stupid, they only count on strength. Opening her mouth, she asks the dog to return. Her eyes widen sharply. Jackson continues to thrust the Romanian sealing sword into him, because this weapon was created to seal immortal beings. Swords fly somewhere. The man falls to the ground, because his immortality means nothing. We see iron objects, and she is asked to die, to end her miserable life. Coming to Maria, he calls her an animal. Opening her mouth, she says that this is a lie. We remember how Chuck strokes her head. Taking a sword in her hand, she says that a friend told her that everything is fine. We see someone's legs. Jackson shows the dead protagonist, and says that this is the path that will be best for both of them. Her eyes have grown wide from shock. She runs up to the guy. Her hand is shaking and they are just looking at her. She puts her hands on him. We see blood on the ground. The guy starts to double because of shock. Maria is crying and her eyes have become red. She approaches his body. Jackson takes the sword because that is what he thought would happen. She bites her lip. His eye widens and he decides to wait. Maria kisses him because she did not crave his blood. We see his ear because she gives him her blood, using it as an elixir. Jackson approaches them because she should not have had enough strength to suppress her nature. She holds onto him and cries. The man looks down and is silent. He sits next to the corpse because he failed and could not save anyone. Maria sits next to him and asks him to open his eyes. He raises his head and understands that he could not judge everything. Jackson takes the sword in both hands. Then he points it at Chuck. His eyes suddenly lit up. Maria raises her hands and asks him to stop. Tears are streaming from her eyes and she asks him not to take the boy away from her. His eyes were white. She watches, and he hits him with a sword. A circle appears around them. They grab her by the shoulder and say that he is fine. Holding on to her, Chuck says that he is here. Looking at his chest, he is surprised. Jackson comes and the guy asks why he saved him. He takes the sword in his hands. Then he throws it on the floor. The main character opens his mouth and is told that he transferred the core of the aura into his body. Now he understands why his soul went here. His eyes glow, and he sees the guy as a hero who does not have the greed of those who strive for power, but has his own beliefs and pride. The sword is still lying on the floor, because he is worthy to change this world. People are walking away from the palace because they need to correct the mistakes they made during this time. Then Jackson begins to evaporate. After that, he completely disappeared. We see Chuck's heart. Maria hugs him, and he was in pain. Sitting next to him, she says that she was scared and thought he was dead. Tears are flowing from her eyes, because she does not allow him to die without her permission. He smiles, because everything ended well. The main character also hugs her and strokes her head. A notification appears that he has taken possession of Jackson's aura. Then another notification about the demonic nature of the Duke. The screen says that he has a double core. The door to the room is open. His daughter and wife are running to him, because his body and soul have suffered for 800 years. He smiles because he was able to find peace. Chuck looks at the screens, because he not only increased the rank of aura, but also received it and even acquired some unique abilities. We see Jackson, because his past life is strange. Exhaling, he thinks that if the man had given the player power from the very beginning, he would have made only people suffer. The clothes were shabby and bloody, they had to be washed. The maid comes to him and asks for forgiveness. His eyes widened because the girl slept naked. Maria was sweating. The protagonist was breathing very heavily and trying to justify himself, that everything was not so at all. The maid put a rag to her mouth and they tried to convince her otherwise. After that, she leaves the room and wishes him a good time. Looking at her, he thinks that things did not go according to plan. The light was on in the palace, and someone was shouting that he would kill the guy. He stands with a spear in his hands, because he somehow managed to do this to Maria. He is sitting in a carriage, because everything worked out and he did not become an enemy of the South. The carriage was driving along the path, and when they return to the academy, it will be the second semester, and there will be preparations for the festival. Maria claps her hands and asks about the hotel business. People are walking around the city, because as a result the value of the business will increase. Chuck is standing in glasses and there are gold bars near him. He sticks out his tongue. Suddenly, leaves and rain fly at him. There was a tsunami in the city. Maria puts her hand on him and says that the typhoon is strong and will greatly affect the festival. Approaching him, she asks him to write an IOU. There were hearts in her eyes, and Maria says that if she can't pay, then she can just put a stamp on one of the documents that she dreams of. His pupils became smaller because she made a strange offer and can't leave everything as it is. There must be some other way. We see a palace near which there was rain and it was a dormitory. The main character is sitting on a chair and Kevin says that the girl is returning because they were at the temple during the holidays. He takes a towel in his hands and wipes himself, and he is also allowed to stay for the night. Wiping the rain off himself, he realizes that they want to follow him. We see a typhoon near the houses. Kevin drinks from a cup and says that the city has suffered little damage. He is unlikely to be in the center of the event, but the outlying suburban areas will suffer. With his mouth slightly open, he says that the typhoon is not a natural phenomenon, just the work of a monster. Then there are lightning bolts, because the story begins with an important sea route of the southern archipelago, which goes upstream along the Strait of Aegina. The water was raging because the Sea King appeared there. We see a sea serpent. This noble king was going crazy. He did not care about the economic situation of the people. There was sun near the building, because one man who wanted to be a hero decided to defeat the sea monster. Martin bares his teeth, because he wants to defeat a monster of the first rank. He frowned and thought about what happened. We remember how he asked the girl for the first dance. Then she left with Chuck. He turned around and licked his upper lip with his tongue. Squeezing his hand, he wants to take it back from the swindler's llamas and slay the sea beast, bringing peace back to the strait. The snake was in the water, because the fiery heart of a man started a fierce fight that lasted 6 days and 5 nights. The boys raise their hands and congratulate the young master. The monster runs away and roars, because they could not catch him. There was a typhoon on the island that took many innocent lives. There were hearts near the bats, because in order to reproduce, they become the center of the typhoon to protect themselves from enemies. Suddenly, someone takes one of them. The snake took one, because their blood, bones and flesh are elixirs that even monsters want to get, and a wounded monster could not just pass by their nest. The bat cries, because for the sake of her child she made a decision. She flew north, as far as her wings allowed, to get to a safe place. She reached the Merkaba Academy. We see a typhoon with a thunderstorm. It is raining. Chuck is surprised, because it is a rare species. In the summer they were not even visible on the mainland, since they reproduce on small stone islands of the archipelago. His eyes became wider, because he knows and again did something strange, comparable to the flapping of butterfly wings. People were walking with backpacks, because they could not work here anymore. The typhoon was getting stronger, and they would simply die during construction. He was behind them, and asked to stop. His hair was flying, and the guy understands that if the typhoon continues, then the festival will not happen. Roofs were blown off houses and his hotels will also fly up. He is standing near the building, because it cost 280 gold, and another 330 gold invested in materials and wages for workers. He kneels down, because among them there are only 110 of his. Rain is pouring on him, because he took the rest on credit, and if the business fails, then he will have to give back 720 gold coins. The people are sitting at a round table. Kevin opens his mouth, because he has gathered all the students to talk about a bat. Sam has a white mustache and is listening. Amanda leans her elbows on the table and asks if they offer to calm it down. The man slams the table and says that they should do it. Edgar holds his chin and says that the typhoon will be over in a month, and is it worth putting yourself in danger at all? Ariel has a blush on her face and asks what he bases his opinion on. Pointing at something, he says that the breeding season of the Alvin individuals usually lasts from June to September, and they are also known for having a short period between the next fertilization and a quick birth. The girl puts her hand to her chin and says that then there really is no need to put yourself in danger, and also votes to do nothing. Mason raises his finger and wants to try to stop him. Sitting on a green chair, he says that otherwise, not only will the students' return be delayed, But the festival will also be disrupted, and outsiders may decide that the academy is sitting on the sidelines. Everyone sits at a round table and thinks. The protagonist looks down, and they suggest doing nothing. Suddenly, he stands up and asks to say something. There was a flame near him, and he says that they took an oath to be brave, to not give up their beliefs even in the face of death. Opening his mouth, he says that they are the guardians and protectors of humanity. His eye is red, because they need to pacify the monster. Edgar waves his hand and says that he is just a young man and does not understand anything. The guy bursts into tears and asks, don't they see the victims who lost their homes because of the typhoon and wander the streets? He raises his hands and asks a question, don't you see those who lost their jobs, who have hungry children? Edgar's pupil became smaller, because he felt uncomfortable. Putting his hand on his heart, he says that you don't need to be a knight or take a guardian oath to do this. Tears are streaming from his eyes, because I want to save people's lives, and I also mentioned the hotel by accident. The hall went wild and they didn't understand why he mentioned the hotel, and then they thought, because people live there too. Mason squeezes his hand and asks to form a squad. Kevin gets up and realizes that they have come to a decision, and thanks to his acting skills, all the professors and students agreed. We see a typhoon with people standing in front of it. The guy puts his hand on his chest, because he was happy. After that, Chuck laughs, because the debt is 720 gold. The girl conjures icicles and the plan itself was simple. To catch the golden bat Alvin, located in the center of the typhoon, you need to create a window in it with the help of a support group. The boys run straight ahead because in that case the invasion group gets inside and subdues the bat. Everything would be fine if it really ended like that. There are monsters in front of them because at that time there were many enemies inside the typhoon. Looking seriously, Chuck thinks that the monsters who came here to eat the Alvin bat were locked up and were irritated due to hunger. The monster with one eye was hit. Another man hits with fire. Edgar moves his finger because he was a first-rank wizard with amazing skills. We see a man with red eyes. His hand is clenched. He was a second-year student at the academy, a first-rank knight from a barbarian tribe on the northern island. The main character stands next to him and laughs at his height. Then he hits the enemy, because they had to catch a mouse. He squeezes his hand because they must penetrate the epicenter of the typhoon and pacify it before the damage increases. Of course, he means the hotel. The guys run to it. Edgar holds a cigarette in his lips, because he did not expect this. They enter the typhoon and realize that there is another small one inside. Perhaps she felt the intruders approaching and used her last strength to create a small typhoon. Sam looks at him and is told that her mother's love played a role. Turning his head, he is told that he needs to endure the pain of tearing their bodies apart. Taking a gun in his hands, he says that they are losing a lot and will not overdo it, so it is better to trust the support group. After that, he shoots. We see a green light. The girl raises her hands and decides to show her skills. We see red lightning in the sky. Then another typhoon is created. Edgar asks to hide behind him, because he will deploy a shield. Amanda has white eyes and is called a fire idiot. We see a large and bright explosion. The earth was destroyed and smoke flew. Suddenly, steam came out of the stones. The man points up and says that this is why he hates wizards, because they always try to drive them into the grave. The bat was in the same typhoon. They are surprised and understand that after such a blow, even monsters of the first rank are difficult to survive. The monster had red eyes. Everything turned red and the bat itself became larger. The protagonist was surprised, because it evolved. She opens her mouth, because the growth of demonic creatures, a unique phenomenon that occurs in the process of life and accumulation of experience, is not just a stage at which the leader of the pack is raised. His eye was serious, because the Alvin absorbed most of the professor's super fast and powerful attack and can no longer treat her as a weak monster. People also got into the typhoon. The men were in it and said that if you ask for support, it will increase her strength. Opening his mouth, he laughs and says that it is his time to intervene. A spear was stuck in the ground. He takes its hands and tries to create a striving snake. His mouth was in the air, and he was not given a chance to even do anything. Albert holds the weapon, because while they are hovering in the air, even a giant over 2 meters tall and a spearman with 2 aura cores are helpless. Biting his lower lip, he understands that his money depends on catching a mouse. With his mouth open, Albert does not understand why he talks so much. Then he lands on his head and asks for forgiveness. After that, he jumps and thanks. Then he jumps on the back of another man. Then on the head of a man. And also on the head of Edgar, because he will not give in to a small monster. His eyes were shining and he wanted to kill. The bat flapped its wings because it was trying to protect the children. He was right next to it. He steps on something soft. It was a green slime. Opening his mouth, Chuck understands that this is not the end and then uses the secret technique of destroying the mountain. He throws a spear at it. The monster looks at this weapon. Suddenly it falls down. The protagonist is surprised, because all martial arts are used only on the ground and are useless in the air. Smiling, he thinks that this is the limit and everything is over. There was a thunderstorm in the sky. His eyes close, because he should not have gotten into investments. Tears flow from his eyes, because he should have bought something tasty with this money. Closing his eyes, Chuck swears. He notices that someone is hitting the monster. His mouth and eyes are wide with surprise. We see that it is Laura. Then she makes a punch. She opens the monster's mouth and hits. There was a bright light near them. There was a large explosion in the form of a cross. The protagonist covers himself with his hands so that nothing gets in. The light becomes even brighter. After that, the typhoon dies down. People fall to the ground. Mason lies on the ground and asks who stopped the typhoon? We see a silhouette approaching him. The protagonist holds a spear in his hand. His eyes shone and he thought, what if he walks through the dark valley of death? Then he started to cry. We see a bat on the ground. He kneels down, because he is on the verge of death and buried in debt. Laura approaches him with Eva. The huge castle was illuminated by the sun. The turmoil caused by the typhoon bat hit the outskirts of the city, and then died down without causing much damage, and thanks to the early suppression, the city was practically not damaged. Due to strong wind and rain, of course, there are victims, but everything can be quickly restored. The blue sky was filled with rare clouds. The girl shouts for people to take lunch and adds that today's menu is potato and onion soup. Maria, standing next to a table full of food, invites people to get some juice on the way back. The academy works thanks to the taxes of the citizens, so for the guards raised in the academy, a heroic image and picture are important. A man with a mustache, holding out a tray, asks the girl to put another potato, and volunteer work is part of creating this image. Laura, looking menacingly, told the man to eat as much as they give. Of course there are guards who are exceptions. Chuck, looking at the black-haired girl, noted that she has no shortage of humanity, and asked if she knows when humanity began to form civilization. The woman replied that he should not pretend to be a professor. The hero, pointing his finger at the guy in glasses, says that he himself heard this from someone, and then reported that the beginning of civilization is considered to be the time when a leg bone was discovered with signs that it was broken and healed again. A shirtless guy kneeling down gives a thumbs up to a fallen guy in glasses. Chuck said that if you break your leg in the wild, you will definitely die, but the leg bone indicating that it was broken and healed again indicates that someone was there for this person and helped the whole time. Laura looked down sadly. The protagonist noted that when someone is in trouble, you need to help them. Chuck, smiling happily, said that this is the basis of civilization, to which the red-eyed girl replied that in the end it is all because of the weakness of people. The woman in black clothes, clenching her fists, said that it does not matter to her, because she does not have a person who could help her in a difficult moment. The long-haired guy said that then he will help. Laura turned around questioningly. Chuck, looking cheerfully at the girl, asked if it still matters. The black-haired girl opened her mouth. The heroine, lowering her head in shame, remained silent. Laura, clenching her fists, asked the guy not to speak so easily, being a weakling. The girl in black clothes, sadly lowering her gaze, thought that she was a living jiangshi, or a creature close to a monster, created using living people. The crying guy, lowering his hands, said that Laura was a monster. The girl mentally asked a question: if the protagonist knew her past and her essence, would he be able to show her his back so easily? The woman with a cross on her neck, turning her gaze to the hero handing out food, said that he was an idiot. The girl looked away in fear. The purple ghost of the girl, clasping Laura by the shoulders, ordered her body to be returned to her, to which she replied that it was too noisy here, and that the body was hers. The black-haired woman looked at her hand and said that she would never give the body back to the ghost, and thought that she knew it wasn't hers, and then wondered if Chuck would really help her. The city at night is illuminated by the moon, the city of Merkaba, where the Guardian Academy is located. They say there is no safer place. On a shadowed street, covered in a purple aura, stands the leader of the gang with his henchmen. However, the reality is a little different, because there is a gang called the Black Star, which rules many alleys of the lawless territory. Bald men carry barrels from the ship. The gang's main source of income is slaves and illegal contraband, but sometimes its members carry out special tasks to strengthen their position in the area. Chuck, with a glass of beer in his hand, hugging an embarrassed girl, shouts for them to bring him a drink, for example, to get rid of such a gift. The hero, angrily pointing his finger at the man in glasses, loudly asked why he called it alcohol and exclaimed who was in charge here, and then ordered that the owner of the establishment be called quickly. The man with the beard, spreading his arms, questioningly shouted who had caused the commotion in someone else's bar. Chuck, shifting his gaze, thought that the bar owner had finally returned, and then mentally explained that this bar bought moonshine from the Black Star gang, and was also under their protection, paying them money for it, and there was no more suitable place to identify members of the Black Star gang than this. The guy with two huge guards behind him approached the protagonist, said that he, judging by his appearance, seemed to be a student of the academy, and asked if he thought that minors could be in such a place, to which Chuck asked who else he was. The hero holds a wooden mug in his hand. A gang member told him that if he had finished drinking, he should go home while he was still healthy, and in return he would pay for the drinks today. The black-haired guy, having poured a mug of beer on the guy with a beard, said that he was a good man for coming, and then asked if he was the boss here. The pumped-up men, advancing, loudly called the protagonist's names. The gang member, taking a rag in his hand, explained that he had seen many guards like the hero, who were showing off, and added that they all fearlessly rushed into battle with him, relying on their pride. The man with the beard, wiping his face, called out to the guards. The Black Star member said that the guards should teach this boy a couple of lessons in discipline. The huge guards, taking blades in their hands, rushed at the protagonist. The guy in the white shirt pointed his finger and exclaimed that the guys who attacked the hero were crazy hunting dogs that raged in the north, notorious slave hunters called Red Mad Dogs. The gang member complained how dare some student not know fear. Chuck turned his gaze. The hero hit the huge guy in the face. The protagonist's fist crashed right into the guy's jaw. The windows of the small house were burning. The man with the beard, spreading his arms, looked with fear at the fallen guard. The protagonist, clenching his fists, stood against the background of lying bloody people. The gang member loudly asked who the hell he was. The man in the white shirt looked forward with fear. Chuck, turning his head, said that he was a dog that catches mad dogs. The protagonist's fist flew straight into the face of his opponent. A shot of the night sky appeared. That day the Black Star gang ceased to exist. The wooden door to the basement opened. The hero explained that anyway, besides simply killing the gang, there was another reason why he took them out of the game, and that reason was the people they sold as slaves. Chuck entered a dark room with many demonic people locked in cages. The protagonist, nervously looking forward, thought that the people in the cages were treated like some kind of animals. The shadowed people sit in a cage. The academy student mentally explained that in this world, demonic people are an object of rejection, and in many ways they are far from the word ordinary, because they were easily rejected by human society. Chuck's hand turned the key in the doorway. The black-haired girl and the girl with ears looked ahead with fear. The man with ears on his head, coming out of the cage, mumbled something indistinctly. The long-haired guy pointed to the open door and told the demonic people that when they went outside, they would see a carriage provided by the Dunara family, and then added that those who came out first could go there first. The protagonist looked at the crying boy with ears and thought that because he had freed them, they were less careful with him, and he was ready to get down to the real goal. Chuck approached the red-haired girl and asked if the siblings Ron and Ren were there. The green-skinned girl pointed to the side, to which the protagonist thanked her. The black-haired guy turned his head and was very surprised. The little girl with ears was kneeling and protecting her brother. Chuck thought that they were too small. The guard looked down in surprise and thought that the fact that the siblings were small was strange, and when he met them in his past life, they were about 20 years old, and then concluded that he had heard that the beastmen's bodies grow quickly along with their spiritual and chronological development, but Ron and Ren were too small. The large man crouched down and greeted the siblings. The girl hugged her brother and asked the hero not to hit him. The guy concluded that it seemed like she was the older sister, and then mentally explained that they say that beast men awaken as soon as they are born, which is why they are often sold at a young age. The girl with ears said that she would kill the damned son. The protagonist mentally explained that the atmosphere was somehow too different, because this girl was a very pumped up and rude older sister, and then was surprised that she would grow so much in a year. Ron and Ray are looking up in front of a church. Chuck mentally explains that in a past life the brother and sister were villains who acted as minions of the old church. They are fundamentalists, ardent discriminators of demonic creatures, committing all sorts of atrocities with enslaved werewolves in order to stir up public opinion and even lead to a political confrontation between the first and second princess. A scene of shadowed, looking up brother and sister appeared. The protagonist mentally said that naturally these two were difficult enemies, but they were killed by Jack. A scene of an open cage door appeared. Chuck said that Ren and Ron were a little different from how he imagined them. The hero, holding out his hand, invited the children to come with him. The black-haired guy thought that he saved the unfortunate villains, who would later grow into middle bosses. The girl with ears, waving off the protagonist, screamed for him to go away and leave them here, to which he asked them to calmly come with him. The young man took the girl by the hand and said that you can get hurt like that. Chuck hugged his brother and sister and said that everything was fine and that no one would hit them again, and then added that they were safe. Ren started crying. The big guy mentally explained that children who were oppressed by adults instead of protected were always forced to build and sharpen spikes around themselves, which was truly sad. The long-haired guy pulled away from the children and asked their names, to which they said their names. Chuck looked down and said his name. The little girl lowered her head and asked the protagonist if he was a guard, to which he answered in the affirmative. Ren fell asleep in the hero's arms. The guy thought that it seemed that she had stopped being nervous. Ron closed his eyes and leaned his elbow on the hero's arm, to which he mentally noted that the boy had also calmed down. The man in the white shirt, hugging the children, thought that for a start he calmed them down, and mentally wondered if they should be made into guards. Elizabeth, with her arms folded, asked what Chuck was thinking. The bar employee Renia, who looked like an ordinary bar employee, but was actually the head of the information guild. The hero, with his hands folded on the table, mentally explained that he had not thought about the fact that the curtain was fluttering because of the wind. The guy is sitting on the bed and looking down. Suddenly, his eye widened. He looks out the window and sees a palace. Opening his mouth, he realizes that he got into the game he was playing. We see a game console, because 3 years ago he took over the body of a character from the game. Near the golden guy there is a monster and a girl, because the plot narrated various dangerous events. The bull cut down the trees, and the game was about endless incidents at the academy. The zombies opened their mouths, because even the end of the world had come. We see that one of them started bleeding from the eye, and the story itself was large scale. Chuck raised his finger, because everything was fine and the main character will solve the problems. We see the guy's card, because he is a secondary character and was in a quest for beginners. He walked near the people and was surprised, because everything was realistic, and the history of the world itself repeats the plot of the game. He walked near the girl and decides to look at the main character, who was supposed to become famous. Jack clasps his hands, and the guy passing by him was looking for a spawn point. Opening his mouth, he thinks about the sprite. Putting his hand to his eye, he decides to live for himself. After that, his hand is taken. It was taken by Chuck, who also wanted to live for himself. The guy killed the monster, and there were differences between them. He holds a spear in his hand. After that, he looks at the screen, where there were statistics and did not know what to do with them, and there was also a problem that he never came to this game. Chuck put his hand on his shoulder, because he taught him and told him about the skills. Pointing at himself, he asked to trust. There was a smile on his face, because getting such an assistant was an incredible advantage. An angry dog was running behind him. Jack stands next to him, and was shocked. He created a pentagram and killed the enemy. Turning his head, he asks about the integrity of his friend. We see how he hits the enemy with a spear. He also makes a blow, because there is complete information about the game. He holds a staff in his hand because Jack has statistics and a system. Chuck hit the monster. They sit on the corpses of monsters because they wanted to prevent the end of the world together. Chuck smiles because they wanted to give him something. After that, he takes a bottle and drinks. There are guys standing near them, and there were only men. We see girls because there were various heroines and a dating simulator. The guys approached them, and Jack also preferred not to get involved with girls, inviting them to a party only when necessary, so at some point only men remained in their group. Opening his mouth, Chuck asks why their group only has sweaty and disgusting men. The blade lies on the floor because he should have realized everything at that moment, when the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor died on the way to the opening ceremony. She sits near the bed because she disappeared without a trace. We see different pictures with blood because mysterious disappearances and murders began. He turned his head because the most amazing thing was to see his reaction. Jack just stands and smiles. The guy is holding a bottle and he had a fawn in his mouth, and only now he understands that he should have been doubted. He opened his mouth in surprise. We see Maria's staff and do not know where it came from. His eyes widened because his friend left at night and just decided to follow. He is standing in the corridor, where there were many weapons behind glass. In one of them there was also a sword of another heroine. Nearby there is a steel mace. There was also a book of spells of Lark. After that, he went to another place and we see someone's legs tied with chains. Then we notice that it is a girl in a red liquid. Her face was calm and it was Maria. A man appeared behind, swearing. Putting his hand to his face, he asks what his friend forgot here. Freeing his hand, the main character explains that he initially said something different. They explain to him that the girl is a demon. We see Maria and ask, "Isn't the blood of an ancient vampire worth it?" Turning his head, he is told that he wants to find an effective use for the blood. His eye shines, because he also tasted this blood. We are transported to the past, where he drank a bottle. Jack grabs his face, because he felt sick. He kneels down, and is told that he worked hard to catch her. He spent a whole month in the forest with a trap. Grinning his teeth, he asks why? Jack raises his head and says that it is for the sake of effective progression through the plot. The protagonist was on the floor and he is told that constantly saving people only leads to losses. Besides, he does not kill bastards and continues to save those who cannot even be manipulated without increasing the level of friendship. Opening his mouth, he says that it is much more effective to use them this way and let her listen to him, because he is the best in this game. Sweat pours from his face and he asks how many he killed. His eyes shine and he asks for time to think. Opening his mouth, he says that about 100,000. Chuck bares his teeth, because his friend is not human. Taking him by the clothes, he starts calling him a monster. His eyes were red and he says that he only killed villains and didn't touch ordinary people. We see his chin and asked him again about overwork. Then he takes him by the shoulder and asks why the hell a magician needs a hidden fragment for nights? Smiling near Maria, they ask him why he should suffer from ineffective crap like creating a farm? His eyes shone even more, because they ask that he just decided to find a group to beat him up to amuse his sociopathy? After that, a blow passes near him. The guy hits himself near Maria. There was blood on the glass, as well as on the man himself. Opening his mouth, they tell him that he did it for him and shouldn't talk to him like that. Taking him by the clothes, Jack says that not knowing his place, he just meddles in other people's business and gets hurt. Opening his mouth, we see his teeth. His eyes widened, because he doesn't understand what his friend is talking about. He twitches on the floor and says that they were together for 199 chapters, and now he wants to change everything abruptly? Clenching his fist, Jack says that he got rid of everything that could block the way and all for the sake of their future. Raising his hand, he says that guys are only needed to stare at them and that he truly loves only him. The protagonist hits him on the chin and cries. Stopping a couple of meters from him, he realizes that he is very scared, because there was no girlfriend before. He starts to run away from him. Suddenly, he is held by purple chains. After that, the chains lift him up. They squeeze his body with crosses. Opening his mouth, he asked not to do this. Jack came up to him and said that he wanted to lock him up forever. After that, he smiles. There were tears in his eyes and they tell him that in this fake world, he is the only real one. Opening his mouth, he calls him a sick fool. A purple pentagram appears near the guy, because soon everything will end and there will be only one fight. There was a smile on his face, because he wanted to be with him forever. We see water, because the final stage is launched. The main character is lying on the rocks, because Jack always killed alone and will defeat the boss. He opened his mouth and water was pouring from it. A notification appears, because the player is dead and the test is failed. He is still lying on the rocks and is silent. We see curtains that are fluttering because of the wind. The guy opens his eyes and tries to catch his breath. After that, Chuck gets up and sits on the bed. In the window, he sees a palace, because he went back 3 years ago, to the day when he ended up in the game. The sun was shining on his hand. Then he squeezes them and they tremble. Grinning his teeth, tears come out of him, because he needs to kill Jack. His eyes are red, because he needs to kill the player. Water lashed against the rocks, because during the task of pacifying water monsters, the dam burst, and the river carried away an entire village. We see monsters and also people, because thousands of residents died. Jack smiles, because he liked this tragedy. He opened his mouth, because he laughed. They stand on the mountain and watch, because in countless deaths he saw only an opportunity to monopolize experience. He had black eyes and he says that he will finish off 3 more, and there will be 100,000. The guy is running somewhere, because he can stop his friend. He is standing near the inscription, because all possible enhancements for players are concentrated in the Merkaba Academy. There is a smile on his face, because he entered there and became stronger. The main character runs through the forest, and even if he is not a monster, no one knows how quickly his power will grow, and the entrance ceremony will take place in 5 days. Mushrooms grow on the ground, the hats were yellow. When suddenly, they were abruptly torn off. Jack looks at them and the only way to kill him is to act right now. There was also a training quest, and the carriage was heading to the city, but it broke down right in the middle of the forest teeming with monsters. We see the forest, the moon was shining brightly. The boys killed the rabbit, and were happy that it was all over. Jack holds his head and thanks them. The man holds the lantern and says that they are done. Laura stretched out her hand and was about to take a nap. Suddenly, they turn around because they heard a sound. A log was flying at them. Leon threw the girl away so that it wouldn't hit her. He also jumped back and they weren't hit. Laura opened her mouth and was already pulling out her sword. A second-rank monster appears near them. He puts his hands on the floor and screams. Jack bares his teeth and understands what has started. The monster hit Laura and she started bleeding. He stands in front of the guy and screams. Leon frowns and asks Jack to get into the carriage because it will buy him time. The man flies into it and is told to go. The girl stands near the door and is told that she cannot leave Leon. We see how he was grabbed by the neck. Jack's eyes widened in surprise. His eyes lit up because before he acts, he must make sure if this is the hero who will save the world. We see the shadow of the monster, it had yellow eyes. Holding the sword, he begins to smile because the enemy is huge. He opens his mouth, from which drool was flowing. Emma holds the sword in her hand. She jumps up and hits the enemy. Opening her mouth, she understands that the attack was blocked. She sits down next to her friend. We see Jack's face because he was asked to go back. The girl holds a sword, she was the second daughter of the family, the owner of the Odachi, one of the 6 royal swords. The guy takes the dagger in his hands, because he would also be scared. She looks back and her pupils become larger. After that, she is hit on the shoulder. Chuck looks at this and cannot believe it. He bares his teeth and his pupils become larger. Emma holds her shoulder and asks why he did this. Her eye began to close. He smiles and apologizes, because he was just nervous. The monster opens its mouth and makes sounds. The girl holds her wound and is silent. When suddenly, she is attacked and tries to fight back, because if she dies, the guy will get the Odachi. Jack just watches them fight and thinks that she was poisoned, but does not die quickly. Perhaps she is just an unusual character. The girl jumps away from the monster. Baring her teeth, she tries to calm herself. Closing her eyes, Emma decides to concentrate. Her eyes open and shine. We see her black silhouette. The monster was approaching and screaming. The guy had red eyes and he understands that at this rate he can handle it alone. Taking the dagger in his hands, he did not want to allow this. After that, a weapon flies at her. The girl removes it with her sword. Her eyes are still shining and she understands that last time was not an accident. There was already an enemy near her head. She takes her sword. After that, she hits him on the head. We see that she is trying to finish him off. After that, Emma is lying on the ground. They approached her, and she asks why he did it. Holding her sword in his hand, he is happy, because this is a success and got the odachi. Touching it, Jack says that it can be used with a certain skill, but he will think about it later. We see his head from behind. Turning it, he asks if experience is given for killing a character. Emma just lies on the ground and is silent while they stand in front of her. Tears appear in her eyes. A red smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a bag was thrown at him. He crossed his arms and tried to cough. His pupil became larger. There was yellow paint on Jack's face. Turning around, he asks to show his face. Hares with horns are running towards him. We see yellow mushrooms, because they have reddish pollen. Raising his hand, he bares his teeth, because now he looks tasty for the inhabitants of the forest. Hares pounced on him. Chuck tries to pull the girl away, because she is still alive. He notices a monster near her. He takes a fawn from him with his dagger. His eyes widen sharply. Behind him was Jack, who asked who he was. His hand clenched, and he said that he killed 3 horned rats in a minute, and apparently it was great to wield such a sword. Opening his mouth, he remembers it. The main character clenches his hand and is remembered. Holding the sword in front of him, he asks how he ended up here. Smiling, Chuck says that he can lose his hand if he holds the sword. Looking at the sword, he is surprised. Suddenly, the guy squeezes his hand and wants to hit. He looks in surprise and we see Liquid. Closing his eyes, he calls him a fool. Then he makes a cross blow. The main character leaned over, because there is no other choice but to try his best. Then he makes a blow with a dagger. Putting his hands in front of him, the guy understands that the man simply smelled the smell of death. He is still holding the sword. Chuck decides to finish him off with a dagger. He runs straight at him with it. Grinning his teeth, we see that he has beads of sweat. In his other hand, he had another dagger. He strikes him in the shoulder. Jack opens his mouth and screams in pain. Tears came to his eyes. He had another weapon and he wanted to strike with it already. He bares his teeth, seeing another dagger in front of him. Chuck hit the hand, from which blood poured. One looked at the hand, the other right at him. He pressed on him and hit the neck. His hands are shaking, and Jack is bleeding from his mouth. Then he takes the dagger away from him. Sitting on it, he exhales, because he finished off the monster in the bud. We see the guy's card, because he is dead and now the percentage of successful completion of the main plot is calculated. Then the card of the guy himself appears and he is completely analyzed and ultimately the experience of the previous player passes to him. We see his card again, because now he is the successor of the martial arts master. The main character looks at the screen and understands that apparently the statistics window will fall to him. Then he pays attention to something. There was a girl lying behind him. He lifted her up, because she did not see anything. Grinning his teeth, he says that he is probably still dizzy and does not feel the smell, and there is a ringing in his ears. There was a pool of blood nearby, and during training it is difficult to create poison without using the combination window. He begins to take out his belt. Because the wing was in her body and she is in danger, you need to stop the bleeding and give an antidote. The protagonist ties it with a belt, because it stops the bleeding and removes the poison. Looking down, he understands that if Emma bites her tongue, it will be really bad and he needs to give her something in her teeth. He sees Jack on the ground. He looks and just thinks. Chuck gives the girl his hand to bite. Taking off his shirt, he asks her to clench her teeth with all her might and endure. He takes a dagger in his hand, because he does not know why he returned to the past, but the player died at his hands. Chuck removes the dagger from her stomach. He sits on the ground near the forest. Emma closes her eyes and lies down. A fire was lit, and something was being cooked. He turned his head, because he was preparing an antidote. The girl lies on a pillow, and she called him a savior. Taking an object in his hands, he is asked to say a name. He puts a cloth on her, and does not decide to say the name. Sitting next to her, Chuck asks her to stop thinking and rest, and will wake her up as the antidote is ready. He moves the stick on the ground, because it's time to clarify the situation. He had two sides because while the player is cleaning up all the incidents and accidents in the academy, he becomes a hero and the savior of the world. We see a black ball, because the player must deal with countless villains and the final boss. They are sitting on the corpses of monsters, because the only reason Jack followed the story was the final boss, who must be defeated, otherwise the world will end. The guy is lying on the floor with a dagger in his shoulder. The main character had muscles and was the successor of a martial artist. We see his eyes, because this is some kind of bastard, they could at least properly transfer the player's responsibilities to him. We see the screens, because he did not have access. Sitting with his back to us, he says that he became an additional player, but cannot use any privileges, and initially he was inspired by the sight of the system, but in the end nothing changed. The fire is burning, and he says that with only knowledge of the future it is very difficult to become a worthy replacement for the player, and you need to use something other than the system. Running a finger along the ground, we learn that Chuck has been training hard for 3 years and is no longer an ordinary character. He drew a circle with a symbol. Something begins to happen around him. Smiling, he understands that he was desperately trying to survive. We see a tree, because in a past life, being inclined to magic, he studied only one direction ancient symbols with magical power. There was a pentagram near the man, because this is the source of superhuman strength and the cause of destruction. Biting his finger, Chuck realizes that he is engraving all 3 runes on his body. He begins to draw on his body. Having written the symbols, he does a det. The silhouette of a man runs, because by voluntarily giving an oath, the caster receives additional power from this commandment, and you can promise not to eat chicken or something like that. We also see scales, because it is very easy to adhere to this, therefore the increase in statistics is minimal, so he must give a very demanding oath. Smoke comes from the inscription, and it will follow until the very end. We see a heart near the chains, because Chuck's statistics will increase from completing the quest, and otherwise a fine. He bites his hand again to make a second rune, namely, a limitation. He draws on his second hand. We see different spirits, because everyone here has spiritual perception, and there are also immaterial ghosts and elementals. We observe people who are approached by ghosts, because these creatures only come into contact with each other through mutual knowledge, and then they cannot harm those who are unconscious or do not have spiritual perception. We see a silhouette of a man, because now, since his spiritual perception is at 0, he is completely protected from all such creatures. He draws more symbols, namely the last one in oath. This commandment is directly related to a great risk, because it uses the weight of a promise as a source of power. He closes his eyes, and they did not use this in a past life. Jack smiles near the screens, and he used everything that was in the system. In the end he lost, so there was no point in worrying. Opening his mouth, he says that he will save the world, and this was a warrior's oath. We see a heart in chains and finished with the commandments. His eyes glow red, there were many chains near him. We see her blue eye. The girl is lying in bed and the sun is shining on her. Having gotten up a little, a nurse comes to her, asking about her health. Emma looks surprised and is told that she is in an emergency hospital. We see buildings and she is told that she cannot move. Shaking her head, she asks where her things are. We see a bag on a chair and it belonged to her savior. Picking up the belt, she sees blood on it. Looking the other way, she calls the nurse. Louise runs up confused and asks what she needs. Clenching her hands, she asks about the honey-filled candies. We see a large building, because 3 days after the end of the training quest, there was an entrance ceremony to the academy. Looking in his wallet, he tries to find his student ID. In his hand was a letter, and he did not remember putting it here. Opening the sheet, he reads how proud his mother was of him. Exhaling, he thought when they managed to slip him a letter, and in general he was a talentless child. They are sitting at the table, because when he first got the body, he behaved awkwardly and unusually, but they treated him like a family member. Raising their hands, Chuck began to love. Clenching his hands, he understands that this is the difference between him and Jack. There is a transport in the tunnel. People were standing near the trains and were surprised that there were so many of them. Maria raised her hand and greeted the new students. The protagonist approached her and greeted her. She gave him a potato, because she wanted to treat him. Then they got on the train and left. The girl raised her finger and showed the surroundings, and this area was called the Science Hall, and there the magic students were doing research. The girl closed her eyes. She was a first-class magician and a second-year student at the academy, who was walking forward along a smooth and wide road, blessing everyone. We see Maria, because in the future she will feel the depth of despair and become the final boss of the first arc. The guys began to get out of the train, and they were asked to take one sweet potato each. She waved her hand and wished everyone good luck. The guys entered the building, namely the Freedom Hall. The protagonist noticed that there was space expansion magic at the top. He stands near the guys who did not see anything. The guy just stands while the others were confused. He scratches his ear and thinks that it feels like they've gotten into a training camp. We see shadows of people, because the most effective weapon against demons is superhumans using aura and mana. There was another silhouette of a man, and he greeted everyone. Oliver was holding his neck and saying that he was a professor and responsible for the welcoming ceremony of the freshmen this year. Chuck smiles, because he hasn't seen him for a long time. He was wearing glasses and says that first they will look at their abilities. Everyone gets screens. We see Chuck's screen. Looking at it, he understands that everything is terrible. Oliver puts his hands in his pockets and says that this is their assessment, and let them stand at the number that corresponds to their rank. The main character stood at number 6. Smiling, he wished them luck in the battle. We see white silhouettes. The guys moved, and this year there were many talented freshmen. The girl adjusts her glasses, because there is no point in evaluating the first and second ranks. Let them just wait for the other participants to finish their tests. Emma was number 2. Kate was also number 2. The guy holding onto her shoulder was a mercenary. The red-haired boy was a mage who created golems. Laura was number 1, the only student with such a result. Her eyes were red. Eva was wearing glasses and was surprised that such a first-year student would be admitted. John put his hand to his chin and did not understand if there was any point in checking the 6th rank. The girl was holding a whip and she says that the chairman wants all students to follow the path of learning. He snaps his fingers and decides to begin. A box appears near the main character. It was a case with weapons. Looking to the side, he is told that during this test, participants are sent into empty space and forced to fight monsters. The countdown began and the guy opens the case. He takes a sword in his hands. 3 monsters appear in front of him. They have yellow eyes and are of the 5th rank. He throws his hands behind his back and also said that it takes 100 days to master a spear, 1,000 days to master a blade, and 10,000 days to master a sword. He opened his mouth and was surprised. Chuck attacks, because it was not for nothing that he chose a spear. A wolf appears near the monster. He raises his hand and asks for forgiveness. Enemies run to him. They had a long tongue and they screamed. When suddenly, the protagonist killed them. Smiling, he says that he has killed many times. Pulling his weapon straight out of the monster, Chuck said that it took him 12 seconds to kill them. Swinging his spear to the side, the boy said that when he passed this test in his past life, he could not even kill the hounds and flew out. But now everything is different. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the protagonist was going to finish off all the monsters of the next rank, saying that everything was fine, and asked to release new ones. 5 minutes later, Chuck stood there in confusion, because no one had appeared. The boy looked straight ahead in surprise, wondering why no one had appeared and whether the system had failed. At this time, the magic stones showed the events happening to other students. The academy professor was watching all this, and he was very dissatisfied, wondering what they would do next if they couldn't even kill such creatures, and noted that at one time he had dealt with rank 5 monsters in 1 minute and 22 seconds. Then he said that since these guys were like that, there was no point in even looking at rank 6 students, when he suddenly noticed something amazing in the magic ball. Right there, the old man noticed rank 6 Chuck, who was just sitting on the floor and yawning from boredom, and asked what was going on and whether the monsters hadn't appeared. At the same time, the professor of the academy thought that it might be some kind of glitch, and right in front of the protagonist at that very moment the hounds appeared again, and he asked why they again, and not the next rank. Seeing the opponents, Chuck began his battle against them, while the old man walked away from his magic stone, calling him a pathetic idiot. Suddenly noticing something right in front of him, John wondered if the first participant who passed the test had really appeared, and was surprised that he had spent only 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Then the old man looked away, thinking that the 3rd rank would need 2 or 3 minutes, and asked what his charges were doing. At that very moment, the professor of the academy saw the bored boy again and asked what was wrong with him, and why he was in that pose again, realizing that something had broken down and the summoning of monsters was malfunctioning. Immediately after that, his colleague approached him, who looked straight at the magic ball, saying that it couldn't be that something was broken, because in 20 years, Madame Eva's magic had never failed, and he explained that, but this good for nothing, who should have already flown out, sits like this, and there is only one conclusion, that summoning monsters does not work. Looking straight at him after hearing this, Sam asked if he personally saw that no one was appearing, and the academy professor gave a negative answer, noting that there was no need for this, to which he replied that he did not see it. Then he said that this was definitely some kind of glitch, and was going to try again, when suddenly those monsters appeared again right in front of the protagonist, which made him very angry, and he said that this was some kind of hell, and asked why the same bastards appeared. Immediately after that, Chuck rushed forward, declaring that they were not training a dog. At that moment, his spears caught up with the dogs and destroyed them in 7.3 seconds. Seeing this, the professor of the academy was extremely dumbfounded. A moment later, they looked towards Professor Oliver, turning to him to take a look, and he asked what was going on. While the man with glasses looked straight ahead with displeasure, his colleague asked what was the shortest time his charges had taken to complete the test, to which he replied that a guy named Edward had completed it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and wondered what the question was about. John looked away in shock after hearing this, and said that there was no need at all, and that this guy must be the son of a hunter, since he handled the spears so well. Immediately after this, a mad boar, a rank 4 monster, appeared right in front of Chuck, and the professor of the academy was about to take a look at it now. Seeing the monster's corpse in the magic ball a moment later, the academy professor was stunned that it had been killed in 3.7 seconds. Then he decided to give the boy a more difficult task and summoned an owl bear, a rank 3 monster, right in front of the boy. The monster delivered its blow with a deft swing of its wing, which the protagonist dodged. With great force, he thrust his spear straight into the monster. Having received damage, the owl bear made a counterattack, which Chuck also dodged. Immediately after that, the boy drew a Kenas rune with his finger. At that very moment, the huge bird was completely covered in flames. The academy professors, noticing this, were very surprised by the presence of runic magic. Oliver quickly looked to the side and asked about runes. At this time, the huge monster was covered in flames from all sides, and Chuck, watching this, assumed that it seemed to have no particular effect. While swinging his weapon, the girl quickly turned around and screamed in horror. What the hell was going on? Professor Patrick continued that there were 5, 4, 3, 2 left. He held up a burning card and announced that they had started the competition. Chuck slashed his sword at a man sitting at the next table, and Emma asked him in horror what he was doing. Blue-haired Maria launched her spell at one of the people present. One of the students chopped off the head of one of the visitors. Fresh blood splashed onto the stone floor. Bloody students looked around the dining room. The girl looked around in horror and asked what the hell they were doing. She looked down and commanded herself to look at the bodies. The skull of one of the dead was pierced by something. Chuck thoughtfully put his finger to his mouth and wondered why Professor Patrick had chosen this place, because after the incident 300 years ago, the same thing was still happening in this city. An ordinary citizen was laughing merrily, and Chuck thought that during the day everyone here led a completely ordinary life. Someone's bloody corpse was lying on the floor, and Chuck added to himself that at night the entire city with a population of 1 and 2 million people became a country of the dead. This was a very unusual city. Living corpses were walking along the streets of the city of Nazria, and Chuck added to himself that this was a city of the dead. White clouds were floating above the quiet city, and Professor Patrick said that he thought everyone had already managed to determine the situation, and suggested that they begin a team competition. A blue crystal rose into the air in front of the professor, and he announced that each team, divided as follows, must return the moonstone, and that they are given an allotted time to do so, from now until the morning of the third day. Giving up halfway is also possible. Chuck's team headed outside, and he thought that the team members who were announced on the spot had only a short explanation and a backpack with all the essentials, and he added to himself that they let them out of the hotel into the street, which is swarming with the undead. Frowning his black eyebrows, he thought that only 4 teams are going further, and in order to save Warren, they need to get to the 3rd stage. The blue moon ominously illuminated the city, and Chuck added to himself that until then, all that remains is to participate in this festival of absurdity. Chuck imagined a map of the city and stated that the plan is simple enough, because the really dangerous guys are somewhere in the center of the city, and the goal is to attack the outskirts of the city, where the difficulty level is significantly less, and is moderate. The guy threw his spear into the crowd of the undead and added that all they needed to clear the way was his mastery of the spear. A tower with a spire. White clouds in the night enveloped the high chapel. Chuck said that having risen so high, they only needed to aim for the sparkling undead that swallowed the moonstone and calmly collect their points, and his teammate Lewis asked what kind of special sparkling undead it was. Chuck looked at him and said that it was the boss of the site that they had to catch, because quality is more important than quantity, and added that if he used flight magic on them, they would take care of everything themselves, to which Lewis replied that such team members could be trusted. The guy with glasses looked down with interest and said that in that case, he would use binocular magic and look for him. Someone's sword slid along the ground, and Lewis thought to himself that he hadn't even used magic yet. The Phantom Titan was holding his huge sword in his hands, and the guy with glasses wondered why they were so close to them. Chuck screamed in horror that they needed to run immediately because it was the boss of the center stage. The guy looked at the worried Lewis and ordered him to quickly use flight magic. The guy widened his eyes in excitement and asked if it was a geist. A geist is a phenomenon in which an object is possessed by a spirit. Suddenly, Lewis flew out of the tower with a scream. Lewis was out because he received a certain amount of shock and was moved. Chuck looked up in horror and screamed, how could Lewis be out now because they needed flight magic so much? He looked at his opponent with an angry look. The Phantom Titan began to raise his huge sword to strike. The monster threw his sword straight at the tower where the heroes were. Suddenly, the tower's chapel began to fall straight to the ground and the heroes screamed that the monster broke the tower. The protagonist, running along the wall of the tower, shouted that the heroes needed to quickly get up and run in the opposite direction of the fall, to which Edward asked why he always got into such situations when he was with them. The tower chapel crashed to the ground with a crash. Stone fragments of the chapel flew in all directions. A thick layer of dust covered the chapel lying on the ground. A huge stone block was lying right on the ground. Suddenly, someone hit the block from below. Emma lifted a piece of the block over her head and said that all sorts of things happen to them when they are together, and Chuck replied that she should consider herself a funny friend. Edward lifted a stone block over his head and asked Chuck what they were going to do, to which he replied that in any case, the first day was a failure for them, because Lewis dropped out too quickly, and a strange idiot was chasing them, and first they needed to hold out until at least sunrise. Suddenly, a huge paw grabbed the blonde boy right by the arm. A huge flying monster grabbed Edward and dragged him into the air, and Chuck loudly asked what kind of void squealer this was. Emma worriedly pointed to something ahead of her comrade, and Chuck thought to himself that he obviously expected that monster to appear in this atmosphere. The White King was riding on his bone horse. The boy frowned in displeasure and thought that the Ghost Titan, the Void Squealer, and now the White King had come here. The three monsters surrounded the remaining heroes, and Chuck thought that the three bosses of Nazria City had gathered here, each of them being rank 1 or higher. Confused, Emma claimed that he and Chuck were finished, to which he simply laughed it off. The angry ghost titan slammed his fist on the ground. Chuck gritted his teeth in worry and thought that he wanted to avoid expulsion if at all possible, because being eliminated from the team competition like this was very unworthy for him. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the sky. The guy looked up and wondered what it could be. A bright beam of light hit the ground. Chuck covered his eyes with his hand and thought that it was not an attack, but a flash of light blocking his vision. A spear was sticking out of the ground, emitting light. The girl with the long sleeves grabbed her spear. The stranger ran past Chuck and called him to follow her. Emma asked Chuck with concern if he was hurt, and added that something strange had happened to Edward as well. The guy said that they first needed to get out of here, and the heroes ran from the scene. The dim moonlight illuminated the window frame. Chuck leaned his hand against the wall. The hooded girl, standing at a distance, stated that she was glad that the heroes were not harmed. Chuck looked at his savior and thanked her for her help, adding that he wanted to ask about her mastery of the spear, but she interrupted him. Taking off her hood, the girl asked him how he had mastered her spear technique. The surprised protagonist's eyes widened. Emma looked at what was happening in surprise, and Chuck thought that it was not for nothing that her voice seemed so familiar to him. The girl came closer to him, and he thought to himself that she had quiet footwork. The girl's eyes sparkled brightly, and Chuck said to himself that she had blue eyes, transparent as water. The girl named Erin looked at the hero in fascination and said that he was probably her student from the distant future. Chuck only looked straight into her eyes in surprise. Jack, standing at the door, shouted at the guy to hurry up. The main character looked at the chairman's office in surprise. The heroes began to look into the doorway with interest. A teacher was sitting on a chair in the office, who could improve the guy's skills. The heroine looked at the guy with a smile. Chuck, looking at the girl with surprise, realized that it was only thanks to Jack that he met her. The clock building monsters walked the streets. Walking along the corridor, the girl told her assistant that most of the dead do not enter this building. Approaching the guys, the girl thanked them all for the offer. One of the heroines was eating food. In this place, time froze 300 years ago. If you eat food from this time, two things can happen. The food will lead to a state corresponding to the past time, or the person who ate it will be trapped in the past. The main character looked at the girl with interest. The heroine, sitting opposite the guy, began to ask him if he had called her a teacher. Chuck silently looked away. The girl cleared her throat. The heroine asked the teacher with admiration if she taught the main character. Chuck, looking away, understood that he was confused, because this place is where time stopped 300 years ago. The heroine calmly drank tea. Looking at the guys, the teacher calmly said that she made friends with the old woman with a scythe. Approaching the window, the heroine answered that Nezred is a poisoned city that gives birth to living dead. The girl thought with surprise about the immortal king. Getting up, Chuck tells everyone to go. Turning his head to the teacher, the guy answered that they all need helpers. The heroine looked at the guy with a smile. Walking through the city, it was clear that the teacher did not have the opportunity to refuse the quest. Running with weapons through the city, the guy understood that in the end this is the main quest of the city of Nezred. The girl loudly called the guy, and the main character himself understood that it was simply pointless for him to refuse this quest. A huge number of the dead were running towards the boys. One of the monsters was rushing towards the heroes. The main character was next to one big monster. The teacher was running forward, and the guy decided to take the force of the swift wind with his spear. Spinning all the monsters, the hero took the hurricane of the great magic spear. The whole area immediately began to glow. Chuck flew away from such a flow. The teacher continued to confidently fight the monsters. Looking to the side, Chuck shouted to the girl to start fighting. The hand opened the sword. The heroine quickly began to rush towards the monsters. The girl fell to the ground, not noticing the monster behind her. A huge wave from the girl's jump knocked the giant to the ground. Holding the monster's stone, Chuck shouted that it was very huge and now only one person would remain. With a smile, the teacher suggested that they finish here. Walking through the village, the boys realized that dawn was coming soon and they needed to return to the same place at night. Looking around the house, the hero realized that while completing tasks outside the academy, they slept in the camp. But in the Nezra, everything is the opposite, where the night is dangerous and the day is not. Lying on the bed, the girl snored loudly. The teacher looked at the guy with a smile, telling him that children also need to sleep. Looking away, the heroine told the guy that she taught him a lot. Dissatisfied, Chuck said that the teacher taught him only the 6-step spearman technique and the infinity of the source. Looking away, the guy understood that the teacher first chose another as her heir, but then she regretted her choice for 80 years. The fingers slowly touched the hero's cheek. The teacher, looking at the guy, asked him what he was afraid of. Sitting behind the guy, the girl said that she was very lucky to be loved by her follower. Touching the hero's face, the teacher replied that she would not have a bright future. Thinking about who the teacher was, the guy represented the real evil she met. A moment came to mind when the heroine told the guy to leave so that she could deal with the monsters herself. Looking away, the heroine replied that protecting the guy was her priority. Chuck looked at the teacher with incomprehension and despair, realizing that she was the one who protected and taught him. With a smile, the girl answered that everything would be fine, but the guy still did not understand the answer about whether he could have saved the teacher from death. Thinking about himself, Chuck realized that he had failed a large number of times. The hero saw the destruction that one bat brought with its wing flap. In his head, a memory of how Chuck decided to participate in the festival. Thinking about the battle, Chuck understood that meeting the teacher was also not part of his plans, and now, when, contrary to his expectations, changes happen, all his plans could become futile. Closing his eyes, the hero could not fall asleep. With a smile, the teacher told the guy that he would fail. Looking at the hero, the girl answered that you cannot get hung up on your own failures. Lowering his head, Chuck asked the teacher if she would say the same thing if she failed. Hugging the guy, the teacher calmly answered that she was still a loser who would fail many times and continue to do everything. Chuck was surprised to hear the girl tell him that she was not mistaken about the air. Hugging the guy, the girl answered that everything would be fine. Chuck, lowering his head, still did not understand if everything would be fine. A memory of the festival with the girl arose in his head. The festival, individual matches. The hero stood in front of the girl. The guy with incomprehension could not kill the heroine, despite the fact that in this world everyone is weaker than himself. Hitting the girl, it was clear that not a hair fell from her. Falling to the ground, the hero said that he lost. Chuck stood in front of the girl. Sitting at the table, the heroine asked her friend how much weaker Chuck was than that guy. The heroine looked at the nun and answered that no one was stronger than the main character. Raising her hand, the girl answered that she had learned a lesson not to repeat herself and to use daily practices. Her hands were clenched into a fist. A crushing blow from a waning dragon was flying at Chuck. The guy felt something behind him in fear. Magic was quickly approaching him. The entire area was glowing brightly. The girl looked at it with interest. The guy on his knees looked at the monster in fear. Standing calmly, the heroine understood that she had heard such words very often and now they meant nothing to her. Holding her chest, the girl understood that all these words made the whole shrink. Round 8 began, the group with the final match. The hero approached the girl. He was a Barama student. The heroine looked at him confidently. With a mad smile, the hero shouted to the girl that they met again. Larry uses a heavenly wind strike, then a storm of arrows and a warrior of the blade, to which he adds a heavenly archery strike, and someone notes that each strike was super fast and super heavy. The blonde attacks and asks her to try to respond to this, and the voice continues that Larry was definitely a strong person. People shout that the power of his aura is different from others. The guy strikes the girl with a whirlwind strike. The light from the strike spreads in all directions. He is taken aback. The voice in the background Laura continues that by human standards against her with absolute defense it is nothing at all, and she asks if he is finally finished. The girl looks at him and urges him to give up and asks if there is any point in continuing the fight, to which he swears that there is a damned monster in front of him. Laura does not understand what he is talking about while he asks what is the point of all this pretense, because it is too late for her to show tolerance and mercy. Larry is angry because of such mercy. The blonde is angry and insists that she should have shown such mercy when she killed his entire family. He remembers how as a child he swore to kill her. Against the background of the fire, he holds the corpse of a relative, and claims that he will kill her, and Laura is perplexed by what happened. The plot moves to the workshop. Against the background of the lamp, someone asks how this happened, because he does not understand at all, because it cannot be that his calculations were wrong. The plot shows us Felix, who, as a dark magician, felt something was wrong, while he himself is indignant, because this was the most opportune moment for that, and that it was such an opportunity that it could simply be compared to a miracle, and the voice asks if the ritual was successful, should he wait, or if he succeeded, and asks himself if he has activated the magic circle yet. He understands that he has not and remembers whether he did it yesterday. He looks out the window and wonders why the city is so quiet then. Felix looks ugly and asks who is so brave to interfere or why it happened, and how it happened. He sits at the table and the voice notes that it was at that moment that the dark magician understood everything. The magician screamed at the top of his voice about the witch. He runs out and screams that the witch, who is a damned spearwoman, she also has silver hair, blue eyes, in general, a monster, she is also a rune magician. Felix runs barefoot on the ground and the voice confirms that the culprit of what is happening was indeed a witch, but wonders how this happened and how this is possible and how they could even continue to repeat themselves for 3 days for hundreds of years. The magician looks at the huge magic seal. It begins to glow and the voice declares that this is a magic circle that is engraved on the city with the power of the moon and that this is pure magic that was filled with even purer and more powerful power than any other great magic in the history of magic. Felix noticed something and was taken aback, and the voice says that this is why it didn't take the magician that long to find the extraneous drawing in the magic circle. Felix changes the font in the magic seal while the voice talks about the language of the beginning, in which this special sign began to be slowly forgotten 300 years ago. He shows the rune, saying that the original rune looked like this. Felix was taken aback until someone greeted him. The man looks at the silhouette in the hood and laughs, shouting that he knows that it is the same witch in front of him, and that he knows her secret, and that he has figured everything out. He looks at her in euphoria, shouting that it is her, it is all her fault, and that it was she who repeated time. The girl stands calmly and listens to what she did. She dryly calls him the immortal king. The magician senses something is wrong. The girl has bewitched him, and says that he must do something. His eyes roll back while she continues that he must stick to his true role. The story shifts to the night of the second day in the city, where someone calls Chuck, to which he says that everything is fine and that they should act as usual. Emma delivers a slash. Chuck also delivers a blow and declares that they have defeated a comrade from the abyss, who is also the king of the undead. The guy looks at her while telling him that this thing is very large, and he himself reasons that although they are no longer fighting at the level of students, it was still a first-tier undead, and that they have a reason why it is so easy for them to hunt in a city full of undead. He sees Erin and notes that this reason is because of her help, while she praises them for working hard and that now they have only one immortal king left. Chuck frowns and thinks that she looks so difficult. She has hunted in this place not even hundreds, but thousands of times, and that her leadership was skillful, and the operations flawless. Chuck introduces his smoke-smelling comrade and notes that this is how the evening of the third day came, while Erin says that they finally appeared before Felix and that they need to prevent the immortal king from awakening. The system in the background of Felix notifies that the boss is the immortal king in front of them, while Chuck thinks that 300 years ago he was a dark magician who provoked an incident with an immortal army in this very city, and he was also a monster who wanted to become the king of the undead. Emma points at him and asks if this is really the immortal King Felix, to which the second asks again what is wrong. The girl looks at the pimply grandfather, and notes that in her opinion he is somehow unsightly. Chuck looks at the blonde and asks if the problem is that he has not yet completely turned into a necromancer magician, to which she replies that it is quite possible, because the soul was not removed from his body and that the wizard's wisdom is still with him. Erin looks at him with one eye and hears her stand aside. Chuck goes on the attack, saying that he will deal with him himself, to which Erin shouts that even though the grandfather looks like this, he definitely has a special rank. The guy lowers his eyebrows and thinks that everything is exactly as Emma said, that the Lich is the king of the undead, who is born of a great consciousness, and in terms of strength he probably stands higher than Maria, and it would be fair to assign him a special rank, but he has something to object to. Felix is taken aback by the fact that the guy greeted him, especially familiarly. He attacks from above with a fatal arrow. The shock wave spreads across the street, while someone is indignant at such force. Chuck smiles and tells his grandfather that now he sees that he is not joking. Felix exhales with displeasure. The guy hits him a couple more times, and in particular the apocalypse skill. Against the backdrop of the shock wave, someone is perplexed by the stupidity of what he is doing, because he uses such magic in a row. Emma covers her face from the shock wave and calls him, asking if he is okay. Felix goes crazy and laughs. Chuck cut him into small pieces. The guy hits him with an endless rotation skill and notes that he certainly has a lot of strength. Chuck smirks and says that you can't abuse such serious techniques, because how is he going to see what is happening in front? The guy goes on the attack with a spectacular demonic technique. There is only a puddle left in front of him, and Chuck thinks that it is quite easy to hunt when you are dealing with an opponent who relies heavily on his own strength. He looks down at the puddle and continues that the Immortal King is one of those bosses that you can play with under certain conditions, and thinks that this city is a repeating quest, and that he has caught this freak 1,000 times already. Emma clutches her neck and notes that he dealt with him so easily and that she is getting further and further away from him, to which he retorts that no one knows, and maybe in fact she would have even dealt with him easier than he did. The guy turns around and asks why she is alone, to which she dumbfoundedly replies that she does not know, because just a second ago they were definitely standing together. Chuck frowns. He throws his spear over his shoulder and explains that he is going to Erin and that if any undead come closer, she should stop them, to which she agrees. She turns around and calls out to the girl. The city is in ruins. Chuck realizes that this is not the best view to admire. He looks at Erin and asks if she thinks the same, to which she replies that there is nothing special here. Chuck leans on the railing and asks if it is true that this is not the first time the Immortal King has appeared, to which she clarifies if he has noticed. Erin doesn't look into the distance and agrees with him that he's already been there, and this one has already passed 36,000 by number. Chuck reasons that time in the city resets every 3 days and that the Dark Wizard Felix used the lunar eclipse to turn the city into undead. He imagines Felix next to the seal and explains that 300 years, 3 months and 27 days ago there was a sudden appearance and disappearance of all these undead. Chuck thinks about Erin, that for her this has already repeated itself more than 36,000 times. Chuck looks ahead and clarifies the reason why all this is repeating itself for 3 days, while he catches Felix. Erin smiles and replies that everything is correct, it is all her fault. She looks at the guy and confidently states that it was she who made this city like this. She imagines a rune with the words that if all the undead leave this city, then the continent will simply be destroyed and that the collapse of this world will only be a matter of time, and that is why she used the primordial rune and interfered with Felix's magic circle. Chuck looks at her in shock and notes that when it came to preventing the death of more than 1 million people, if she did something like this, to which she retorts that he is very smart. The guy looks away and realizes that he recognized the voice and that everything is exactly as he thought. He imagines a Reaper who tells him that he was watching him and that Chuck is a cheater of death. The Reaper looks at him and Chuck wonders what he knows, maybe about the fact that this is not his first life, because his wife himself is a creature that collects dead souls in the system. The guy imagines the scheme and continues that the goal of the Reapers is to ensure that the collected souls can go to a new life and thus control the cycle, and that is why the repeatedly resurrected undead are the most irritating substances for the Reaper, and at the same time in the city this is repeated for 300 years. Aaron looks down and notes that it is because of her that these 3 days were repeated, and that is why the Reaper visited these lands. She imagines the rune and adds that all this is in order to destroy the primordial rune that destroys life. However, she admits that she offered the Reaper to make a deal. She remembers how she told him that the undead turn the life that they kill into the same undead, and that if all creatures get out of the city, then the entire human race will become undead and that not a single soul will be able to participate in his cycle. The Reaper then looked at her and he had to choose between ending the cycle for 1,200,000 people and probably ending the cycle for the entire world. The Reaper looks at her and she explains that he made his choice and then offered to sign a contract. She remembers the 3 conditions of the contract, where the first is that the Reaper tolerates the repetition of 3 days. The second is that each time Aaron is obliged to defeat Felix, and at the same time his memories will be lost and returned to 3 days ago. She sadly looks down and remembers the third condition, that she will live in a repeating time, and that she who remains and the one who leaves the city will be separated. Chuck thinks about the undead and continues that after that there was a victory over the Ghost Titan. Also about other bosses like a comrade from the Abyss and the King of the Dead, and the murder of the immortal King Felix, and about all these events in collection. Against the background of a piece of the city, he notes that all this was repeated for 300 years. Aaron sadly looks down and says that over time she became weaker. She remembers Felix after the 20,000th time, and that then Felix began to suspect that these 3 days are repeating. Chuck furiously asks how much longer he can repeat them, and how long she thinks her mind will last, and how long she will be able to kill Felix so easily. The guy watches in horror how long she is going to repeat it. Aaron answers with a smile that she will repeat it as long as possible. She imagines Laura and continues that she guesses the reason why he came here and asks if he wants to save someone, and that he will save many more people. The Reaper looks at her and asks her to step. To which she retorts that they say that saving the world requires sacrifice. Chuck sadly realizes that Aaron's separate personality outside of this city does not even suspect her existence, and no one else either, and that despite all this self-sacrifice, he knows that she always asked to be sacrificed. Chuck remembers that he experienced a future in which she was always ready to risk her life to protect the children, and that she herself is a person like that, and he always respected her like that. Chuck turns to the Reaper. Aaron turns around asking him to stop and asks what he is going to do. Chuck extends his hand and offers to make a contract, and he understands that he will not refuse anything. Aaron runs towards him. The spark hits the barrier, and the Reaper notices that he is a deceiver. He imagines a scale and asks if he is going to make a deal with death as a deceiver and offers him to try. Chuck looks at him and says that he demands the termination of Aaron's contract and that he also demands the treasure of the Kingdom of the Dead as an advance payment, and later at least 10 times more. The Reaper asks what he is going to give him in return. Chuck looks at him. Chuck says that in 6 months he will clear the entire city of the undead. The Reaper shines his eyes and says that this is impossible for him, to which he receives in response that it is not for him to judge this, and that he just needs to put the weight on the scale. The guy imagines a scale and asks how he thinks and whether these are suitable conditions for a deal, to which he refuses, because this is not enough for him. The Reaper looks at him and says that the price of cleansing over 1 million souls is too low. Chuck is stunned to hear that he should choose a single number, and then there will definitely be change left, while he realizes that a single number is the highest tier of epic items, and there is definitely something among them. Chuck pokes his finger and chooses a treasure. Chuck goes to Aaron. She furiously asks what he did, to which he is flattered that she waited for him so hard. Chuck explains that the city was cleansed for 6 months. He looks at her and says that if he succeeds, her contract will also be terminated, to which she retorts that he is just crazy. Chuck calmly listens to how if he fails, he will not even have a soul left, and that reincarnation will not be given to him, to which he replies that he was taught that way. He takes her by the shoulders and explains that she taught him, to which she does not understand what he means. Chuck remembers that at first he thought it was just a game, but when it was most difficult and scary for him. He remembers her and notes that then he will meet a real adult, a real hero. She then turned to him, and he continues that she was a hero who left this world, while protecting it, a hero whom he could not protect. She looks stunned and hears that this time he wants to save her, and that this time he will not fail, and that he is no longer the weakling who could not even try to save her. He smiles and continues that it is not something grandiose like saving the world, but simple. Chuck smiles wider and continues that he is returning her debt. Clouds float across the sky. The guy stands in front of Felix and Chuck says that the city after some time. He looks at the screaming dark magician and he says that everyday life, which was repeated for 300 years. The dark magician died. Erin stands with her back to him and Chuck continues with the words that it is repeated today. Erin takes off her hood. She looks out over the city as the guy narrates that the city is still in hellish chaos and that the routine has been repeated over and over for years and that she has been fighting it all this time. The girl looks into the distance, and he says that it is all for one simple reason, because she is a hero. Chuck imagines the tower and continues that she is one of the last of the gods left on Earth. From a paradise that disappeared, she is the ruler of the kingdom of shadows. Chuck imagines her and states that she has realized that she is a special person and that she lived the life of a hero, because she believed that it was her duty. She looks forward and says that this is the first time, and the guy continues that of course, until recently, all this was. Chuck says that he wants to save her this time. She stands on the roof as the voice narrates that now, being a hero, she always took saving someone for granted and that at some point in such a life, a person can begin to think that everything is natural and stop caring about themselves. Chuck smiles and says that he is returning the favor. She puts on her hood and thinks that this boy reminded her of what she forgot in her long loneliness, because he told her that he would stand next to her. She thinks about Chuck, confused. Erin looks at the sunrise and notes that he is the man who first took care of her. The Reaper looks at him and notes that he is a hero in love and that this is not bad. Chuck thinks that the Reaper was pleased with the sight of his close friend, with whom he has been together for 300 years. The Reaper rubs his upper jaw and says that he remembered that he thought about it again. It was all quite unexpected, because he allowed him to choose a single number, and he chose something wrong. Chuck says that he agrees and chooses a treasure, which he points at. Chuck chose the Reaper's sphere and that he must definitely hit the target, and it separates the body and soul, and the Reaper reasons that he chose a deadly object that has the effect of the Reaper's scythe. Chuck then looked at him and he understands that it only works if it is used by a Reaper, and for a person it is such a treasure, and that it is the worst choice for a creature that cannot perceive spirits. The Reaper, against the background of the scales, continues that the scales were in balance in this case, and all because this reward was suitable for him. The Reaper rubs his chin and says that this is interesting and tries to understand what he is trying to change. The plot moves to the hotel at the entrance to the city. The man sits and says that they are slowly finishing, and Chuck says that there are only 32 people in 8 teams among 2 schools and that of them only 4 teams can participate in the next stage. That is half. Against the background of some girls, a team is shown with almost 600 points. Against the background of others, about a team with 500 points and Maria in it, and behind her, a man says that that magic was too strong, to which she agrees and that it would be bad if only she did not destroy the moonstone. Chuck reads the scoreboard of the teams. The guys watch and discuss the teams, while Chuck also expresses his opinion with the result that it was difficult to expect good results from the very beginning. The guy is the first to note that there is no hope for them, to which the second notes that the others also had 2 people eliminated on the first day. The man in the cap wonders who will eventually make it to the finals, whether 3 teams from Barama and 1 from Merkaba. The door opens and someone wishes good morning and notes that they are very late. Emma clarifies about 59 minutes and continues that it is dangerous, to which he replies that the main thing is that they came, and the main one notes that they are late. Emma is indignant that this is why she said to eat after everything is over, to which Chuck retorts that they haven't eaten properly for a long time and asks how can they wait. The master closes his eyes and notes that they will argue later and asks to bring his bag, and then they count the points and thinks that it looks like they will also leave the game. Emma puts it on the floor and asks if they just need to put it on the measuring device, to which he answers positively and explains that they don't have enough points anyway. They see that they have 250 points. The team members are perplexed. The master looks at Chuck and says that they have 3rd place, to which he retorts that this is not all, and he clarifies where he got more from. Chuck shows 3 moonstones, and the master clarifies how far they have come, and how they defeated all 3 bosses. The guy takes out a red stone and says that they still have this, it is the last one. The system notifies him that this is the moonstone of the immortal King Felix. The master is indignant with the glasses. Everyone is taken aback, because they have 1,000 on their account. He looks at the scoreboard and there are almost 2,000. Chuck looks at the ranking where they are first, and notes that the winners of the semi-finals of the group competitions have been determined. The chariot is moving while someone notes the busyness of the days, to which the second agrees. Chuck looks at someone and hears a question whether he will go there again. Chuck turns away and answers that he must, and wonders if she guessed that he will go to save Erin. Emma looks down and offers to take her and the eldest Maria there. She smiles and notes that she does not know what he is going to do there, but they will help him and therefore he should not be so gloomy, otherwise she has already begun to worry. Chuck is stunned and realizes that he made her worry. He thanks her and suggests that in any case they rest now, because if they work too much, they will get tired. Against the background of clouds, she agrees. Chuck falls asleep and thinks that he needs to find a way to use the power he received from the Reaper, and that although the treasure of the underworld was given to him in a slightly different way than he planned, but nevertheless, and if everything works out for him, then in the third stage the Reaper's sphere can become a hidden card for him. Laura leaves and says that it does not matter, because there is no such person who would help her. He smiles and understands that this will be a hidden card to save one impolite little girl. Chuck looks at the sky and asks himself what she is doing now. In the background of the building, someone says that she is under arrest, to which he is indignant. Eve turned her head and repeats that she is under arrest. Chuck sees some family and tells a story about a girl named Laura, where she is little hugging her sister, to which she asks if she was doing well. Laura smiles and he explains that the girl has a long illness and therefore she never went outside alone and that she was an unhappy child. Chuck explains about the lunar veins, that it is an innate constitution of the body, about which there are legends. That it is a curse of self-destruction, which suppresses the harmony of the body by suppressing the energy of good with the infinite energy of evil, and that Laura was born with it. He imagines his father, and says that he tried in every possible way to treat his daughter, but nothing could cure his child. He sits next to her and the voice continues that a happy and harmonious family, and this happiness had two troubles. Laura lies on the bed and he explains that the first trouble is the misfortune of this girl and that she was born with an incurable disease, and her father in the background promised her that he would do everything to save her. The father furiously declares that he can do anything, and Chuck explains for her father, a genius who was called the best spiritual magician of his time. The guy continues that all this time her father was looking for a powerful counter-energy to block the one that dominates his daughter's body. But nevertheless, human efforts could not overcome this affliction, and then he decided to try to change his thinking. Her father takes a brush under the voice, narrating that if the energy of good is not enough to suppress the energy of evil, then he began to wonder if they should not just find another way to use all this negative energy, which is exactly what he thought. He wrote on his daughter's hand and the voice continues that a living creature that feeds on dark energy is the most familiar monster for spiritual magicians who lead the dead and poor souls to their native place. Her father then cast a spell and saved his daughter by turning her into a slightly different form. Laura looks forward and the voice marks that this was the moment of the birth of Jiangshi, her second personality. Larry yells at her what mercy is. He furiously continues that she should have shown it at the moment when she killed his entire family. The boy swore to kill her as a child. He sat with the corpse of a relative and insisted that he would kill her at any cost. Patrick smiles evilly and gives her the order to kill all the people on Earth, and that no one should survive, and convinced her that she is a monster, a ruthless monster. The blonde looks at her and says that he is now sick of her pretense, and she denies it. Patrick insists about the body, because now she is not the main character in charge, she is now the Jiangshi who stole her body, to which she denies hearing and confirms that it is her body. Something hot splashes her leg. Laura looks in horror at the undead, hears that he will kill her and begs her to die, because her father was torn to pieces and killed and that he will subjugate her in the name of the imperial family. Someone strangles her with the words that he will kill her. Laura hears in horror that a creature like her should not have been born. The girl's true form looks at her and orders her to give her back her body. The girl screams in horror that it is her body. Laura holds her head and screams for the voice to shut up. Chains wrap around everything. They fly in different directions. The chains bind her herself, while her true form screams that she has the right. The girl pressed herself to the floor, to which the voice insists that it has the right to get this body. People run to her, while she replies that she will never let it take her body. The plot transfers to Eve's office, where she explains that this is exactly the reason why everything happened. She crossed her arms over her chest and continues that Laura was arrested. Chuck looks at her in bewilderment and realizes that to some extent this was expected, but he did not think that this would happen so quickly and clarifies if it was because of the ban. Eve shines her glasses and notes that he seemed to expect such an outcome and asks if everything is correct. Eva introduces the student and explains that she is under two restraints that hold her down, namely the Zion chains and an Eastern amulet. However, in a fight with student Larry, her amulet burned up. With a screaming man in the background, she continues that the bishop used this as an excuse to point out Laura's abuse, and ultimately it was decided to transport her to the east under the supervision of Professor Patrick to make her a new amulet. Chuck sits across from her and replies that he cannot believe this, that such a forced decision was made only because one of the two restraints burned up, and believes that they are holding on to the Academy's guilt for failing to maintain Laura's stability. The blonde stands behind him and asks how much more he knows. He stands there thoughtfully and Chuck realizes that it is as he expected, that the chairman has already figured it all out. He thinks about Patrick and that he is up to something. Chuck turns around and says that he probably doesn't want to give Laura to them like that either, and asks them to leave the rest with him, because even though it may seem a little dubious, he hopes that they will trust him. The brunette looks at Eve and notes that everyone must be involved in achieving the desired result, without exception. Eve looks ahead and thinks about the heroic legends of Archon and about the third act boss, the flying Jiangshi, and that the backstory is slightly different from the other bosses that have appeared so far. The chairman thinks everything over, while Chuck realizes that the intimacy with the characters is how the narrative is built, and that he will be forced to make a choice between these factors. He imagines lore and is faced with the choice of which of the two to save. Chuck stands in the middle of the room and says that in fact it is most convenient for him to choose one side, so the player did. In fact, it is an effective choice. The brunette frowns and notes that he is not interested in such a game, and that he will save everyone. The system notifies him of the main quest, which is called Laura, where failure occurs in the event of the destruction of any of the girl's personalities. Someone is talking against the background of stones. Laura is sitting and convincing someone that this is her body. Patrick stands angrily and asks if she thinks so and explains that he is Patrick and that he is the uncle of the original owner of this body that she stole. Laura clenches her teeth and says that she will not return it and that it belongs to her, to which he retorts that she seems to have misunderstood everything. Patrick wants to hear whether she really wants to completely occupy this body or not. He angrily says that she needs to kill all the people on this earth and that no one should remain alive. The teacher looks at her and explains that there is nothing that he could not help her with. Chuck notices that he is handing this child a very sweet apple. Her true form looks at her and states that this is not right, but Laura still did not hear the voice. Patrick looks at the girl saying that he is giving her this body, and the voice continues that she never listened to this voice to begin with. People are walking down the street and Chuck says that 2 days have passed since the team competition and the students were given a rest and that he thinks that this was all done out of consideration for the students who went to the city of the undead. Chuck spends time with Maria and continues that there is something they need to prepare before action. Patrick and asks how their stand in front of the hotel is, to which she replies that she received a report about it yesterday. Chuck is stunned and clarifies that they have made a profit, to which she replies. Chuck presents a kebab and says that the ingredients were sent directly from her family, and only the kebab sauce was used, and that it sold for 3 times the price. Chuck is happy that his day has come, because idiots from another academy are the price of a tourist place. In the background of the competitions, Maria asks Chuck to look there, because you can throw magic stones there, and the guy encourages her to try it once, while Chuck thinks that he found it. As expected this year, this guy is also here. The man asks her to look closely at these magic stones, which were broken into pieces, because they were recognized as defective in the mine, and asks if it is soft when you touch it, and she agrees that it is and asks if it is normal that the stone is so soft. The host raised his finger up with an explanation that initially this is impossible, but magic stones absorb magic power well and therefore their properties can easily change. Therefore they are good to use as raw material for a magic staff. Chuck hears that if he becomes so soft, he will quickly explode and says that he will try to throw it. Chuck swings and thinks that he learned one trick when he learned to throw a spear and stones, and that if the distance is short, then his accuracy. He looks at the center of the target, and declares that in this case his accuracy is close to 100%. The guy is taken aback and says that he has 95 points, and Chuck thinks that the higher the hit probability, the narrower the spread range of the festival defective magic stone, and the lower it is, the wider the spread range. Chuck imagines this schematically and explains that in the game he used all kinds of debuff techniques and magic to achieve 0% hits, and that the spread range increased to 100 meters and if he used such a trick. Chuck turns to him and asks him to sell him all his magic stones, because he will pay twice as much for them, to which he clarifies whether he needs these and why he needs them. Chuck smiles and reasons that of course to use a special skill that only inveterate players can use, and that this is exactly why he came to the festival. Maria notices Chuck laughing evilly as he reasons that he will leave it to someone else. She looks at him and hears him ask if her subsidiary was the carriage transport, and asks to know the carriage schedule, to which she asks what he is planning. Chuck angrily notes that it is time for him to go back. Patrick turns to Louise. Laura sits discontentedly as the girl states that this wooden board, made of peach wood, is her natural enemy. Laura is horrified. The girl falls to the ground and someone tells her not to dare do anything stupid until they arrive. Larry asks if they think that will be enough, because it will barely cause her physical pain, to which her sister confirms that it is enough. Laura is furious as someone notes that in the end their goal is to separate the evil creature from her, to which she asks what she is talking about. Louise looks at her and confirms that everything is exactly as she heard. The professor will separate her from the body, to which she retorts that it will be bad if they do that. Louise says that she will lose her body and disappear or become a demonic spirit, and she screams in panic about her body. Louise dryly replies that it does not belong to her and asks if she knows about it. Laura is furious. The man in the hat wonders what that sound is. Someone hits the drum membrane. The man stands behind him. Something flies into the carriage. It falls over and crashes. The carriage crashes. The driver is on the ground and asks who dared. Patrick lands and asks if they are okay. Louise lands and agrees that everything is okay, and the guy asks if this is an attack and what kind of freaks dared, to which he receives in response that he does not know who did it. Something black is flying. Patrick says he doesn't think it's a person while Chuck explains about the blood territory, and the guy asks what it is, if it's a barrier. The people are delighted, saying that everything is great and asking what they should do now, and he replies that they should take everything that can bring them money. Laura lies on the ground while one notices a beautiful girl, that she is a real find. Chuck smiles and calls for her to be grabbed. He stands in front of her and says that the impenetrable Chuck is taking her. A cry was heard in the castle that a kidnapping had occurred. The guy stood in front of Eva and said that 5 minutes ago an unidentified bandit group attacked Barama's carriage, kidnapped a student named Laura. Stunned, Eva asked again. The guys on horses rode through the streets of the city. Chuck sat in front of Laura and said that he heard that while he was gone, she got into trouble and he decided to save her. With his head down, the main character said that if she was taken away, nothing good would come of it. He noted with satisfaction that everyone who lived under the same roof was connected, after which he thought that he was glad that it was not too late, otherwise her soul would have been forcibly separated from her body, then one of them would have disappeared. The girl lowered her head with a sad look. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that they had arrived at their destination. As agreed, they would stall for time, leaving behind many traces. The bandits left from there, and Chuck asked them to live correctly, not to walk on a bad road, so as not to meet him. Laura's legs gave way and the protagonist asked what was wrong with her, noting that her complexion was not very good. Covering the smile on his face with his hand, the protagonist wondered if they had really given her a wooden board, adding that for Laura it would only end with a slight illness, but still, she would have a hard time for several days. He picked her up. The protagonist started running while the girl was asking to let her go, and said that she doesn't have to try to act tough because she can barely walk. A puzzled Chuck said that she's light, so she shouldn't worry. Her face was confused. Patrick ran at lightning speed and asked if Louise and Nathan were okay. He stood behind the guys who were asking who dared to attack, and then said that he didn't know who it was, but he was definitely not one of the simple ones. A red barrier appeared in front of them, created using the blood territory. Maria stood on the roof of the building and said that it was enough if she held them back for about an hour, as Chuck asked. The barrier began to shake. Patrick released several powerful spells. Turning around, he looked at the girl, who said that she would go in pursuit. Stunned, Maria screamed that she needed to hold back at least the remaining two. Watching the man, she thought she could not believe that there was a person who could break through the territory of blood. Chuck needed to be more careful. It began to rain. The protagonist continued to carry Laura and thought that her condition was getting worse. It seemed to be the effect of the rain. He thought that they were already quite far from them and needed to find a place to rest. Louise caught up with them. She said with a serious look that they were moving slowly. She thought that they were already very far away. The girl threw a kunai at him. The dagger hit him in the shoulder. Looking at the wound, Chuck said that it was nothing and that Louise hardly smeared poison on her dagger. Putting Laura down by the tree, the protagonist asked her to wait for him there. He looked back. The protagonist parried Louise's attack. She looked at him and said that they decided not to run away. Smiling, Chuck said that he tended to quickly give up on low-probability options. Parrying his attacks, Louise said that it wasn't even funny. She asked with a serious expression if the protagonist wanted to say that the probability of winning her in a duel was higher. She threw the guy aside. Stopping, the protagonist thought that she had a very strong attack in this weight class. As expected, her aura was huge. Looking at Louise, who was surrounded by energy, the protagonist thought that this was the Queen of the Sword, the strongest knight of Barama, also known as the Fairy of the Sword. She boasts a high level of aura. The proof of this is the aura that can even be seen, which is absurd. Louise rushed into battle and asked him to stop fighting half-heartedly and do his best, because Chuck also has an aura core. Blocking many attacks, the protagonist replied that he got it through tricks and noted that his aura core must be saved until the very end. It is a secret weapon. The protagonist remembered sitting on the floor in front of the spirit and thought that this core was obtained from Jackson. It is closer to a headache that cannot be used for anything yet. It is like a clogged dam where a huge amount of aura accumulates, but the plug does not open. Frowning, Louise said that if the protagonist saves his strength, she will force him to release it. She suddenly jumped up. Chuck noticed a bright glow. A girl, shrouded in a dragon's aura, was flying towards him. Red mana was hovering around the protagonist. He lunged towards her. A powerful explosion was heard. Clouds of dust rose around Chuck. He noted with satisfaction that he really almost got into trouble. Louise stood on a tree branch and asked if he was taking this too seriously. Raindrops were running down her face. While she thought that this was a deadly attack that literally predicted victory, no one would have thought that he would not have a scratch on him. Looking at the protagonist, the girl clarified why he was trying so hard to protect this child, to which she received an answer that he was a kidnapper, after which Louise said that she was the girl's cousin. She frowned and said that this was not a human, but a monster, a vicious and cruel yaksha. Chuck did not know about the tragedy that happened in the Moonlit Night Castle. Chuck closed his eyes and said that another person was responsible for this whole thing, and his subordinates were fighting for him. He asked Louise with glowing eyes if she knew that the dojos in this area were cruel. They could even smash each other's pavilions to smithereens. A powerful magical blow cut off the branch Louise was standing on. She jumped off. The girl stood in front of her. Emma was enveloped in powerful mana. Frowning, the girl noted that Emma was openly trying to resist her. She opened her mouth wide and screamed her name. Emma saluted and said that she was challenging Louise, the cow of the sword Barama. Watching her, Chuck said that he knew that swordsmen thought differently. She was challenging her to a duel in such a remote place. The girl raised her katana above her head and said that she respected Louise very much, so she wanted to teach her a lesson. After repelling the attack, the girl asked if they thought it would work. Emma winked at the protagonist and asked him to go where he was going. Running away from there, Chuck screamed that there was nothing to be done and wished them a good time. The sun's rays were breaking through the clouds. Squeezing blood from his clothes, the protagonist asked if he should tell him that he won or lost. Sitting in the cave, he thought that this rain was good for escaping. It would interfere with the keen senses of the guards and knights who would be mobilized for pursuit. The search itself could drag on. Turning around, Chuck asked if she was okay and mentally noted that it was bad luck that the kidnapped hostage was not in the best condition. He touched the girl's forehead. Laura closed her eyes and listened that she had a fever. Holding the potion in his hands, the protagonist said that drinking it would make her feel better. He held the vial in front of her mouth. The girl looked at him and asked where they were. In a large tree, Chuck said that this was a haven for owlbears. In places where there are no suitable caves nearby, they make such nests in large trees. He was suddenly surprised. Looking at Laura, the protagonist thought that her complexion was really bad and wondered how long it would take for the elixir to take effect. The girl looked at the guy who said that this would not work. As Chuck left the shelter, he said he wanted to find the bear and began to reason that if he at least covered her with fur, she would feel better. Lightning flashed brightly in the sky. Chuck's eyes widened. Laura tugged at his pant leg. She was kneeling. The girl, embarrassed, asked him not to leave. The girl was breathing loudly. She remembered a tearful man standing over her and telling her that she had finally opened her eyes, and the plot told us that the first thing Laura saw was her crying owner looking down at her, Tom calling her his daughter. Tears were streaming down his face. Laura looked at him and asked if he was Dad. Tom hugged her, and we were told that the owner was in seventh heaven. The girl's eyes were devastated. A powerful aura surrounded Laura, and the plot told us that she felt that as soon as Daddy found out the truth, she would be thrown out. Her eyes were shining brightly. She reached out to her father, while we were told that it only took a little time for a false life to be shattered for a small reason. Tom stood next to her, claiming that she was not his daughter. The girl was dragging a monster corpse, and we were told that around that time she saw blood for the first time. The goal was to stop a beast that had entered the city. At the request of the head of the province, father ordered to kill this beast. The man stood in front of her and asked if she could deal with a first-rank beast so easily. There was an evil grin on his face. He looked at her, while the story said that neglect from father, who realized that this was not his daughter. For the first time she discovered her usefulness. After that she followed all orders. Laura stood on the battlefield, where many corpses lay, and we were told that she killed monsters, demonic spirits, people. The orders to kill continued. Laura was afraid of the monsters that were reaching out to her. A powerful aura enveloped her. There was a symbol engraved on the stone. Chuck was standing over her, telling her that she needed some light and a blanket. He threw the blanket on her and said that when something was given, she should take it and not whine later that she was cold. As he walked away from her, the protagonist suggested that the sun would soon rise, adding that she should continue sleeping. He would wake her at dawn. The protagonist turned around when Laura asked if he needed anything from her and thought that everyone she had ever met in her life needed something from her. Chuck introduced various people and listed that Tom needed his lost daughter back, Louise needed her cousin to get well, and his father's brother needed everyone to be killed. She was the weapon to achieve these goals. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if she remembered the first time they met. Sweat was running down Laura's face. She remembered the protagonist standing in front of her and telling her that Chuck said that she was not the owner of this body, she was just a thief and had no rights. The girl frowned when the protagonist said that his answer was the same. No one was to blame for his birth. She clenched her teeth in anger and noted that these were irresponsible words. Sitting on the ground, Laura loudly asked if Chuck understood how dangerous it was to release a monster to his will. Guided by such words, Eva and the chairman also knew about it, and then clarified whether he thought that his stupid words would somehow change his essence, and the world would change. Looking away, the protagonist said that no one knew whether the world would change, whether the monster would stop being a monster. Chuck smiled and emphasized the fact that he simply wanted to save the people in front of him. The protagonist introduced his comrades and thought that he wanted to save the people who were drowning in their supposedly predetermined misfortune, because he was the only player who could save them. Laura was taken aback by the question of whether this was not enough. She held the blanket in front of her face and answered that she was scared. Covering her face, the girl said that this body was not hers, it did not belong to her from the beginning, So everyone says they will return it. She needs to return it, she knows. But if she does this, she does not know what will happen to her. The protagonist looked at her calmly. Frowning, Laura asked her to answer her if she should return it. Looking down, the protagonist said that she should do it. The surprised girl looked at him. Closing her eyes, Laura said that she understood everything, after which she heard that before that, the girl should talk to her. He happily suggested asking her if they could live together if she paid the taxes and the rent. Laura was taken aback and said that this was what people said to each other. Chuck introduced the guy and said that there were many people who acted worse than monsters. There were villains who played heroes and killed people behind the scenes. Only the choice and the actions mattered, always. He lay down next to her and said that it didn't matter who she was, she hadn't made a choice yet. Looking at her, the protagonist added that he would help her until then, so she should stop worrying. Turning away, the protagonist said that he was going to bed. Laura, upset, thought that she couldn't give in, because this was a situation that had been determined from the beginning. Looking at the guy, the girl added that she couldn't tell him about it, because then the only helping hand he had extended to her would also disappear. Lowering her head, she noted that her heart ached. The next day arrived. Inspecting the tree, Chuck said that it was badly burned, there was nothing left to save. Standing in front of the tree, the protagonist said that it was a date tree that was struck by lightning, they can get something from there. Holding a burnt piece of date tree in his hand, the protagonist said that since they were in this forest, he thought that maybe they would need it. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked if she knew that Jianshi with overflowing yin energy had some weaknesses. Chuck handed her a piece of wood, saying that a piece of burnt date tree has a huge yang energy, usually used to drive out demonic spirits, but if she eats it. The girl was surprised to hear that her yin and yang energies would be balanced for a while. In an instant, her characteristics inherent to Jianshi would be neutralized. The protagonist looked into her eyes and said that if she eats it, she will lose control of her body. Laura looked at the piece of wood, dumbfounded. She threw it on the floor and loudly asked why the protagonist was giving it to her. Picking it up from the ground, Chuck thought about what she should choose. You can't have sole control over a body and benefit without taking responsibility. He introduced Jack and noted that he knew people who were extremely selfish. He didn't want her to end up like that. The protagonist put the wood in her hand again and said that she knew. The girl was shocked. The guy approached them and asked if they were there. Dark energy emanated from him when he said that Laura was capable. During this time she managed to get a guy. Chuck stepped forward and ordered them not to interfere, noting that even if they ran for 100 days without stopping, this guy and Lee's would continue to pursue them. They rushed into battle. Having dealt a powerful blow, the protagonist said that they needed to end this. He said with a satisfied look that he should be called invincible. Nathan's leg began to glow. He kicked the protagonist's spear. He smirked and asked if it was really deadly, noting that it was also a work of art by that monster. Chuck smiled and asked if Nathan could use alchemy without an alchemy circle. He released streams of energy and asked to show him if he could. Nathan was dumbfounded, thinking that the protagonist had incredible speed and striking power. He kicked the spear again. The protagonist raised his hand and asked if he was being reckless in attacking him, since he was giving him so many opportunities. The frightened guy covered his face with his hands. Chuck was suddenly taken aback when he heard a voice saying that the fun was over. Many seals created a barrier, holding him back. Patrick said with a serious expression that there was no need to suffer in vain. This was a restraining talisman containing the principles of the 8 circles, a signal to strengthen your muscles, a cycle of inner strength. Nothing would go as he wished, he would not be able to do anything. Kneeling, Chuck called him a fool. Patrick began to walk towards Laura. A black seal was placed on her forehead. She suddenly began to lose consciousness. Louise looked at her and said that this talisman, sealing her consciousness, the soul that lost consciousness, will now disappear forever in the Great Destruction. Smiling, the girl said that they can finally get her sister back. Patrick turned around and said that Chuck would have to pay for his vain dreams. Leaving from there, he noted that he would become food for monsters. The furious protagonist asked what happened to Emma, noting that he could not let Laura go like this. The guys left from there, ignoring the screams. A red aura surrounded the protagonist. He lowered his head. Chuck began to tremble. He declared with a mad look that everything was going according to plan. The wolves were walking towards him. They surrounded him and began to growl. A bright glow emanated from them. The enraged monsters began to make terrible sounds. The protagonist looked up. The seals were torn. The protagonist was on his knees. He asked with a satisfied look if Patrick had left. Stretching his hand, Chuck asked what the wolves thought, whether he had fallen for it, to which he received the answer that he was good at acting, although he had still overdone it a little. Looking at the wolves, the protagonist clarified what about asking them. Ren and Ron returned to their original appearance, and said that they had taken care of it. Holding his chin, the protagonist told Ron that he had not entrusted her with anything special. He noted with shining eyes that he did not know if they were familiar with the concept of the defense industry. Sunlight enveloped the building. Louise asked with a serious expression if they had told her that the thieves who had stolen their things had not yet been found. The guy asked with a smile on his face to wait a little, because this place was beyond their reach. The irritated man thought that before these infidels would not have been able to think of something like this to the bishop of the church. Sitting in front of Louise, he told her that they were shadows, they were not those who could be easily exposed. Louise looked at him and listened attentively, that instead he found a trading company where they could buy replacement things. They said that they had been trading with the eastern continent for a long time. Today the merchant should bring the goods. The company was called Manhwa. Squinting, the girl said that this name was familiar. A cry was heard outside that the most important event of the festival had arrived. The final of the team competition was starting. There was no one in the room. Patrick's face was pleased. He looked at Laura and asked her to sit there for now. In her hand was a piece of wood. The spectators began to rejoice. Louise and her group went out onto the battlefield. Maria's face was serious. Holding the microphone in front of him, the man announced that since the leader of the group, Chuck, was missing, he did not participate in the pairs competition, so from the group competition. Raising his spear, the protagonist cried out that at the moment of victory, they will shine together with him, like eternal chrome, and he will personally lead them to the gates of Valhalla. Watching him, Louise noted that this crazy man still survived. Shrouded in a red aura, the protagonist cried out that those who are ready should bring more spray with them. With a smirk on his face, he asked the professor to continue leading the competition, since all the participants were in place. Waving his hand, Patrick agreed and thought that this guy was annoying, but he had no choice but to acknowledge his extraordinary essence. The battlefield began to change. The walls began to be built, while the professor said that in this formation, where the 8 gates constantly change and deceive those who fell into the trap, the one who finds the right way, reaches the center and receives the sign of the golden dragon, wins the final battle. Patrick introduced the dragon. The labyrinth was built on the battlefield. The surprised guys began to say that they were already getting confused, and we were told that the developed formation modifies the sight and even separates the participants. Holding the fan in front of him, Patrick thought that he did not know what Chuck had in mind, but the completion of the poison was already inevitable. An exhausted Laura sat in the box. Static appeared on the screen. The viewers watched this and wondered why the screen went dark. The man looked at the boy, who assumed that the magic power had overflowed the area and interfered with the video transmission port. Patrick said with a serious expression that from now on he would begin the ritual to separate the girls and Laura's body. Turning around, he ordered the boys to protect the black tortoise in the north. That was the most important thing, the rest didn't matter. Turning around, Louise asked them to take care of her sister. The man looked at the battlefield and told her not to worry. The protagonist's face was satisfied. He put his hand on his hip. Chuck imagined the tortoise and thought that since ancient times, the one who protects the emperor in the center was the black tortoise who ruled the north. Nathan and Louise stood in front of the tortoise, while the protagonist reasoned that standing right behind the emperor, it occupies a position from which it is possible to simultaneously protect the emperor and attack at any time. Therefore, during the attack of the formation based on the 4 sacred beasts, it is necessary to attack the black tortoise first. The boys began to fight. The protagonist smirked and said that he had met the prosthetic leg mage again, and Nathan asked how much he knew, since he hadn't even wandered through the labyrinth, but had arrived right away. A powerful aura hovered around Maria. Louise frowned and wondered if the protagonist had come to the north gate correctly, having passed through the confusion of the 8 gates. The boys had been wandering through the labyrinth, while the girl thought that the transformation of the 8 gates consisted of stone soldiers, fog, labyrinth. It included 365 changes. No matter how brilliant a wizard he was, if he was trapped in this technique, he would not be able to get out. Chuck smirked and said that he could hear his head trying to think, and then asked if it was true that they had recently purchased new goods, noting that he had followed the tracking rune he had engraved on one of the items. An enraged Louise asked how he knew about them. She imagined their goods being stolen and noted that the equipment used in the formation had recently been stolen by a group of bandits, so they had no choice but to buy new ones from the Manhwa company. Sweat was pouring down the girl's face. Chuck waved his hand and admitted that he stole the goods and that he sold them to them again. He said with a mad look that he created the Manhwa bandits and the trading company. Louise gritted her teeth in anger and called him a bastard. She rushed into battle screaming that it didn't change anything anyway, he couldn't beat her. Looking at Emma, Chuck said that this time they had to get revenge. After all, she had already lost to Louise once. He imagined Emma lying in front of the girl, after which she screamed that the protagonist had specifically asked him to lose to her that time. He couldn't even imagine how hard it was for him to pretend. Nathan smiled and noted that Emma said she was pretending. Energy began to emanate from Louise's blade, and she suggested that they get it over with. They rushed into battle shouting that they had to do everything they could. Holding the spear over his head, the protagonist said that he was sorry, but they were busy people. Swinging the spear, Chuck shouted that he and Emma had to do everything they could too. The boys, covered in red mana, began using techniques. A snake appeared behind Chuck. The streams of aura collided. Powerful energy exploded. Louise and Nathan's weapons were broken. Emma turned around. Nathan's leg was broken. Louise was holding a sword in her hands. The girl, looking furious, said that she could not lose. Their bodies were covered in aura again. They were furious. The boys were ready to rush into battle. The protagonist threw the spear at the turtle, saying that he would reveal the truth to them. The boys were surprised, and the plot told us that if Chuck had not said these words, they would have continued to fight furiously, even using their nails and teeth. The protagonist held the boar's head in his hand, while we were told that it was a strange beast with tiger fangs, ram's horns and a boar's face. Examining the monster, the boys asked if it was a Tao Tai, and the plot told us that it was one of the four evils. These evil creatures symbolizing chaos and destruction, the opposite of the four sacred beasts. Surprised, Louise asked why there was a Tao Tai on the shell of a black turtle. Chuck seriously suggested that they thought that this ritual of complete destruction was done to separate the girls and Laura's body, but the opposite is true. Looking at the Tao Tai's head, the protagonist said that Patrick had no interest in the body's owner from the beginning. There was a seal on the girl's face. Grinning, the man said that one has to make small sacrifices for the greater good. There were various signs engraved on the ground. His face was crazy, and we were told that this was the ritual of the spirit mage Patrick to destroy the body's owner and allow the demon to completely possess the body. Dark mana emanated from the girl. Tom hugged Laura, while Patrick reasoned that his foolish younger brother, who wanted to get his daughter back, did not even notice how at some point control over her passed to him. In the end, he became the main culprit of the incident at the Moonlit Night Castle, was captured by the Imperial Army and quartered. Patrick imagined his dead brother and said that he was very grateful to him. Tom not only died in his place as the culprit of the incident at the Moonlit Night Castle, but also turned the girl into a flying jiangshi. The chains were swirling around the girl as Patrick reasoned that it was unexpected that Tom asked the chairman of the academy to take care of the girl, even for him. As the best mage of the formation technique and the head professor of Barama, it was difficult to go to other continents. Patrick imagined his frightened face and noted that a man had come to him. Rick stood in front of him, enveloped in a powerful aura. His face was surprised as the man reasoned that he was approached with only one request. Rick, with burning eyes, ordered to kill as many people as possible in order to break the shell of the chairman. Eva stood in front of the girl. Patrick walked up to Laura and thought that this was a delicious offer. If he could only get her, it would be easy to destroy some city. Energy enveloped the labyrinth. Patrick imagined the chains breaking and emphasized the fact that soon the Zion chains, the sacred object of the Western New Church that bound and absorbed its inexhaustible power, would be destroyed. Blue mana was emanating from the girl, while he thought that Laura's soul, which bound her to the human world, would also disappear forever. Standing in front of the girl, Patrick came to the conclusion that if he fed her the pill he received from Rick, he could immediately transform the girl. She would awaken as a true jiangshi. He began to laugh with a mad grin. Turning around, he noticed the protagonist, who said that this would not happen. Chuck, with a satisfied look, said that it would be sad if everything went so smoothly. Stunned, Louise cried out that they heard things from this man that were hard to believe. They demanded an explanation. Standing in front of Patrick, the girl began to ask if this ritual was intended to get rid of Laura, why he did not use the four sacred beasts, but the four evils, whether it was true that the incident at the Moonlit Night Castle was because of him. The irritated man stated that they couldn't even do what they were told, their usefulness had ended there. Holding a fan in front of him, he asked them not to worry. A red aura enveloped him. Smiling, Patrick cried out that now in just 10 minutes, all living things in the formation would melt and become one. He would make a pill that would awaken jiangshi. Chuck imagined the monster and thought that the Golden Bat Alvin, a second-rank monster, after such a monster risked its life to evolve, the group consisting of semi-first rank and first-rank guardians also fell helplessly. Grinning, the protagonist wondered what would happen if Laura, a special-rank monster, evolved, noting that he was not sure he could handle it. Striking the ground with his spear, the protagonist asked to know that the corruption in the defense industry was invincible. Patrick was taken aback by what he heard. The symbols on the floor began to disappear. The man stood in front of them, asking if his spell had disappeared. He imagined the caravan being robbed and offered to explain, adding that the items Patrick had smuggled through the old church had been stolen by someone, and the trading group had quickly replenished the items. Louise stood in front of the boy, and the protagonist asked if they would ask who had provided the items again. Chuck smirked and stated that he had done it all. Patrick, dumbfounded, listened as the protagonist asked what he thought would happen if the Elder Maria had already destroyed all the items he needed, meaning that his train had left and he was done for. The man waved his fan, stating that it was not over yet. The chains on Laura's body snapped. Frowning, the protagonist thought that Patrick had given up on Laura's transformation and had used his remaining strength to free her. The enraged man said that when he killed them all, it would not be difficult for him to perform some pathetic ritual. The girl stood up after the order to kill everyone. She rushed into battle. The dumbfounded Nathan asked if Patrick was really controlling her, noting that he was really the culprit of what happened in the Moonlit Night Manor, and Louise asked him to calm down. The girl lowered her head and said that Nathan broke his prosthesis, and she lost her sword, Now they can do nothing and we'll leave it to them. Looking at the guy, Louise emphasized that they also have something to do. Nathan was shocked by this. Shrouded in mana, Chuck screamed that Emma should step back. They will act the same way as in the battle with the King of the Iron Mountain. He will stall for time, and she will finish everything by dividing the territory. Powerful blows were heard. Emma was surprised, and we were told that she was amazed at what was happening before her eyes. Chuck rushed into battle. The enraged protagonist swung his spear, while we were told that this martial art was like a meteor breaking through the atmosphere. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and thought that if she had to confront Mr. Chuck in this state, she would not be able to hold out for even 30 seconds. She did not know if there was a person who could defeat him now. The protagonist collided with Laura. The girl's eyes were shining brightly, and we were told that Emma was wrong. For the flying juncture at this moment, it was just a light compress on the whole body. Chuck frowned. He dealt many blows to the girl. A glow began to emanate from Laura's hand. She was preparing to make a poisonous blow. The protagonist dodged the flow of energy. Stunned, Emma called out to him. Chuck was suddenly taken aback. The girl dealt him a powerful blow. The protagonist flew to the side. A cloud of dust rose from his impact with the ground. The protagonist tried to get up. Laura was flying towards him. Looking at her, Chuck came to the conclusion that this was the limit. There would be no revival. He would die. With this blow, he would disappear forever without a trace. Frowning, the protagonist noted that, no matter what. A bright flash flared up after using territory division. Emma held the blade in her hand. She said with a serious look that she understood his strategy, but it seemed to her that he was about to die. Emma closed her eyes in pain. While the plot said that she took dozens of steps in the territory, this is an incredibly large load, heavier than when repelling Laura's attack. It will damage the whole body. The girl ran towards them. Her hand was enveloped in demonic energy. Enraged Emma held the katana in front of her. Stunned, Chuck rushed to help. A powerful blow was heard. Laura's face was calm. She stood in the middle of a destroyed battlefield. Hiding behind the ruins, the protagonist called Emma stupid. Sitting next to her, the protagonist asked why she was overdoing it when she should take care of herself, to which he received the answer that her body had moved forward on its own. She opened her mouth at Chuck's request. Pouring the potion into her mouth, the protagonist thought that it was a special elixir that he brought as a secret weapon, but if Emma was not treated immediately now, it would not be surprising that she would become crippled or die from severe bleeding. The protagonist listened in disappointment as Emma said that she already thought she was dead. The protagonist imagined the girls fighting and emphasized that initially he would hold out until the Elder Maria destroyed all the objects of the four evils at all costs, and later, at the right time, the division of Emma's territory would cause 100% damage and he would take out the secret weapon. He had been planning this operation since he returned from the city of Nazria, but two variables appeared. Chuck remembered Laura preparing to attack and added that she was one of the variables that had escaped the Forbidden Zone and had become incredibly strong. Looking at the girl, the protagonist noted that the second variable was Emma, who had intervened to save him and had gotten injured. Although the fire was quickly extinguished, she, having committed madness by running dozens of steps outside the territory, could not fight. Sighing, the protagonist wondered if they could hold out until the Elder Maria destroyed the remaining objects. Emma tried to catch her breath. Chuck remembered Laura attacking him and noted that if he had taken that blow directly, there was a high probability that he would have died instantly, regardless of the revival. Picking up Emma, the protagonist thanked her for saving him. Surveying the area, he assumed that this place would be suitable. Emma looked at Chuck and asked if he was okay, to which she answered negatively. He imagined the mana flowing through his body and emphasized the fact that all the aura stored in his core and body had been depleted. The close combat with Laura had used up a lot of aura. Imagining the red core, the protagonist wondered if he should use it, noting that if he tried to forcefully activate it he could, but that the core represented a power that his body would have a hard time resisting, even now that he had the backup copy of the commandment. Laying on the ground, Emma explained that Laura had not used her right hand since the beginning. The outline of a girl could be seen through the dust that had been raised. The girl was holding a piece of wood tightly in her hand. The protagonist suddenly smirked. He remembered giving her the piece of wood and telling her that Laura was still carrying that heavy burden with her. Looking at Laura, Chuck stated that it was still in her hands. Her eyes were glowing brightly. The protagonist stood in front of him. He pulled out his spear. The protagonist, with a satisfied expression, emphasized the fact that there was no other choice. He remembered Laura throwing the bark on the floor and wondering why he was giving it to her. Picking up the tree, Chuck reasoned that she had to choose, because you can't have sole control over the body and benefit from it without taking responsibility. He imagined the smirking guy and emphasized that he knew people who were extremely selfish. He didn't want the girl to end up like that. The protagonist imagined handing her the tree and thinking that no matter what choice she made, he wanted her to take responsibility accordingly. The girl was surprised. Looking at the demon, Chuck wondered if Laura was still inside. He raised the spear above his head. The furious protagonist concluded that he remembered. Imagining Jackson, The protagonist began to reason that the power of a certain demonic sword had been transferred to him. The protagonist, enveloped in a dark aura, thought that Jackson, the great hero who lived 800 years ago, would recreate this legend from now on. Laura was taken aback by the question of how long she had waited. Chuck rushed into battle. The girl, enveloped in mana, responded to his attack. They were about to collide. A powerful blow was heard. Their energies collided and the protagonist declared that this was a battle between the flying Jiangshi and Jackson. Patrick, dumbfounded, began to shout that this was impossible. Such a boy could not resist the flying Jiangshi. The girl's eyes began to glow brighter when she heard the order to quickly kill this scoundrel. She swung her fist. Enraged, Chuck used the dark red demonic spear. Swinging the spear, the protagonist thought that what he had prepared was the same 1,000 units of energy. Even though Laura had 100,000 aura, the amount she could release at once was 1,000. If he could neutralize it by using the same amount of power, he would be able to resist her. They began to fight. Holding back his blows, Chuck added that his body would have to endure. Because he had borrowed Jackson's aura, his body was being torn apart right now. The protagonist was thrown aside when he thought that the pain starting from his fingertips was making it impossible to hold the spear. The tendons all over his body were becoming so heavy that they would soon begin to forget their function. The furious protagonist came to the conclusion that he could not stop because she still did not use her right hand. Laura threw a punch. Stunned, Chuck imbued his fist with energy. Their blows collided. The protagonist dodged the kick. He approached her and began to take advantage. Landing on the ground, the protagonist noted that one step, putting his life on the line, he must put his right foot forward and stand firm as a mountain. Swinging his fist, Chuck added that his left arm was extended like a short spear. Patrick's mouth opened in surprise. The enraged protagonist came to the conclusion that this was a second's opportunity to strike. Laura was suddenly taken aback. Her gaze became human. Chuck dealt her a powerful blow. Kneeling, he tried to catch his breath. Blood flowed from the girl's mouth. Watching her, the protagonist thought that he had managed to break through Laura's absolute defense, but that was all. The monster was coming at him. Examining the girl's face, Chuck came to the conclusion that he had not been able to completely defeat her. A powerful aura hovered around her. The man smiled and started laughing and wondered what someone like him could do. Laura, her eyes shining, heard the order to kill him again. She took a fighting stance. Frowning, Chuck prepared himself for death. The girl raised her fist. She was suddenly taken aback. She opened her mouth. The protagonist was shocked by what had happened. The ground began to shake. Golden chains appeared. Laura was shackled. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he had succeeded, the reason he had been delaying until this moment. After all, every second had paid off. Chuck imagined the allies and noticed that the elder Maria, Louise and Nathan, who had left this place, had destroyed all the construction items. A frightened Patrick asked how this was possible. A blade was pressed to his throat. Eva held the blade in front of him and ordered him to stand still. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist said that he was done for. He turned his gaze. The protagonist was looking at the girl. He approached Laura. Chuck was surprised. Having removed the seal from her face, the protagonist asked who could do this to a child, use such a terrible thing. Laura began to fall. The protagonist caught her. The girl's gaze was empty. She suddenly came to. The girl vaguely saw the protagonist in front of her. There was a smile on his face. Sitting on the ground, Laura asked why he did this. She was taken aback by the words that he said that he would help her until she made her choice. Chuck, with a satisfied look, asked her to make a choice that she would be proud of, so as not to regret it. Laura's mouth fell open in surprise. Clenching her hand into a fist, she thought that she needed to repay him. To prove that she was not a monster, she needed to prove that, as he said, it was not her origin that created her, but each of her choices. The tree in her hand dissipated. She looked at the dust while the plot told us that the piece of wood that had been destroyed by the superhuman grip had turned into dust. Laura, dumbfounded, asked what she should do, then thought that everything was pointless now. Even if she made a choice, the result would not be what she wanted. She wanted to show him right now. She wanted to repay him for believing in her right now. Looking down, Chuck wondered how much power she had if she had even destroyed a wooden plank. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that there were many ways. Lowering his head, he thanked her for justifying his faith. Gritting her teeth, Laura said that she was a monster. She had hurt him, killed many people and stolen his body, then asked if there was a way for someone like her to gain forgiveness. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes. He remained silent after this question. Hugging her, Chuck replied that he did not know. The girl started crying when the protagonist suggested looking for him together. The man is in prison while someone notes that Patrick's awakening ritual was a failure. Against the background of Kevin, he asks how the care for the consequences ended up happening, and then the answer is that in principle everything was done as usual, and he received an answer from Kevin and Eva that if everything goes well, strictly speaking, it could be a matter of concealment. Against the background of Patrick, He continues that it is problematic that he tried to provoke a catastrophe, and yet this could cause other people to be wary of the victim of this ritual, Laura, and those who are afraid of her will come forward and stupidly condemn her. Against the background of the evil man, he continues that others will definitely want to take possession of her power. The plot moves to the infirmary where someone reports that Patrick was supposed to return first, but died in an accident, and that this is exactly how they plan to deal with it, and they have already talked to the chairman. To which Chuck is glad that the conversation with him immediately went well and receives in response that for their side this is also a pretty good option. Chuck sits bandaged and clarifies whether they demanded compensation for damages, to which he explains that the chairman advised them not to do this, but she agrees with him on this issue, to which the guy refers to the stupidity of the chairman, or rather his kindness. Eva frowns and says that they are on his side and are from those who cannot easily trust other people, nevertheless. She looks at the satisfied guy and praises him, to which he replies that he just did what he had to. Chuck looks forward saying that someday all the people around will begin to trust each other. Eva adjusts her glasses and remarks that she will be glad the day it becomes true, and asks him to take care of his body. She leaves saying that the festival is not over yet. Someone intercepts the door. Maria runs to hug him and notices that he has finally woken up. She leans on his bed asking if everything is okay or if something hurts because even his nails are broken, to which he replies that the lower part of his bandage has come loose a little, and she notes that he always overexerts himself terribly and gets injured and ends up in hospitals. The guy is perplexed by her excessive fussiness. The girl cries while he asks why she is crying. His heart is now hurting, to which she replies that it is because her heart is hurting. Chuck remembers what happened and asks if the eldest was hurt because she destroyed the stone warriors and all the objects there alone, despite the fact that Nathan and Lee still dealt with one. Chuck looks away and thinks that this is why he managed to leave that place, and it was thanks to these people that it was not too late, and he managed to survive. Maria gloomily notes that if you think about it, all this happened for their own reason, to which he retorts that she should not be so strict with them, because the guys are far from bad, it's just that the situation itself was not very good. He remembers that Nathan wanted to avenge his family, and Louise wanted to save her cousin, and they were both desperate, and the worst thing is the person who took advantage of someone else's despair. Patrick smiles, and he continues that they should not be mistaken about the object of hatred. Chuck smirks at Maria's comment that he always thinks so maturely despite her being older, to which he suggests that she try calling him Big Brother, to which she gets angry and says that he's at it again because he seems to just be amused that she can't call him Big Brother. Maria looks him in the eye and tells him that she doesn't want him to get hurt anymore. He'll still keep putting himself in danger anyway, and asks if she's right. Chuck looks at himself and thinks that he can't deny it because he's a man who has taken on the task of saving the world on his shoulders, and he doesn't have much power in this matter compared to the player, and he's nothing more than a secondary player who only believes in his skills with a spear and who likes to fool around, and his body will definitely get hurt. Maria sadly notes that he doesn't even deny it because it's like he lives in another world that she knows nothing about. Chuck is stunned that she will also fight alongside him. Maria continues with a smile that she can help him at any time, as happened not so long ago, and whoever he fights, she promises to always be on his side. Chuck thanks her for such words with a smile in his mind. Chuck understands that in the future he will have to deal with incredible enemies who will have evil desires and wrong beliefs, and they will strive for one goal. This is to destroy this world, and asks himself how he should resist them and how to save the world. The brunette gives her a fist and notes that they will do everything together, to which she agrees. Against the background of the sky, she adds that she will apply in advance, on the issue of the guards, to which he clarifies why so quickly, and she replies that the Harvest Festival is coming soon, and since they have consecutive weekends, everyone will be busy resting, to which the guy notes that she is right and that he relies on her in this matter. Maria looks at him and offers him to be the commander, and her his deputy, and asks what to do with the rest. The girl is unhappy with the appearance of someone else. Chuck looks at Emma in the wheelchair and notes that she looks like a mummy, to which she notes that whose fault it is. Chuck remembers that it is true that she suffered because of him, and in general went so far. The guy says that he is sorry. He smiles brightly and thanks her. Emma does not know what to do with herself, and decided that she will just accept his apology. The guy looks at her bandages and explains that thanks to Maria's elixir, her bones quickly recovered, but even if she continues to recover in the best medical facility, she will need to rest for 2 weeks, and there is only a week left until the end of the festival, and therefore she will not be able to come even to the closing ceremony by the fire. Emma is unhappy that he told her that he will be discharged quickly, she should rest here a little, to which she notes that she wanted to participate. He retorts that there is also a winter dance evening, to which she says that this is different. Chuck thinks that he has a lot of experience because of his past life, but for her this is all for the first time. Maria is furious while the guy decides that he will buy her an expensive dress for the winter ball, to which she asks again, because it is still a pretty expensive brand. Maria hears how he asks him to tell her what she needs, because now her older brother has a lot of money, to which she does not understand how he is her older brother, because they are the same age, and understands that because of the hotel he has a lot of money. to which he notes that he has so much money that he can afford to buy a dress for his investor, while the blue-haired girl mentions the rest of the guard squad. Emma did not notice her and asks how she ended up behind, to which the guy notes that she is right, because Emma is also in their squad. He also mentions Elizabeth, to which she is perplexed, and he notes that she is a beautiful girl who has a lot of information, to which she notes from his words only that she is beautiful. He also remembers Ren and Ron, and she clarifies who they are, and he replies that they are brother and sister, who are half-wolves, and explains who is what gender. Someone writes everything down in a notebook, and Chuck continues that he wanted to recruit Kate to them as well, but nothing is clear there yet, but since they are close, he is sure that she will listen to him, and Maria clarifies how close he is with the druid. Emma is stunned that she writes absolutely everything, while the guy replies that they are close enough to sometimes joke and have lunch together. Maria breaks her pen when Chuck also mentions Laura, that she will definitely be with them, and asks to write it down in advance. Chuck does not understand why the eldest is furious and continues that Eva also gave permission, so everything should be fine. Maria scared him, and he asks what happened. The vampire looks angrily and asks if he wants to see her go crazy. Chuck explains that later everyone was afraid of Laura, they were wary and condemned her, and also said along the way that she should not have been born into this world and that she is a monster, also throwing stones at her. He thinks about her, that this time she even injured Chuck and she again almost hurt a person. Chuck is beaten and holds her, saying that he told her that he would help her until she makes her choice. The girl then answered him that strength is her only value and that her justification for taking over someone else's body is that she cannot become weak and that she cannot hope for someone else's help. She looks at Chuck, and he answers that he will help her. Chuck smiles and asks her to make a choice that she can then be proud of, and so that not even the slightest regret remains. Laura cried, while he suggests that they look for him together, and he himself does not understand what to do now. The girl holds her chest and the guy notes that the warmth hurts more, care, excitement, etc. will cut her like a sword. Laura gets angry and says that she hates him, that he hurts her. Against the background of the fabric, he explains that she was always alone and it was a life in which everyone just used her and therefore she did not allow anyone to cross her boundaries. She sits on the bed, and he continues that everything was like this until one moment. Chuck pulls back the curtain. Laura notes that he has recovered, and he asks if she was worried, to which he receives a negative answer. Laura sits with her back and asks him to talk faster. Oba turns around and asks if there is a way to change everything. Chuck looks down. He holds out his hand and notes that everything is as expected from her, that the heart of this child is full of kindness. She grabs his hand and asks him to wait and first give her the fish. Laura trembles and says that she wants to eat the fish, and he understands that she is most likely very scared. She looks ahead in horror. Chuck strokes her head and says that everything is fine and that he will definitely buy it for her as soon as they finish. Laura walks up to him, and he says he's starting. The guy is standing with a spear. The system notifies him that there's a Reaper sphere in his spear, that it helps the weapon hit its target, separate flesh and soul, and ignore any defense. He thinks about the skeleton and notes that the deadly soul collector only exists as a data value and that if it's used by a human and not a Reaper, then the accuracy is significantly reduced, making it completely useless. Chuck wonders what will happen if he throws it, to which the system notifies him that it doesn't perceive spirits. Chuck notes that it's a dead hit. He tries to throw the spear at the girl and misses and notes that his accuracy is 0. Laura is indignant, while the guy looks at the spear and asks her to watch carefully because he's going to try some magic. Chuck uses the festival magic stone. He remembers that as the accuracy indicator decreases, his range increases, and this is the very device that makes it so difficult to complete that very mini-game. Chuck looks at the spear and continues about the distribution system. He imagines an ATM, and wonders what the distribution range would be if he were to use it with 0 accuracy. He throws the spear. Laura glows and the guy thinks that it will tend to infinity and will ignore the fact that he does not perceive spirits, because the effect is activated one way or another, and if we say everything in other words, the attack will formally come not from him, but from the magic stone he threw. The guy runs to the girl. He catches her. Chuck is stunned, noticing that he used a little magic power and asks if she is okay. Laura tries to say something. She looks at him and says hello. She called him Big Brother with a smile. Chuck holds her in his arms. The guy is stunned because everyone constantly expressed dissatisfaction with him regarding his status as a big brother. Chuck cried because this is a victory and he is finally freed from the nickname Sir and notes that this is the best first impression. He puts her on her feet while she notes that he looks happy, to which he receives in response that he had heard from many that he looks mature, to which she replies that she thought so and it seemed to her that he always wanted to hear it from her. Chuck looks at her and understands that this is how she saw everything. The girl gets to her feet, and he continues that one of her personalities controlled the body for 3 years, and the second was locked inside and watched everything. Chuck clarifies if she is offended by the fact that she did not have access to the body for 3 years. She suddenly ran and marked this by the fact that since the moment she got sick, This is the first time she walks and runs like this. She runs further, screaming that she is sure that this is all thanks to the second personality, because it used the energy that she accumulated in herself, to which the guy asks her not to overdo it, because she is probably not used to this. Chuck hears that at first she hated her and screamed for her to give her back her body. She steps in a puddle, saying that her voice never reached her and that she often talked to herself. The girl stands with her back to him and continues that she knew that it was not ignoring her, she was only trying to express guilt and remorse. Laura goes further and notes that she understands perfectly well what it is like to struggle with fear and anxiety, and after all, they are forced to share one body. She pokes her finger into the puddle and says that this is why she no longer hates her and that she gained the courage to eventually give her back her body. Chuck smiles and notes that she is mature enough because acceptance and forgiveness happened. The girl whose body was previously taken away for 3 years willingly accepted her second personality. Laura laughs and asks if this is true and maybe she has stopped growing up. But Laura is only 3 years old, and she always dreamed of a little sister, and now she has one. Chuck looks at her and notes that she is right, because the situation is more like two sisters sharing one body, to which she tries to say that she knows. The girl stands against the wind and continues that she knows that if she is in danger again, they will save her as cool as they did last time, to which the guy asks only to say that she needs help, at any time. Laura is embarrassed and notes that she assumed that he would say so, as expected of him. That he is cool. Chuck listens to her, while she notes that she also likes fish. Something splashes in the water, while she explains that she and Laura have very similar tastes. Laura whispers in his ear that they also like similar men, to which he is embarrassed and perplexed. She tries to unbutton the buttons, saying that if he becomes her husband, he will immediately get 2 wives, to which he protests and does not understand what she is doing. Laura raises her eyebrows and asks if he will give her an answer right now. Chuck says no, but breaks down. The girl laughs while the guy says she shouldn't tease people like that, and she replies that it's not a joke because in her homeland at that age everything is allowed. Chuck looks at her and breaks down, saying that if it's about a relationship, then Laura should listen too. She kisses him on the cheek and thanks him. The guy is confused about what she's talking about. She frowns. The girl furiously asks him not to misunderstand her, because this is just nonsense, to which he asks again if this is true and wonders himself if they swapped so easily. Chuck assumes that Laura and Laura are talking to each other, while first she asks herself who she called sister, and the second asks her to sit quietly, and then the first shuts her up saying that this is a simple misunderstanding. She turns to him and asks if he will go and clarifies that they need to go to their place for dinner by 7, to which he agrees. The guy smiles and thinks that this is how Laura wants to apologize, and in the end she is still a child. The guy is embarrassed by her statement about tastes in guys and wonders if she is really still a child. The man in the metal glove lies down, while the voice comments that the funds that were invested by the old church in the festival are simply enormous, and that he was sure that they would be able to get rid of the Protestant princess. He lies and notes that in fact, as a result, a complete failure. The man looks at Chuck's spear and asks himself who he is and how he managed to uncover all their plans. He remembers that on the orders of the Lord, he gathered a squad of 100 people, and they even arranged everything in these multi-year tunnels to lure Laura, and they took huge risks. He remembers how Chuck smiled and said that 100 people from the Crusaders is nonsense, because they should have sent paladins if they had such serious intentions. The man gets up displeased and yells at him and asks why he even thought that he would get away with it, and asks if he thinks he can handle it. Something flies into his forehead. Eva watches as he throws something at him, and notes that she herself would have handled it. Chuck replies with a smile that everything is fine and he just needed to test the technique, to which she clarifies whether it is about the throw with which he knocked them all down. The guy points at her while she notes that he's overworked himself anyway and thanks him for his efforts, and they'll take care of arresting these people themselves, to which he says that they should get a poison capsule from their right molar just in case. Eva stands silently while Chuck thinks that Eva has a lot of questions that she wants to ask, like how he knew about the perennial tunnels and why he asked her to look after the old church in the first place. Against the sky, he continues that she was just tying up unconscious knights now and was glad he became her ally. The plot moves on to the next day. Laura looks at the ceiling while Chuck explains that due to the innate lightness of her body, which is free from damage, her biological activity was slower than others. Laura asks herself to get up while her body simply turns, and he notes that this was expressed in her laziness. The body notices that the second one is very noisy, and the first one notices that she has already woken up and suggests that she get up and asks if it is even possible to behave like this with an older sister, because it is time to eat. The girl heard something and got up. Laura goes up the stairs saying that she got up not because of her screams, but because she is just curious. Chuck is sleeping on the floor, while one is puzzled why he is sleeping there, and the second one is happy to see him. She looks at him, while one suggests waking him up, and the second one asks why she would do that, and she retorts that he will freeze to sleep like that and urges her to do it faster. Laura achieved that the body pokes him in the cheek and asks if she likes him, to which she replies that she does not know that, because he does everything and does not ask anything, but does what she did not ask, but at the same time is always so sincere and she simply does not understand him. They look at him, while one tries to extract an answer, and the second does not answer. The second one whispers in her ear. The same girl smiles. She sits next to him and declares that she hates him. Maria smiles and notes that she woke up so early today, to which she receives in response that she woke up because it was noisy. Maria asks Archie to return the guy to bed, saying that they cannot allow Laura to not get enough sleep because of him. The blue-haired girl leaves and says that if she is sleepy, then she can just lie back down, to which she mentions the couch. Laura turns and asks if it would not be better to just leave him on the couch, to which the second one does not understand her. The red-eyed one listens discontentedly to the fact that there is no extra blanket for him, and he can freeze because of the cold weather, to which she notes that she is right and it is even difficult to argue. Maria smiles and says that there are steamed potatoes in the cafeteria, and she can eat them. The girl continues that later she will eat with Chuck so everything is fine, so she can eat all the potatoes. Laura looks after her. She asks with displeasure when he became their Chuck. The teacher stands at the podium and reads that in such situations they should use ingredients found nearby in an emergency, while the guy talks about the fact that the festival is not over yet, but the class is still going on. But he has already heard this particular lecture and therefore was now focused on something else. The guy looks at his card in the system that his aura rank is high and his mana is average, as well as his skills. He looks at it thoughtfully and continues that now he has surpassed Emma's initial characteristics, and even more. The guy reads the last line in the card saying that he received the third core and unlocked the ability to release magic, and now his aura rank has increased. Chuck imagines himself and thinks that ordinary knights only get their first core, and he has one extracted from a mandrake and another demonic one, and when the others get only one, he has 3 of them. Chuck looks ahead and notices that the girl told him that she also got hers. He recalls her in battle with the words that 10 steps inside the territory, and it seems thanks to such a trick she has grown quite a lot, and her aura rank should be at least like his, and initially it was average upper, and continues that in 6 months she has grown more than it was in the original, so he has high hopes for her. His system notifies about the release of energy, which accumulates internal energy under high pressure and can accumulate and release up to 20% of aura and mana, and he himself notes that this is an incredibly good ability. He imagines himself and thinks that his current aura rank has exceeded 8,000 points, so at one time he can release a little more than 1,500 units, and in terms of explosive power this is simply absurd, because the whole problem is that he tried everything thoroughly on the hunting grounds, but still did not figure it out. Chuck closes his eyes and continues that he thinks that thanks to this he will be able to do something like what Jackson did with her demonic sword, and he wonders if he will be able to cut the sky or slay a dragon with a spear strike, and the teacher declares that 5 minutes before the end of the class he will check all their notes. The brunette frowns. He looks at her and does not understand why so suddenly. The teacher smiles while he reasons that she is probably just angry that the students just fall asleep in her classes, and notes that he is doing badly, because judging by what he learned about the professor over the past 4 years, she will assign him some kind of punishment like cleaning the classroom. He imagines the old alchemy room where he will have to clean and notes that the dirt after conducting experiments there is no joke. The guys in front of him are arguing and one asks for his notes and receives in response that he has not even finished it yet, and Chuck understands that he just wanted to enjoy the festival in his free time after class. He reaches out to someone's hand, while he thinks that it is worth at least writing something down. The hand touches him. He looks at her, puzzled. Laura watches as he pulls his hand away. The guy reaches out to himself. Laura intercepts it. The guy is embarrassed and asks who exactly is in front of him. The blue-eyed girl holds his hand and notes that he already understood everything. She asks with a smile if he wants to look at hers. Chuck asks if they are talking about notes, to which she smiles and suggests that he just scroll from the right page. Laura turns to him and asks if he wants to have lunch with her, to which he agrees, saying that his older brother will buy her something tasty and treat her, while one of them wonders what is happening to him, and the other asks if he has always been so close to her. Archie overhears how they discuss how usually only Chuck communicates with the nun, and do not understand what happened to them. They walk down the hallway while he asks where the red-eyed one is, and she replies that she dozed off, so she replaced her and she will probably sleep for some time. Chuck looks at her and asks if she has already met them and clarifies that he is talking about Louise and Nathan. He remembers what happened and notes that those two bear a lot of responsibility for what happened and that he understands that they were simply used, but nevertheless, it is difficult not to hold them accountable. He continues that Patrick will be unofficially executed and will probably be done secretly from everyone with the help of the ruling family. He imagines Louise saying that after her uncle leaves, she will become the head of the family, and that she and Nathan must have suffered greatly because of him. Chuck asks again, perplexed, if she is the head of the family, and asks if that is the point of her status, to which the girl replies that everything will now be on her, from household trifles to marital issues. The blue-eyed girl stares at him, saying that she has already received permission, and asks what they will do next. Chuck looks at him in bewilderment and asks when the second one will wake up, because it is hard for him with her. Maria angrily asks him to explain everything to her from the very beginning to the end. Archie barks diligently, while she stirs the soup and notes that she understands him. She looks at the food and understands that she is not in a relationship with Chuck, but nevertheless she does not feel better from this. Chuck imagines their interactions and notes that she thinks quite rationally, because it is not really about affection, but rather about predation. Maria is about to bite his neck and he continues that even so, such behavior obviously carries a special meaning. He remembers that Laura told him that a wedding with her gives a promotion in the form of 2 wives for the price of 1. Archie barks at her all the gossip that he overheard. Maria breaks the sticks and realizes that this cannot continue any longer, and that she must take drastic measures. The blue-haired girl notes that she has a potato farm and a diamond mine and asks herself if she herself should be braver and realizes that she is already brave enough. Archie is frightened by the reaction of the owner. He hears the question whether he knows what men like. His eyes light up. The pet answers that they like bones. Maria took Chuck to eat, saying that she has long figured out how to cook, but asks him to try. Chuck sees a notification that it is a special blood soup, while she says that their workers made it and notes that she thought that he might like it. Chuck happily notes that he loves it very much and asks how she found out about it, while he thinks that the blood soup in this world is very good. Maria embarrassedly continues that it is made with the addition of solidified blood and therefore she is not sure that he will like it, to which he replies that it is impossible to get enough of it, the soft pieces are the most delicious, to which she is happy that he liked it. The brunette smiles and says that it is very fresh and tasty. Chuck is perplexed why a notification appeared, where it is written that he consumed a first-class blood elixir. The elixir contains special ingredients, therefore he receives superpowers. The brunette stunnedly turns to her. She happily asks again, to which he replies that he thought that neither grain nor cow's blood was used for preparation, but there is one thing. The guy also gets a notification that his strength temporarily increases by 200%. He reaches out to the girl, saying that he loves her, and she understands that Archie told him everything correctly and that it was a good idea. The plot moves to another room, where someone is talking about the story of his girlfriend. Eva is perplexed while the man continues, why his soul is so light and easy when she is with someone. Laura awkwardly says that this is true, because she seems to be floating on clouds. When she is hugged, her heart bubbles and she responds to it, and because of the pain in her chest, it seems to her that she is drowning in a swamp, to which the professor replies that he understands her, that she is asking for relationship advice. Eva adjusts her glasses and thinks that she is also a young girl who is experiencing her first love, and the object of sympathy. She recalls recent events and assumes that she likes Chuck and understands that this guy with a spear is somehow very lucky with girls and her student from men communicates only with him. She remembers Elizabeth saying that even the sophomores were talking about this diligent and mature new student and calling him a cheat and a born playboy. Eva looks at her thinking that for a girl like Laura, a guy with such a wealth of experience would be a difficult test, and she herself asks who her friend's lover is, to which she retorts that she did not call him her lover. Laura looks down while she asks if there are many girls around this guy and asks her to listen carefully. The woman in the hat looks at her saying that opportunities are rare because a man who is surrounded by women will not take the initiative himself, because he does not need it. They come to him anyway, and she thinks that about 100 years ago such a novel was popular among after all, about 101 ways to get this man. Laura listens attentively that in order to win his love, you need to act boldly, passionately and directly, and she herself understands what the saddest thing is for this teenage girl. Eva confidently says that she should get rid of everyone who stands in her way and thinks that the worst thing is that her advisor has no experience and relies only on a 100-year-old novel. The professor clarifies whether she needs to be taken home, to which she agrees and understands that since both of her personalities lacked experience, they took her advice at face value. Eva uses magic and says that it is time for her to go. She crossed her arms over her chest and notes that she will be back for dinner and hopes that she can handle it, to which the nun agrees. She saw something in front of her. Archie is warming his paws near the fire. Someone is standing outside the window. Laura sees something in horror. Maria is preparing to drink blood. She touches his shoulders with her fingers. The girl opens her mouth. The blue-haired girl pulls her bare fangs. She hangs over him. Maria began to eat. Laura sadly watches what is happening from outside the window. Laura presses her lips together and thinks that he told her that they would find a way together, and that he would help her, and that they would do everything together. Against the backdrop of falling leaves, she continues that she knows and understands that his kindness is not only for her alone. The red-eyed one looks on and says that his kindness has extended to the vampire. She knows this, but it still hurts her. Maria drinks blood while she thinks that she thought she was special and asks if she was acting too arrogant, and why her heart squeezes when she looks at them. The blue-haired one notices something. Laura is horrified. Maria licks the bite. She looks with victory in her eyes and continues. Laura notes that her look definitely does not describe the relationship between the older and younger. The blue-eyed one asks to leave this matter to her. She touches her hair. The blue-eyed one claims that she will take care of everything that blocks their path. Emma greedily chews on the spoon. She sits at the table and notes that the chocolate mousse is very tasty, to which she receives in response whether she has eaten anything like this in the East. The girl raises her finger and says that it is quite a rural area there, and that is why they made their own desserts there, and there were no dessert shops in her town. Chuck asks himself with a smile what kind of village is it without dessert shops, because he has been to the East during quests. But this is not particularly related to the main plot. Chuck sits at a table with 5 people and remembers that he generally went out to relax before the holidays and eat desserts. But he did not expect that he would meet so many people at once. The guy looks away until someone calls out to him. Maria and Laura hand him a dessert each, while he pays attention only to the pancake. He looked at the blue-haired girl and clarified if she said anything. Laura looks at her and asks if she can try her strawberry cake, to which she agrees. The eldest looks at her and breaks down. The red-eyed one reaches for Chuck and notices that she can't reach it and asks for help. Maria looks at the cake with displeasure. Chuck sees that she has her mouth open and asks if she wants him to feed her and notes that she is acting like a child. Maria hits her in the face with the cake. The blue-haired one asks with a smile if she didn't like the cake because this place is famous for its treats, to which she replies that it really was delicious. Chuck sits in confusion while Maria asks if she wants more, to which she refuses. The nun wipes her face and asks if she has a potato farm, if they make potato cakes. The blue-haired one answers with a smile that they bake them in the oven and put them in molds, to which the second one asks if this can be called a cake and receives in response that since she calls it that, then that's what it is and asks again if she wants more. Edward looks at Chuck nervously and asks what's wrong with the atmosphere and where he screwed up. Chuck nervously notes that he himself has no idea, but it scares him. The guy gets up and says that he'll be gone for a while, and 2 more people follow him. He leaves and the people ask if the 2 are fighting for him, while the guy notes that he generally thinks he's a pretty bad option. Maria asks with a smile about the countryside and notes that she lived in the fresh air, which they do not have, while Laura replies that clean water and beautiful forests are better than the stench of animals, and Emma eats and understands that the atmosphere is very heavy and that they smile, but in fact do not smile. Maria notes with a smile that Chuck will go with her to the south in the winter because he needs to wash away his fatigue and she just happens to have hotels with hot springs. Laura clarifies if this is true, because she planned to invite him with him to the Holy Land, because there you can receive the blessing of the saint, and asks if he will not be better from it than from her stinking springs. Emma clarifies if they do not know one thing. In the background of Chuck at the urinal, she says that Chuck will go to her house. The guy turns around, because he felt the thirst for murder. The girl's hands are shaking and she explains that Chuck told her that he had business in the east, so they formed a group and were going to watch the eclipse. The other 2 want to kill her, while she clarifies if he told them this. Emma is confused. Chuck turns around at the sound. The plot is transferred to a few days ago, where someone told him that this morning a spirit came from the eastern forest. Against the background of Kate, he notes that druids, who are very fond of spirits, can accompany them without any kinship, but to come from so far is rare. Kate hears the question of whether this can be so, to which she gives a positive answer, because she found what he mentioned and names these 2 places. About the first place, she says that this is a secret place where one of the 4 treasures is hidden. This is Salas of the Sun Cloud and the druid who protects this place. Chuck remembers that in the game, the 4 great treasures existed only in the lore, and all these items according to the plot were taken by Balthazar and his subordinates. While the guy is lying on the ground, the voice continues that in the end, no one managed to cope with the final, until a notification came that the player is dead and the test was failed, and that it will be good if Chuck becomes stronger, but it will not hurt him to weaken the enemies either. He asks himself how it will get to the king's subordinate, because under normal circumstances it is impossible to get the time and place of receipt, but with the reward that will be received for defeating a certain creature called the Krata of the 4 great treasures. He continues that the information immediately goes to his memory, and is not stored in the inventory. A solar eclipse, and at the moment when the sun's power weakens, he will be able to get the Salas of the solar cloud. Against the background of the eclipse, he says that in 3 game years, an eclipse has only happened once. It will be on February 8th next year during the holidays. He asks if they are in the east, to which he replies that it is true, but more precisely beyond the border of the kingdom in the territory of the Beast King, while he himself reasons that Fildias is the territory of the druids and it is a hidden place. But he thought that some druid will manage to find it. Chuck smiles because everything is going according to plan. He clenches his fist thinking that during the holidays he will go west in search of the territory of the druids and get one of the treasures before everyone else. Chuck looks ahead and continues that by doing so he will ruin the plans of Balthazar and his subordinates and simply trample them. Someone asks Chuck if they are going there together. Chuck replies that they are, but he still does not fully understand the technique he needs and he wants advice from an old sword-crazy man from the east. Maria glares at him while he replies that he will go there and does not understand what kind of stern look she has. He closed one eye while she asks if he can do it right after tomorrow's end-of-term ceremony, to which he answers yes. She hands him the item and asks him to take it. Chuck looks at him dumbfounded while she explains that after all he is from a ducal family, and this thing will help him in cooperation with most places, to which he notes that this thing is very valuable, and is she sure that she can give it to anyone? Maria looks down sadly and notes that everything is wrong. She looks away and notes that he is not anyone to her. The blue-haired girl shouts that she will be there soon and asks him to wait, to which he agrees saying that he was counting on her, and it seems to him that it can be dangerous there, and therefore her help will be needed, and she is glad that she will definitely come and help him. Against the background of the bed, the vampire asks him not to get hurt there, to make sure that he eats all the potatoes that she prepared for him and that he should not fall for the offers of strange women who will offer them to him until he understands whether he is a child or not. Chuck says he'll go then, but is stopped. Maria looks away, saying there's one more thing she wants to tell him before he goes, and asks him to do something just once. Chuck smiles. Against the backdrop of the luxurious walls, the guy assures her that she can drink as much as she wants, because for a while she'll have to rely only on blood bags, to which she thanks him. Against the backdrop of the doors, she says that in that case, she'll start. The guy stands there, displeased, and notes that he just sat there giving his blood and doesn't understand why he's so tired, until he remembers that it was the day before they left, and that he was only able to leave Maria after the start of the next day. Chuck goes into his room, noting that he barely slept, so he needs to rest a bit, and asks what all this means. Laura looks at him, displeased, and says that he's been there for so long, to which he replies that she doesn't care how long he takes to wash or not, and asks why she's here. Chuck holds up a finger, as she explains that she sleeps here, to which he counters that men and women over the age of 7 shouldn't sleep together. She recalls that last time he didn't care because they slept together, to which he replies that the situation was unavoidable because they needed to get out of the rain. She sits and looks at him while Chuck thinks that he is tired and doesn't want to waste his remaining energy arguing, and notes that everything will be fine until Professor Eve catches them and asks what he can do if she wants to sleep with him, and he thinks that the rain situation has brought them closer. Chuck takes off his robe with a smile. Laura throws a pillow at him. She asks why he is undressing, to which he notes that he prefers to sleep naked. Laura looks at him with embarrassment, to which he explains that he was joking, but nevertheless he cannot sleep in them, because he has pajamas, to which she asks her to turn away. Chuck did not understand why this is so, if he needs to change. Against the background of the moon, someone offers to take a pillow. The man replies that he can sleep without it, to which the second agrees. Chuck puts his hand under her head, to which she complains that it is hard for her, to which he retorts that she cannot sleep like that if she does not want to. The brunette asks him not to get hurt while he is in the east, to which he clarifies if she is worried about him. The red-eyed one looks at the ceiling and says that when he is in pain, it hurts her. She remembers him beaten and asks if he will continue to fight anyway. She looks into his eyes and says that she will protect him and therefore he will suffer less. Chuck asks her what she's talking about with a smile, because she doesn't mean that he can get hurt at all, to which she suggests that he understand everything the way he wants it. Against the background of the window, she asks him to wait, because she will be coming to the east later, to which he agrees, because it makes him feel better and he understands that her words have given him strength. The plot moves on to the next day, where someone calls out to Emma. The girl is taken aback by an article in the newspaper about the Emperor of the Sword, who passed on the 5th Pavilion of Swordsmen to his granddaughter, and that the race for the place of successor is gaining momentum. Emma awkwardly notes that she knows nothing about this, to which he assumes that it was obvious, because it seems to him that she will no longer be treated as a loser. Chuck crosses his arms and clarifies if they forgot to take everything for cold weather and luggage with them, to which one notes that she has her backpack, coat, food and clothes with her, and the druid notes that she does not really need preparation, because nature is her protection. The brunette puts his hand on the table and notes that they are like newbies, and they did not understand why he said this. The girls do not understand what it means that they will fly straight to the east on the wyvern. Chuck explains with a smile. They hold on with all their might while he continues that they will both soon be in trouble. Emma screams in horror that she cannot open her eyes and asks for help. The druid also notes that nature does not protect her from everything and that people need to be explained more specifically. Chuck turns around and thinks that they are stupid newbies and that regardless of the time of year, you need to have special equipment and glasses when you climb a kilometer up, and they should take advantage of this lesson. Amidst screams, they move to the east. Emma asks him to look away, to which he does not hear a damn thing. Elephants are running below. Elephants with red eyes are running somewhere. Emma looks at him and tries to shout that the village is in that direction, and it will be destroyed if the elephants continue to move there. Chuck looks ahead and understands that they are in no hurry, and there is enough time to save one village. The wyvern sharply moves down. Because Chuck decided to stop them, he asks Kate to grow roots on their way. The ground under the elephants glows. They are wrapped in plant roots. Emma attacks from above. The elephant counterattacks with a tusk and she wonders how he blocked it. The elephants go berserk and the druid shouts that the vines will not last long. Chuck asks them to focus on the leader and hold him back. Chuck looks ahead in horror. Someone on horses is coming their way. Someone cuts the elephant's leg. The elephants receive multiple cuts, while Chuck realizes that these are Emma's family monster hunters. He looks at the battle and understands that since they are here, it means. Emma hears someone remark that she is as pathetic as ever. Libby looks at her with displeasure and asks why she can't handle those slow and fat pigs. Kate looks at her and Chuck explains who it is. The older sister menacingly walks in, saying that while she was trying to catch one monster, she could have caused more damage with her recklessness. Chuck wonders if she is threatening her because of that newspaper article. She throws something to her younger sister. Chuck also receives something. He sees a candy in her hand and asks what kind of honey bomb it is. Emma chews the candy, saying that her sister is scaring her, to which she replies that her sister should be more careful next time because she can't rush into battle so recklessly. She moves on and turns to Chuck, saying that she heard that he had advanced to first rank, to which he responds positively, and she remarks that he has made excellent progress and should continue in the same spirit, to which he thanks her. He looks at her, thinking that she is responding as dryly as always, because she was usually so cold-blooded, until she remembers that she had something important to tell him. She turns around. Libby is addressing him by name, asking if he will marry her. Emma and Kate are taken aback. Chuck, horrified, asks what she meant. Chuck looks around and notes that the Dunaref are a prominent family from the south, who paved the sea trade routes and created fertile lands, while the east, in turn, borders the lands of the heretics and is in harsh natural conditions, and these barren lands are constantly teeming with monsters. But even so, the east maintains its solid reputation, which is undoubtedly due to the famous family of swordsmen. With Libby in the background, he says that they are protecting this region. The brunette looks at them and congratulates the guests on their arrival, and also says that her younger sister and her friends have arrived, so they should quickly prepare a guest house for them, to which they accepted the order. Libby asks her sister to follow her. Someone is playing Pie Show. Kate looks at the board and asks why he is so good at this game, despite the fact that it is quite difficult, to which he says that she would understand if she knew how much he played it, to which she clarifies whether he has played before at all. The green-haired one whispered whether everything will be okay with Emma, because the atmosphere here is quite tense, to which he replies that nothing serious will happen, because they are sisters. Kate, horrified, reasons that there should be no punishment for her for the fact that they failed to cope with the elephants, to which Chuck notes that this will not happen, because Libby is not one of those. Someone enters and addresses Chuck. Libby is standing somewhere alone, while a servant notices that she is looking for her. Chuck asks if she is looking for him, to which she turns around. Libby looks at him and tells him that he should sit down because they have something to discuss, to which he asks if she is talking about punishment, to which she does not understand what he is talking about. She pours him tea and asks if he will soon be 18, to which he answers positively, because they are the same age. A brunette sits opposite and asks if she can find out if he is married, to which he replies that he is single. The brunette looks at him seriously and asks if he has found a partner for himself and asks what he thinks of her, to which he is puzzled, and he adds that she does not seem like a person who would just sit and make jokes. Libby frowns and remarks that he is perfect marriage material and that she is not only talking about his martial arts talent but also his general attitude, and that his face is more or less to his taste, to which the guy replies that he didn't think she cared about such things at all. Chuck looks at her while she explains that she is a woman and that therefore she should be satisfied with the face and body of the man who will hold her at night, to which he asks her to tell him the real reason why she suddenly proposed marriage to him. Libby looks at him and says that it is all because of him. She remembers how Emma defeated her and explains that when it happened, the Sword Emperor immediately appeared with an announcement. She remembers that he announced that Emma would become the master of the Swordsman Pavilion. Libby sits across from her and continues that after this, her supporters were furious and he, as the person who devised the plan to support Emma, should understand this. The brunette drinks tea, saying that her position has been shaken, so now she is offered to restore it by various swordsmen, to which Chuck replies that he understood her, that it is a marriage of convenience, which is a good move from a political point of view. Against the background of water lilies, she retorts that she does not like this approach, because she believes that she is too good to be a product on the marriage market, to which he suggests what she wants. Chuck sullenly believes that it is a fictitious marriage. Libby replies with a smile that he is right. The guy reasons against the background of gifts that Emma is an illegitimate daughter of this family, and yet they have prepared a bunch of gifts for her return, and all simply because she is appointed as a possible heir. Someone hands her a sword, saying that she thinks that she has already heard rumors that her father wants her to become the master of the Swordsman's Pavilion, to which she gives a positive answer. Emma tries to retort, but in response she receives that in their family, father's orders are not disputed. The girl looks at her with displeasure and continues that her opinion on this matter, and in general, will not change anything. Chuck imagines the Emperor of the Sword and says that this is really all as he wished. Sophia looks at Emma and explains that when she takes on this role, she will have to defend the honor of the family and protect humanity, and with this symbol of the pavilion master she will have to choose those who will serve in her pavilion. Emma looks at the sword and agrees, while Chuck understands that she does not object, but cannot object. He imagines the pillars of her family with the words that everything has remained like childhood. The habit of obeying is still with her, and although she does not understand this, she will never be accepted by these people. The man in heels walks. Emma comes in while someone suggests that she try to think positively. She does not understand why Chuck and her sister are talking. Libby smiles and offers him to free up time tomorrow so that they can go on a date. Emma stands with her back to them and realizes that she had a slight smile and a more excited voice than usual. She remembers Libby's sudden question about marriage. The younger sister watches calmly and understands that everything is in her sister's style. She imagines the brunette and continues that there are of course reasons for marriage, but the essence was also in good intentions, and she felt it during that practical test, and Chuck was sympathetic and curious about her sister. She remembers the duel and continues that she respected him as a warrior who had achieved success in wielding a sword and who would strive for mastery. Emma smiles because she understands that despite all this, her sister would not have made him such an offer if she did not like him as a man, and says that it is glorious. The voice says that they both liked Emma. Someone imagines her as a little girl and reasons that one is the object of her admiration, her half-sister, who in childhood replaced her mother and, despite all the disagreements, sincerely wished her happiness. She remembers Chuck and the voice continues that he was special too because he was the one who believed in her talent and pushed her at the right moments, and also saved her from her sister's followers. Emma sat down and the voice says that these people are suitable for each other, and the younger one likes both of them because she respects them. The girl hugs her knees and notes that it is good that they will be together. It is snowing. Someone is going to smoke. Libby reads and asks her mother what it is, to which she replies that they are the legitimate heirs of noble families and glorious swordsmen of the East. She stands next to her mother and thinks that most of the family she receives comes from her family's subordinates, so she simply cannot ignore them. Libby remembers Chuck and notes that she proposed to him without much thought, but he is quite good-looking and an objectively good person. The brunette also cannot help but mention that his passion for martial arts impresses her. Against the backdrop of the Sword Emperor, she notes that he will choose the next head of the family in any case, and that all disagreements will be suppressed because Chuck has enough talent to reach the heights of mastery. Libby noticed something. Emma stares at the guy and she wonders how deep her feelings for him can be, because she most likely feels only admiration, or even something more. The girl pours out the tobacco and continues that all this lies on her sister's heart. The tobacco falls on the snow and she says that what belongs to her sister belongs to her, and she has every right to it and nothing else bothers her. Someone approaches the brunette and asks if she is secretly meeting Chuck, to which she notes that it sounds unpleasant. The girl frowns, while Libby retorts that this is direct courtship on his part, and asks what is wrong with her, to which she notes that he is not fit to hold a candle to the men that her mother chose for her. She recalls what happened before their duel, because he is the main reason for their defeat, and besides, at such a young age, he has already set foot on territory. The brunette turns around contentedly, while she notes that he is more than suitable for her, to which she says that she is right and that she has an eye for such things. Jenny looks at her and clarifies if she is going to go on a date with him, to which the latter clarifies what is wrong with that. Jenny frowns at her. Against the background of Chinese-style buildings, Chuck is looking for the place where he was asked to come. The guy raises his hand and calls out to the girl, to which she does not understand why he is reacting like that. Libby has changed her clothes and asks if she has something on her face, to which he gives a negative answer. The girl takes him by the elbow and asks him to go, to which he agrees. Someone runs while the girl calls out to Libby, saying that there are traces of monsters at the border. Emma goes on the attack and orders them to head there faster. She looks ahead. Spotlights illuminate the room. The man in the mask is singing. Emma cuts the head of the monster. She is splashed with blood. The girl goes on the attack. Libby listens to music. The singer sings the chorus. Emma cuts another monster. Chuck and the girl clap their hands. Emma bares her teeth. The brunettes are having a good time together. Emma shakes off her hands. She stands covered in blood and says that they all worked hard. Against the backdrop of the sunset, one asks if he liked it, to which the second gives a positive answer, clarifying about the slogan about the heavenly head and that it was not empty words. Libby goes with him and clarifies that she asked if he liked it, to which he again agrees because it was a unique experience that he clearly enjoyed. She takes his hand, saying that it was good and most importantly, that he enjoyed himself. She kisses his hand and remarks that the day was wonderful. Emma looks sadly as the guy clarifies that this is what a man should do, to which she says that she automatically behaves this way because she is used to communicating with young ladies and that next time she will leave it to him. The younger one is stunned while someone says goodbye because he has many plans, and the second agrees that they will see each other tomorrow. Libby looks straight ahead. She sees the younger sister and notes that she does not look well and that most likely she went out of town. Emma sadly asks if she had a date with Chuck, to which she answers positively, clarifying that they spent time together in the city. Emma squeezes her bloody hand and says that she understands her. The older one smiles while the younger one remarks that it must have been a nice day. Libby walks past while the younger one remarks that she thought that she hadn't worn traditional clothes for about 7 years, and now she is, to which she interrupts. Emma turns to look at her, and is told that she will change and wait for her at the training grounds, and offers to spar. Emma clarifies about sparring, and the voice remarks that normally the girl would brush it off, but she was not sure what the reason for such an offer was. Emma grimly agrees while the voice confirms that she could not refuse the offer. The half-moon illuminated the wooden roof of the tall building. Libby noted that this was unusual, since Emma always avoided sparring with her. The black-haired girl, pointing the wooden katana downwards, said that now her sister so willingly accepted the offer. The blue-eyed girl tiredly holds the wooden weapon in both hands. The scene of the tip of the katana appeared. Libby noted that there were no prying eyes here. The woman with the unbuttoned shirt tightly gripped the katana, advised her sister not to hold back. Libby, looking tensely, said her name and said that she was the first student of the sword of the Arden family. Emma, frowning, said her name and announced that she was a first-class swordswoman of the Arden family sword school. The black-haired girl, pointing the katana at her sister, said that now they can begin. From the strong blow of the wooden sword, the stone tile cracked. Libby, swinging the weapon, sent large stones at her sister. Emma, opening her mouth, was very surprised. The blue-eyed girl began to swing the katana, knocked away the stones. The girl in the black shirt, pointing her hand forward, said fierce tiger, golden rooster stance, second form. Libby, raising her blade to strike, asked if her sister remembered. The black-haired woman, looking down, told Emma to respond. The brown-haired girl turned around, startled. The girl with the unbuttoned shirt jumped, making multiple attacks with the blade. The young girl looked up. Her sister thought that it was obvious that such an attack was subject to Emma's perception, but not her reflexes. The blue-eyed woman, gritting her teeth, parried the multiple attacks of her opponent. The young girl flashed her eye. The black-haired girl, parrying her opponent's attacks, thought, from a pure flash to an actual blow, from the height of the sky to a bolt of lightning. Her hand intercepted the wooden weapon. Emma thought that if she could read her sister's attacks, and not just respond to them, she would win. The young girl, dodging her opponent's attack, thought that she needed to anticipate her next blows. Emma counterattacked, taking a stance. The blade flew straight at Libby, who was swinging. The black-haired girl dodged her sister's attack. The woman in the black shirt dodged the katana and raised her fist to strike. Libby hit her sister in the stomach with all her might, saying that she was out of breath. Emma flew back from the strong attack. She, resting her hands on the floor, looked up, incredible insight, nurtured by endless work and practice. Libby, looking down, told her sister that her skills had improved since last time, and then added that she clearly did not shirk her training, thanks to which the sword master became the guardian of the strongest class. The black-haired girl, lowering the katana, said that her sister must have changed thanks to the protagonist, to which she answered in the affirmative. Emma, lowering her head, thought about the protagonist. Libby looked at the young girl and asked if she knew what she and Chuck had in common. The black-haired girl, raising her katana against the ghostly protagonist, said that neither of them wasted their strength, and then added that they also shared the same philosophy regarding techniques. Libby, sending the blade at her surprised opponent, said that great techniques were not needed against people. Emma, raising her katana, dodged her sister's attack. The girl in the black shirt said that they needed to cover a deadly distance of 1 inch. The black-haired woman advised her opponent to dodge next time. The blue-eyed girl, her eyes widened in surprise. Emma was definitely reading Libby's attack. The black-haired girl with the blade, covered in a blue aura, created many magical katanas around herself and her sister, who thought about how to dodge such a blow. The wooden weapon fell to the floor. Emma admitted that she had lost. The young girl, holding a steel blade in her hand, turned her back to her sister. The brown-haired woman mentally explained that she thought she had at least made up for lost time a little, and having won that duel, she thought she had become a swordswoman who could be reckoned with. She realized that she had acted arrogantly. Libby, passing by her sister, recommended that she improve her skills. The older sister, leaving the battlefield, said that otherwise her sister would spend her life looking at her and the protagonist's backs. Emma thought that her victory was only luck, and there was an insurmountable gap in skill between her and her sister. The young girl sadly lowered her head. She clenched her teeth in anger, feeling very disappointed in herself. A few days later, a man bangs a log on a bell. Sophia, pouring Libby's drink into a mug, said that she had not married this year either. The woman with her hair tied up said that she had heard that her sister had recently started talking to a young man, to which Libby, drinking from the cup, said that it just happened that way. The girl in red, putting the kettle on the table, said that late-night walks can be arranged even after the engagement, and then added that in the end he is just a tool for raising the family's status. A frame appeared with Sophia and a black-haired man, Sophia Arden, formerly known as the greatest swordswoman of the East, but after the betrayal of her husband, Jade Arden, this girl's view of marriage was completely distorted. The older sister, looking closely, said that Libby should find someone who will bring the most benefit, to which Libby noted that she should not worry. The long-haired woman, with her hands on her knees, stated that she was sure that the protagonist's value was much higher than the empty ones listed on their list, to which Sophia asked if he was that impressive. Chuck, covered in flames, struck the blade. Libby stated that he entered the territory when he was young, and then said that his talent in terms of martial skills was not inferior to his grandfather. The black-haired girl, with her eyes closed, said that it was talent, not brute strength, and then concluded that the protagonist could be classified as a type that leads to victory. The blue-eyed woman, looking forward, wanted to add something. Sophia, opening her mouth, asked what her sister wanted to say. Libby concluded that Chuck was cute, to which the girl with her hair tied up opened her mouth in surprise. The long-haired girl bared her teeth and said that the protagonist's face was to her taste, and then added that she would also be pleased to take what belonged to her little sister. The girl in the red suit was covered in sweat and was quite surprised. The full moon illuminated the roof of a multi-story building. Sophia said that she did not think it was right from a moral point of view. She began to rethink her view of marriage for the first time. The busy city street was illuminated by the rays of the sun. On the 9th day after arriving at Arden's house, the New Year's celebration ceremony began. Emma, raising her hand with food, called out to Chuck. Everything definitely looked very Korean. Kate, turning to the protagonist, said that they had found him. The festival was already coming to an end. The young man lowered his eyes. From the very beginning, the purpose of their arrival in the east was to find Phineas, the place where one of the greatest treasures was kept. Creatures with wings fly past huge rocks, a hidden place belonging to the Druids, filled with monsters and divided by mountain ranges. The eastern border. A small town against the backdrop of rocks and forest illuminated by the rays of the sun, it lies beyond the border of the Arden family's rule. Kate, stretching out her hand with a cookie, thanked the spirit for showing her the way and offered him a treat. Chuck, throwing a spear over his shoulder, asked if it was a spirit. Libby noted that it was very convenient with a druid, and even in such a forest you can't get lost. Chuck, turning back, said that it was all thanks to the black-haired girl, and then thanked her for going with them so that they could cross the border. The older sister, winking, said that there was no need for thanks, and then said that she did not know what the hero was looking for here, but she, as his bride, must protect them. Libby placed her hand on her katana. The protagonist mentally said that in the mountainous area teeming with monsters, mediocre guards would only be a burden, and Laura and Maria were not around right now, so Libby's presence was a huge advantage. Emma, lowering her head, told her sister that it was better not to say such words as a bride, because people could misunderstand her, to which she replied that she did not care about other people's opinions. The young girl, touching her finger to her finger, explained to her sister that she was not responsible for Chuck, and then added that she did not think that limiting his potential engagement was a good idea. Libby, grinning, asked the girl if she really thought so. Kate, creating a magic circle, said that if they went here, they would soon be there. The heroes, bathed in a green glow, looked ahead, very surprised. A scene of broken fragments appeared, on which the characters were reflected. Chuck, making a serious face, said that they were caught. The hero with a spear in his hand turned around and thought that this was what one would expect from a place guarded by a druid sage, and then asked out loud if he was the only one isolated here. A scene with a huge labyrinth appeared, along the edges of which there were figures. The young guy thought that this was a technique that confused those who crossed the border, and it was somewhat similar to the construction of 8 trigrams. The black-haired guy, throwing the spear over his shoulder, thought that this was a kind of test or check to see if the one entering was worthy of entering the hidden land, and realized that this was a very common technique. Chuck, taking a fighting stance with the spear, shouted that whether it was a monster or an illusion, he would deal with it. A man appeared behind the protagonist, who called him brother. The large youth, turning his head in fear, said that this voice was familiar to him. Jack, putting his hand on his belt, greeted his brother. The man in the black suit, licking his lips, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which Chuck mentally screamed that this was too much. The black-haired guy, smiling, said that he hadn't seen the protagonist for a long time. Chuck, jumping, said that he was his mouth. Jack, putting his hand in front of him, protected himself with a purple shield from the protagonist's attack. The young guy furiously screamed that his enemy was a fake. The man covered in a purple aura agreed. The black-haired guy, pointing his finger, said that Chuck was also fake. The long-haired guy, holding the remains of his weapon in his hands, thought that his opponent had gotten rid of his spear, and then mentally explained that, unlike him, Jack was a real player and the rightful protagonist of this world. The young guy, looking madly, exuded purple lightning. The man in black clothes, hovering in the air, created a magic circle. Chuck mentally explained that although his opponent was evil, his power was real and it would not be a mistake to call him a god, and he was much stronger than the hero now. Jack, having caught up with the young guy, noted that he should be proud that he was able to kill him in this way. The man with the glowing red eyes, mimicking the protagonist, said that he would save this world, and then asked if his opponent was sure that he had everything he needed. The large guy looked in front of him. The black-haired guy, against the background of a sign saying that the player was dead and the test failed, turned his head. Jack said that even he, who collected everything, failed, and then mockingly asked who the protagonist was and what he could do with his unfinished system. The man in black clothes asked if the hero could defeat Tate's Balthazar, being an additional player. Chuck, raising his head, said that he would steal one of the treasures to weaken the villain and defeat him, and then added that this was the whole reason for his journey here, and concluded that he was giving it his all for a happy ending, to which Jack accused him of lying. The black-haired man, standing with his back to the protagonist, said that if he really wanted a good ending, then he should have chosen it, to which the protagonist replied that then his virginity would be at risk, and the man in black asked what was wrong with that and what the protagonist didn't like. Jack said the word sacrifice. Chuck's eyes widened in surprise. The black-haired man said that the protagonist sacrifices himself too easily for others. The protagonist's bloody body appeared. The guy in black clothes said that instead of wasting time on NPCs, the hero should focus on more. A scene of a pretty tired Laura appeared. Emma, bleeding, screams loudly. Jack explained that Chuck would have been much stronger if he had spent the time spent on bots searching for items. The white-haired girl frowned angrily. The black-haired man noted that the protagonist himself knew perfectly well that his game was not effective enough. The man in black clothes, coming up to the hero from behind, said that in order to get here, he sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people, and that is how the player becomes stronger, through other people's sacrifices. Chuck, gritting his teeth, turned his head. Jack, smiling madly, advised the protagonist to let the right number of people die and slowly save the world with him. The long-haired guy, unclenching his teeth, said that this was true. The main character, covering his fist with a black and red aura, replied that he started the game over and it would be a lie, that he did not regret the events and items he missed. Chuck, covered in fire, prepared to strike. Jack gritted his teeth in irritation. The protagonist noticed that these dirty thoughts were still spinning in his head, and it must be because of this that such illusions were before his eyes. The young man hugged the white-haired girl. The protagonist said that he would save the world. The main character, taking the girl in the red hood by the shoulders, leaned his forehead against her. Chuck said that he had already managed to save Maria Dinarev, Emma Arden, Laura and Ran. The black-haired girl was crying. The long-haired man, clenching his fist, said that he wanted to create a world in which those he saved could live without relying on efficiency. Chuck looked forward angrily. The guy with eyes burning with fire jerked through his fist into Jack's face. The large guy, flying away from a strong counterattack from his opponent, thought that this was the world that he would save. His hand grabbed the handle of the weapon. Chuck noticed that he was frightened by such an illusion. The black-haired guy, putting his hand on his knee, mentally explained that all this helped him focus again, and he did not regret anything. The large man, putting his hand on his belt, thought that his choice would remain unchanged, even if he had to live through everything again. Chuck turned around because he was called out. The hero, turning his head, noticed that Kate did not fall under the technique, because she is a druid, and asked Libby how she got out so quickly, to which the black-haired girl answered that she had some kind of creature in the illusion in the form of her grandfather freaking out. The older sister, showing her katana, said that she cut that creature, to which Chuck thought that she really did not hesitate. The black-haired woman said that her younger sister is one of those who are vulnerable to such illusions. Emma opened her mouth. Kate asked if she would come to her senses soon. The black puma said that she was surprised that the heroes so easily bypassed the fog. Chuck and Libby, getting ready to fight, took up their weapons. The black cat, standing on the mountainside, said that the heroes were impressive guests, to which the protagonist asked if the talking leopard was serious, and noted that he did not look like a monster. The puma, covered in a green glow, apologized. The man with a long beard, looking down, greeted the young druid and her friends and said that he would show them Aaron, the keeper of Findias. Libby, looking up, was surprised at how beautiful this place was. The heroes walked through a city overgrown with plants, the territory that holds one of the great treasures, Findias. A scene of many residents of the city appeared. Chuck asked if they were all Kate's family, to which she answered in the affirmative, and then the hero noted that this was a nice place and asked if there was a chance to buy some property there. The green-haired girl, looking at the protagonist, asked if he was sure of his words, because people called this place the Green Belt, to which he replied that they would define everyone in the real estate industry. The guardian of Findias said that he heard from the spirits that a young druid was looking for this place. The protagonists go to a huge tree with a door. Aaron, sitting on the throne, asked what brought his guests here. Chuck, looking up, said that one of the treasures brought them here, or more precisely, Salas, the Sun Blade. The elderly man, frowning, asked if the hero was really looking for it too. The white-haired girl looks down sadly. The black-haired guy, squeezing his weapon, said that it was all because he was here as the first spear of the Queen of Paradise, Aaron Danua, thinking that this was not a lie. The protagonist thought that even after the regression, the fact that he was Aaron's successor had not changed. Chuck looked tensely, and a loud laugh was heard. A huge creature, entering the building, said that he could smell a strong scent of blood. Stephen, squinting his eyes, said that the child who had killed Mac had appeared before him and noted that he had expected to meet someone who was not so crazy. A huge creature in a button cloak, bowing his head, asked if the hero, the monster from Urias, the King of Shadows, the King of Creatures, Stephen knew him. The King of Shadows, leaning towards the hero, asked if he was really the Queen's dog, to which he replied that the child and the throne were only one. The creature in the hat, smiling broadly, said that with the onset of the era of shadows, the creatures would devour the hero's goddess without leaving a single piece. Stephen, looking at the hero, remained silent. The creature in the buttoned cloak waved his hands and said not to call him. The King of Shadows smiled happily, asked for forgiveness, and said that they had a noisy one here, and then advised to get down to business. Aaron raised his hand and said that Stephen and the hero wanted to get Sellas, but he had no right to grant this blade to either of them, because he could only test what the heroes were worth. Chuck put his hand to his mouth and thought that the druid was neutral, but there was nothing good in that, and he didn't know what exactly the test was connected with. Stephen put his hand to his face. The protagonist thought that he and the King of Shadows were in the same boat, but in his previous life all the treasures went to his opponent. Aaron asked the participants to wait in their rooms, and then added that as soon as he discussed everything, he would tell them. Stephen, looking at his hand, said that he loved tests. The protagonist thought that if everything went according to canon, then this degenerate was able to pass the test. Chuck turned his gaze to the monster, who again repeated that he was the child who killed Mac. The Shadow King, baring his teeth, said that he would be waiting for the hero with impatience. The crescent moon illuminates the rare clouds. Emma is sleeping in her bed. The girl closed her eyes. The protagonist in a suit, smiling, took Libby by the waist. The younger sister thought that two people she respected entered into an alliance and dedicated their love to each other. Small children hugged the girl sitting on her lap. Emma thought that 12 nephews hugged her and called her aunt. Such is the happiness that cannot be destroyed. The blue-eyed woman shifted her gaze. The girl thought about her faithful sister and Chuck, who would not let his wife down, because that is what a happy ending for everyone looks like. The black-haired guy hugged Libby, holding her stomach. Emma mentally wonders why she is so upset. The girl, putting her hand under her head, is sleeping. The protagonist asks if she is awake, and then thinks that she probably has a difficult illusion. The long-haired guy, putting his hand on his head, said that everyone counts here and asked his girlfriend to wake up at least until tomorrow. The girl's hand grabbed the hero's clothes, who thought that she had already come to her senses. The pillow and blanket flew up in the night. Chuck, looking in surprise at Emma climbing on him, said her name. The girl, putting her finger to the mouth of the protagonist, who did not understand anything, hissed. The woman, half opening her eyes, called the hero Hyunbu. The blue-eyed girl took Chuck by the finger, and he mentally exclaimed what she was doing. The protagonist, looking down, was very surprised. The brown-haired girl, opening her mouth, approached the young guy's ear. Emma, looking at the black-haired guy, said his name. The blue-eyed girl, smiling, said that her sister was not at home today. Lowering her head, the girl turned. Grinning, she said that her sister was not at home today. The hero opened his eyes wide and asked again. The girl closed her eyes. The protagonist froze in place and thought what the hell was going on. The blue sky appeared. It was heard that, and now he would announce the second task. Emma began to ask what the second, isn't this the first? Standing in front of the hero, the man said that they had all already completed it. The first building was to test his willpower. The guy's eyes lit up. The man held out his hand and said that it was some kind of test to check the steadfastness of his judgment. They all proved themselves well. Emma put her hand to her face and asked again. The girl lowered her head and said that her sister was not home today. She said with wide eyes that she did not think she could, and the protagonist said that she should not judge herself too much. Let her be more confident. She stood up for her beliefs. Libby looked away and said that no matter what their actions and justice were, let them follow their hearts to the end, for from it comes human strength. To which the girl replied that she really did not think she could. Kate, sitting on the ground, said that she should rest if she was tired, to which Emma replied that everything was fine. What right did she have? The girl looked in confusion when she heard that the druids would help him in the second task. Looking straight ahead, Aaron said that they needed to find an oak tree with mistletoe and make a staff out of it. They would start now. The task must be completed before sunrise tomorrow. The hero looked to the side and thought that the oath had been created before the task was announced. Such a procedure is usually not carried out, but he asked him about it. It would be problematic if he interfered during the task. A glow appeared around the staff. The protagonist turned his head. The thought arose that he, unlike the neutral druids, supported Rick. The girl took a step forward. Kate closed her eyes. The thought arose that she had become much stronger, but his powers were at the level of a sage. Even without attacks, the difference was very noticeable. Looking to the side, she said that it was bad. The spirits did not respond, to which she was told that, as expected, they were probably all on his side. Frowning, the girl said that it would not be easy then. A plant grew on the branch. It was heard that she had found mistletoe, to which the hero replied that it was a cranberry tree. The protagonist looked away and thought that it was a perfect lottery. Firstly, It was rare to find mistletoe on an oak tree. Secondly, it was difficult to find an oak tree in such a huge forest, and altogether it was almost impossible. The magician raised his hand up. A thought appeared that it was difficult even with the support of the forest spirits, while they were all on the magician's side. Lowering her head, the girl said that she was sure she could cut it down, and Kate added that then it would lose its magical significance. The forest appeared. It was heard that he would complete the task. Let them get their staffs, which happened. Holding the staff in his hands, the monster said that he had prepared a strong and thick staff. Libby frowned, hearing that how they could look stronger and more, to which he replied that he should shut his mouth. It was none of his business. Looking down, the hero thought that Emma had attached mistletoe seeds to an oak seed, and Kate had grown them with magic. The man held the elixir in his hands. A thought appeared that usually such a creature quickly dies, but thanks to this thing from the east, everything was crowned with success. Looking straight ahead, the beast said that they had done well with the second task. Taking a step forward, he added that they were all going further, and now to the final task. People were walking through the forest. It was heard that in the forest that is north of here, there is a magical rowing tree with red berries. Let them bring these berries. Raising his head up, the protagonist said that he did not expect anything ordinary. Stones were flying through the air. Looking down, the monster said that they were looking for berries. Sitting on the ground, the golem said that let them show themselves. Then the thought arose that the Sky Titan, he is the same race as the Titans guarding the sun in the heroic legends of Archon. Smiling, the monster said that this is a plump man. Looking straight, Libby said that it would be difficult to defeat him, to which Chuck replied that he should not even think about it. It does not matter, win or lose, they will not be able to get the treasure then. Looking straight, the hero thought that it was true, they would not be sent to fight such a giant based on the first two tasks, probably. Stretching his hand forward, the Titan said that he would test their wisdom, ask a riddle, and let them listen. Smiling, the protagonist asked what mythical creatures are crazy about riddles. They did not know, to which Kate answered that no, and Steven shouted that he loves riddles, wants to. The Titan looked down. It was said that the Sky Titans loved rare treasures and riddles. They said that they abstained from other entertainments because the world was too easy to destroy, and Chuck said that they agreed. Looking down, the monster said okay, he would explain the rules. The first side to answer correctly 5 times wins. To be fair, only 2 people from each side would participate. The girl raised her hands up. It was heard that except for the druids, because they often played with him. Smiling, Steven said that he liked riddles. It was said that whoever volunteered, it would be better than their team. Raising her eyebrows, Libby asked that she looked like a person who solved riddles, and Emma added that she used to solve things in magazines. There was an idea that Emma and him would be enough. Looking at them, the Titan said that they would begin. Raising his finger up, he said that in the morning it increases, at noon it decreases again, in the afternoon it grows again, at night it disappears. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that it grows in the morning and shrinks at noon, while growing during the day and disappearing at night. The protagonist frowned and added that if he thought about it a little, he could figure it out. The monster raised his hand up. Looking straight ahead, he said that it was a shadow. Steven gritted his teeth, hearing that it was true. Emma looked at him in bewilderment, and asked if it was a coincidence. The thought appeared that his appearance was stunning, so that he almost forgot. The hero's gaze froze and he thought that it was a feature of Steven's nature. The monster closed his eyes, hearing that what exists, but is invisible, not subject to anyone, comes inevitably, and passes forever, to which he replied that time, the answer is time. Steven's eyes lit up when he heard that sometimes joy, sometimes comedy, sometimes tragedy, in it every creature plays a major role, to which he shouted that life is a comedy, but also a tragedy, to be or not to be, that is the question. The thought arose that this was not a coincidence, it felt like they were facing thousands of people at the same time. The monster smiled and shouted that he was good at solving riddles, easy. Frowning, the hero said that he should try to do something. She had read a bunch of strange magazines, to which Emma asked what strange magazines. She only subscribed to those that all teenage girls read. Lowering his head, the golem said that the 4th riddle, for him it was great, but others might not understand. For some it was a reprisal, and for others a way out. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that this one was also difficult. Was his imagination really that limited? Raising her hand, the girl asked if she could say something, to which Chuck exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, the Titan said let him speak. Emma timidly mumbled. The hero smiled. A thought arose that for him it was fine, but others might not understand. For some it was violence, and for others it was a way out. Smiling, the girl asked what adultery was. The protagonist looked away in amazement. The people exclaimed in bewilderment. The Titan stood in front of the people. Standing in front of the golem, the girl asked that well, that's right, to which he replied that interestingly, her answer was also correct. With her eyes wide open, the girl screamed that no, she was asking to say that he was unfaithful, she was mistaken, it was not, to which Chuck asked what she usually thought about, and she added that no, everything was wrong, really, what's more important, let them not turn away, give her a chance to explain. The hero looked away. A thought occurred to him that although it had disrupted the course of events, It might have been just beginner's luck. They had lost because Steven had answered the next 2 riddles correctly. Smiling, the monster said that the berries were beautiful. He had tried hard, right? To which they replied that they congratulated him. Closing her eyes, Emma asked what to do. They had lost like that. Kate turned her head and said that the task would not be completed so easily. She thought they were missing something. To which the girl replied that it was good if so, and she added that druids do not give up after one failure. Perhaps. Kate frowned. Looking away, Libby asked what the enemy was, to which Kate replied that it was not. Closing her eyes, she said that there were no spirits around. The protagonist looked away, hearing that if he thought about it, she had not noticed any monsters here, although they had met them on the way, to which he thought that there were no spirits and monsters. This place was known as the Ridge of Demonic Beasts. People walked through the forest. The thought arose that there were only 2 reasons for the absence of various species here. Either someone had killed everyone, or they had all fled. Looking straight ahead, the monster grinned. Smiling, he asked if he had gone too far. The man looked down and cast a spell. He hit the ground with his staff. A bright glow appeared around them. The fortress rose sharply upward. Bright red rays appeared. Frowning, the hero shouted for them to run. The beam rushed forward. It pierced the ground through and through. Kate looked at him in fear. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Chuck looked away. The monster jumped up. Turning around, the hero said that he should stay behind, to which the girl thanked him. The snake suddenly flew forward. A swing of a weapon was seen in the air. The monster began to swing a sword. Frowning, Libby said what it was, and then thought that the one who would one day be famous throughout the world. The creature held a weapon in his hands. It was said that the strongest swordsman of heroic legends, the Emperor of the Sword. The creatures lay on the ground. It was thought that beyond the domain of Arden lies the territory of demons, a place where wild animals and monsters, claiming to be the masters of the forest, create a strange balance. The man's eyes lit up. It was said that but this balance was broken by a lonely old swordsman. Looking down, he said that the monster, this sword is his. It was thought that this creature was not called a demon. The limbs of the monster appeared. It was said that because it had animal roots. The body of the creature appeared. He held a sword in his hands. A glow appeared around him. The thought appeared that but occasionally humanoid monsters are born. I wonder if it is to survive or to die. The man raised his weapon up. It was said that when he came across the monster holding the sword, the old man smiled. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what the monster wielding the sword was. The thought appeared that this was how the one-sided relationship between the student and the teacher began, which only the latter knew about. The monster rushed forward. The man threw the weapon over his shoulder. His eyes lit up brightly. He swung the weapon sharply. Rays appeared around the creature. Gritting his teeth, Steven asked what the hell he was. The creature's eyes lit up. Looking at him, the hero thought that the demon of the sword, now this name is known only to him, and that crazy old man. A glow appeared around the monster. A thought arose that in the future it will be known to the whole world, the name of the strongest swordsman of heroic legends, Archon, a monster from Rick's side. The snakes rushed forward. A thought arose that but judging by the fact that he attacked them, rays flew around the monster. The creature lowered its head. It was said that it seemed as if he had not yet taken their side. This is very fortunate, but it is too early to rejoice. The monster swung his weapon. A thought arose that how could something like this stop? Are they really next? The girl looked at him. Her eyes lit up brightly. She struck the monster. It was said that the connection born between destruction and depravity. The girl lowered her gaze. She slid along the ground. Libby frowned and said that the monster held a weapon in his hands. It was heard that where he learned this skill. Libby looked to the side. The creature swung the weapon. The girl dodged his blow. Her eyes widened. Looking to the side, Libby shouted that he was an impudent man. The monster swung the weapon. The girl jumped up and thought that not only his hands, but also his legs were used as blades. The creature's eyes lit up. The attack rushed forward. The thought arose that the sword demon, as if wielding several blades at once. The girl dodged his attacks. The girl frowned and thought that a person keeping his distance with only one sword. Her eyes glowed brightly. Red rays intersected with blue. The creature looked angrily. Libby stepped on his foot. Grinning, the hero said that it was time to finish. They swung at the monster. The sword demon jumped to the side. It was heard that it was dodging. Were they in a circus? The monster stood still. A glow appeared near the weapon. People rushed towards the creature, and the hero shouted that he would not let it escape. He opened his eyes wide. The monster smiled widely. A beam appeared in front of the demon. His eyes glowed red. The beams rushed towards the people. Frowning, the protagonist thought that even one step was difficult inside the territory. Even without finishing, he was able to make 8 attacks. The protagonist's gaze froze in place. The students swung their weapons. Gritting his teeth, Chuck thought that even fighting at full strength, they blocked only 5, and the remaining 3. The girl stood still. A thought appeared that they were aimed at Libby, although she could discern the territory, but she was moving too slowly. She clenched her teeth tightly, and Chuck thought that at this rate, He opened his eyes wide. Lightning flew around his hand. The girl stretched her hand forward. The thought appeared that this was something Emma was able to learn only at the very end, the best defensive technique of a swordsman. She raised the weapon up. The demon's eyes lit up brightly. The girl struck the monster. A blow flew at the monster's shoulder. Looking to the side, Libby asked that the blow did not hit the vital points. Rushing forward, she said that it was dangerous. We need to deal with him here. To which the hero answered that he agreed. The thought appeared that the sword demon was not yet at the level that he remembered. The protagonist frowned and thought that, however, the last secret skill that he would inevitably learn was a sword that cuts everything. The demon screamed loudly. The thought appeared that we need to finish him off here. Smiling, Stephen said hello. The monster looked to the side. The demon abruptly struck him. The hat fell to the ground. A glow appeared on the liquid. The snakes abruptly rushed forward. The demon clenched his teeth. His hands were constrained by the roots. A glow appeared around the monsters. The thought arose that here they were, the king's subordinates. Looking straight ahead, the creature growled. The demon abruptly waved his arms. He rushed forward. Stephen grinned. The thought arose that the creatures had almost infinite life force. The monsters looked straight ahead. It was said that the king of the beasts Stephen and the lawmaker Harry. Frowning, the hero said that some kind of monsters, and then thought that they should meet face to face with these enemies too. The forest appeared. It was heard that let them forgive. She could not do anything. Sitting on a chair, Emma said that she should not worry. It was inevitable, to which Kate objected, and she added that everything was fine. She was not really hurt. The demon held a weapon in his hands. It was heard that the monster used Arden's techniques. Looking away, the girl asked if he could read their manual, to which Libby replied that he shouldn't talk nonsense. It was still a monster after all. He would have to fight hundreds or even thousands of times to learn something like that. Frowning, she added that there was only one person who could have helped him do that. Emma looked away, hearing that it seemed like his granddaughter understood everything. The old man smiled and looked down. Frowning, the girl asked what kind of madness he had done, teaching a monster how to use a sword. Looking away, Herman said that it was just a pastime in his old age. But let's face it, he wasn't teaching, he was just showing. The man took a step forward. The man stood in front of them. Frowning, the old man said that the territory. Libby gritted her teeth when she heard that he was not using a human sword, but was calmly moving inside the territory with a demonic one. Isn't that amazing? To which she replied that he was a crazy old man. Looking straight ahead, Herman said that perhaps they would even soon witness a new level of swordsmanship. Looking away, the girl asked what the hell. She stood still. Monsters appeared. It was said that she no longer wanted to feel helpless. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she should teach her how to use a sword. Smiling, the old man replied that it was fine, he would definitely do it. They looked at each other. The thought arose that the talent of being enchanted by a sword is how the awakening of madness begins. Standing in front of the man, the hero said that they failed to get the berries. But could they participate in the final test? To which he replied that it did not matter, but without the rowan berries. Stephen smiled, hearing that the final would favor them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he shouldn't act like that just because he was a druid. They lost because of the swordsman who appeared. Maybe he would give them some advantage, and Aaron said that he would tell them about the final task. The man held a staff in his hands. Kate frowned when she heard that he should grow the staff that had been prepared earlier. Raising his hand up, the old man said that he would reach the very sky and would face the giant guarding the sun. The blue sky appeared, and the thought arose that there were 3 weeks left before the solar eclipse, and during this time they needed to grow a tree to the very sky. The girl opened her eyes in amazement, and the thought arose that a kindred spirit, a demonic nature, lay in the obsession with the desire to cut. The demon held a weapon in his hands. It was said that this is why he understands his talent and demonic nature. The girl clenched her teeth and thought that this is what frightened her. Wounds appeared on her body, and the thought arose that he was stronger than her. Emma frowned, hearing that her knowledge of the basics was still pathetic. Standing in front of her, Herman said that, however, to think that she herself asked the old man to teach him, it was worth it to raise her student, to which the girl asked what student. This is about that monster, why did not he kill him? Holding the weapon in her hands, Emma heard that he could not. He is a talent who will master the heavenly sword, to which she replied that she had never heard of such a level, and he said that of course she had not heard. The girl frowned, hearing that because he created it. She bent her knees. Swinging, Emma said that he should stop mocking. Raising the weapon up, the man said that the one who mastered this level will be able to cut the heavens. Gritting his teeth, he added that the whole world, he longs to see such a swordsman. Swinging the weapon, the girl shouted that the old senile. Looking at the girl, Herman said that he was becoming more and more like his sister. A view of the southern castle opened up. Maria raised her eyebrows and asked that she could go now. The girl put on a dress. It was said that the holidays would end in 4 days. Chuck had just left her a mark. Maria put on shoes. The thought occurred to her that he had said to find him before the solar eclipse on February 8th. Of course there would be plenty of time if he flew on a wyvern, but the girl was sitting at the table. Maria frowned and thought that she was worried. The guy opened the doors and shouted that where she was going, the holidays should be spent with the family. Suddenly a blow flew at him. It was heard that she would create a new family there. Closing her eyes, the girl said that Maria was at the age when it was time to get to know a man. She grinned and added that he should go there and give him a brother or sister as soon as possible, to which Maria shouted that she was looking for Dad. The bird rushed forward. The thought arose that maybe, due to the intuition of a high-ranking vampire, she instinctively knew. The bird flew high in the sky. It was said that she had a new rival. The blue sky appeared. It was heard that it was a nun apprentice. The view of the main cathedral opened up. It was said that this is how, let her enter. The girl walked forward. A glow appeared near her hair. Grace lowered her head. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed. Grace hugged the girl, said that it was Laura, to which she replied that she should let go. Laura frowned, hearing that she heard, during the festival she had to face difficulties. She was fine, of course not injured, but to which she replied that the golden seal. Grace closed her eyes, hearing that he should take it off, to which she asked why. Raising her head, Laura said that it was annoying, let him just do it. The girl lowered her eyes. Louise's sister smiled and said that she greeted the saint. She was of the same opinion, they needed power, to which she asked what for what. She closed her eyes and said that she wanted to become a good wife for her husband. Grace looked down. The girl took off her hood. Looking straight ahead, she asked that the restriction was lifted, right? To which she was told that yes, until the first seal, and she said that it was great. Turning around, Laura said that she was leaving right now, and the professor said that it was 24,000 kilometers from here. It would be better to use a wyvern. Frowning, she replied that she was faster, besides. Looking to the side, the girl said that she could not give in to her and come later. Rushing forward, the professor shouted that it would take her 3 weeks, and why she was escaping through the window, to which Laura replied that she would get there in 2 days. Grace grinned and asked, which was interesting, right? The images of the girls appeared. It was heard that the vampire Maria, the swordswoman Libby, Emma, who came face to face with them, from the conquest of the king of the Iron Mountain to the transformation of Laura. Looking straight ahead, Grace said that so many things are connected. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that this old man does not stand on ceremony with anyone. Sitting on a bench, he added that she would bleed to death before she climbed the tree, to which Emma screamed that it seemed like she was dying. Looking to the side, she added that but still. The staff stood by the tree. It was heard that she thought she would be able to climb to such a height. A tall tree appeared. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that it looked like it would be difficult, to which the protagonist replied that he should not worry, everything would work out somehow. Emma raised her eyebrows and wondered how it was always like this, whether it was taming a huge boar or facing a professor, even when facing an invincible demon, how he maintained such determination. Chuck looked up and thought that it seemed as if even in the face of impossible tasks, he was looking to the future. A question was heard about what he wanted to do. Walking forward, the man said that even late at night he worked hard. Harry raised his hand and turned. Gritting his teeth, he said that he wanted to talk to him at least once. Frowning, the hero asked again. It was heard that why they, humans, are trying to stop the coming of heaven. Raising himself, the protagonist said that many will die. Of course he should understand this. Gritting his teeth, Chuck asked why he was a druid, who puts nature first, on the side of heaven, to which the man asked, isn't it obvious? Looking straight ahead, Harry said that a life of hundreds of years had led him to one conclusion, to protect nature. Frowning, he added that people had to die. The girl asked again, widening her eyes, and then thought that it felt like he wasn't human at all. Those eyes seemed to belong to a plant. Looking at the druid, she added that there was great anger directed at the world. Emma looked in surprise, hearing that he should look closely. Frowning, the hero said that what he wanted was to kill everyone like him. Smiling, the druid said that he had come all this way to stop them. He saw that he was serious. But now he would fail. Let him look there. A tree appeared. He heard himself thinking. He saw this difference in height. He had lived hundreds of years with nature, and he could say that no spell would shorten such a gap. It was the law of nature. Looking straight ahead, the druid said that providence, logic, laws, efficiency, that's their problem. They think they know more than anyone else. The hero walked forward and thought that after he told that he threw the golden mandrake into the lake, many believed that it was the way out, and used the mandrake to increase their characteristics. Holding the plant in his hands, the protagonist thought that, however, for people like him, who were already bored with the usual gameplay, it was time to experiment with such hard-to-get items. Smiling, he added that he was sure he was the only one who did this with such a rare item. The girl held the staff in her hands. The thought arose that the massive staff from the first task was the result of a couple of drops of dough. The elixir poured out. It was said that even after living hundreds of years with nature, he would not see this. He prepared this golden ingredient himself. Pouring out the elixir, Chuck thought that the hidden fragment was one of a kind, a fertilizer made from golden mandrake. The girl stood in front of the druid. It was heard that he usually called those who just started playing newbies. Harry frowned, hearing that he did not know how many years he had lived. Smiling, the hero said that but after a few lives he would understand that there is always something new, let him look closely. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that from now on he would show him some magic. Emma exclaimed in amazement. A glow appeared near the tree. The glow disappeared. It was heard that he did not expect it to happen. Chuck grinned, saying that it was great. It sped them up 3 times, to which he was told that he did not know what method he used, but it turned out great. Standing in front of him, the druid said that his last advice to them, who will have to go to the sky to get Solace, should not miss the moment when the power of the sun weakens. Taking the hero by the hands, Harry said that as one of the creatures living on this earth, he wanted to say goodbye to him. Lowering his head, he added that now it was up to them how to deal with them. The protagonist smiled, hearing that the young hero. Looking to the side, Emma said that she would call her sister. He immediately sets off, to which Chuck replied that no. The tree grew upward. It was heard that the ascent would not take a day or 2, he needed to prepare. He would collect food and clothes, and leave in a week, as soon as the preparations were completed. Looking to the side, the hero thought that the last battlefield that must be overcome in order to get the greatest treasure is the sky. Harry clenched his teeth. A thought appeared that everything would happen in a week, he better prepare well. The protagonist ran forward rapidly. Maria frowned. The girl's eyes lit up. It was said that the strongest allies that can. A glow appeared near the staff. It was heard that in the end no one came. Lowering his head, Chuck asked what seriously, what are they doing at all? Standing on the tree, he added that no one at all. The entrance to the tree appeared. It was heard that this is how they met them near the barrier. The girl closed her eyes, and someone said that everything was different when they were just brought here. Maria frowned. It was heard what kind of crazy energy. The level of mana and aura is simply incredible. What a vision in their illusion. Lowering his gaze, the man said that they were in this state for several days. At this rate it could become a threat. He personally will enter the illusion and lead them out, to which he was asked that their help would be needed. Closing his eyes, he added that no, he would pull both out, dividing his consciousness. Suddenly the man looked in amazement. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that they had a child before graduating from the academy. Maria looked away, hearing that they were in a hurry. How could the kids be so similar to their father? Closing her eyes, she thought that it was a wedding. The girl opened her eyes wide, hearing that the groom had arrived. The hero walked forward. It was heard that well, what does he think, such a gallant guy? The protagonist grinned slightly. Looking at him, Maria thought that yes, he is so nice, so energetic. She looked away in amazement, hearing that the bride had arrived, to which the girl thought that the bride, it can't be. The girl froze, listening to that such a beauty, what grace. Raising her eyebrows, she turned. The hero hugged her. Maria fell to the floor and thought that it was a lie. She opened her eyes wide and added that a year had passed. The protagonist closed his eyes. The thought arose that this boy was just a copy of Chuck. The child stretched his arms forward. It was said that he should have belonged to her. Chuck looked down. He was especially attentively preparing for the wedding anniversary. He was still in his wedding suit. Standing behind the hero, Maria thought that she could give him more, anything. He could live in chocolate all his life. The girl looked straight ahead and thought that all she needed was for him to greet her at home with a smile. For that alone she would give him everything. She added, wide-eyed, that but later of course. The hero smiled, and the thought arose that she had not resigned herself. No, she would never resign herself. The protagonist closed his eyes. It was said that he would soon grow old. His kind was not long-lived, so he was destined for 100 years at best. The girl extended her hand to him, and the thought arose that she was enjoying eternal life. Looking at him, Maria thought that she would turn Chuck into an ancient vampire and bind him to herself. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she added that whether it was a bond between parent and child or master and servant, it did not matter, Chuck would be hers. The girl sat on the floor, and the thought arose that she could give him these 100 years, and then take Chuck for herself. Memories appeared. It was said that until all traces of this woman are erased and disappear. The hero opened his eyes. Maria, looking at him, thought that she would make him happy. The protagonist held her hand. The thought arose that she had lost. The girls looked at them in amazement. The man held food with chopsticks, and the girl thought that she had given her heart and touched the man's hand. Chuck, looking at the girl, grinned. Sitting on a branch, the girl heard what she was doing, to which she replied that she was watching. Looking down, Laura heard what she wanted to do, to which she replied that she did not know. A broken heart was not in her plans. Maria closed her eyes. It was heard that all the names she could call him. She wanted to love normally, go on dates, have a child. Closing her eyes, the girl asked what was stopping her. She would help her. Looking straight ahead, she added that with everything she wanted. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was doing well. The girl took his hand. Laura pounced on him, saying that he should try to escape. Chuck gritted his teeth and asked why her, to which the girl replied that it was his fault. Frowning, Laura said that after all, he had turned his gaze from her to another. Looking straight ahead, she added that all of this. The hero closed his eyes and wheezed. The girl opened her mouth wide. Looking at him, she said that it was his fault. The protagonist looked in amazement. hearing that just as she had given him her first, his was also hers. Bright light was shining from the windows. The lovers were sleeping together. The girl tightly intertwined her fingers. A bird was flying through the air. She closed her eyes. The thought occurred to her that, of course, the stork would bring them a child. Laura smiled and thought that she had one. She closed her eyes. Maria suddenly looked at him in amazement. The girls were lying on the bed. It was heard that they woke up. Standing in front of them, the man said that he was the guardian Aaron. If they came to see Chuck, then they were a little late. His group had already begun their ascent to the heavens. The girls looked at him in surprise, hearing that 3 days ago, to be exact, the thought arose that they were late. The man froze, hearing that, and how did he know that they were looking for Chuck? Turning around, he said that he was a wise druid, all that, and knew a lot, and then thought that he knew that this moment would come. He swore to bury the dark secrets of these 3 girls forever. People were standing on the tree. It was heard that it was empty. Frowning, the hero said that he should just be patient. They were almost there, and then thought that according to the canon, Rick's followers would take possession of all 4 treasures. The fortresses appeared. It was said that following the path of Rick's subordinates in the original scenario, you can visit Gorias and Nereus. Of course, the treasures will already be taken. A text file that he missed in the game comes to mind. In reality, he was in a pit full of writhing snakes. The man raised his hand up. A thought appeared that so the words spoken by the druid can be interpreted metaphorically. Frowning, the hero said that they should look, and Kate shouted that the clouds were approaching. They were about to cover them. Climbing a tree, he added that no, this oak tree was still growing. The protagonist climbed higher and higher. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. A view of the castle opened up before him. Standing at the gate, Chuck said that the walls were 50 meters high, and in good condition. Frowning, Libby said that it was too small, to which Emma asked again, and she replied that it was not the size of a celestial titan's fortress, maybe just a regular one. Looking straight ahead, Kate said that he had said that a titan guarding the sun lived here. Whoever he was, they would not be able to get through the main gate. The monster smiled, and it was heard that the rowan berries were also a pass to enter. The hero raised his eyebrows and said that they would knock and see what would happen. The protagonist suddenly exclaimed. Raising his hands, he shouted that there was someone home. People were standing in front of the gate. The gate opened slightly. Gritting her teeth, Emma turned, to which the protagonist said that from now on it was just improvisation. She opened her eyes in amazement, hearing who they were. The monster opened the gate and turned. The golems were looking straight ahead. It was heard that they were people. The girl's eyes widened as she shouted that they seemed to be all semi-first rank, to which Libby asked that he wasn't planning on fighting, was he? Looking straight ahead, the monster said let him talk. Leaning towards the hero, he asked if he had a key. Frowning, Chuck said no. Looking down, the golem said no key if so. Swinging his arm, he shouted to prepare to become human stew. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said let him wait. Standing before the monster, he said they were the vanguard, sent by a great hero, whom the druid had recognized. Frowning, the protagonist said that soon their master, who had organized everything, would arrive with the rowan berries, to which he was told that well, what was the name of the one who had sent them? Smiling, Chuck said their master, the great hero. He added, his eyes wide, that his name was Stephen, and then thought that if he didn't have the fruit, he should pretend to have it. Frowning, the hero said that soon the great hero and his master would come with the rowan berries. Smiling, he added that it was Mr. Stephen, who had received the recognition of the sky giant and the sage. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that they also brought a druid with them, who was here instead of the great sage, to which Kate asked what the druid, her. Lowering his head, the monster said that their recognition. Smiling, Chuck said that he should try to do the same. A green glow appeared around the staff. Suddenly, the vine man rose up. Looking at the hero, the giant said that they knew about the red rowan berries, and his druid could control a man with a vine. He could well be a representative of the sage, but the key, to which the protagonist replied that he knew, without the red rowan berries they would not be able to take the sun. The monster smiled, hearing that, but their hero told them that it would be polite to first announce their appearance to the great giants, to which he replied that this was true. The gate opened slightly. It was heard that well, okay, he will accept them as guests. Turning his head, the giant said that but the sun, to which the protagonist replied that of course, as he says. Smiling widely, Chuck asked what well, how easy, let him say. Looking down, the girl asked that this was his plan, to which the hero replied that this was just the beginning. Smiling, he added that from now on they will clean everything here. The people walked forward, just in case they left Libby and Emma to stand guard, and they themselves headed to the treasury of the giants. The guy raised his hand up. A thought occurred to him that it was a little strange to talk about it, but stealing was part of his life, and in the last attempt, as a player, Jack had a universal cheat called inventory. The hero clenched his teeth and thought that, and therefore, no matter what location or zone he was in, he always looked for the treasury first, and the girl asked that he was in the castle of the giants for the first time. How did he manage to immediately find the location of the treasury? to which the protagonist replied that the treasuries are always in approximately the same places. The problem is different. Going to the treasure, he added that they need to find the sword of the sun among all this. The moon appeared. It was heard that the ceiling was open, and there was no guard at all. During the day it should absorb light, so it can only be obtained at the time of a solar eclipse. When its powers weaken, then can't they get it at night? Emma raised her weapon and asked if they could find it in such a place, to which the protagonist replied that he thought why no one was guarding it. A pile of gold appeared, and she heard that they seemed to want to say that it was simply impossible to find a needle in a haystack. Now she was beginning to understand why there was no guard here. The chicken stood near the gold, and the girl said that she was a little small for giants to eat. Looking to the side, Chuck shouted that someone was coming. Let him hide, to which Emma asked what where. Smiling widely, the giant asked why she was here. Lowering his head, he added that they're cutie. The hero looked away, hearing that he should come here, to which he thought that he was simply asking to pass by. The chicken looked at them, and the thought occurred to him that she had seen them. She turned her head, and it was heard that there it was. She silently looked forward. Suddenly, the chicken hatched an egg. Frowning, the protagonist said that it wasn't even a goose. Did all the gold in this treasury really come out of her ass? To which the girl replied that he had chosen a slightly strange expression. Lowering his gaze, the giant said that they would go with their dad, and the hero said that he had taken her. If they had removed the chicken, they would not have cared about money all their lives. To which Emma replied that she should control herself. They came here for the sun, not for gold. Lowering her head, she added that it could have ended badly, even if she didn't say. The girl opened her eyes wide. Looking down, she said that her sister was not home today. A thought arose. Why did she suddenly remember this? Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what he thought of her sister. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what about Libby. Well, she is an outstanding person, he likes her. Lowering her head, Emma asked again, to which Chuck replied that she is a good person, she has good skills, she is beautiful and kind, I bet any man thinks the same. Looking at her, the hero heard that it is clear, to which he replied that in any case they will continue the search. In 2 days there will be an eclipse, and it will last only a couple of hours. The protagonist raised his head and said that if they do not make it before that moment, then Stephen will go through all the stages properly and get the treasure, to which she replied that it is clear. Emma frowned and objected. Looking straight ahead, she said that there was something strange, to which she was asked what, for a start, maybe move. The girl looked up and wondered what a place where he could enjoy the sunlight during the day, but at night it was out of reach. With wide eyes, she said really, and then thought that but despite this, he was weakening on the day of the eclipse. The moon appeared. It was heard that today should not be a full moon. The sun, mistaken for the moon, hovered above the sky island. Sitting in front of the hero, Kate asked what it meant that during the day it appeared as the sun, and at night it turned into the moon above the sky island. Looking straight ahead, Libby heard that the distance to it was not as great as to the real sun or moon, but this hovering in the air must be due to the barrier around the island, but it was not at arm's length, to which Kate asked if there was a way to reach it. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he did not know. At the moment it was impossible for them, but they still had 2 days before the eclipse, so they would calmly look for a way. The moon appeared. It became light outside. The moon was shining brightly. It was hiding behind the clouds. Looking up, Chuck thought that, however, contrary to his plan, during this time they still had not found a way to reach the heavens. Nothing came to mind. Stephen smiled widely, and he added that Stephen and Harry would get here soon, so they had wasted their head start. The hero's eyes widened, hearing that they could at least eat the rest except for the druid. Standing behind the door, he heard that he should wait, they could be different, to which he thought that they had held up to their standards for quite a long time. Giants of the Sky Castle, the Sky Giant had written it into their lineage. The druids appeared. The thought arose that they should not attack them, but those who brought red rowan berries. A glow appeared near the hands. It was said that they would give the sun. Smiling broadly, the giant said that as soon as they gave them the sun, they would be free, and when they were done with their duties, they would go down the tree and feast on people, to which they answered that yes, he heard that Stephen had prepared a gift for them. They say that he was carrying a lot of snakes and toads with him. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was not in vain that they came early. A view of the sun opened up. It began to fade. Looking straight ahead, the monster said that it was not here, so it must be difficult for the sky giants to live here, but, stretching his arms out to the sides, he added that he was so excited. The gates opened slightly. It was heard that it was time to get the sword of the sun. Stephen grinned, hearing that let them stop him, immediately catch him. The giant stood in front of him. Stephen looked in amazement when he heard that his master, his great master, had finally arrived. Holding the chicken in his hands, the hero shouted that he had carried out his orders. The monster looked at him in confusion and asked what was going on. Suddenly, a blow flew at the giant, and it sounded like thieves. The creatures rushed forward and shouted that how dare he steal their treasure. The monster looked angrily and shouted that he would kill them. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement. Kneeling, the hero said that he had stolen the treasure from those stupid giants, as he had asked, to which Stephen asked again. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that now they would kill those idiots together. Looking straight ahead, the druid said that they had been tricked. The giants rushed forward, shouting that they should kill everyone, eat them. The giants struck. The giants grabbed the people. It was heard that they should save him and not eat him, and the giants said that Stephen had prepared a whole feast for them. The monster looked at him in bewilderment. Suddenly the snakes attacked him. Gritting his teeth, Harry said that he was a scoundrel. Smiling broadly, Chuck thought that no one would stop him. If he did not get the sun, then he would rather turn it into a mountain of ash. Looking straight ahead, he said that now let them fight. It would be even better if everyone died, to which Libby asked that he was not ashamed. They slid down the tree. It was heard that the invincible had no shame, to which the girl asked what kind of invincible. Looking to the side, the girl said that she should erase it, although she should accept any side of her fiancé, but this was too much. Emma raised her eyebrows and said that but what if Stephen dealt with all the giants and got the sun, to which the hero replied that it didn't matter. Smiling widely, the protagonist said that as soon as they got to the ground, he would cut down all the trees, to which Kate replied that he looked like a villain. No, he was just a demon incarnate. Raising his hands up, he shouted that history is written by the winner, and then thought that of course it would be great to get the sun, but if he went down first and cut down the tree. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that the two servants of the king would remain in the sky forever. That was his plan. Frowning, Libby asked what was this. The hero froze in confusion and wondered what really. The monster was holding a weapon in his hands. The protagonist stood in front of him. A glow appeared around the demon. His eyes lit up brightly. Suddenly, he rushed towards the hero. Raising the weapon, the girl said that she would take it upon herself. She used the defensive barrier skill. Libby looked at him in confusion and thought that he ignored her. Frowning, she added that he really wanted to attack the users of the territory first. The monster rushed forward. The thought arose that the sword demon, the strongest swordsman in the heroic legends of Archon, who later becomes the king's subordinate. He smiled widely. It was said that but now he is just a monster and has no special connection with the destruction of the world. Chuck clenched his teeth tightly. He swung towards the demon and thought that he could not rely on it. Bright beams appeared in the air. The hero looked angrily and added that the help from the commandments. The demon struck the protagonist. A blow flew at Chuck. He flew into a tree. Emma looked to the side and turned around. She opened her eyes in surprise when she heard that he should not come near. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that during the fight. Frowning, he added that he should only look forward. The girl looked at him in fear, hearing that he should retreat. Holding the weapon in her hands, Libby said that how dare he. Swinging, she added that ignoring her, the thought arose that immediately after the end of the territory, Libby follows, half a step ahead, using the art and sword style, a false division of the territory. The demon rushed forward. It was said that outside the territory, Libby's abilities surpassed those of Chuck and Emma combined. Even the sword demon would have a hard time with her. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. The girl ran towards the demon. She gritted her teeth and thought that she was losing strength in front of the truth. It was difficult to enter the territory once, and now she would have to do it again. Particles appeared around the demon. Looking to the side, Libby thought that this time he was not aiming at her again, but at the users of the territory. She added with wide eyes that when that territory ended, she would use the half-step she had been given and deal with that sword demon properly. Emma froze in place, thinking that, however, her sister could only block 3 of his attacks when that territory ended. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed. She looked away angrily. The demon opened his eyes in confusion. Emma froze in place. She opened her eyes wide. The demon swung his weapon. Libby frowned and said that the damn territory. She waved the weapon in her hand. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. Sticking out his tongue, the monster screamed loudly. He bit the girl sharply. Emma swung the sword. Lowering her head, she turned to her sister and said that her body is now. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that having entered the fight, he should not turn back. Emma opened her eyes wide and turned. She looked to the side and objected. A glow appeared around the demon. A thought appeared. How can he defeat him? The monster looked forward. The giant swung the sword towards the demon. Kate raised her eyebrows and said that he should run now, to which Emma asked that a person is a vine, but to use it twice without a victim. The giant stretched out his hand forward. The demon raised his head up. He looked to the side. The creature raised the weapon up. He swung the weapon sharply. Kate closed her eyes and exclaimed. Emma froze in bewilderment. Looking at the people, Emma thought that she was scared. She was afraid. She wanted to run away from here. Suddenly the demon jumped up. She parried his blow and thought that he couldn't do that. The monster swung his weapon sharply. Holding the elixir in his hands, the hero said that it was a curse, to which Kate asked that he was okay, and he replied that everything was fine. Let him take care of Libby first. Kate gave the potion to the girl. The thought arose that she would recover over time anyway, but in such a state it would be difficult to cope with this situation. The protagonist frowned. hearing that it seemed that he was badly hurt. Steven smiled widely. He grabbed the hero by the head and said that he was in no position to worry about them now. Kate looked in amazement and screamed. They began to fall down. Smiling, Steven shouted that the child who killed Oliver should let him admire his skills, to which Chuck replied that he was a bastard. The hero gritted his teeth and said that thanks. The protagonist extended his hand forward. The weapon flew forward rapidly. Chuck looked at it. He used the skill Dizzying Spear. The hero struck the tree. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed, to which he was asked what he was, a circus performer. Looking at the monster, Chuck said that he thought they were not allowed to attack each other, according to the agreement, to which Steven replied that he was right, therefore. Smiling, he added that if this rule was broken, his head would explode and he would die. Taking off his hat, the monster said that well, something like that, to tell the truth, he did not care who solved all the riddles first and got the Sword of the Sun. Looking down, he added that in any case, you can just kill this person and take him. Clenching his fist, the hero replied that he knew. Smiling, he added that he thought exactly the same. The bloody spear pierced the monster. Frowning, Maria asked that he was okay. She looked in amazement, hearing who they had here. Stretching his arms out to the sides, Steven shouted at his friends, to which they replied that they were an abomination. The protagonist suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking to the side, he shouted for them not to worry about him and to go upstairs, quickly. Looking at him, Steven asked that he wanted to save his girlfriends, but he was curious about something. Chuck looked to the side, hearing that he was the Queen's spear. Right, his master would gladly give him divine power. Why is he opposing them? They all have the wrong approach. What is the point of becoming a god in a broken world? The reason why he wants to smash them to pieces is very simple. 3 commandments appeared. A bright glow appeared. A bright light hit the monster. The monster smiled, hearing the appeal. Swinging his weapon, the hero said that he must witness his own victory. The monster held swords in his hands. It was heard that the man was standing on a rock. Smiling, he said that this is his sword. The moon appeared. A thought arose. Damn old man, what was he thinking? The demon jumped up and thought why he trained him. His eyes lit up brightly. Emma collided with him. Looking straight ahead, the monster thought that he understood that he inherited more than just his swordsmanship. The demon narrowed his eyes. A thought arose that his feelings from the battle, skills, body, disappointment and boredom from realizing his superiority. The monster raised his weapon. It was said that this is why he understands even with such power. Herman smiled widely. The thought appeared that he cannot reach this monster. The monster's eyes lit up. It was said that he is unreachable. Suddenly he rushed forward. The girl froze in fear. A bright glow appeared. The demon swung his weapon. The thought appeared. Why did he climb up the tree for days and nights? Why was he here? The girl stood in the smoke. Grinning, she asked what she thought. She will not destroy him. The monster rushed forward sharply and exclaimed. Emma raised her weapon. A blow flew at her. The girl struck the monster. The thought appeared that her opponent is a victim. Her death is a matter of course. A beam flew over the girl's head. It was said, why so? Emma swung her weapon. The thought appeared that she does not break. Why is she still alive? Why is she still? The girl's eyes lit up. A glow appeared around the sword. A blow flew at the demon. Emma smiled and said that it had become slower. The monster exclaimed loudly and thought that he was still full of strength. He had not slowed down. The girl raised her weapon up. She struck the demon several times. The monster screamed in pain. They looked at each other. A beam flew past the girl. She deftly dodged the blows. The girl jumped up. Looking straight ahead, the demon thought that he had not hit with a single attack, as if she knew exactly where he would hit. The girl frowned. Libby rushed forward sharply. The monster was standing in front of her. A blow flew at the demon. Gritting his teeth, he thought that now he understood why he came. The hero and Emma pulled their weapons forward. The thought appeared that she was the same as he, obsessed with the mastery of the sword. He came to defeat her. Emma gritted her teeth and thought that if she succeeded, she would reach this monster. The man smiled widely. The swords were pointing towards each other. Maria looked away. It was said that he had felt her all the time. The girl's eyes lit up. A thought appeared, but not now. The beams rushed forward. A thought appeared that her birth, life and efforts, her entire existence was created for him. The girl stood in front of the monster. A glow appeared around the demon, and he thought that when there was nothing left but the readiness to strike, he would reach the top. The monster crossed his arms. Many limbs appeared. The demon used the technique of 1,000 dancing blades. Many red beams appeared. The limbs were cut by them. The monster lowered his head. He froze in bewilderment. The girl stood behind him. A bright beam flew through the giants. The giants looked at the demon. Looking to the side, he wondered if there was really another peak above the readiness to strike. Libby lowered her head down. Frowning, she said that when he fights, he should not turn around. Sitting on the ground, the hero shouted that he should look only forward. The girls walked away from each other. Emma gritted her teeth. She took a step forward. The girl used the form of the heavenly sword and thought that the previously unattainable level, the spirit of the sword. Standing still, Emma thought that a step beyond the limit created a real miracle. The giants were defeated. Looking to the side, the demon thought that he understood. This is why he was trained with the sword. The girl raised her head. The thought appeared that for this new step, the tree branch was cut. It began to fall down. Gritting her teeth, the hero thought that even just climbing was difficult. Swinging his weapon, the protagonist said that enough is enough. Smiling, Stephen asked that he was tired. A glow appeared around the monster's head. The thought arose that Stephen was called the king of beasts for a reason. There was more than one life in him. One death meant nothing to him. A bottomless pit of shadows. Inside there were countless snakes, toads, and 3 dragons. The snake opened its mouth. It was said that this was one of the 4 great treasures. The monsters rushed forward. The protagonist turned around, hearing that he was caught. Grinning, he said that the soul of a pathetic animal could not cope with him. A glow appeared around the spear. Standing in front of the monster, Chuck heard that he was a collector of souls. Rushing forward, Stephen said that he could continue indefinitely. There was enough mana. Jumping up, the hero replied that he seemed to understand, but he was so slow. Turning his head, the monster said, "Really?" A view of the tree opened up. The thought arose that the oak tree created by a unique fertilizer reached the heavens. His roots showed, they endlessly accumulate mana. Standing on the weapon, the protagonist thought that all these lands were grown by him, his territory. Crossing his arms, he added that his mana is infinite. Chuck looked surprised, hearing the appeal. The monster smiled broadly and said that he admits, in this form he cannot win. The snake twisted around the tree. It was heard that how long ago. Looking straight ahead, Stephen said that the legion did not become one. Smiling, the hero thought that one of Stephen's final forms, and then said that it was a bit thick. The snake looked at the protagonist. Looking straight, Chuck thought that this was one of his final forms. He couldn't breathe. The monster's eyes lit up and he said that the queen had cast him into the shadows, sealed him in a small cauldron. The girl was sitting on the throne. It was heard that but now she was banished, and the throne was empty, like a wolf eating defenseless sheep. Opening his mouth, Stephen said that he would devour everyone she tried to protect. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked how much longer he could talk. Jumping up, he added that he had already said that they were on his territory. The monster coiled around the tree. The snake looked surprised, hearing that he had to watch where it was curling up, to which he asked again. Looking to the side, Chuck thought that since he started climbing the tree, he had carved every rune, and now when there was enough mana, they would activate. A glow from the runes appeared. The monster screamed in pain. The hero rushed forward, hearing that he thought he could escape. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked that he wanted to fight, but he did not. The snake rushed forward and asked what went where. A glow appeared around the tree. The sun was eclipsed. A thought arose that one of the legendary treasures, only available during the eclipse, the sword of the sun, the one who gets it first, will win. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck heard that the loser will fall to his death, what he thinks. Smiling, he said that it was time for him to fly. Looking at him, Stephen screamed that he was a scumbag. The monster was completely surrounded by flames. The beast rushed upward. The hero lowered his head, hearing the appeal. The protagonist jumped from branch to branch. They jumped up abruptly. Maria stretched out her hand forward and said that finally. She looked at him in confusion and turned. Chuck smiled when he heard that he was holding up well for a pathetic person, to which he replied that it was time to finish. Looking at the monster, the hero thought that Stephen's second last form, a legend of folklore, a dragon. A glow appeared around the hero, and he added that he was not just bragging. The man held a sword in his hands. The thought arose that he had inherited the power of having defeated many dragons, and with this power, gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that today he would kill the legend. He used the skill of the first demonic spear. The monster opened its eyes wide. Smiling, Stephen said that he was caught. Chuck opened his eyes in amazement, and thought that he had changed form to dodge. Stretching his hand forward, the monster said that now let him watch. The hero brandished his weapon. He frowned and said damn, and then thought that his strongest blow just missed. The protagonist's eyes widened as he heard that the conditions for the red rowan berries to germinate were such that it could be. The monster held the berries in his hands. The thought that the darkness appeared, they absorbed the negative energy from the darkness. A black spot eclipsed the sun. Looking at his hand, the creature said, "Eclipse?" A glow appeared around the sun. Roots appeared around the sphere. The hero looked at the monster. The monster stuck out its tongue and laughed. The thought that in the cat sealed by the goddess, there were countless frogs, toads, bulls, and dragons. The horns of the monsters appeared. It was said that the king was now in front of him. The protagonist held a spear in his hands. The snakes looked at the monster. Chuck held the weapon in his hands and thought that now he had a treasure in his hands, the sword of the sun. The beast stretched his arms out to the sides and screamed loudly. Frowning, the hero thought that he was lucky to go against the sun twice. A view of the fortress walls opened up. A blow flew along the wall. Gray smoke rose up. Frowning, the protagonist exclaimed. He landed on the ground. Looking at him, the bull asked what he had prepared in advance. The beast stood still. It was heard that he probably whipped them day and night. Flames flew towards the monster. A glow appeared around the weapon. Looking straight ahead, the bull said that it was futile. The thought occurred to him that no fire could compare to the sun. Chuck gritted his teeth and said that the hell, and then thought that he couldn't even buy time. Flames flared up in front of him. A devastating explosion thundered. Stones flew to the side. The hero slid along the ground. Swinging his weapon, the monster screamed that he should die. He struck the ground. Looking straight ahead, the bull asked how much longer he was going to run, to which the protagonist replied that he should look at himself. Looking to the side, Chuck said that a bull with a sword was just ridiculous. The monster suddenly rushed forward. Swinging, he shouted that he should die. The hero pulled out his spear forward. The weapons hit each other. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly. The spear flew to the side, to which Chuck thought that he had lost his weapon. A glow appeared on his body. A thought arose that the cannonballs were almost completely empty. The bull looked to the side in bewilderment. It was said that it was time for the last ace in the sleeve. The hero looked at him furiously and thought that the spear, piercing even an indestructible body, was a reckless and suicidal attack. The protagonist used the skill Absolute Abyssal Fist. An explosion erupted in the middle of the fortress. Gray smoke dispersed through the air. The horn lay on the ground. Chuck clenched his fist tightly. Gritting his teeth, the monster exclaimed. He opened his mouth wide and laughed. With his eyes wide open, the hero thought that even if he did everything possible, he would not win. A view of the island opened up. The giant gritted his teeth. The thought occurred that when they reach adulthood, they become demons of at least the first rank. The giant held a club in his hands. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Stretching her hand to the side, Maria said that they need to hurry. Chuck needs help. The thought occurred that now they have 2 special ranks. With wide eyes, Laura said yes, but... The giant looked straight ahead. Looking at him, the girl said that everything is not so simple. The girl looked in confusion. Standing still, Maria thought that there were as many as 50 giants in the fortress. The girl's eyes lit up. It was said that Emma was able to kill almost half with one incredible blow, but these were only those who obeyed Stephen. The giant looked straight ahead. The thought appeared, that means all high-ranking giants are alive now. A glow appeared around the monster. It was said that everyone is still in the fortress. He looked straight ahead. The thought appeared, that it was almost impossible to get out of here. The girls looked ahead, thinking that the chances of survival are close to 0. A gray sky appeared. The monster clenched his teeth. It was said that there was no point in waiting. The creature walked forward. The hero lay on the ground. Looking straight ahead, he thought that the regeneration of the steadfast warrior had already reached its limit. It would not be able to heal him. The aura cores were completely empty. The protagonist struck. The thought appeared, that the body was not responding. The eyelids were getting heavy. This was the end. Standing in front of him, the monster said that he would die. Grinning, the guy said, but he said, you can't become strong without killing anyone. Looking down, he added that he had reached the final battle, and he would simply be killed by one of Rick's henchmen. The boy put his hand to his face and asked if he understood, that his pathetic attempts to be right had led to this nightmare. His eyes widened, hearing that he did not. Lowering his head, the hero said that he had reached the end. That was true, but he did not understand anything, and all because he had never seen anything yet. The girl stretched her hand to the side. It was heard that as a vampire, despite her essence, with a smile makes others smile. Laura slapped her hand on the ground. It was said that as 2 girls, almost one, come to terms with who they are. Libby carried Emma on her back. It was heard that step by step they overcome the boundaries of the possible. The guy smiled widely and said that it seemed like he was enjoying what was happening. While striking, he added that he should rest then. He had already done what he wanted, to which the protagonist replied that if he were in his place. Stretching his hand to the side, Chuck said that he would understand that there was no time to rest. The bull turned his head and asked what magic was left to restore. The spear suddenly rushed forward. Holding the weapon in his hands, the bull asked what he was doing again. Gritting his teeth, he added that if he wanted this spear so much. Suddenly, the monster sharply threw the weapon forward and added that he should catch it. A blow flew at the hero. Swinging the weapon, the creature said goodbye. The protagonist stretched his arms forward. He screamed loudly in pain. Closing his eyes, Chuck screamed. A powerful flame flared up. The hero was lying among the ruins. The monster held the weapon in his hands. He slowly walked forward. The creature looked in bewilderment. The protagonist lowered his head down. Gritting his teeth, the monster asked that he was still not dead. Suddenly he threw the hero up. Chuck was flying in the air. Holding the sword in his hands, the bull said that if he turned him into a pile of ash. Raising his head, he asked that he would not be able to recover. The hero stretched his hand forward, hearing that he was still trying to return the spear. Enough. The dragon released flames at him and said that he should burn in hellfire. A sphere of fire appeared. Looking straight ahead, the creature asked that his flames were being consumed. Raising his head up, he asked what was going on. A bright glow appeared around the weapon. The rune of return lit up on it. A beam flew at the monster. It was heard that again. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked that the snake, the toad and the bull, and now the dragon again, be that as it may, he is the king's subject. Smiling, he asked what and who he was. Releasing flame, the dragon shouted that he was just a pathetic worm, let him die. Stretching the weapon in front of him, the protagonist thought that last time he and Jack reached the final boss, which meant that the king's subjects, the owners of the 4 great treasures, were defeated. The weapon lit up brightly, the thought appeared, so what happened to these treasures? A sphere appeared near the hero's hand. It was said that yes, he is the queen's first spear. The protagonist grabbed the sphere and thought that the only person in this time who knew the true power of the sun was the one who owned it last time. Chuck frowned. Flames appeared around him. Notifications appeared that he had absorbed the sun. It was choosing an owner. It had recognized him as its champion. The hero's hair turned white. A message appeared that he had acquired the light of the sun. While the sun was shining, he was under its protection. The dragon suddenly released a flame. A glow appeared from the fire. The monster raised its head up. The hero took a step forward. Gritting his teeth, he said that this was the second time he used the power of the sun. Swinging his fist, the monster shouted that he was a scumbag. He struck the ground with his fist. Looking to the side, the protagonist said a spell. Runes appeared on the stones. Flames appeared around. Looking straight ahead, the bull shouted that he was a beast. The weapon glowed brightly. It was said that it absorbed heat and fire nearby. The protagonist pointed his spear at the monster, the thought that all the fire created by the runes was gathering at one point, and that point. A bright glow appeared. Lightning appeared around. The bull's eyes widened and he screamed. The glow completely engulfed him. The protagonist pulled his weapon to the side. Dust flew in the air. Chuck took a step forward and thought that 1,000 or 10,000, 100,000 or 1,000,000, no matter how many there were, he would not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he added that the world was not saved yet. Laura was fighting the giants. Clenching his fist, the giant shouted that how dare she kill his friend. The shards flew forward. The giant looked away. The blow landed on him. Frowning, Maria turned to the girl. Gritting her teeth, she asked what she also felt. Chuck was in trouble. Looking straight ahead, Maria said that but it would not be easy to help him. The giants were moving forward. It seemed that there were too many of them. Looking at them, the girl said that then she and Archie would deal with it, and she. Raising his head up, the giant shouted that it was the same. A bright sphere appeared. The hero flew up. Raising his eyebrows, he thought about the divine power of the sun. A bright light appeared in front of his hand. The monster fell to his knees. The thought arose that they could not disobey. The giant stood in front of the protagonist. It was said that the power that locked them here, the power of the sun. Laura's eyes widened, she mumbled. Maria hugged the hero. She closed her eyes, hearing that even for an ancient vampire, being so close to the sun was hardly pleasant. She was fine. To which Maria asked what difference it made where all these wounds came from. Horror. Lowering her head, the girl said that he was wounded. Putting his hand on her head, Chuck answered approvingly. Smiling, the hero said that but it was all over. The giants were kneeling. The hero's hair turned black. Suddenly the giants opened their eyes wide. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that or still ahead. Raising his hands up, he shouted that kill them, now or never, run. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that it was already getting dark, and Laura said that they had. Rushing forward, Laura said that a wide gate. Swinging his fist, the giant said that he would kill them. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he would go down and eat all the people on the surface. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that they would be caught like that. Suddenly the giant's hand was cut off. He looked away in amazement. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he was not late, to which he was told that old bones were not as strong as before. Walking forward, the man said that climbing the tree was hard. The girl fought the demon. It was heard that he felt the resonance. Their fight was beautiful. The man's eyes lit up and he said that let him go. He would deal with them. Turning around, Chuck said that well, then good luck. Smiling, Herman said that yes, he was still inexperienced, but he was killed. He missed such a sight. The giant's eyes lit up. It was heard that a swordsman equal to him had finally appeared. A view of the island opened up. It was said that this happened in a place above Mount Tai. Swinging his weapon, Herman asked that wasn't it wonderful. The thought appeared that at the most opportune moment, a sword master had appeared. Flying down, the hero asked that he could ask him for something, to which he was asked what it was. The swordsman's eyes lit up. The thought arose that if it weren't for him, they would hardly have escaped. It was time to return the favor. Laura looked in bewilderment, hearing that a tree would be cut down. The monster crossed his arms. It was said that he almost died in a battle with the swordsman he raised. When he remembers, he trembles. The old proverb comes to mind, a gentleman will repay a debt, no matter how many years have passed. Smiling broadly, the hero said that it was not that he was bringing benefit to the world. Let him think about his behavior on the heavenly island. Frowning, Maria said that if he thought so, she agreed. Looking straight ahead, Laura answered approvingly. The girl dodged the blow. The tree suddenly collapsed. Herman looked to the side in amazement. He turned his head. The tree suddenly fell down. A view of the doors opened up. The girl opened her eyes and sighed. Emma walked forward, hearing that she woke up. The girl froze in front of the tree. Grinning, the protagonist asked how she felt. Sitting next to him, Emma answered that her muscles ached, but she could move. Her head, however, was a mess. The woman held the clothes in her hands. It was heard that when she entered the academy, she thought that she would enjoy an ordinary youth, would not sleep at night, would sleep during lessons, would argue about what was the most delicious in the cafeteria. Clenching her fist, the girl said that but she is not ordinary, she likes the sword. She smiled widely. It was heard that she likes to cut others with it. Emma looked away, hearing that is it so bad, to which she asked again. Grinning, the protagonist said that the main thing is her beliefs and decisions. Even if the sword beckons her, she will not take it out of the sheath just like that. Images of a demon and a druid appeared. It was heard that the world is full of strange people. These people make the same strange decisions, but she, even with power, wants to live an ordinary life. Looking away, Chuck said that he should be proud of himself, to which the girl replied that he should promise her. She grinned and added that she was strange. Let him promise to lead her. They walked forward. It was heard that she could lose her way. Let him help her be ordinary. Go to the city for goodies, to the theater, to shop, go to a restaurant, or just take a walk. The hero closed his eyes, hearing that ordinary things. Sitting on a tree, the protagonist responded approvingly, to which the girl said that she was glad. The thought arose that this was the end of the story about the Sky Island. The blue sky appeared. It was said that of course, nothing ends on such a wonderful note. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that for sure, forgot to say. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that he was soon engaged. The girls looked at him in surprise. Sitting in front of him, Maria asked what he said, with whom? The protagonist froze, hearing that was someone equal to himself. Libby smirked and said that the engagement ceremony would take place in a week. Maria widened her eyes and said that equal, training, and Laura added that if the eldest daughter of the family and a nun of the Zion Cathedral agreed to be bridesmaids, the Arden family would be glad to see them. The girls froze. The thought appeared that they were surprised. He would tease them for another 5 minutes, and say that it was all a prank, let them wave at the hidden camera. Chuck smiled and said that he fell in love with Libby then, and she said that since childhood, his stubbornness had amazed her. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked that on the night of the full moon, they finally confessed their feelings, that, where is she, to which Maria replied that she was leaving. Maria touched him. Widening her eyes, she said that 100 years. Looking around, the protagonist asked again. Wiping her eyes, the girl said that she congratulated him, she hoped he was happy. Frowning, Chuck said that he was just kidding. His sister rushed forward and screamed. Looking away, the hero asked what he should do now, to which Libby replied that she was so sinful. Closing her eyes, she added that as well as her fiancé. A view of the dark sky opened up. It was heard that, and where they had gone, he would have to apologize as soon as he saw. Closing his eyes, the hero asked what if they ran away again. With her strength, he would never catch up with her. The hero froze in bewilderment. Looking away, he said what he wanted to say. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that he did not want to talk to him. The girl took a step forward. Chuck shuddered and asked again. Sitting on the floor, he exclaimed. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that she was sleeping here today. The girl stretches her hand to him, because she is sleeping here today. The protagonist opens his mouth and says that she was bragging. Holding her hand, he calls her a child. There was a moon in the sky. After a while, morning came and the sun rose. Holding his neck, he says that she got up early. Laura opens her mouth and says that he is not coming. Frowning, she says that these are creatures and why is that? Her eyes widened and she is told that the storks do not live here and they are closer to the north. We see the building where they talked about the fake engagement. There is a bruise on his face because he wanted to joke. There is a fish on the table. The girl holds rice and fish with a spoon, asking to eat. Straightening her arm, she asks him to promise that when this happens, he will come with her. Chuck looks at the spoon. Closing his eyes, he thanks her. The monster looks up and barks. He folds his arms when dogs are near him and asks for love. He holds a piece of paper, because it costs 2,056 gold. We are near the annex of one of the estates where they asked for forgiveness. Chuck scratches his head when the blanket moves. Blue hair is visible from it. She holds onto the blanket and says that she believes everything the guy says, without a moment's doubt, and if he said he could create gold from lead, she would believe him. Maria has tears in her eyes and asks him not to lie. Her eyes were yellow, because he is her 100 years old. He waves his hand to the girl, because many people like him and they found out that his engagement is fake. Sophia puts her hand to her chin, because their date was a cover to deceive the others. The girl holds a book and peeks. She frowned and didn't understand why she was there. We remember the guy holding her by the shoulder, because there was a strange atmosphere from the very beginning of the semester. Then he raises his hand, because it's all since the sword broke. His face is covered in blood, maybe it was all after the killer from the foggy city. Emma is sitting next to him, because he said he would stay with her. Her eyes widen sharply, because she is thinking about relationships. Sophia touches his faces. Smiling, she says that they are being watched, and it is better to show how much they love each other. Chuck holds her hand and says that her hands are calloused. After that, he fidgets with her fingers. A blush appeared on her face, and she decides to end it there. The girl looks at the table and says that the main spectator has left and can go. Smiling, she thinks about everything. Closing her eyes, Sophia says that the goal is accomplished and would gladly go on another date. People are standing in luxurious suits, because it is the day of the ceremony. One of the girls had a big hairdo with flowers. Sophia is holding a bouquet and was wearing a wedding dress. Chuck closes his eye and is called a flatterer. He holds her by the waist as the engagement ceremony begins. His eyes widen as he is asked to wait. Emma is standing on the red carpet and says she does not agree. Tears are streaming down her eyes and she did not agree with the engagement. Sophia is holding a baby in her arms and calling her cute. Frowning, she says that this is her little sister. She holds a candy and says that she has grown more than a meter and will become a great swordsman like her. The girl looks down and says that tomorrow she is leaving for the academy as she has lived her whole life with her eyes downcast. Smiling, she realizes that the girl is still clumsy and inept, but has grown up. Chuck runs after her and is asked to follow. The guys point and laugh. Sophia holds her head as she was at a loss. After that, a girl comes up to her. An eagle flies to them. Laura holds onto the rope and stretches out her hand. Emma turns around and is silent. Sophia hugs the girl. She bites her lip. After that, her hand is taken. The eagle flies away with them, and they say goodbye. Clutching her head, she says that she has lost faith in men. Smiling, she says that a small engagement ended with the kidnapping of the groom. There was a bunker in the eagle. Chuck holds onto his jacket and asks what is going on. Taking the note in his hands, he sees that they will come for him later. Emma comes to him and asks if his sister expected this. Everyone smiles, because he has gathered reliable allies. He takes off his bow tie. Smiling, the main character says that they have a lot to do. Then the eagle flies across the fields, because they went to the east and finished their vacation. We see a clock tower. Someone is fighting monsters for the third night. Erin is drawing something with her hands. A fire appears near the monsters, which ignites them. The skull's eyes glow, because the army of the undead king is getting stronger. If he cannot keep his promise and cleanse this place, then the baby's life will end. The leg stands on the ground. Erin holds the spear and behind her is a skeleton, because she would like it if the baby died. Her face is blushing, because this meant that Chuck would return soon. 3 years ago, he was presented with a weapon. Closing his eye, he says that he lost. Erin holds the spear and says that it is clear that he trained and the basics are well established. Walking away from him, she notices that he spent more time with the spear of 8 trigrams. His face was dirty and Chuck says that it is easier with him than with the sword. Turning her head, she understands that this is reasonable. Waving her hand, the girl says that she will absorb him and let him learn the spear of 8 trigrams for at least another 6 months. Raising his hand, he looks into the distance. We see a man, because the secret technique of the final boss, 6 steps of the spearman, and wanted to learn it. Looking down, he says that the art is voluminous and even after a month, there was almost no progress. Holding a spear in his hands, we are told that he envied Jack, because it was enough for him to open the skill panel, and he could easily use high magic. Looking at the weapon, the protagonist thinks that envy alone will not lead to anything. After that, he holds out his hand. At night, he trains with a spear. He makes blows with it. Then he trains with it some more. He jumps near the moon. His spear glows because he uses 8 advanced forms. It was already night and birds were flying. Opening his mouth, Chuck is surprised because it worked. They take his hand and say that in just 2 months. Eric stands next to him and says that she thought it would take more than 6 months. Opening her mouth, she says that Jack is already strong enough. Holding a spear in his hands, he says that the hero also needs a partner, and this is someone who will help him move forward. A blush appeared on her face, because the stronger, the fewer people will die. Smiling, the guy says that he is an ordinary person. She opened her mouth and smiled. We see 2 silhouettes, and these are the tower mages who have united with Oliver. The guy has white eyes, because they broke the shell of a person who changed his appearance to the chairman. The girl raises her head, because as soon as the shell was destroyed, the real Erin returned to the world. According to the scenario, she will die later. Something glows in Jack's hand, because she left her will to the players to protect the world, and so the treasury of sorrow opened. She pulls him along the street, because the event that was beyond the power of any player to stop, at least everyone thought so. They hold hands because her hand is warm and her voice is kind. Eric closes his eyes, but she will die soon. Chuck walks with her, but he can no longer smile next to her. We see her feet on the floor. Looking at her in surprise, we learn that he knows her story. The man holds a weapon, because his goal was to summon heaven, in other words, to destroy the world. She stands with her back to us, because she refused the last step of passing on the legacy, and this was her greatest and most tragic mistake. A star flies near her and Eric says that she doubted and suffered. After all, it did not always work out, many mistakes, many wrong choices. The guy stands behind when he is called. Putting her hand on her chest, Eren asks if he will accept her as a mentor. His eyes widen because this is an event available only to players who fit a whole bunch of conditions and have accumulated enough karma. Kneeling, the protagonist agrees. She puts her hand on his neck. Chuck did not care about knowing the game. She hugs him and says that it is not scary to make mistakes, the main thing is to try. His eyes widened and she asked him to trust his heart. After that, the girl kissed him on the forehead, because she decided to give the blessing of the goddess. There were stars around them. It was night in the village, because for 300 years, the same night of death was repeated. Someone was running on the ground, because the army of the White King was getting stronger, holding the balance for 300 years. There were monsters behind Eren. She frowned and thought that this was the third night. At this rate the White King would become a lich and time was running out. Her eye widened, because she was asked not to be afraid. Chuck approached her and asked her not to rush, because there was still a lot of time. Smiling, he said that he came to save her. There were pieces on the ground, because when the White King is killed, time in the city turns back for 3 days. All the summoned undead disappear. Morning came in the city and 1,200,000 people lived in it. The stone had a letter, because if the undead escaped its borders, the entire continent would be destroyed, so the mentor made a contract with the Reaper. The city was divided, because during the day it was an ordinary city, at night a city of the undead, and this cycle has not been interrupted for a long time. Chuck stands near the monsters, because in order to continue it, you need to kill 3 bosses. One opened his mouth and disappeared. Eren stands near the broken mirror to help do this. The mentor divided the soul into 2 parts. The soul here repeated this 3-day cycle, forgotten even by its other half for 300 years. The man sits at the table, because he noticed the cycle and now its end is near. The guy stands near the scales, because he made a contract with the Reaper. They walk along the road, because 3 more cycles have passed and at night they fight the undead. Eren looks at the butterfly, because they went on dates during the day. Chuck hugs her, and also read books. They sit on chairs in the theater, and also in the circus. The guys are standing next to each other in the evening, and we learn that the girl did this for the first time. Smiling, Chuck is glad that she liked it, and it was a pity that they did not go to the restaurant. Turning his head, he understands what will happen today. Taking her cheek, she asks if they will cleanse Nazri from the endless cycle. Chuck takes her cheek and says that it is possible and that she should not be afraid. Smiling, he says that he is simply returning a debt, but the desire is on her. Looking at him, Eren asks him again. She holds his hand. The man opens his mouth and understands that these are runes. We see a stone with a letter, and he decides to place the runes in order. 2 more symbols appear on the stone, because he wants to desecrate them. There was a red moon at night, because the Nazri cycle is over, and the curse is strengthened many times over. His eye glows and he laughs, because it worked. After that, he begins to glow even more. We see a skeleton, and this is the king of the undead. His eyes are red and he wants to kill the witch, and this time he will tear her flesh apart, destroy her body and desecrate her soul. Carl runs up and looks down because he doesn't understand what's happening. He sees the undead on the ground because they started to gather in one place, although this has never happened before. Felix raises his hands because he has summoned all the undead in the city and an endless wave begins, the March of the Dead. Chuck holds the stone and they think if everything is okay. Looking into the distance, Eren says that sometimes unusual things happened, but this is the first time and it's better to hide. An explosion occurs near them. Opening his mouth, he screams that this is not the end. The liquid was on the ground because it is decay, infection. Announcement, the land of the dead. Grinning his teeth, Chuck thinks that arrows are falling from the sky, and the earth is sent. After that, they run and the girl says that Felix has probably become a full-fledged lich, and that means that the magic in the city is almost endless. There were 3 monsters on top of them, these are the undead hunters. A circle appears on the ground, because someone jumped, using the 6th wave. The guy makes attacks with his spear. Opening her mouth, Eren screams to stay on the ground, because it will not work in the air. A symbol appears near his hand, like a hardening rune. Near his leg, there is also a symbol of the wind rune. The guy jumps in the air. Eren runs after him and looks up. Smiling, the girl realizes that he is strong. Felix opens his mouth and asks them to stop running. He makes an attack and wishes them death, and also uses the arrow of doom of 10 strikes. His eye glows and he laughs. Suddenly, his pupil dilates. The guy stands with a spear and glows, because he wants the enemy to see the sunlight. Opening his mouth, Felix is in complete shock. We see white hair, because it is possible. We learn that this is Chuck with white hair, and he did the convergence of the sun, because he is. Felix opens his mouth and asks if he's kidding and how he can create such power out of nothing. After that, he attacks. His eyes sometimes look in different directions and laughs, because the enemy has no chance. The dead were walking somewhere, as the king told them. When suddenly, a light appears near them. His eyes widened and did not understand. We see rune symbols on the ground. The whole earth near the houses is glowing. There was a light near his hand. Eren tries to touch the butterfly, and the last 10 days with the mentor were the only days in their lives when he could finally act like a student. She stands near the creature, because it's all thanks to her. She creates a rune of the planet, because traces of countless battles dot the walls of the city. We see how the monster splits into parts. After that, it glows brightly. Then someone writes the rune of the sun. The whole earth is still glowing, because in these countless battles, the mentor drew runes all over the city. Chuck raises his hand and creates a convergence of the sun, and he was sad. But this night will be the last. Smiling, he asks the king of the dead to disappear. The dead take their heads because they are burning. There is a large explosion from the sun. Felix opens his mouth and screams that this is impossible, especially for a pathetic person. The light becomes even greater, because the sun has swallowed them. The sun has come to the city. The skeleton stands next to him and says that who would have thought that he would use the treasure for such a thing. His eyes were blue and he says that the contact was performed flawlessly. Eren stands next to them and the creature decides to fulfill its part of the deal. Turning her head, the girl wanted to say about the consequences, but he knew. His hand is on the fence, because in the future he already faced this. Looking down, Chuck says that he cried a lot. We remember how she hugs him and asks him to stay. She also kissed him on the forehead and called him a hero. Eren puts her hand on his cheek and decides to give the goddess's blessing. His pupils dilate from this information. She kisses him on the lips, because he is dear to her. She also holds him with her other hand. Tears flow from her eyes and Eren hopes that he will find his happiness. The guy stands alone and rain falls on him, because the girl has disappeared, as if she had never existed. Someone is sitting on the chair, because except for her past student, raised since childhood, no one has come to the royal palace. Rick holds a weapon in his hand because after she was betrayed by the student she considered her successor. She leaned on her arm, because she was sealed for 80 years. Her eyes are closed, because from a long lonely and quiet sleep, a flurry of memories awakened her. Eren stands near the Reaper and asks for a deal. Frowning, she remembers that it was 3,784th time. The monster with purple eyes runs, because it is an endless battle with a dark wizard, also tied to the city. Chuck holds out his hand and asks the Reaper to make a contract. Eren meets him, because he wanted to save her. Smiling, he says that he will save her. Her face turned red and she asks to stop. We see how they kiss and she gives the blessing of the goddess. A portal appears in the room. Eva holds a book and asks to read. Eren holds her head and screams that she has gone crazy. She touched her lips because the memories merged together. Her face turned red, remembering the main character. We are near the great cathedral. The man is kneeling and says that it is as if the sun has appeared, humanity will rejoice. She gets up from the chair. The girl was a saint, rumored to have the most incredible power in history. 4 years ago, she visited Felix and cleansed him with rituals, but 3 days later, the curse returned. We are in a room with only 2 people, and Felix has always been humanity's biggest problem, but he has been kept under strict control. Grace holds her head, because its owner is unknown. She opens her mouth and says that she must find out, and the news of what happened swept across the continent like a storm, touching all political and other forces, from the Tower of the Magicians and the Old Church. It was winter, and we are on the Dingle Peninsula. The man looks down and shivers, because in this corner of the world, teeming with various creatures and shrouded in terrible frost, the Northerners are always ready for war. As a result, strength here has become the only measure of human dignity. Next to him stands a creature, and the man apologizes, because 80 years ago a warrior appeared here and immediately began to sit on its top. When suddenly near him, they struck. The guy threw a spear at him. Sitting on the throne, he thinks about the son that was stolen. Leaning on his hand, Rick asks who it was. Steven takes his cheek and says that it was Chuck and he was the one who killed Felix. Smiling, the guy said the man's name. Harry with a beard asks about him, and we find out that Rick knows him, because he is an enemy. He squeezes his hand, because not even a year has passed since he appeared. Holding the spear, he remembers the power. Opening his mouth, he says that his favorite mentor, the one who hates and loves. His eye lit up and he thought of Irina, because she calls herself the first spear. Smiling, Rick decides to see for himself. Chuck is standing near the palace. Putting his hands on his hips, he realizes that he is already a second year. We see the roof, because this is a dormitory, and they created a place to deal with special creatures. Eva holds on to her glasses and asks what it is, because she was responsible for the tenant, because there are few of them. We see a fish, it's a bluefin tuna. Laura holds it, and says that its eyes are good for intelligence. The girl sees that the guys are cooking it. Maria helps the guys and commands. Chuck closes his eyes and says that he is her assistant. The girl raises her hand and asks to carry the sofa carefully, because many guests will come. Laura holds the fish, because they bought it at the market. Emma cuts meat in the Arden style. The main character raises his finger and asks to sit down, because there will be a discount for her, and they tell him to cancel everything and start cleaning, because they need to assign rooms to the first years. Chuck raises his hand and says that he can handle it, and the two twins will live together. Looking the other way, Eva says that she will also help, because they need 2 rooms there. He puts the fish on the rice and is told that they start school tomorrow and need to show the campus. Biting into his food, he asks to do something in return. We remember Marina raising her hand, because mentoring of first years is shifted to the shoulders of the best second years, but the girl is already in her 3rd year. The train is moving along the rails and they say that on the left they have the Hall of Creation. Chuck straightens his hand and says that students from the magic faculties gather here to study magic. The boys raise their hands and praise his suit. The guy puts his hands on his hips and wishes everyone luck. Laura waves her hand and says that she is leaving, because they are late, and it is annoying when someone is sent for her. After that, she jumps. Chuck smiles and he understands that the 2nd year is starting. After that, he turns his head, because he was called. The twins are standing next to him and say that he will figure it out, and in general, they stood out more than anyone else. His eye glows and he hears how the guys are asked to be careful. Emma is standing next to the train and he asks her if she is responsible for the western gate. His eyes turn white, because he was called. We see a stick on the ground and we meet him. The girl with red hair was called Elizabeth. Chuck kneels down. He kisses her hand, because she is the 2nd princess of the country and the greatest villain of heroic legends. She smiles and asks where he learned manners. Holding her hand, the protagonist says that he learned from a close person. We see a girl with red eyes, because when he met her, he was taught proper manners. She also kissed him on the shoulder. There is a blush on her face, and she asks if their daughter is beautiful. The guy looks down, because they met in the past, but not at the academy. His eyes widen, because according to the script, it is too early for princesses to appear here. Grace comes out and asks to shake hands. They shake hands and are happy to meet. She stands next to Elizabeth, and calls her little. There is a blush on her face and she asks to call her big sister. Frowning, the girl says that they respectfully address those who are higher in status. After that, she leaves and says that she is going to the Hall of Freedom. Emma holds her head and thanks. His pupils have become smaller, because he is finished. We see a palace with a red roof. Ron holds his sister's shoulder and says that the palace is big. He notices that someone has come up from behind. They turn and apologize. Elizabeth holds out her hand and asks to shake his hand. Suddenly, his hand is grabbed. The girl opens her mouth and says that they were supposed to finish off every beast man, but apparently there were street puppies left. Ron started crying and they tell him that if he touches the staff again, he will end up in a cage. After that, she leaves, and Rin calms his brother. The situation was not easy and it is impossible to predict what can happen. We see 2 girls, because they are from the end of the game, who never appeared at the academy and now both are here at the same time. Chuck looks at the city and thinks that maybe it is about the purification of Nazar. He sits at the table and understands that if this happens again, they will be covered by a typhoon. Edward comes and calls Chuck, because he is in the clouds. Pointing to himself, he is asked to explain the concept of the magistrate. Frowning, he gives him -10 points. We see a building with a red roof. The protagonist walks down the corridor and talks to himself that the first day is usually an introductory day. Everyone is greeted and released early, such is the law. He passes by the door and wonders if the others have finished. We remember Eve because several people were supposed to move into a special dormitory. His eyes widened, because he understood everything. The girl has pink lips and she greets him. Sitting on the couch, she asks to show etiquette and kiss her. Standing not far from her, Chuck says that a gentleman does not kiss a lady's hand twice a day. Smiling, she asks to get down to business and let her support him in the race for the inheritance next year. He looks away and calls himself a pathetic guard, and does she really need such support? He had white shoes and they tell him that a knight called by the old church and the new one, who owns a holy relic, does not sound so sad. Smiling, she calls him by another name. Coming up to him, Elizabeth asks a question, suspicious? After that, she puts her hands on his neck. Then she drags him to her and asks to show the advance. They are on the floor and Chuck is on top of her. She crosses her legs and asks to tell why he needs the status of nobility, and will gladly show all the pleasure of the world. There is a blush on her face and she asks for forgiveness. The main character looks with her red eyes and is silent. She is still lying and says that she allows him to do with her whatever he wants, she can just whisper words of love. They hold hands. Her eyes shine and she asks to absorb her, to make her his. Elizabeth opens her mouth and moans. Suddenly, Chuck removes his hand. There is sweat on his face. Smiling, he understands that the girl did not disdain the aphrodisiac, it was not noble. Sticking out the tip of her tongue, she says that having a husband chosen by the god of the sun is a good lever for pressure, marriage and childbirth are some of the oldest currencies. He buttons his jacket and asks what he means by fate. The protagonist leaves and asks not to take candles with him next time. Turning his head, Chuck says that one of his friends said that you need to beware of beautiful women. After that, the door slammed. She puts her hand to her chin and says that there is a hard road ahead. Chuck stands behind the door and thinks that it was dangerous, and too often lately he finds himself in such situations. We remember how Maria sits on him and thanks for the day. Emma holds his neck. Then she climbed on him, because she wanted to play cheating. They hold hands. Laura was holding his hand, as she did at every opportunity. Her face was flushed. Chuck was standing next to her, as she said it was nice to touch him. She put her hand to her face and asked him to stand like that for a little while longer. We see a banner with coffee. The guys are sitting in a cafe and Luis asks if his problem is that girls are sticking to him. After drinking from a cup, he wants to tell him straight, because he is a friend. He shows him the middle finger and asks him to kill himself. Edward grabs him by the clothes and shouts to choose one. After that they stopped, because the guy was called. Elizabeth appears behind him, smiling. She looks at him and says that she will soon go to the city center and needs someone to give it to her. The guys are sitting at the table and understand that they cannot interfere. He will soon be torn into 5 pieces. Luz points and says that he is sure that his body emits pheromones, and their immune system for some reason blocks the effect. Kevin approaches Chuck and greets him. Edward gapes in surprise, because he even attracts men. A man stands behind the podium and says that every year the first years of the academy conduct a practical test in the hunting grounds. Raising his hand, he says that in the forest, instead of monsters, there will be some of the best second years, and they need to win by any means and take the insignia. Smiling, Kevin orders them to begin. We see Leaves and the guys talk about the second rank. They stand near the guy and ask to temporarily team up. Turning, Neil agrees because it is a good idea. He has a smile on his face, but he could not win against the princess. He has the second rank and thinks that if it were not for his sacred mission, he would have already expelled. We remember how Chuck killed people, because last semester, a group of the Order came undercover to the academy to clean up the monsters, but they were caught. Neil runs and understands that he was sent to save them and from now on hides the fact that he is a member of the Order and simply plays the role of a model student. The guys show them the way, because they were there. People are standing and understand that there are 400 of them. Turning his head, Neil thinks that he wants to take advantage of the guys and pretend to be a friend, and when the moment comes, he will send them to attack. Suddenly, something begins to glow near him. We see a big explosion. It was Eve, who is standing on a branch. Chuck is eating fish and asks certain students to participate. With her mouth open, she wonders if she made a mistake. The guys look up, because the newcomers did not even imagine. Kate is sitting on a robot, because the first years did not know the second years. The girl smiles, because she mastered the Wicker Man, the highest technique of the Druids, in just 6 months. The guys are holding swords and trying to run away. Ethan is writing something with his hand, because he got an incredibly expensive set of magic swords because of a very profitable investment. Eric is sitting on the Gommel, because he owns it and got it because of a profitable investment. Laura squeezes her hand, because she does not need to be introduced. There are people lying behind him, and she is trying to restrain herself. Someone takes out a sword, because this is another of the candidates. It was Emma, who has a smile on her face and people were running away from her. Pointing to her face, she says that she just likes to smile. The guys are running, and Neil is just standing there and does not know what to do. Someone was holding a spear in his hand. You can see nerves on the guy's face. He is still walking towards her, there is a purple aura around him, and Neil says that the guys ran away from the clown. We see a person in his eyes. There is a fire rune drawn on the ground. After that, there is a big explosion. The guy opens his mouth in shock. The girl's pupils became smaller, because they did not know anything about this man. He attacks people. After that, he makes a blow near the neck. In his hands was a red bandage. Holding a spear, he asks why the man is so serious. Neil lies on the ground and trembles. Opening his mouth with all his teeth, he asks to smile. Fire engulfed the forest. Neil ran, clutching his stomach, thinking about the fact that he was born and raised in the holy monastery of Michael, under the patronage of the old church, walking the path of faith all his life. The spear stuck in the ground in front of him. The guy dropped the sword, stumbling over an obstacle, thinking about how many times he doubted whether there really is a God. The young man looked back in horror and realized that now, there is one thing he is ready to believe in without any doubts. The clown stood there grinning and said, "Okay, that's enough." Neil thought about demons existing. He covered his ears with his hands from the loud sound. The boy looked up when he touched his head. The clown was talking about how he was tougher than he thought. The demon offered him his hand and said it was nice to meet him and that his name was Chuck. Neil watched, not understanding what was happening, and put it together in his head. He remembered his fight and thought about how this was the same one who brought the battle to a draw with the sword master Libby. The clown held out his hand, smiling, said that he was looking for capable freshmen and not counting the princess, he was the best, after which he offered to team up with him. Neil grabbed the hand with both of his own and heard that strong guys are always welcome. He said that he agreed. Chuck closed his eyes, saying that was wonderful, thinking about how his first job on the hunting grounds was to follow Herman, the old church spy. Neil was examining his hand. Chuck walked on, plotting something, thinking about keeping friends close and enemies closer. The boy, smiling, told him to take care of himself. The enemy charged, screaming for the animal to die. The girl parried the blow, crushing the opponent. Renee turned and told Ron that again. She stood with her hands on her hips, telling him that he needed to check his back pockets and make sure he had everything, that he needed to take off the blindfold and clean him out. Ron felt through his pockets and said he understood. Renee said that if he was done, it was time to go. The boy followed the girl and said that more and more of their classmates were tracking them, emphasizing that they were demons. Rennie got angry and said that they wanted to steal their headbands because they were second-class warriors. The main characters were depicted. The girl said that the headbands of the elders gave more points, but they were too strong, so they had to be content with them. In the green forest there was a house. Rennie said that at the final point of the test inside the hut, you can exchange headbands for rewards, and told him that you need to hurry. The demons looked ahead carefully. When Rennie asked that they were almost there, weren't they, talking about the hut. The boys looked at the burning building and the girl wondered why the hut was on fire. The demons carefully assessed the situation and Rennie, with her mouth open in fear, asked if it was an earthquake. Ron pointed at something rising from the ground and wondered what it was. The sign said that the awards were at the top. They were discussing the older second years. The boys looked up at the tower and wondered what the hell they were doing up there. Elizabeth smiled and concluded that it was fun and she liked it. She touched her fingers to her lips and added that except for the stench of animal fur, of course. The girl went inside, wondering if it was built by a druid, so it would be difficult to destroy. They would have to move forward. The boys raised their hands and wondered what he was doing, indicating that he should follow the princess. Ron and Renee watched him go and asked what they should do. The girl turned and, after thinking for a moment, suggested entering through the back, to which the boy agreed. The boys walked into the unknown and Renee said that she would rather die than go the same way as her. A magic sword flew past the girl. The children dodged the attack. The girl assumed that maybe and should have just gone with them. Ethan attacked the children, many energy swords. They wondered if it was too strong. A magic ball grew from the guy's outstretched hand. It said that this is what the client ordered, who ordered you not to spare. The ceiling was shown. Someone appeared on the ceiling. It was said that the penetration was complete and the structure of the building is simple. There was a diagram of the characters in the tower, and it was said that 3 entrances, 3 rooms, 3 guards, the paths merge, and on the second floor there are 2 rooms. The ghost watched the clown and reasoned that further on the 3rd floor. Chuck twirled the spear in his hand and said that it was impossible that someone had already passed among the new students this year. The spear was enveloped in pink magic and he wondered what it was. It was an unsettling feeling, as if something was touching his soul. A magical ball appeared, shrouded in energy. It was the sphere of the Reaper, which separates the soul and body, although its effect is minimal on complex creatures such as humans. The boy watched the magic in fear and reasoned that his concentration was breaking, and his stealth technique was dissipating. Rashid looked forward when he was noticed, saying that he was a first-year, second-year student, and questioned about this stealth technique from the clan of assassins. The boy wondered how he knew about the clan. A blade fell from his hand and he apologized. Rashid swung the knife at Chuck's back, indicating that he should not have said that. The hero, with a blow, repelled the attack of his opponent. The boy rose from the floor, wondering about what that was. Rashid swung the whip and said something that did not matter to him. The whip flew in front of Chuck's face. The hero playfully dodged his blows, noting that it was not bad. Rashid reached for his sword and said what would happen if he chose this. It was about underground clans of assassins. Chuck looked at the flying enemy and asked him what he would do then. The guy thought about how he hated this blood-soaked doctrine. The young man looked down and thought about how, having escaped, he came to the academy. Hoping for a life outside of murder, he left the clan. He took the whip in his hands. The protagonist looked, his eyes wide open, thinking about what if his identity was revealed and the whole clan would be in danger because of this. The guy flew at Chuck, showing the explosives in his clothes. There was an explosion, and he thought that he should take the secret with him to the grave. Bright flames enveloped everything around. Rashid looked questioningly at the hero and listened about how he was going down a dangerous path. The hero smiled, holding the energy ball in his hands, telling him that luckily for him, the heat and flames were in his palm. The boy opened his eyes wide, watching, and heard something else. Chuck touched him and said that he didn't care what he studied, assassination, fencing, or magic. He remembered the stealth technique and said that he thought he would need it in the future. The hero turned his head and said that he would work with him, and thought that his second goal in this exam was to test the abilities of promising individuals. The children ran away from Ethan, who stuck his finger up. Laura stood in front of them and told them to try their best. Ron opened his mouth and told the girl about a smell she said that she knew. The blade of a spear flashed when someone asked about him being here. The hero turned around after being called. Renee raised her palms and asked what was going on. She said that she heard that this year's exam was much worse than last year's. Something flew past the girl's head. She looked questioningly at the spear that fell next to her. The girl opened her eyes wide and screamed, cursing. Chuck hit the boy in the chest while Renee ran in the other direction. Ron took a powerful magical blow. Chuck put his hand on his belt, looking at the demon, and noted that if he was in a fight, he should never let his guard down, and warned that one more mistake and he was dead. Renee watched carefully. The hero attacked the girl in rage, activating the furious bull tiger swing. He shouted at her, asking if she heard him. Everything around the opponents lit up red. Chuck landed, thinking that he did not like this, but there was nothing to be done. He looked at her carefully and said that it was difficult, really difficult, thinking about the fact that this was his final task for this exam. He drove away in his mind that the last one, something was flying from one side. The unknown was approaching from the other. Chuck, burning with magic, prepared to fight two fierce monsters, thinking that he needed to make sure that these brats could stand up for themselves, and he needed to help them grow up. The hero pointed his spear and offered to finish this exam. The moon hung in the night sky, and it was said that while the moon in the sky is not full, it is not difficult to suppress animal instincts. The fierce demon growled, drooling. It was said that in not a full transformation. The hero raised his spear and activated 100% pure violence. He held the weapon tightly in his hands, smiling, thinking that in their true form, they can even maintain a human appearance. But they are still babies, so they have to be beasts. But isn't it more difficult? The monster raised its head, opening its mouth. It was said that in this form, Ron, who is usually meek as a lamb, turns into a bloodthirsty mad dog. The demon surrounded Chuck, and he thought about the fact that he would have to fight both of them. There were children depicted with half a face, for comparison, and the hero thought about the fact that they did not even need to communicate, because in this form they understand when someone wants to attack, and act in unison. They are brother and sister, who have overcome adversity shoulder to shoulder all their lives, and they did not expose themselves. The ferocious animal opened its mouth. The guy's eyes lit up when he clenched his teeth. He attacked one monster with a blow of a spear. The second demon growled furiously, watching what was happening. Chuck asked if he would save his sister. The hero stuck his spear into the ground and urged him not to stop, and instead of trying to save her, Chuck jumped on both of them, saying that they need to attack the enemy. Two monsters flew to the side from the blow. One of them growled towards the hero. The guy swung his fist and said that this was another mistake, because it is better to restrain rage. The hero sent the demon out with a sharp blow. The monster sat and listened to him say that if he was going to yell, he should look him in the eyes, because a second of distraction was a second of action on the enemy. The second one was approaching behind Chuck. The guy said that it was great, concluding that the older sister was better than the younger brother. The hero gritted his teeth and said that you need to hit wisely, because rage overshadows the mind, and attacks become too spontaneous. The guy stopped the attacker with a swing of his spear, saying that you need to aim at vital points. The blow hit the ferocious monster in the body. The hero lowered his spear and stood between the defeated monsters. They both lay on the ground when Chuck ordered them to get up. The hero looked away and said that continuing to crawl, even when all the cells of the body refused to listen, is life. The beaten Rennie, sighing, tried to get up. The blade of the raised spear glowed purple as the girl reasoned that they knew nothing, asking if her older brother had ever experienced such a thing. Renee grabbed her head as the spear stuck into the ground nearby. Her eyes filled with tears. The boy, smiling, took her in his arms and thought that maybe enough, as he expected, it would not be possible to offend them for long. The hero thought about how he had not managed to teach them the final form the first time, and still, they understood what a real battle was and learned the lesson more than enough. Chuck laughed, looking at her, asking if it was scary, and if her brother had rushed, apologizing. Renee clenched her teeth, crying. She tried to break free from his hands and screamed about how her brother was, saying that he was too cruel. The girl asked him to stop treating them like children. The boy looked at them and said that of course he was too cruel, but their adaptation was good and their physical abilities were top-notch, and they did not win, but they deserved to go up. The children looked up at him and cried bitterly. The hero thought that it was relief and resentment. Although they felt relief from the wide hugs, they swore that they would not allow a situation where they would have to feel it again. Chuck stood with a spear in his hands. He turned around when he heard applause. The girl clapped her hands, wondering why they had gone up a long time ago, and he was still standing here. Elizabeth looked at the boy and said that the puppies really did well with their physical abilities, and even so, during the fight it did not seem like he was trying at all, saying that it was incredible. The boy looked at her attentively and replied that he was the examiner now, and if she wanted to pass the test, then please let her fight her, but he couldn't play with the princess the same way he did with them. The girl smiled when he said that if she took out what she was hiding in her dress, he wouldn't be able to hold back anymore. Elizabeth turned around and walked away, saying that she had taken off her dress last time too, but he didn't care. The item she had thrown away was lying on the floor. She turned around, saying that Elizabeth would fall here. There was a magical red snake under the girl's feet. The hero had told her that a snake familiar was hidden under her dress, and even when she heard about it, she showed no surprise. The boy put his spear on his shoulder and sighed, thinking that it would be hard like last time, because he didn't know what to do with her. The top of the tower. The soldiers looked at the sign and wondered what it was and what it said. The sign said directions back to the entrance. They were furious about what was happening, asking questions. The moonlight illuminated the tower. The boys walked through the forest. One of them called the clown stinking. Another boy noted that he shouldn't call an older one that, remembering who Chuck was. They discussed the fact that according to rumors, he was the future adopted son of Maria, but also engaged to Libby. Someone exclaimed that he was a lecherous pig. The young man, hearing laughter, was horrified by what he saw. The clown stood on one leg on a pile and said that welcome, dear freshman. The demon drank a glass of wine, laughing and asking if it was fun. Someone screamed that he was going to pass out soon. The liquid was spreading over the pile as the hero was telling them that these were all the rewards they were supposed to get for the test. These were 4th and 5th rank magic stones and other rare items. The clown jumped off the pile, asking if they knew what they and the others had in common. He snapped his fingers and said that it was flammability. The guy threw up his hands and everything around caught fire. Someone shouted that he was crazy. He laughed and said that the fruits of their training were shining like the sun. The guys were fussing about these being their rewards so that the freaks would let him go, shouting that they would go crazy. The young man looked away in surprise. Maria flew in on the dragon holding the chest and greeted the guys, who were screaming at her. The chest opened and someone shouted that it couldn't be. The box was full of stones. The guys were discussing that these were 2nd and 3rd rank stones. The hero shouted that the generous artisans who would personally work on their new weapons were the best blacksmiths in the capital. Laura applauded, listening to the need to applaud those who delivered the materials and volunteers. These were 3rd year Maria and 2nd year Laura. Emma picked up the cloth and asked if they were hungry, saying that these dishes were made from the highest quality ingredients, and there was even a honey bomb. The stones were shown and the girl said that they should eat, drink and not be shy, because this is how they become stronger. The guys were happy and were told to enjoy themselves. The clown held out a glass against the background of exploding fireworks, said that today was their day after all. The guys wondered why they did not recognize the hero in him. Maria was handing out potatoes from a basket when the young man noticed her beauty. The hero reasoned that the ingredients and cooks were delivered by Maria. Laura was handing out stones from the chest. People were saying that she was so scary, and now she was kind. The guy was telling that at the same time, the swindler's blacksmiths were delivered by Laura through blackmail. Emma was watching Chuck, who was watching the soldiers feast. The girl looked at the hero and asked if everything was okay, because he had given these stones to 400 people at his own expense. Chuck was wiping his face, answering that if you count the liquid income from the inn, he had spent all his money. The hero looked ahead and said that money was not the main thing. Emma was horrified to see him, screaming that this was disgusting. The young man watched what was happening and was told that there was something more valuable than money. People crawled on their knees, asking for help. They screamed that they did not want to die. Chuck continued that these were their lives. The hero smiled in sunglasses. He stood in a field in front of several people. Chuck thought that from the very beginning he tried to get money for this moment. As planned, he was able to get both the craftsman and the stones. The guys were having fun and called the elder to dance. The hero thought that expensive weapons alone would not make them strong, but it would make it easier for them to survive. Emma turned around and called Chuck. He thought that no matter what he did, the anxiety would not go away, especially now. The hero remembered shaking the guy's hand, growing the energy ball, fighting the monsters with his brother and sister, and reasoned that with Jermaine nearby, the acquired Rashid, the trained Ren and Ron, it was just part of the preparation. The girl looked into the darkness and looked for where Chuck had gone, who was thinking about the next test looming. In the distance from the building in the forest, something was blazing. It was said that it was already approaching the Merkaba Academy. Someone was holding a lantern in his hand. Adam looked ahead and said that this experiment, either man nor beast, should become theirs. Bill stood opposite and said that all the preparations were finished. There should be no problems, especially with the participation of the Golden Magician. Two magicians discussed the girl with red eyes. Adam said that Maria is a vampire. Bill clenched his teeth and said that she should belong to the Tower of Magicians. The hooded men were walking towards the building. It was said that the main scenario was about to begin, and in the original, they would have kidnapped the vampire, infiltrating under the pretext of studying the archives of the Great Library, and experimented on her. The mages were looking at the tower. Chuck was talking about how history was changing. Chuck was standing at the top, and it was said that it was because he was waiting for it. The building was shown on a sunny day, and it was said that the special dormitory was where the key figures that the Academy considers important live, that at first only the hero and Laura lived there, but now the dorm is almost full. The guy was laughing when the girl was angry, and he was thinking that every morning he had a row with Laura. The hero hung a towel around his neck and was thinking that he was taking a shower and going upstairs to find all the unexpected students there. Chuck was looking down the hallway and noted that at the end of the hallway were the rooms of the two princesses, and the first princess, Grace, had gone to the cathedral for morning prayer. Chuck was drying his neck with a towel and thinking that the second princess had probably gone to her own place, and unlike the original story, both princesses were in the academy, which made him worry about possible accidents. Someone grabbed the door handle, talking about what was on the other end. The hero put his hands on his waist and told the twins that it was time to get up. The children were lying on the bed and asking him for a few more minutes. He was thinking that in the original story, these cuties should have grown up to be villains. Chuck was with the children at the sink, telling them that it was time to brush their teeth. The girl was crying and saying that the toothpaste was too hot. He was thinking that he really pushed them hard for the test, so it was no wonder they were tired, but they were still children. The boy and the girl looked at each other in front of the cross. The hero noted that in the original story they were intermediate bosses and quite strong. Thinking about the upcoming trials, he would be glad for them to quickly reach their final forms. Chuck looked in the mirror as the children rinsed their teeth, thinking about how, no matter what, they became villains after going through something terrible, but now they are so cute. The hero smiled and thought that, watching these children, he did not feel any doubts about changing their destined future, and he has no doubts. The sign indicated that this was the rector's office. It was announced that the magicians from the magic tower had arrived. The guy stood at the rector's desk and asked what the reason for their visit was. He was told that they were here to access research materials from the Great Merkaba Library and study the dossier of students of the magic faculty. Eva listened attentively to the fact that the magic tower always lacks recruits, so it is logical that they are interested in the students' dossiers, and these days, guys would rather become professors at the academy than join the magic tower. The girl asked if he knew much about the magic tower. The tower stood under the rays of the sun. It was said that initially, the magic tower monopolized all magic and magicians. It was a hole of corruption, exploitation of young magicians, while the elders appropriated all the benefits. The academy was shown and it was said that with its heyday, the magic tower lost its undivided position and became a rival of the academy. It was said that around the same time, the witch hunt of the old faith began. Men in hoods standing shoulder to shoulder, it was said always looking down on the academy and treating demons as guinea pigs, the tower naturally became a pawn of the old faith. 3 characters were shown with guns and it was said that in response, the heroes of the academy intervened and put an end to the witch hunts. An event known as the Witch Revolution. Chuck watched intently and said that he could not know the magic tower better than the professor, because he was one of the key figures in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. The woman adjusted her glasses and stated that this was ancient history and besides. Kevin lowered his head, hearing that she was not alone in it. Rick stood with his back. The chairman said that he and Rick were too. It was said that talking about Rick, the student who betrayed them, is an uncomfortable topic, but they have to use you what they have. Chuck stood in front of them and thought about the fact that these two believed that he was Rick's official student. The guy lowered his head and said that the magic tower is connected to Rick. He was thinking about leaking some information about the future, as if it was part of Rick's plan. Eva began to talk about the guests of this tower. She thought about Chuck being the person who provides information about the future. The hero put his hands behind his back and noted that in addition to using the library and studying the students' files, there was another true purpose. The sunny cloudy sky. It was heard that this visit from the magic tower was most likely because of her, Maria. The girl sat on the bench with the hero and asked again if it was because of her and why. He introduced the girl with glowing eyes and told her that the vampire blood she possessed was what the magic tower, which was obsessed with demonic research, desired. Maria adjusted her hair and asked that if they were to deal with her, they would be in serious trouble, wouldn't they? The guy thought that the Dunelev family, known as the Potato Empire, which is responsible for the food supply of the entire continent, is a powerful family in the south. The hero leaned on his knees and said that it was unwise to get involved with such a family because of a trivial experiment, and the magic tower does not care about such things. Chuck noted that they were following Tate's Rick. The girl looked at him in surprise, asking again. The hero thought it was time to talk about it. He said that what he was about to say should remain between them about Rick and the goals of his faction. Maria lowered her head and said that if she understood correctly, the spoiled student of the rector, and that they were planning this coming of paradise. Above the burning academy, stones and weapons were hovering in the air. It was said that after the gathering of the 4 primordial runes and the 4 great relics, the guy put a cone on the square, and it was said that they would use this power to destroy all civilizations on the surface. The hero looked ahead and spoke about how the old faith and the magic tower following Rick did not care how strong their opponents were in the current world. Stephen, Norman, Adam and Bill were depicted, and it was said that they believed that everything would disappear, leaving only what they wanted. Maria grabbed her hand and said that they were doing something terrible like this, and it might sound crazy, but Rick had the power to do it. Chuck looked at the girl and said that it might be a burden, but he wanted to ask for something. Maria held a potato and said that she was happy because she thought he could handle everything without her, but it seemed there were things she could help with. The girl blushed and said that he didn't need to beg for help, Just ask and she would do whatever was needed. Chuck closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it was good and that there was something they needed to do together today. The hero left and asked to meet her at the Happiness Inn at midnight. He said that he needed to get ready. The potato was lying on the floor, and the girl screamed that she understood. The girl burned with shame, clutching her face, talking about how good it was at night in the tavern with Chuck, and whatever he wanted, she would agree to everything. The hooded mages came in with suitcases. He talked about the academy during the day, living in a city hotel at night, these freaks from the magic tower. The hero looked through binoculars and thought about the fact that there were 50 mages from the tower here, but among them, only 3 deserved to be mentioned. The guy was talking about Elder Adam, from the Red faction. He pointed his finger at another, and shouted that he told him to bring document 13-7, and immediately sent for it. Adam is the head of the fire mages. He is a grumpy, hot-tempered old man. Then Elder Bill from the Dark faction. Bill looked at the book and asked to get it for research, and we need to stop wasting his time. The man held a stone in his hand. It was the last golden mage Sean. He is Rick's ally and the final boss of the upcoming arc with the turmoil in the magic tower. Chuck looked through the binoculars and thought that catching this guy was the most important task, but the problem was that he did not know which of these 50 he was. Lewis ran with the bags and the mage told him that this low-ranking newbie dragged this junk here, and if he dropped it, they would pull out the mana heart from him. The boy tensed from the weight of these bags, reasoned that Lewis chose the magic tower as his path of development, and would eventually end up as a lackey. He should change his career direction. The unknown man in the hood followed the other 2. He ran into the alley. Chuck smiled, thinking that the magic tower would soon collapse. At night, screams and sounds were heard from the house, that someone lost again. They were playing cards. The guy had a lot of coins. The opponent asked if he was robbing him too harshly. Manloji stared at the cards and reasoned that he was not attracted to drinking, but in every city and under every bar, there is an underground gambling. The eye was watching from somewhere. It reasoned that this guy had 2 pairs, and the other one had a straight. The magician crossed his arms, watching the other players, so lightly that at this rate, someone should show up soon. A hand fell on Manloji's shoulder and asked if he minded if they joined him. The magician laughed when the girl held his shoulder. He turned and told her, calling, thinking that this is exactly what he needed. At night, sounds came from the house. The girl lay and asked if this was really enough to pay off her debts. The man thought that playing with a penniless person, like a toy, is a real pleasure. He bared his teeth and told her to just relax. A stranger appeared behind the man with a smile. The mage, enveloped in energy, turned around asking who he was. It was said about a low-rank curse. The man-ogs grabbed his head and said that such a level of curse was nothing to him. Chuck grabbed the man by the forehead, knocking him down. The clown told him to freeze. He held an eye in his hand and claims that if he is caught in a lie, then for such a thing, then usually a hand is cut off. But trying to commit such a dirty deed with a girl. Chuck held his cheeks and explained that he deserves an even worse card. The mage screamed that he did nothing and this girl pestered him first. The girl put on a blouse and Chuck said that this lady Miss Lenya, the owner of this establishment. The girl asked about the boss. The man looked in horror in front of him and was told that the girl's name is Maria. The hero came face to face with the magician and said that the purpose of his magic tower is to kidnap a high-level demon Maria, and that he is trying to kidnap her. The clown told him about what the old church means, and the magic tower does not consider demons to be people, and that is why he prepared himself. A girl came up to him from behind, and he asked again if she was the elder. The magician begged the hero. Maria looked at him and said that there is someone helpless. Chuck looked at his face and told him that he is a bastard. The girl stood behind the smiling clown. When the man asked to make him a vampire, Maria replied that if this is what he wants, then she will do it. The guys in the library of the Merkaba Academy discussed where Steve went, because they had not seen him since yesterday. With her hands behind her back, the girl assumed that he took up gambling again. He often spends his days drinking in gambling houses. The old man frowned and stated that he had emphasized the importance of the operation, and then asked what kind of faction of black magic would be in the eyes of Master Sean if they were to be so irresponsible. His face was puzzled. He pictured the boys and wondered if Sean had been pretending to be Steve all this time. The stranger imagined the people in the tower and emphasized the fact that Sean was the only one in contact with Clint, so it was difficult to understand what was going on. No one knew what he was planning with the Reds behind their backs. Waving his hand, the old man shouted for Rennie to find out where Steve was right now. His face was puzzled. Ron and Rin were walking through the library and saying that they needed to watch themselves there. The man looked at them. Licking his lips, the stranger asked if they were beastmen. Sitting at the bar, Rennie asked where she was taking Steve and why they were still hanging things like that on her, even though she was on the 3rd floor. Frowning, the girl said that after this she would switch to the Red faction. She just had to suck on that old man. She turned her attention to Chuck, who asked for 2 martinis. He handed the glass to Rennie with a satisfied look and asked if she was alone there. Rennie was sitting next to him and asked if he was too young for such a pickup line, to which she received the answer that all the girls in the magic tower were beautiful. The protagonist began to examine the glass. Closing his eyes, he said that even young bees perfectly understand when there is a flower in front of them. He remembered standing on stage with Emma and thought that after that acting lesson with her, his test was complete, this script was flawless. Furious, Rennie asked what the little guy was doing at the bar, noting that he should go home. The confused protagonist apologized. He was upset when Rennie started screaming again. Emma watched him and mentally asked how he could screw up. Grace touched the girl's lips and asked her to stop saying bad words, adding that she should be more elegant in her speech, especially with such soft lips. Rennie was embarrassed. Grace, looking pleased, asked if she could buy her a drink. The dumbfounded boys wondered what the saint was doing there. He imagined Grace praying and thought that she was the first princess, and also the favorite of the gods, an all-powerful saint. Her only problem was her character. The girls bumped beer glasses. Grace hugged Rennie and said that they were the same age, after which she suggested having fun together tonight. There were many empty glasses on the table, while the plot told us that she was an absolute narcissist, and also a hedonist. Grace touched the girl's cheek, and we were told that her beauty was enough to win the hearts of both men and women. Rennie, with a flushed face, swore that she was not drunk. She hit her head on the table. Getting up from the bar, Chuck said that they would take her. He even went to theater classes to prepare for this mission. Grace, looking pleased, said that this was only possible thanks to her beauty. She saved their mission, and they would just leave. She snapped her fingers. The warriors surrounded the guys, while Grace said that they had also been planning this for a long time. Emma got into a fighting stance, shouting that they should move away, because they were both first-rank knights, and Chuck asked her to stop. The protagonist, looking serious, said that these people were a secret detachment of the church, pursuing those who harmed demi-humans. Grace stood near her subordinates, and said that it was dangerous to show such knowledge. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that they were wrong, because he was not in danger at all. Shrouded in yellow mana, Chuck said that he could deal with everyone without Emma's help. Grace stopped Mike by raising her hand. The girl thought with a serious expression that, as she thought, the protagonist had indeed gotten the sun. The guy, looking pleased, offered to make a deal, noting that he had 2 conditions. Grace crossed her arms and clarified what Chuck would give them in return if he got Rennie. The protagonist introduced Bill and said that if they wanted to arrest those who harmed the half-humans, then he should be their main target. Standing opposite, the protagonist added that he would also provide evidence of the illegal experiments he was conducting. Surprised, Grace listened to him say that in the northeast in the village of Antek, behind the mountain, there was a private plot of land, there was a small hut, it was close to the magic tower, and then asked if he was giving so much information without even voicing all the conditions. Chuck lowered his head. He said with a mad look that his first condition was to arrest every mage from the magic tower on this mission. At the moment the magic tower is a den of corruption, every member of it is rotten, from the top to the bottom. Mike, dumbfounded, cried out that it was impossible to arrest so many people. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist noted that they could only take Bill, they would deal with the rest. Closing her eyes, Grace replied that she was passing Rennie on to him. She was interested in his offer, since she was in a better position. Frowning, the girl asked what his second condition was. Chuck approached her and offered to work together from now on. If the issues were not political, then he would help her, and in return she would pray for him. Holding her chin, Grace asked if he knew about her powers. She extended her hand and replied that she agreed to pray for him as long as she had holy power. It should not be too difficult, since they lived in the same place, and the plot told us that prayer to the saint is a powerful boost that can only be obtained after the end of the game. The protagonist shook her hand and heard her request to call her sister. Grace cried out with a satisfied expression that she wanted him to call her sister. The warriors watched them with furious expressions. Grace winked at him and asked if the protagonist thought they would have to work together for a long time now. Someone slammed the door. The man was sitting at the table and asked if they had lost contact with Rennie. He said with a tearful expression that he had barely regained his will to live thanks to her. He even had this slave collar prepared for her so that he could enjoy her endlessly when she joined the Red faction. Someone behind the door shouted about a special delivery, and the guy asked to leave it outside the door. Going out into the corridor, the man came across a stone. Examining it, he wondered if it was a video stone. He saw a projection where a girl was being held hostage. The man was shocked by what he saw. Stunned, Rennie began to scream. She opened her mouth wide and asked for help. The man ran out into the hallway. Chuck thought with satisfaction that his target was not these fools, but the head of the tower, Sean from the Gold faction. He remembered watching the people from the tree and noted that the problem was that he had no idea who exactly, out of the 50 magicians who arrived at the academy, was Sean, but he could exclude people. The guy ran to the country house. Having burst into the room, he ran into Rennie, and the protagonist told us that there was a side quest in the game about the old magician Joe, who fell in love with a young sorceress from the Black faction. The exhausted girl looked at him. Chuck rushed at him from behind, after which he said that if such a quest was in the original script, and Rennie and Joe were its main characters, it can be said with certainty that neither of them is a gold magician. Joe lost consciousness from a blow to the face. The protagonist remembered how he grabbed Steve earlier. The man opened his eyes while the protagonist was arguing that anyone tied to a side quest was not a gold mage. A dumbfounded Steve asked where he was and if they knew who he was. Chuck grabbed Joe's face, who was screaming that you can't just start torturing people without even asking questions. He covered the man's mouth and said that he would catch him, as well as the rest of the characters from the quest, one by one. The protagonist, looking crazy, began to pour bloody stew into his mouth. There were many empty bowls on the table. Chuck wiped the sweat from his forehead. Examining the monster, the protagonist clarified whether it was another ghoul, and the plot told us that ghouls are servants of vampires, only virgins become vampires, and everyone else is ghouls. Holding his head, the protagonist said that the same story happened to Steve. He does not understand why they call themselves magicians, and Maria said that she held hands only with her dad. A smile appeared on her face. She said with shining eyes that this meant that Chuck could become a real vampire. Joe was horrified. Chuck put makeup on his face. His look was crazy. He grabbed the man by the face and ordered him to tell everything he knew. The tied-up man said his name, after which he was asked why they came to this city. After introducing the people, Joe said that they came to kidnap Maria and kill Chairman Kevin. Joe gritted his teeth. An image of Sean appeared in his imagination, after which he said that only Sean knew why they were doing this. They were just following his orders. Chuck remembered watching the people while the man screamed that Sean said that this was an important mission and even he himself would take part in it. He did not know whether he came with the red or black faction, but he pretended to be one of them. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Holding the camera in front of Joe, the protagonist said that he got all the information he needed and they would move on to the next step. Touching Joe's face, Chuck stated that he had kidnapped his precious professor, as well as a couple of other useless mages that Sean hadn't even noticed were missing, and if he wanted to save their lives, he had a week to prepare a whole boat full of gold for him. The camera began to shake. The protagonist began to film himself and say that if he didn't, he would chop off one of their fingers every night. The mages stood in front of the projection. Frowning, the old man stated that if Joe hadn't been his best student, he would have abandoned him, and the plot introduced us to the head of the Red faction, Elder Adam. He noticed the mages starting to whisper and yelled at them to shut up. Bill, looking serious, said that the factions couldn't act alone now. He introduced Eve and added that considering that the space which was there, even if they tried to kidnap the vampire and the chairman, she would be able to move to them with her magic, which is why they needed to create a stir at the academy exams and force her to use magic to save the students. Looking at the screen, Bill emphasized the fact that this clown had now revealed their plans. The old men looked at each other and discussed how no one was going to pay Chuck and he needed to be caught. Looking at the man, Bill stated that they would first track him down. One of the people they sponsored had gotten into the academy. Adam looked at him from under his brows and replied that it was true. The old man imagined Elizabeth, and stated that she would definitely know at least something about the identity of this clown. Chuck remembered holding the spear behind his back and thinking that Elizabeth had seen his suit at the hunting grounds. Since the Magic Tower was her main sponsor, she would definitely give them his identity. He imagined himself surrounded by magicians and added that in this case the Magic Tower would immediately switch to catching him. They would attack a special dormitory to catch him. In the imagination of the protagonist, a picture appeared, how his comrades surrounded the magicians and said that this would actually help him surround and catch them. This was Plan A. The girl approached the old man. She looked at the projection in surprise, and Bill asked if she knew him. Holding her hand in front of her face, Elizabeth answered, she sees the clown kidnapper for the first time. Morning came. Sitting at the table, Chuck clarified if the princess had said a word about him. The guy sipped his drink and said that he had no idea why she did this, but his name was not mentioned. Looking down, the protagonist came to the conclusion that Elizabeth took his side, but this disrupted his plans. Getting up from the table, Chuck thanked him, and the guy noted that he could do with a rest. The protagonist smiled and said that everything was fine. As he left, the protagonist said that he had a plan B. He frowned and thought that he had to consider every possibility. He wasn't planning on giving up that easily this time. Grace stood in front of Bill and his mages and said that he was under arrest for illegal human experiments, murder, kidnapping, and imprisonment. The old man looked at her and asked if she wanted to trick the Magic Tower. The girl's face was pleased. The guy put the box on the ground while she said that she respected their prestige, but they had already received the report. The evidence was obvious. The furious old man asked what his reports were doing there. Watching Bill being taken away, Grace thought that she wanted to ask that too. Bill's lab moved quite often. None of their squads were able to track it. She remembered Chuck smirking and stressing that she didn't think he was capable of lying, but she also didn't expect him to get all this evidence so quickly. Looking at the box with the scrolls, the girl added that besides, the records he gave him were completely new. If the academy had made a move, Bill would have moved again. Crossing her arms, Grace wondered if the protagonist had done all this in a matter of days and whether he really wanted to destroy the Magic Tower. We were shown burning people and told that sacrifices were necessary for the improvement of the academy. Witch hunts began with punishments and racism against half-humans. But the old church and the tower lost to the three heroes who united with the Protestants. Chuck introduced the heroes and added that the event became known as the Witch Revolution, and the old church and the magic tower began to lose their influence. At the moment they joined forces with Rick and planned to destroy the academy. A powerful energy emanated from the people, while we were told that they thought that everything would go smoothly, but not now. Screams were heard in the building, as the magicians asked how these protesters were able to attack the secret lab. The dumbfounded guys discussed that they need to change their plans before the head was arrested. They must burn the academy, and use the chaos to save him. Adam, engulfed in flames, stepped forward and ordered everyone to be silent. A fire spirit was flying next to him. The guys were shocked by what they saw. They looked at Adam's face. The dumbfounded elder began to loudly call Sean. Standing before the mages who had knelt, Adam declared that now that Elder Bill had been taken, his powers were not enough, and that Sean, the leader of the tower, must help them. The boy in the crowd listened to this in silence. The old man's spirit dissipated. Projections began to appear in the room. Adam was shocked by this. The mana formed into an inscription that a witch must be caught. Turning around, the old man asked again if a witch must be caught and how to do it. The letters formed into a message that said that this was the method. Smiling, the man replied that he understood. He said with a satisfied look that it was time for them to go. The building stood in the middle of a field. A mark was engraved in the chimney, after which we were told that it was engraved during a witch hunt. The mark began to glow, and the plot told us that only two people knew the secret, Aaron and Eva. Eva teleported to the roof of the building, and we were told that when this mark gave a signal, she thought it was sent from Aaron. She was surprised. Concentrating energy in front of himself, Adam said that he was glad to meet the witch. The magicians released a powerful stream of flame. Eva covered herself with a barrier. The enraged girl asked if he had activated the mark and how he knew where she was. The old man, with a satisfied look, said that the head of the tower has a very powerful employee. Another person knows about this mark. He imagined Rick among the girls and thought that 3 people participated in the witch revolution. Stunned, Eva thought about Rick. Standing in front of the magicians, the girl asked if they really united with him and how they planned to deal with the consequences. Adam, with burning eyes, answered that now these rules are nothing to them. Magicians should never have followed them. He presented Laura, Maria, and Ron with Ren, and then told her that it was foolish to protect test subjects for ethical reasons, and they went so far as to accept almost untalented students and teach them the secrets of magic. The academy only dishonors the power of mages. Eva gritted her teeth. Standing in front of the mages, she said that they, humans, never change. First they switched from hunting demons to hunting half-humans, then witches. They destroyed everyone who opposed them or used magic without their permission. Eva remembered sitting in captivity. The mages stood in front of her while the girl told her that after completing the hunt, they kidnapped her as a child, and began to discuss what they would do to her, pondering what would be better to use, black or fire magic. Screams were heard in the hallway. Tears streamed down the girl's face. Erin, with a smile on her face, said that she came to save her. Enraged, Eva screamed that they were not interested in magic. They were fools who could not survive without expressing their hatred. The barrier around her began to grow. Adam noted with satisfaction that this was expected from the main person of the witch revolution. The barrier was destroyed, after which the old man asked her to stop resisting. Stretching out his hand, Adam emphasized the fact that this way he could seal her for 3 days. He introduced people in dark cloaks, saying that he was sorry that the main event had to be left to the black faction, but while they were there, the magic tower would calmly kill the chairman and take the vampire. The old man screamed with a mad look that the academy would disappear in 3 days. Only the chosen ones would be able to learn magic. A new paradise would come. Adam was taken aback when he heard Chuck's voice, who said that it would rather take 3 minutes. Turning around, the old man asked who it was. Streams of flame were moving towards the main character. Eva, dumbfounded, told him to get out of there, because he was an elder. She was taken aback when the protagonist asked if she knew why these people didn't change. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that they hadn't experienced real pain yet. Holding a spear in his hand, Chuck said that they needed to be given a good beating. Ron and Rin ran near the carriage. They were trying to catch their breath. Crossing his arms, the guy cried out that he told them that today was the first day they would hunt monsters. He knew that the fanged boar was only a 4th-rank monster, but the two of them still didn't look focused. He hated repeating himself twice, after which the plot introduced us to the night professor, Mason. The guys all started shouting in unison that a good guard should be skilled, but more importantly, be on time. Getting into the carriage, Mason said that now they were leaving, their mission was to kill the fanged boar. While the guys discussed that it was all because Chuck was gone, he usually woke them up every morning. The protagonist stood in front of the magicians. He, with a satisfied look, suggested starting with a good thrashing. Surprised, Eva clarified how he got there. He imagined how Sean ordered to capture the witch and thought that it was simple, It was obvious that the magic tower would target her when she was in a hopeless situation. He prepared a plan B. There was a tracking rune on the girl's jacket. Taking a step forward, Chuck said that he was disappointed in Adam. The place where he should be now is not there, but next to his lovely students. The protagonist, with a mad look, rushed into battle. The stunned old man cried out that he was that clown. He remembered how Chuck had blocked the attack and assumed that he was being too conceited just because he was able to block one measly mid-tier spell with fire resistance. Adam created a cloud of fire mana above his head and asked the protagonist if he thought the leader of the red faction, the Elder, would be an easy opponent. The mages began to feed his spell. A huge sphere of fire was created in the air. Adam smirked and said that there was nothing that the flames of the red faction could not burn. The fireball began to fall towards the protagonist. His face was impassive. Chuck suddenly smiled. A powerful stream of fire fell on him. The old man thought it was impossible in surprise. The protagonist's eyes began to glow brightly. He said with a mad look that as long as they used fire, they were no match for him. Energy began to hover around him. Raising his spear above his head, Chuck cast Clium Solace, Concentrated Sun, and told us that he couldn't do it alone, but with so much fire around, it wouldn't be a problem for him. He pointed the spear at the mages. The sun began to incinerate them. People tried to stay on their feet. Adam, scared, said that it was impossible. Clouds of smoke hung over the battlefield. The protagonist lowered the spear. Standing in the crater that had formed, he sighed. He smiled when Eve remarked that it was impressive, and replied that it was one of the 4 treasures of Danon. The girl landed on the ground and said that she was talking about him. The sun was a worthy counterargument against both the red faction using flames and the black faction with its dark magic. Standing in front of him, Eve assumed that he must have foreseen the actions of the magic tower, and was well prepared for it. Watching him, she thought that there were many strange things about Chuck. It was absolutely true that she should be wary of him. She remembered the protagonist kneeling in front of Kevin. In her imagination, she saw a picture of him holding out a spear and began to reason. The silhouette of this young man, as if carrying such a heavy burden, coincided with the symbol of justice. She saw the image of Aaron. Helping Chuck walk, Eva came to the conclusion that from now on, she would help him without hesitation and asked what the next plan was. Looking at her, the protagonist answered that the next target should be Maria. He had completed his preparations on this front. Imagining a dead director and a chained girl, he said that the magic tower has 2 goals, to kill Kevin and capture Maria. He imagined the image of Elizabeth and said that he originally planned to be their target, but the princess acted unpredictably and covered for him, which ruined everything. People gathered in the city. Maria walked down the street and said it was not a burden and would leave the cleaning to them, and Chuck said that she would participate in the event, deliberately revealing her location. The girl moved along the streets of the city, while the protagonist reasoned that she would slowly leave there, to a less crowded place, which would be ideal for an ambush. The boys watched her while Maria wondered in her mind if they would go for it, adding that there were still too many eyes there. Frowning, the girl noted that they should be careful, and Chuck told her that if they did not attack, Maria would continue moving as if she was waiting for a carriage. She walked out to the carriages and came to the conclusion that if they came, it would be there. Looking at the carriages, the girl thought that as the protagonist said, if they wanted to kidnap her, they could take a carriage and immediately run away with it. A red aura enveloped her. In the alley, she was met by 2 mysterious people. Maria was surprised. In front of her stood Laura and Emma, who said that Chuck said to prepare there for the arrival of the mages. Looking at the girls, Maria wondered why no one came. The boar began to squeal loudly. Ron stepped on it and cried out that he had caught a huge boar, to which Rin replied that she had even more, but something was wrong. Ron looked at her, surprised. The girl imagined boars and said that she had heard that there should be many more of them. Last year, Professor Amanda had bought many of them for experiments. Squinting, Rin asked why there were so few of them, although they had already gone deep into the forest, and her brother asked if she smelled anything. Frowning, the girl sniffed. Turning around, she came to the conclusion that it was the smell of rotting flesh and asked who was there. The man came out from behind the tree and said that the elder vampire was of amazing value. He noted with a smirk on his face that the wolves with golden fur would not yield to him, and the plot introduced us to Bill's elite student, Professor Richard. He imagined the boys walking around the library and noted that there were 2 of them. They were still immature, so they would be easy to catch. He said with a mad look that every fang boar on this mountain was already dead. The beasts surrounded the boys. The wolves frowned. Richard said with a satisfied look that it was a shame that they decided to fight. He pointed his finger at the children and shouted that Bill would be furious if the test subjects were badly damaged. The boars rushed at them. A powerful blow was heard in the forest. At the same time, at the entrance to the forest, Mason waved his spear and shouted that everyone should form a defensive formation around him. They should group up and protect each other. Looking at the monsters, the boy thought that fang boars, due to their reproductive abilities and extensive diet, were classified as 4th-rank monsters, requiring annual population control. While killing the boars, Mason cried out that he had brought the students out to take care of them, but he had not expected them to come back to life. The mages stood among the trees and listened to the knight shout that they could not hurt the academy students. It was a grave breach of the agreement. The mage came out to him and stated that he was not interested in him or the students. If they stopped resisting, they would not harm them. Mason was furious when he heard that their target was those two wolf monsters. The surprised mage listened that it was a pity, because he hated to be told twice. The boars rushed at the boys, while Mason said that the two might not be very skilled, but still, they were still growing. Many blows were aimed at the beasts. The boars were killed. Blood ran down the claws of the wolves. Ron and Rin transformed into werewolves. Mason, covered in a red aura, said that it didn't matter if they were demons or werewolves, as long as they were studying at the academy, they were his students, and the mage asked him if he intended to challenge the magic tower face to face. The professor rushed into battle. He flew at the mages, saying that they were the ones who touched his students. Mason's face was furious. Screams were heard in the special dormitory. Stunned Maria stood in front of Chuck and said that she did everything exactly as he said, but there was no ambush. The protagonist imagined the arrangement of the mages and emphasized that their original plan was to attack Eva, Maria and Kevin at the same time, which is why he prepared a trap and began to wait. He imagined the red faction mages being crossed out and added that instead 30 mages from the black faction disappeared into thin air. He got rid of the red faction mages, but he had no idea where the rest were. The girl opened the door and asked if he wondered where the rest of the mage tower had gone. Elizabeth appeared before them. She had a smile on her face. The mage was horrified when only the corpses of the boars remained in front of him. Looking at the golden wolves, he supposed that their value would truly be equal to even the high-class vampires. The mages were enveloped in purple mana. Richard raised his head and wondered if the pathetic beasts thought they could resist their magic. The surprised wolves raised their heads. They began to run away from the huge monster. They screamed in fear. The wolves fell to the ground. The dumbfounded boys breathed loudly. Watching the monster, they wondered what kind of destructive force it was. Richard wiped beads of sweat from his face and assumed that the beast would have a hard time realizing that it was the essence of life magic. They jumped up when the magician shouted that he had studied the pinnacle of life synthesis, having learned to enhance the physical strength of living beings by increasing the density of their muscles. If you schematize their muscle density and carefully lay out the muscle fibers, then not only strength, but also durability will be doubled. Ron and Rin struck the monster. They were surprised. Examining their opponent, the guys realized that they had not caused any damage. Landing on the ground, Ron said that he noticed that the monster was fast and strong. They dodged the attack. The guys remembered standing in front of Chuck, who said that the academy was full of people faster than him, as well as those with whom he could not compare in strength. He noted with a satisfied look that even so, he would emerge victorious from any battle. The surprised wolves asked how this was possible. The werewolf began to run along the monster's hand. His eyes began to glow. Ren charged while they remembered to grab the enemy's attention and outwit them. The girl aimed at the enemy's leg. She began to bite into it. The monster howled in pain. The boys stepped back shouting that victory was assured. Ren, looking pleased, declared that this was the end. She suddenly began to cough up blood. Falling to her knees, the girl mentally asked how this happened. Ron was shocked by what he saw. The monster swung its paw at her. Its hand was enveloped in energy. Ren's body was pierced through. The girl was dumbfounded. Richard, looking pleased, declared that this was a stupid beast. The flesh of the chimera itself was poisonous. They did not even know this, continuing to bite her incessantly. The furious wizard asked why the chimera had killed her before they could conduct the experiments, adding that this was why he had said that it was necessary to focus not only on muscles, but also on intelligence. Enveloped in an aura, Ron ordered him to be quiet. He rushed at him with a furious look. The chimera covered Richard with its hand. Pointing a finger at the monster, the man ordered him to make sure that he left it alive, although he did not mind if Ron lost a leg or two in the process. The monsters rushed at each other, while the plot told us that there is a special bond between related wolves, who rely on each other and showed deep care. Ron made a powerful series of attacks. The chimera began to bleed. The monster managed to scream before dying. Richard was horrified. He watched the main character closely. A powerful aura hovered around the wolf. Furious Ron screamed that he would kill them all to the last one. Richard began to tremble with fear and cried out that they needed to get rid of him. Experiments were no longer needed, they just needed to kill him. The magician stood in a row and began to cast spells. The boy rushed between them. He killed each sorcerer. Looking at the pools of blood, Richard cried out that this could not be. The guy rushed into battle screaming that he wished the man death. A powerful blow was heard. Chuck stopped the boy. He began to cry and asked why he was not with them. Ron began to beat the protagonist. Striking the ground with a spear, the protagonist thought that the native wolves, who lived in perfect harmony, if one of them died, the second would go berserk and lose all sanity. The protagonist hugged the wolf and assumed that an eternity had passed for him. The wolf was taken aback by the words that Ren was alive. Maria poured the potion into her mouth while Chuck said that she was seriously injured. If they hadn't arrived in time, no one knew what could have happened. Ren's face turned red. The boy began to sob. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that everything was fine and everything would be fine. He opened his eyes. He remembered Elizabeth telling him with a satisfied look that the Mage Tower had set out to hunt those wolves. Stunned, Chuck wondered why she was telling him this, noting that a princess supported by the Mage Tower should have no reason to voluntarily reveal his location to the mages. Elizabeth, with a satisfied look, emphasized that she had done him a disservice. Something like that would not happen again. Leaving the room, the protagonist stated that he owed her a great debt. Watching him go, the princess said that the opportunity to pay would come very soon. The enraged protagonist cried out that he didn't care what faction they belonged to. The mages had to stand in line, kneel and put their heads on the floor. Mason stood in front of him and said that fortunately none of the first years were seriously injured, to which he replied that it was all because he stood up for them without sparing himself. Mason, with a smile on his face, replied that he wasn't that much use. He looked at the guys and said that this year the students' equipment was especially excellent. They were able to stand up for themselves thanks to expensive equipment created using magic stones. He introduced his comrades and said that it was all thanks to the seniors, who spent their entire life supply of luck to achieve such a result. Holding the back of his head, Chuck replied that they didn't spend all of their supply, but about half. Eve appeared there and screamed that they had an urgent situation. The dumbfounded girl said that the chairman's marker had reacted. The protagonist was shocked. He remembered Elizabeth saying with a satisfied look that the opportunity to pay would come very soon. The protagonist imagined two battles and emphasized the fact that the red faction had set a trap for Eva, while the black faction had attacked Rin and Ron. An image of Sean appeared in his imagination and he came to the conclusion that there was no gold mage in either group. Closing his mouth in horror, Chuck thought that this was a simultaneous attack. Despite the desperate struggle of the regressor, the scriptwriter insists on his classic development. Eva opened a portal saying that they must go now, they must be on guard. In the battle against the red and black factions, the protagonist had an advantage in compatibility, but now everything will be different. He answered with a serious look that he knew this and they were moving out. The girl stood nearby and shouted that they would go too. Walking towards the portal, Chuck thought that a special rank half-breed vampire, a swordswoman of the Great Arden clan, an unkillable living Jianshi, and he, who had received 3 aura cores and was holding the sun in his hand, even the gold magician Sean would have to reckon with such power. They left the portal. A dumbfounded Eva turned to the chairman. Kevin was lying on the floor, and the plot told us that the chairman's body was still not completely destroyed. However, if the enemy could bring the chairman to such a state, he was incredibly dangerous. The main character was horrified. Looking at the mysterious outlines of people, the protagonist wondered if it was Sean. Notifications popped up that the 4 greatest treasures of Luanda de Danann had gathered in one place. Dune and Dominatrix greeted each other. The guy said with a satisfied look that they had already met on the narrow bridge of fate, and we were introduced to Ohard. The castle collapsed, after which a message appeared that the quest, Coronation in Paradise, was unlocked. Looking at the enemies, Chuck studied their significance. The protagonist was scared. Rick stood in front of him and said that fate had intertwined their destinies. He was enveloped in dark mana, after which Rick clarified whether the protagonist was prepared enough, after which a notification popped up that this was the final boss.